In my recollection, Su Qingyu was an unattainable ice queen, an ethereal beauty who later faced the downfall of her family, yet remained a resilient and tenacious, delicate flower. At the class reunion, she expressed her gratitude to Jian Hang for his assistance, insisting she would repay him according to the interest on a bank deposit. When her mother unexpectedly passed away, Su Qingyu broke down in tears, clinging tightly to Jian Hang. Prior to this moment, their paths had never crossed. Jian Hang, feeling helpless, embraced her in a gesture of comfort. Due to a tragic car accident, he found himself back in high school. Jian Hang vowed to distance himself from manipulative women and to strive for entry into a prestigious university, aiming to rebuild his business empire. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyu began to weave herself into his life. For a decade, Su Qingyu harbored a secret affection for Jian Hang. Yet at the reunion, she still dared not reveal her feelings. Given a second chance, she wished to avoid any regrets and cautiously sought to win his affection. However, mere affection would not suffice. Her desires reached beyond that. Jian Hang's perception of Su Qingyu was riddled with misjudgments. He initially believed her to be aloof, only to discover her shyness and later, her boldness. After their college entrance examinations, while they had yet to define their relationship, she kissed him fleetingly. As time passed, she began to initiate kisses, even suggesting cohabitation during their university years, leading to moments where she, wrapped in a towel with damp hair, tugged at his suit's tie, drawing him closer. Hang. I want to. Jian Hang was taken aback, wrestling with his desires as her repeated advances caught him off guard. From secret admiration to seducing her husband, the aloof school beauty stops pretending. The pure-hearted school beauty's unrequited love transforms into sweetness after rebirth. Chapter 1. A decade of transformation, from philanthropy to technological magnate. Can you believe Jian Hang actually agreed to attend a reunion? I never expected it. He was practically invisible in our class back then. Those days are long gone. He's now a technological giant. Have you seen the news? Recently, he acquired the largest AI company in the United States, and his stocks have skyrocketed. His net worth must now be in the hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions? Good heavens, how many zeros is that? A chorus of gasps filled the room. The once boisterous banquet hall fell into a sudden hush, as if the air itself had solidified for a moment. A girl lamented, "If I had known, I would have pursued Jian Hang in high school. I might have been a billionaire by now. Don't get ahead of yourself. If you looked even slightly more innocent than Su Jia, perhaps you'd have had a chance," a boy teased. The girl, flustered and indignant, retorted, "You're one to talk. Look at yourself." Just as it seemed an argument would erupt, the vice class monitor, Qingyu, stepped in to diffuse the tension. "Enough. Do you want to embarrass yourselves even more?" With a huff, they turned away from each other. Suddenly, a boy exclaimed, "Su Jia, what's she doing here? Did she come because Jian Hang is here?" Of course. When she rejected Jian Hang's confession back then, she showed no mercy, immediately turning to a wealthy heir, who knew he was already married. She ended up as the other woman. How dramatic. Honestly, Jian Hang was quite generous. He provided her with free tutoring in mathematics and physics for 3 whole years. What man could do that? I certainly couldn't. She was a poor student who managed to get into a 211 university, all thanks to Jian Hang. Now that he's successful, she must be regretting her past choices. After all, he was her first love. Do you think Jian Hang will rekindle old flames? You're dreaming. What kind of women do you think he has access to now? He was recently embroiled in a scandal with a female star, causing quite a stir on social media. Who? It couldn't be Jian Hang, could it? You guessed it right. A friend of mine in the industry let me in on it, but Jian Hang didn't actually date her. It was merely a publicity stunt concocted by the star, and he eventually pulled the plug on her. And oh wonder she's faded from the limelight so quickly. In the opulent banquet hall, the 2006 reunion of Class 1 from Chongning High School was in full swing. When is Jian Hang arriving? Luo Wei said he's on his way. Look, isn't that Jian Hang's car? Through the hotel glass, a Maybach Accelero glided to a halt at the entrance. If I'm not mistaken, that car's base price is over 50 million RMB. Please, don't forget the extra costs. That's a full 4 million RMB. Oh my, a car worth 54 million. I'm starting to grasp the extent of Jian Hang's wealth. Everyone gathered, eyes fixed on the spectacle of the hotel entrance. The doorman eagerly approached, extending a gloved hand to open the rear door of the Maybach. A slender, pale hand emerged, offering several red bills. The doorman, ecstatic, accepted, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir." Jian Hang adjusted his tie, extending his long legs out of the car while glancing at his watch 11:20 p.m. "Not too late, Mr. Jian. Mr. Jian." A familiar voice rang out. Jian Hang looked up, his brow slightly furrowing. It was Luo Wei, the rich kid of their high school, whose father was the school's director. He had often flaunted his wealth back then, but now wore a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Jian, you've arrived. Everyone's been waiting for you." To an outsider, it would seem they were longtime friends. That's so? "I apologize for keeping you all waiting," Jian Hang replied with a faint smile. "Not at all. It's our honor to wait for you." Jian Hang nearly chuckled aloud. Luo, you certainly have a knack for representing the entire class. With that, he stepped ahead, leading the way. Luo Wei, realizing the implication of Jian Hang's words, felt his face flush and hurried to keep up, desperately trying to think of small talk. Jian Hang, uninterested, offered no response, his gaze sweeping over the corridor adorned with flowers and balloons. A stand-up banner over 2 meters tall at the banquet's entrance proclaimed, Chongning Class of 2008 10-year reunion. Jian Hang adjusted his suit and entered the banquet hall first. As the guest of honor, he was impeccably dressed, exuding confidence at a height of 1.85 meters, a stark contrast to the bowing and rotund Luo Wei. The once vibrant banquet hall fell silent in an instant. All eyes were drawn to Jian Hang. Girls whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with envy and admiration. The young men eagerly prepared to toast, hoping to cultivate a connection with this towering figure. Time, as they say, is a river that flows in both directions. Who could have anticipated that the once destitute charity student, Jian Hang, would now emerge as one of the most celebrated tech luminaries in the country? One of the young men jested, Luo Wei, you're impressive. Even President Jian is willing to join us. Luo Wei raised his chin. That depends on whether President Jian deems it worthwhile. President Jian, it's been a while. It has indeed, Jian Hang responded, lifting a glass of champagne from the tray held by a server, clinking glasses with the young man who had spoken. Time flies. It seems we haven't crossed paths in at least a decade. Jian Hang nodded. Indeed, I never imagined that upon our reunion, everyone would have changed so much. The one who had spoken earlier could not help but lower his head to sip his drink, a forced smile on his face, surrounded by the young man. Jian Hang engaged in conversation and merriment. Having honed his skills in the business arena for years, even in unfamiliar company, Jian Hang could effortlessly navigate through pleasantries and polite exchanges. Reunions, in the most flattering terms, are moments to reminisce about the glorious past, yet in reality, they often serve as a guise to scrutinize the fortunes of those around them. As one of the few charity students at the prestigious private high school, Chongning, Jian Hang's transformation was nothing short of astonishing. Defying imagination, it is noteworthy that students fortunate enough to attend Chongning come from affluent families. However, the school, in its pursuit of maintaining high admission rates and a sterling reputation, admits only a select few underprivileged students each year who exhibit exceptional academic prowess. Jian Hang was among them. With a dismissive attitude, he casually responded to Luo Wei with a non-committal "we shall see." Little did he expect that Luo Wei would fervently promote this gathering in their high school alumni group, compelling him to attend. Amidst the clinking of glasses, a group of young women began discussing the topic of the campus belle, Qingyu, which fortuitously caught Jian Hang's attention. Qingyu is here too, sitting all alone. Didn't she always avoid reunions? Who knows? Perhaps she's hoping for a chance to turn her fortunes around. Goodness, she was once the unattainable campus beauty, and now look at her. What a twist of fate, Daha. What does she think she's doing here, expecting everyone to revolve around her, as if she were still the center of the universe? Let's not be too harsh. She's had a rough time. I heard her family went bankrupt, and she couldn't afford to study abroad, so she ended up getting a diploma locally, drowning in debt and maxing out her credit cards. Alas, Su Jia told me her mother has brain cancer, and the medical expenses are exorbitant. She's been selling her old designer bags just to make ends meet. In Jian Hang's memory, Qingyu was breathtakingly beautiful, with striking features and an air of aloof elegance. Her tall, graceful figure drew attention wherever she went, making her the focal point in any crowd. During their school days, many boys had their first crush on her. Curiosity piqued, Jian Hang wondered how the once ethereal beauty had evolved after a decade. Amidst the laughter and chatter, his gaze drifted toward the young women, and in the distance, he spotted Qingyu sitting alone in a corner, her demeanor listless as she focused intently on her phone. While the other girls adorned themselves in splendid evening gowns, she stood out in a simple white sweater paired with jeans. As Qingyu instinctively looked up, and upon noticing Jian Hang's gaze, her body stiffened in surprise. Chapter 2. The campus belle declines, mistaking it for fraud, and even reports it to the authorities. Qingyu gazed at Jian Hang for a moment before lowering her head to fiddle with her phone. After years apart, the campus belle remained stunningly beautiful, though her demeanor bore a hint of fatigue. Someone couldn't help but muse. Isn't fate peculiar? Once, Jian Hang was a destitute charity student, and Qingyu the pampered daughter of a wealthy family. Now, their circumstances had completely reversed, eliciting a sense of wistfulness among the group of female classmates. Their chatter remained just as spirited as in high school. However, Jian Hang and Qingyu had indeed shared little interaction during those years, merely being classmates. At that moment, another male approached, raising a toast and initiating conversation. Mr. Jian, I passed by your factory in New York last month. It's quite impressive. When was it established? Another chimed in. Mr. Jian's ventures now span multiple sectors. Even the recently launched new energy electric vehicle sold out instantly, with orders booked until the year after next. Truly remarkable. Jian Hang took a sip of champagne, shaking his head modestly. It's not that exaggerated. we still need to explore new markets. Our company's upgraded new energy electric vehicle is set to launch next year. I welcome everyone to come for a test drive then. Who need a test drive? I'll place my order directly, Luo Wei interjected cleverly. Jian Hang smiled faintly, but chose not to engage further. Everyone present knew that Luo Wei had often made Jian Hang's life difficult in high school. Now, seeing Jian Hang's success, he was eager to ingratiate himself, which was quite pitiful. Fortunately, Jian Hang possessed a magnanimous spirit, unbothered by the past. This thought only deepened the admiration from those around him. Mr. Jian, let us collaborate more in the future if opportunities arise. Our company is also involved in the new energy sector. Yes. I heard Mr. Jian would be here today, so I arrived more than an hour early. Jian Hang, a delicate voice broke through from behind. Su Jia hesitated for a long moment before finally summoning the courage to approach. The crowd fell silent, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Jian Hang turned to see Su Jia gazing at him with an intense look. It's been a while. Su Jia's voice trembled, seemingly restraining a torrent of emotions. Jian Hang regarded her coldly, feeling a surge of annoyance. Throughout their 3 years of high school, Su Jia had always exploited their deskmate relationship, expecting him to tutor her without compensation. Aside from his close friend Zhang Chong, Su Jia was the one he interacted with most. Gradually, everyone assumed he had feelings for her. However, after the college entrance examination, when Su Jia gained admission to a prestigious university, she abruptly declared, Jian Hang, we're not suited for each other. I've liked someone else for a long time. At that time, in his youthful ignorance, he mistook her manipulation for affection, developing a modicum of fondness, compounded by his failure to see through her duplicitous nature, leading to the embarrassing moment of his premature confession. Now, Su Jia was feigning deep remorse, clearly intending to provoke him. Is there something you need? Jian Hang's tone was icy and impatient, even more curt than when he spoke to strangers. Su Jia bit her lip, her voice tinged with a quivering edge. Did you come to the reunion just to see me? Jian Hang nearly laughed with incredulity. This woman was truly the epitome of narcissism. He stepped back with disdain. For you? No, classmate, you're overthinking things. The onlookers exchanged glances, relishing the unfolding spectacle. Su Zihante antipsipa Jian Hang et voluntet. Her face draining of color in embarrassment. Amidst the stunned silence, a light laugh unexpectedly emerged from the corner. The crowd turned to see Su Qingyu covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking slightly. Realizing her unintended disruption, Su Qingyu raised her head, only to meet Jian Hang's gaze. The smile that had graced her lips froze, a flicker of shock and awkwardness flashing in her eyes. Jian Hang, too, was momentarily taken aback. Su Qingyu quickly suppressed her laughter, lowering her gaze. Jian Hang dismissed it. But now even Su Qingyu, a once prominent heiress reduced to obscurity, dared to make him look foolish in public. Suzi, incense, sna, ohat, isnt this our class S star? I didn't expect you to show up. It's been a while. Su Qingyu lifted her head, her expression turning icy, letting out a huff, as if observing the antics of a mere jester. The title of star had been Su Qingyu's label in high school. A well-known talent scout had even camped outside Chongning High for half a month to recruit her, only for Su Qingyu to not spare him a single glance. This incident was common knowledge within the school. Rising to her feet, her tone calm, yet laced with inquiry, Su Qingyu addressed Su Jia. I don't have time for your games. Where is Jiang Ning? Didn't you say she would be here? Jiang Ning, their high school class monitor, had become one of the country's leading brain surgeons, specializing in brain cancer treatment. Thus, Su Qingyu's presence at the reunion was to seek Jiang Ning's help for her ailing mother. Feigning surprise, Su Jia clutched her head, her voice dripping with saccharine faux concern. Oh dear, my memory is failing me. Jiang Ning mentioned she had a last-minute engagement and wouldn't be able to make it tonight. You could simply give me her number, and I can reach out myself. Unfortunately, I don't have her number. I remember mentioning it to you. It seems you've forgotten, Su Jia retorted. Su Qingyu bit her lip, her face paling instantly. After a few seconds, she grabbed her bag and, with a cold expression, stormed out. The former Su Qingyu had been proud and beautiful, never compromising her dignity. At any formal school event, she would meticulously prepare, always the center of attention. In everyone's memory, she was aloof yet not one to endure insults. But now, after Su Jia's jibe, she simply left in anger. Jian Hang watched Su Qingyu's retreating figure, an inexplicable surge of emotion swelling within him. He shot a glance at Su Jia, who had maliciously exploited Su Qingyu's mother's illness for her own amusement, a truly venomous act. As a seasoned admirer of Su Qingyu, Luo Wei couldn't help but chastise. Su Jia, you've gone too far. Didn't you and Su Qingyu used to get along well? Why make such a scene now? Su Jia scoffed. What, do you think I'm deliberately deceiving her? Or perhaps you believe that since Su Qingyu has fallen from grace, you have a chance? Don't forget, you're a married man. What does secretly handing her your business card imply? Do you want to keep her? Luo Wei's face flushed crimson, stammering in protest. What are you talking about? It seemed he truly harbored such sordid intentions. Jian Hang could no longer tolerate it, his voice cold as ice. Su Jia, to speak of keeping someone is disgraceful. Not everyone wishes to have such experiences. Disgraceful? Jian Hang's words struck a nerve with Su Jia. Her face alternated between red and pale, tears welling up in her eyes before she hurriedly lifted her skirt and fled the banquet hall. Everyone present knew that after the college entrance examination, Su Jia had started dating a wealthy heir. However, what they didn't realize was that from the very beginning, Su Jia was aware he had a wife, initially aspiring to assume the role of a mistress, only to be discarded within a year. This was hardly a dignified affair, and Jian Hang, knowing the truth, chose to spare her some dignity. Now, having been given grace, Su Jia brazenly turned to torment another innocent girl. Jian Hang concluded that this woman was truly beyond redemption. After being dumped, Su Jia had even shamelessly called Jian Hang, seeking solace, only to dismiss him with a disdainful comment about his summer job at the factory earning tuition. Before blocking him entirely, Jian Hang originally had the potential to gain admission to a prestigious 985 university. However, due to Su Jia's influence, his academic performance suffered. Compounding his misfortune, he lost his examination admission ticket just before the final test, resulting in a score that barely allowed him to enroll in an ordinary second-tier institution. After blocking Jian Hang, Su Jia ceased all communication with him, only to hear during her senior year that Jian Hang had started a company and was earning a considerable income. Driven by an indomitable spirit, Su Jia promptly purchased a high-speed train ticket to visit Jian Hang's university the very next day. Beneath the dormitory building, she stood elegantly in a white dress, her makeup meticulously applied, attracting the astonished gazes of numerous male students. She waited for a considerable time until Jian Hang finally appeared, ignoring her completely as he rode past on his bicycle. Following this encounter, Su Jia frequently left messages on Jian Hang's QQ space, reminiscing about their past, leading many to believe they had once been romantically involved. Jian Hang found this situation intolerable. Now, as he observed Su Jia's disheveled figure, he felt no stirrings of emotion. It was Su Qingyu who caught his attention. Jian Hang took a moment to message Zhang Chong, instructing him to transfer 300,000 yuan from his account to Su Qingyu. With his credit card maxed out and monthly medical expenses exceeding 10,000, coupled with the exorbitant costs of brain tumor surgery, Jian Hang feared Su Qingyu might struggle to cover these expenses. With her mother in a coma due to a brain tumor, seeking help from Jiang Ning while enduring Su Jia's mockery was akin to trampling on her own dignity. Soon, Zhang Chong replied, "The money has been transferred," but Su Qingyu refused to accept it, thinking it was a scam, and even reported it to the police. "I had to tell her it was you who sent it before she agreed to take it." Jian Hang responded simply, "Understood." Zhang Chong inquired, "How's the class reunion?" Jian Hang replied dismissively, "Not great. You made the right choice by not attending." After a moment's thought, he added, "I saw Su Qingyu." Zhang Chong exclaimed, "Shocking. But honestly, Jian Hang, I had my suspicions back in the day that she had feelings for you." Chapter 3, Rebirth, back to the beginning of a tormented fate. Jian Hang scoffed. "Suspicions? Spare me your nonsense. It seems I underestimated your workload." Zhang Chong raised a white flag in surrender. All right, I'll get back to work." He added with a smirk, "It's midnight now. Who exploits their employees like this? The ugly face of capitalism is showing, and you can't even pretend to be lenient." Jian Hang smirked slightly. "Aren't you a shareholder? Besides dividends, hasn't the company given you any project bonuses or year-end rewards?" Switching off his phone, Jian Hang pocketed it, finding the gathering dreadfully tedious and deciding to leave midway. He was somewhat surprised, as Su Qingyu's proud demeanor suggested she would likely not accept the money without a valid reason. As anticipated at the hotel entrance, Su Qingyu called out to him, "Jian Hang, why did you send me the money?" She shook her phone, her tone calm, yet her eyes slightly red with confusion. "Your father's scholarship eased my financial burden during high school," Jian Hang replied candidly. Su Qingyu's expression dimmed, and she averted her gaze, softly saying, "Thank you. But rest assured, according to bank interest rates, I will repay you with both principal and interest." Jian Hang glanced at her already worn designer shoes, feeling a mix of emotions, and replied gently, "There's no rush." Su Qingyu raised her eyes, seemingly about to say more, when her phone rang. "Excuse me," she said, stepping away to answer. Within 2 minutes, her right arm, which held the phone, fell limply to her side. Jian Hang frowned and approached her, asking, "Are you all right?" Su Qingyu turned around, tears streaming down her cheeks. Biting her lip, she whispered, "Jian Hang, my mother has passed away." Jian Hang's heart sank, and though he wished to express his condolences, he felt it would be futile. After a moment, he placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Suddenly, Su Qingyu threw her arms around his neck. Jian Hang's mind went blank as she buried her face in his shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably, wetting his shirt with her tears. After a brief moment, he returned her embrace gently, patting her back, caught in a dilemma of wanting to hold her tightly, yet not wanting to let go too soon. Who could understand this feeling? A minute later, Su Qingyu managed to compose herself, releasing Jian Hang. She turned away, defiantly wiping her tears before opening Alipay. I no longer need that 300,000. I'll return it to you. Jian Hang, still recovering from the earlier embrace, replied. No need. You should keep it for urgent matters. Why are you helping me? Su Qingyu tightened her grip on her phone, keeping her head lowered. Jian Hang, do you pity me? I don't think that way. Everyone encounters difficulties at some point, Jian Hang answered without hesitation. But I don't need it now, Su Qingyu said, her tone softening. Thank you. She unlocked her phone screen, preparing to refund the 300,000. Faced with Su Qingyu's obstinacy, Jian Hang felt at a loss. Without much thought, he placed his hand over her phone screen. At the moment their fingers touched, Su Qingyu recoiled as if electrocuted. Jian Hang felt a twinge of frustration. Su Qingyu, keep it for emergencies. You can repay me later with interest. We are classmates, knowing you are in need. I wouldn't turn my back on you. I have work to attend to, so I must leave. His tone brooked no argument. Su Qingyu seemed poised to say something more. But Jian Hang had already slipped into his car. Once inside, he cast a glance at Su Qingyu, still standing there, and tugged at his tie, feeling inexplicably agitated. Unexpectedly, at the intersection where the hotel sloped down to the main road, a runaway truck veered suddenly into their path. The driver, caught off guard, couldn't steer away in time. With a resounding crash, their vehicles collided. The immense force struck Jian Hang, causing excruciating pain. Just before losing consciousness, he heard someone shouting his name in distress. Jian Hang. Jian Hang. It sounded like Su Qingyu's voice. Jian Hang, wake up. His elbow was pinched hard. Jian Hang jolted awake, rubbing the spot where he had been pinched, bewildered. Who pinched me? Where am I? The scene before him stunned him. A familiar classroom, recognizable desks and chairs, and none other than Sujia. Sujia, taken aback by his dramatic reaction, recalled that Jian Hang had merely laughed off such pinches in the past. The classmates around them cast curious glances their way. Sujia tugged at Jian Hang's sleeve, urging, keep your voice down. Jian Hang turned to her, his temper flaring. Are you out of your mind? Why did you pinch me? Sujia blushed with embarrassment, wishing to disappear as the entire class stared. Oh, Jian Hang Lai Suzi. Jian Hang Lai Suzi. They are flirting. Luo Wei teased uproariously, relishing the spectacle. Sujia's eyes reddened, and she snapped back. Luo Wei, stop talking nonsense. With that, she buried her face in her arms on the desk, sobbing quietly. Jian Hang felt a stirring in his heart, suddenly realizing he had been reborn. The twisted fate with Sujia began right at this moment. Back then, Jian Hang had refrained from arguing, silently comforting the weeping Sujia. From then on, the rumors had escalated, morphing into tales of his unyielding affection for Sujia. With this thought, Jian Hang sprang to his feet, determined to fight back and extinguish this entangled fate in its infancy. Jian Hang's gaze towards Luo Wei instantly turned frigid, and he inquired, You fat fool, dare to spread another rumor? Typically a reserved and benevolent student, Jian Hang boldly confronted Luo Wei in public today. The entire class was engulfed in shock and disbelief. Falling into a hushed silence, Luo Wei, taken aback by Jian Hang's audacity, felt a tremor of fear as he retorted, Who are you calling a fat fool? You heard it correctly. Have the audacity to say it again? Jian Hang chuckled. Everyone heard that it was Luo Wei who challenged me to repeat it. The blame does not lie with me. He turned to Luo Wei, articulating each word with precision. Luo Wei, fat fool, Luo Wei. Luo Wei, incensed, gasped heavily, declaring, I'm going to report this to Classly right now. He kicked the leg of his desk partner's chair in frustration, growling, Get out of my way. Jian Hang, just you wait. I will tell Classly that you insulted a fellow student. Go ahead, Jian Hang replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. You are just the type to run to the homeroom teacher's office complaining about everything. Once Luo Wei's figure faded from view, Jian Hang let out a cold snort and plopped back down into his seat. Curiosity piqued, he glanced around, only to find that every classmate, without exception, was staring at him with expressions of shock and incredulity, including Su Qingyu. Zhang Chong, sitting in front of Jian Hang, turned around, his face a mask of concern. Jian, what on earth are you doing? Have you lost your mind? You're the one who has lost it, Jian Hang retorted playfully, ruffling Zhang Chong's hair before sinking into contemplative silence. He recalled sitting in a car when an unscrupulous driver suddenly swerved, with Su Qingyu crying out his name. Su Yingju. Jian Hang's thoughts drifted to the memory, and unexpectedly, his gaze locked with hers. The girl had skin as smooth as jade, with rosy lips and white teeth, her long, black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her deep, dark eyes were wide with astonishment as they fixed upon him. Chapter 4. Back to square one, poor. Beside him, Su Jia sniffled, gently tugging at Jian Hang's sleeve, her voice tremulous. Jian Hang, thank you for earlier. Observing Su Jia conversing with Jian Hang and the ambiguous nature of her gesture, Su Qingyu watched intently. Jian Hang averted his gaze, lowering his head to Su Jia. Don't get the wrong idea. I did it for my own sake. With that, he forcefully shook off Su Jia's hand, not gently. Su Jia's eyes widened in shock, and her gaze became teary. Jian Hang, why are you so fierce today? Jian Hang, uninterested in responding, looked up only to find Su Qingyu had turned away to speak with her desk partner, Jian Yang. Jianga, you finally got it. Zhang Chong exclaimed excitedly. Got what? Jian Hang replied, perplexed, as he turned his gaze back to Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong gestured toward Su Jia. That person, but it's inappropriate to say outright. Oh. Jian Hang understood, a surge of irritation flaring within him. He picked up a carbon pen from his desk and tapped it lightly against Zhang Chong's head. Got it? I never liked that person. Jian Hang felt helpless, glancing again toward Su Jia. Do you think I'm blind? Su Jia cried, her eyes brimming with tears. In frustration, she leaned over her desk, quietly sobbing. Zhang Chong was at a loss. What should we do? Jian Hang, however, was quite unperturbed. We haven't done anything wrong, right? She's just overly sensitive, Zhang Chong remarked before turning away. At the same time, Tang Xiaodang, Zhang Chong's desk partner, a girl with a slightly round face, large eyes, and fair skin, hesitated, contemplating whether to speak up. What is up with you and Jian Hang? Zhang Chong asked, confused. Nothing, Tang Xiaodang replied, lowering her head to continue surreptitiously reading her novel. She thought that although Su Jia was rather annoying, she was still a girl and deserved some respect. Ultimately deciding to refrain from intervening in others' affairs, Jian Hang recalled Tang Xiaodang, having never exchanged a word with her throughout their 3 years of high school. Oh right, this girl was close friends with Su Qingyu. Besides her, there was another girl with a boyish personality named Jian Yang. The three of them often went in and out together, seemingly inseparable. Jian Hang found it odd that he hadn't seen them at the class meeting, and he wondered why Su Qingyu, who was in dire need of money, hadn't approached them for help. Never mind, why think so much? At least his ears were finally at peace. Jian Hang sighed, reflecting on the tumultuous journey of his life thus far. After failing the college entrance exam, he had struggled for 10 years, working as a tutor, taking part-time jobs in the cafeteria, and spending his summer and winter vacations tightening screws in factories. In his senior year, he had started a small business and made a modest profit. After graduation, he used his savings to venture into entrepreneurship, seizing the opportunities of the era and leveraging his unique insights to build the business empire he later achieved. Yet, one unforeseen calamity had led to the collapse of his company, once valued in the hundreds of billions. Just like that, he was back to square one. Who could accept such a drastic change? However, after the painful loss of his chance at a prestigious university, Jian Hang had endured much hardship while starting his business. If he had to start over, he would aim to enter Jing University and strive to rebuild his commercial empire. No, it must be better. Jian Hang could only console himself in this manner. It was now 2006. E-commerce, short videos, and live streaming had yet to emerge. With the commercial perspective and experience he had accumulated in his previous life, he could see opportunities everywhere, and just the thought of it filled him with uncontainable excitement. Meanwhile, Su Jia had cried for a while, and upon realizing that Jian Hang was not going to comfort her, she quietly wiped away her tears. It must have been Luo Wei's provocation earlier that had made Jian Hang so furious, she thought, feeling somewhat guilty. Su Jia lifted her head, finding Jian Hang still silent, and decided to take the initiative to mend their relationship. She pushed over a math problem she hadn't understood during class. Jian Hang, could you please not be angry? I didn't mean it that way. Seeing that Jian Hang remained unresponsive, she poked his arm gently, her voice softening with a hint of playfulness. How do you solve this problem? Can you teach me? Jian Hang glanced over, astonished to see her score. Out of a possible 150 points, she had only managed 60. As expected, she was just as foolish as he remembered, or even worse. Throughout high school, Su Jia had relied on his tutoring to transform from a failing student to an excellent one, eventually gaining admission to a 211 university in Jing City. The thought that all his efforts had instead become the source of her betrayal made his stomach churn. Hey, Jian Hang nudged Zhang Chong's desk leg. Old Chong, are you still planning to switch seats? Zhang Chong had long been displeased with Su Jia's treatment of his good friend, often seeing the bruises on Jian Hang's arms from her pinches. He had asked Jian Hang multiple times if he was being abused. Back then, Jian Hang had likely been charmed by Su Jia's sweet words. After all, She tended to speak sweetly when she needed something, but would become aggressive when displeased, which was quite irritating. In an effort to distance Jian Hang from Su Jia, Zhang Chong had proposed changing seats numerous times. However, at this moment, he felt slightly guilty as he turned back. Jian Ge, didn't you just come to an understanding? Why switch now? Enough with the nonsense. Jian Hang saw through Zhang Chong's disdain for Su Jia, deciding not to switch seats. I'll switch, Jian Hang declared. And Zhang Chong hurriedly began to pack up his desk. Just so you know, I won't have time to help you with problems anymore. And we shall not disturb each other. Su Jia was deeply aggrieved that day. First by Luo Wei's mockery, then by Jian Hang's rejection of her hand, followed by Jian Hang's derision of her scores, and now, even Zhang Chong dared to issue orders to her. Tears brimmed in Su Jia's eyes as she struggled to comprehend how Jian Hang could undergo such a drastic change in temperament in the mere time it took him to take a nap. The look in his eyes suggested he regarded her as some kind of plague, wishing to distance himself immediately. Jian Hang, what are you doing? What have I done to upset you? She exclaimed, and with that, her tears spilled forth. Back off, back off. Zhang Chong frantically waved his hands, fearful of being implicated. Why are you crying? We haven't bullied you. Jian Hang, irritated, raised a hand to his forehead, lamenting, I absolutely detest girls who cry. It's just a change of seats. Is it really that serious? He sighed and addressed Zhang Chong. Forget it, my friend. Thank you for your goodwill. Let's wait until after the monthly exam to change seats. At that moment, the oblivious class monitor, Jiang Ning, entered the classroom holding a workbook. Upon seeing Su Jia in tears, she inquired of the girl beside the podium. What happened? The girl whispered, just now, Luo Wei loudly teased in front of the whole class that Jian Hang likes her, and she seemed very angry. Then she cried. Jiang Ning replied, Luo Wei is not a good person to begin with. Can a dog ever spit out ivory? After distributing the workbooks, she comforted Su Jia as she passed by. Su Jia, don't cry anymore. Su Jia nodded, suppressing her tears. Suddenly, heavy and hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Luo Wei, panting, grasped the door frame and shouted, Jian Hang, Teacher Li wants to see you in her office now, immediately. Seeing the smug expression on Luo Wei's face, Jian Hang knew he had been stirring trouble with the homeroom teacher. To make matters worse, Teacher Li Liang was not a benevolent figure either. What should we do? Yan Yi. Zhang Chong turned with a worried expression. What else can we do? When old Zhou asks, just say I want to Teacher Li's office. Jian Hang replied nonchalantly as he rose, exuding calmness. Old Zhou, whose full name was Zhou Langhua, was actually quite young and passionate about education. Having just graduated less than a year ago before coming to Chongning to hone his skills, Jian Hang recalled her words. I never imagined a school would so openly prioritize family background over education. Attending Chongning has been quite an eye-opener. This illustrated just how entrenched the elitist mindset was at Chongning. Zhang Chong nodded, staring blankly as Jian Hang strolled towards the classroom door, unruffled, ready to face the tempestuous teacher Li. Chapter 5. The School Beauty Deliberately Clearing the Way for Herself. At Chongning Private Elite High School, the term public welfare student unequivocally signified poverty and otherness. If one encountered a responsible homeroom teacher who maintained a clear distinction between public and private matters, congratulations. You might enjoy a pleasant high school experience. However, if you found yourself under a biased and elitist homeroom teacher's care, you could be in for a tough time, possibly facing exclusion or bullying from classmates, with the teacher providing no assistance. Unfortunately, Jian Hang's homeroom teacher, Li Liang, was of the latter sort, even more so than one could imagine. Jian Hang reflected, he had never encountered such an insufferable woman in his life. As he made his way to the homeroom office, he deliberately jostled Luo Wei with his elbow, forcefully bumping into his arm. The impact was considerable. Luo Wei stumbled, crashing onto the desk, scattering books and stationery everywhere. Wincing in pain, he raised his head, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Jian Hang, you. But upon seeing Jian Hang's tightly clenched fist rising slowly, Luo Wei bit down on his back teeth in defiance. After 2 seconds, he provocatively challenged, if you have the guts, go ahead and hit me. His voice was barely above a whisper, betraying his fear. Jian Hang's expression shifted in an instant. My apologies, my apologies. This was entirely an accident, a mere mishap, haha. With that, Jian Hang strutted out of the classroom, hands behind his neck, displaying an air of nonchalance. Is he all right? Tang Xiaodang quietly asked Zhang Chong as they observed Luo Wei angrily gathering his belongings. Zhang Chong was equally bewildered. I have no idea. He never acted like this before. He Yang, Su Qingyu's deskmate, propped her chin in contemplation and remarked, it feels like Jian Hang has transformed into a different person. He used to be so focused on studying, silent and reserved. Everyone said he liked Su Jia, but looking at him today, it doesn't seem that way. Su Qingyu followed Jian Hang's figure with her gaze, moving from the door to the window until he was completely out of sight, then returned her attention, replying coolly. He doesn't like Su Jia. How can you be so certain? Qingyu asked, astonished. I just know he doesn't. Qingyu replied, engrossed in her writing, answering without a moment's thought. Qingyu wanted to ask how Qingyu had deduced this, but seeing her demeanor, she realized it was unlikely that Qingyu would elaborate. After pondering, she decided it was of little consequence. Who Jian Hang liked was of no concern to her, as long as it wasn't Qingyu or Tang Xiaoding. Wait a minute. Qingyu reconsidered. From the start of the semester until now, Qingyu and Jian Hang hadn't exchanged a single word in front of her. The two were practically strangers. Yet, hearing her tone earlier, it sounded as if Jian Hang had confided in her directly. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed, prompting her to resolve to observe the situation closely. As Jian Hang reached the office door, Li Liang shot him a disdainful glance. I wonder if you public welfare students can behave yourself. With your family background, you shouldn't even have access to the educational resources at Chongqing. Yet here you are, causing trouble. Her words came down harshly, having taken Luo Wei's account at face value. If Jian Hang had not witnessed Li Liang's ugly demeanor for himself, it would be hard to reconcile this with her future, seemingly welcoming and amiable self. Given that Luo Wei's father was the deputy director of Chongqing, it was no surprise that Li Liang favored him. With his parents working in the county, if they were called in, it would take them over 7 hours for a round trip, costing over 300 yuan. Jian Hang wanted to spare them the hassle and expense, not wishing for them to endure Li Liang's scolding for his sake. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Having experienced far worse during his entrepreneurial days, he deemed it meaningless to waste time on such trivial matters and preferred a swift resolution. Jian Hang promptly altered his attitude, sincerely stating, yes, teacher, you are absolutely right. I was reflecting deeply during my way here. I was merely playfully bickering with Luo Wei. We didn't physically fight, did we? Li Liang was momentarily taken aback by Jian Hang's response. Was this the same silent and obedient Jian Hang from before? How could such a change occur in just 2 classes? However, as a homeroom teacher, she felt compelled to maintain her authority. So, she continued her lecture, albeit in a noticeably softer tone. Jian Hang's greatest regret in life was failing the college entrance examination and missing out on a spot at a prestigious university. Although he later achieved some success in his career and completed an EMBA program at Peking University, it was still not the same as obtaining an undergraduate degree. The next class was about to commence. With a smile on his face, Jian Hang could hardly suppress the urge to vent his frustrations. Diligent study was the primary responsibility of a student, and now that he had returned to his youth, he was acutely aware of this duty. However, he understood Li Liang's temperament. Once she started lecturing, one had to appear fully convinced, lest her ire reignite, leading to a torrent of scolding. The school bell rang, signaling the start of class. Li Liang was relentless, growing more animated with each word. How noisy! It had never occurred to Jian Hang that she could be so insufferable. Jian Hang prided himself on being respectful to elders and caring towards the young, yet he found himself at his wit's end. At some point, Qingyu had approached the door. She knocked lightly and said, Teacher. Oh, Qingyu, what is it? Li Liang's demeanor underwent an immediate transformation, her eyes narrowing with a smile. Jian Hang felt a shiver run down his spine. Teacher Zhou sent me to collect the chemistry test papers, Qingyu replied, casting a glance at Jian Hang. Qingyu was strikingly beautiful, with a classic charm that was hard to overlook. At just 16, she appeared more youthful than at the recent student meeting. Despite her somewhat aloof demeanor, her voice was soft and melodious. Jian Hang was suddenly reminded of the time she had cried in his arms, and his heart softened, realizing that perhaps she wasn't as cold as he had thought. Come in, Li Liang said, with Qingyu's presence. Li Liang seemed to abandon her earlier tone of admonishment towards Jian Hang. I can't carry it. Qingyu pointed to a stack of test papers on Zhou Longhua's desk. Jian Hang, could you help me with this? Suddenly being singled out, Jian Hang remarked, Oh, you seem quite at ease with giving orders. Li Liang was taken aback for a moment, noticing Jian Hang still standing idly, and immediately raised her voice. What are you dawdling for? Go help with the papers. Jian Hang was pleasantly surprised. Finally, he wouldn't have to endure Li Liang's incessant lecturing. He strode over, and Qingyu pointed to a corner of the desk. Her hand was pale, fingers slender, with neatly trimmed, rosy nails, quite exquisite. While many girls at school wore makeup, Qingyu likely only applied a touch of sunscreen and lip balm, appearing effortlessly beautiful. You can't lift this? Jian Hang scoffed as he single-handedly grabbed the stack of papers, thinking her to be a spoiled young lady. You! Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she shot him a glare. If you don't want to help, feel free to continue listening to the teacher's lecture. With that, she huffed and turned to leave the office. Jian Hang was taken aback. So, she had deliberately come to his rescue? Chapter 6, The Full Performance, Not Bad Muscles. Thank you, old teacher. I'll head back to the classroom now. Don't worry. I will reflect deeply on this, Jian Hang said sincerely before turning on his heel, chest held high as he exited the office. He quickly caught up to Su Qingyu in the hallway, walking side by side. Thanks for earlier, Jian Hang casually remarked, glancing at the school beauty's delicate profile. What are you thinking? Su Qingyu turned to look at him, but after 2 seconds, she shifted her gaze away. Being the chemistry class representative is such a hassle, especially having to run errands for the forgetful teacher. Jian Hang thought to himself, listen to that haughty tone. I must have been overthinking things. He dismissed the notion, feeling a sense of genuine joy at the reality of his rebirth. In his previous life, he had focused solely on making money, neglecting the true pleasures of university life. This time, he was determined to get into a prestigious university and rectify his past regrets. Jian Hang had no intention of seeking conversation, but thoughts of Su Qingyu's family's bankruptcy and her tearful face lingered in his mind. He felt a twinge of sympathy and considered whether he should remind her of it. However, she was merely a young girl. What influence could she possibly wield? Furthermore, could her father take advice from a high school student? It was improbable. Su Qingyu's father, Su Haisheng, had faced bankruptcy due to delays in payment for a large amusement park project he had taken on, leading to a severe cash flow crisis. It was quite tragic and undeniably unfair. In the hallway, Su Qingyu glanced at the playground, her peripheral vision catching Jian Hang's profile. She recalled that during the last class reunion, Jian Hang had mentioned he didn't like Su Jia. Wanting to confirm this directly, she asked, so you don't like Su Jia, right? Jian Hang was caught off guard by her inquiry. Are all girls this nosy? He thought, feeling frustrated. When did I ever say I liked Su Jia? Why does everyone assume that? But you never denied it, and considering how close you two are, it's no wonder everyone is misled. Su Qingyu shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever. Jian Hang quickened his pace, stepping ahead of her. Su Qingyu, feeling flustered, hurried to catch up. So when you said rumors, you meant that you don't like her? She was quite persistent, and very nosy, Jian Hang thought, choosing to remain silent, as he felt that revisiting this topic was truly detrimental to his mood. Do you like her or not? Su Qingyu furrowed her brows, a hint of annoyance in her voice. I don't like her. I don't like her. Jian Hang impatiently reiterated. Please, stop asking me such trivial questions. Su Qingyu chuckled, hands clasped behind her back, her steps light and cheerful as she kept pace with Jian Hang. What exactly is your role in this situation? Jian Hang murmured in frustration. Helping others is a virtue. You shouldn't be so calculative. Besides, I just helped you out. Su Qingyu replied, her brows still slightly knitted. Jian Hang had no retort. Fine, then let's call it even. Su Qingyu pouted, recognizing that he was quite shrewd. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhou Langhua stood at the podium, grinning. Jian Hang, please distribute the test papers. We have a pop quiz today. Jian Hang was taken aback. Within an hour of his rebirth, he had already been summoned by women twice. This was a situation that needed to change. Su Qingyu had returned to her seat, casting him an innocent yet composed look. All right, I'll pass them out, Jian Hang said, steeling himself as he began to hand out the chemistry test papers. In Chongning, Su Qingyu's family was the wealthiest, and the school even had a building funded by her family's donations. Here, she was practically a protected figure, with even the teachers willing to hear her out. Despite this, Jian Hang recalled that Su Qingyu had never been particularly troublesome to anyone, except for Su Jia. He had no clue as to why they had fallen out. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Chemistry? A pop quiz? He had completely forgotten all the chemistry knowledge from high school. He reluctantly returned to his seat, his mind a battleground. After all, as a top student in the class, failing a test was not an option. Jian Hang had prided himself on his resilience. Yet he found that the greatest challenge of his rebirth was facing an exam. How embarrassing. He couldn't rely on Su Jia. She was a poor student. Cheating was disgraceful, and getting caught would be even worse. An idea struck him. He clutched his stomach and groaned. Zhou Langhua looked concerned. Jian Hang, what is wrong? Teacher, Jian Hang bit his lip, his face flushing. I have a stomachache. I think I had something bad at lunch. Luo Wei chimed in gleefully. Being poor has its downsides. You can't expect public school students to buy cheap, near-expiry bread from convenience stores. His comment ignited the anger of both Jian Hang and Zhang Chong. Just as Zhang Chong was about to retort, Jian Hang pressed down on his shoulder. Don't stoop to his level, Jian Hang whispered. Jian Hang, don't speak to your classmates like that, Zhou Langhua said sternly. This is the last warning. Luo Wei, undeterred, held his head high, displaying a defiant attitude. Jian Hang, why don't you go to the infirmary? Zhou Langhua asked. Is it serious? Can you manage on your own? Teacher, Su Qingyu exclaimed. Teacher, Zhang Chong echoed. The air hung heavy for 2 seconds. What was going on? Zhou Langhua gazed at Su Qingyu with a perplexed expression, then glanced at Zhang Chong. What is going on between you two? Zhang Chong, taken aback, shot a look at Su Qingyu, hesitated for a moment, and was the first to speak. I'll accompany Jian Ge to the infirmary. All right, Zhou Langhua nodded and turned to Su Qingyu. Qingyu, is there something on your mind? Su Qingyu shook her head lazily. It's nothing. She appeared somewhat discontented. Jian Hang stared in astonishment at Su Qingyu's retreating figure for a couple of seconds, thinking it unlikely she genuinely wished to escort him to the infirmary. Jian Hang shook his head. That was simply implausible. Luo Wei, injured, cast a resentful glance at Su Qingyu before glaring at Jian Hang. It seemed to him that Su Qingyu harbored a peculiar fondness for Jian Hang. How infuriating. Could it be that Su Qingyu was enamored with Jian Hang? That was absolutely unacceptable. Jiango, are you all right? Zhang Chong asked, supporting Jian Hang as they exited the classroom, his expression filled with concern. Noticing the absence of others, Jian Hang straightened his posture and rotated his neck. It's nothing, I'm just pretending. Pretending? What do you mean? Zhang Chong questioned, bewildered. Why? Jian Hang couldn't very well admit he was reluctant to take the exam, fearing that a poor performance might lead to unnecessary trouble. For instance, old Zhou might privately call him out of concern and admonish him. Or perhaps Li Liang would discover it and, with good intentions, alert his parents. I just don't want to take the exam. It's troublesome. Jian Hang fabricated a lie. Is it that old hag Li Liang's words that upset you? Are you feeling down? Zhang Chong kicked a pebble by his feet, indignantly retorting, don't belittle the youth for their poverty. Being a teacher is nothing special, nor is having money. Indeed, that's a fair point, Jian Hang chuckled, placing a hand on Zhang Chong's shoulder. Study diligently, get into a good university, and we can start a business together later. I'll be the boss, and you'll be my employee. Start a business? Zhang Chong blinked. I can't even imagine that. Let's focus on getting into a desirable university first. Why must I be the employee while you are the boss? Can't we both be bosses? Sure, Jian Hang exclaimed joyfully, ruffling Zhang Chong's hair. Then you could be a shareholder. How about being the second largest shareholder? Zhang Chong nodded in satisfaction. That sounds much better. Jian Hang then sent Zhang Chong away, proceeding to the infirmary alone. At this hour, wandering around the school was out of the question. If caught by the disciplinary director, Luo Wei, his father, he would undoubtedly face a public reprimand. Thus, Jian Hang opted to lie down in the infirmary and wait. The school nurse, a middle-aged woman of ample stature, spoke with a rather fierce tone. What seems to be the problem? I've got a terrible stomach ache, Jian Hang replied. The nurse removed her plastic gloves and tossed them into the trash, instructing, lie down, let me take a look. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Do I really have to lie down? The nurse rolled her eyes at him. How else can I examine your abdomen to determine if it's stones, acute inflammation, or perhaps pain caused by a ruptured organ? Jian Hang felt a shiver run down his spine. How could I possibly have stones? A ruptured organ? Doctor, you're scaring me. However, since he was committed to his act, and with over half an hour remaining before class, he had no choice but to comply. He obediently lay down. Unexpectedly, his shirt was suddenly lifted. The woman's hands pressed against his abdomen. Where does it hurt? Doctor, Jian Hang chuckled nervously. It seems to hurt a lot less now. The nurse had encountered numerous students who concocted various excuses to visit her, only to evade classes. She glanced at Jian Hang, but was too apathetic to bother. You can either rest here for a bit or wait by the door. If the pain subsides, then it's likely nothing serious. Understood. Thank you, doctor. The young man was quite handsome and remarkably polite. The nurse couldn't help but compliment. Nice physique. Jian Hang's pupils dilated in shock, his expression frozen. What the hell? Jian Hang swiftly pulled down his shirt and turned away from the nurse, muttering curses under his breath. However, seeing the nurse get up and move outside, he thought she probably meant no harm and sighed in relief. After all, he was still a minor. Such a shy one. Chapter 7. Oh, the leap, the attire of the impoverished. At this time, smartphones had not yet fully permeated society. How dull. Jian Hang decided to close his eyes for a brief nap, only to awaken when the class bell rang. The sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Jian Hang assumed it was Zhang Chong and sat up to find Su Qingyu instead. What brings you here? Are you feeling unwell? Su Qingyu stared at Jian Hang for 2 seconds, noting his relaxed demeanor, which suggested he was fine. When Jian Hang remained silent, she thought it odd for her to express concern for him and chose not to inquire further. Classmate, the nurse initiated, what is wrong with you? The ever-independent Su Qingyu suddenly became bashful, leaving Jian Hang somewhat taken aback. A white figure flashed by. It was Zhang Chong. Upon turning, he spotted Su Qingyu and felt a pang of surprise, immediately adopting a flustered demeanor. Jiango, are you feeling better? What did the doctor say? The doctor is right here, the female nurse interjected, rolling her eyes. Oh, Zhang Chong, feeling guilty, glanced between Jian Hang and the nurse, then covertly peeked at Su Qingyu. The nurse, not wishing to complicate matters for them, simply advised, nothing serious, just take care of yourself when you get back and avoid cold food. Thank you, doctor. Jian Hang replied, realizing he was still on the examination table, with Su Qingyu watching. He swung his legs off the bed, slipped on his shoes, and threw an arm around Zhang Chong's neck. Let us go. As they passed by Su Qingyu, Zhang Chong cheerfully remarked, Su, we're heading out now. Jian Hang halted. You call her Su? Zhang Chong was perplexed by Jian Hang's astonishment. That is how Tang Xiaoding usually addresses her. Fine. Jian Hang waved his hand. Su, we're off now. Su Qingyu turned to watch Jian Hang's departing figure, thinking it rather inconsiderate that he didn't bother to show a bit more concern before leaving. He was somewhat overstepping. Classmate? The nurse called again. Su Qingyu snapped back to reality. Turn around. I'm sorry, doctor. I suddenly feel much better. After a couple of awkward chuckles, Su Qingyu quickly turned and made her exit. One after another, treating the infirmary like a hangout spot. The nurse shook her head in annoyance, opened her phone, her eyes lighting up as she resumed her cheerful chat on QQ. Exiting the infirmary, Jian Hang had his hands in his pockets, strolling alongside Zhang Chong towards the convenience store. Bro, aren't we heading back class? Zhang Chong inquired. Nah, I'm getting something to eat to reward you for your exaggerated performance earlier. Jian Hang clapped Zhang Chong on the shoulder. Previously, due to his status as a public welfare student, Jian Hang often faced scrutiny and manipulation from Li Liang and Luo Wei, leaving him with a sense of inferiority, always walking with his head down and exuding an air of insecurity. Now he held his head high, striding confidently down the path, tall and handsome, attracting the attention of several girls who turned to steal glances at him. Jiangu, you've changed, Zhang Chong marveled. Changed into what? Jian Hang Muset? Recalling the dazed expressions of his classmates, curiosity piqued. I think you look very dashing. I know that. Jian Hang flicked his hair out of his eyes. I've always been handsome. Zhang Chong wanted to call him narcissistic, but held back, chuckling instead. What I mean is, not only do you look good, but your demeanor and the way you speak have become even more impressive and cool. That's music to my ears. Jian Hang grinned, rummaging through his pockets. Wait a moment, I'll treat you. What is up, Jiangu? Zhang Chong turned his head and discovered that Jian Hang possessed merely 1 yuan in his pocket. You said you buy me a cola, he remarked. Jian Hang looked up, offering an awkward smile. Well, at least it's enough for some crushed ice. Zhang Chong turned back, kindly cautioning, no, brother, with your stomach not feeling well, do you really want to drink something cold? Aren't you afraid it'll backfire? That scoundrel Luo Wei will surely stir up trouble again. Jian Hang dismissed the thought with a nonchalant stride forward. Suddenly, Zhang Chong felt a surge of warmth in his eyes. It appeared that the enlightened Jian Hang, after distancing himself from Su Jia, had indeed become immensely more charming. In truth, he had been quite low-key before, having received confessions from several girls in other classes. Su Jia was decent-looking, but without the enhancement of makeup. She would hardly compare favorably to those who had confessed to Jian Hang. She merely enjoyed proximity to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have had the chance to ask him for help with her studies. At this moment, it was the break between classes, and many students flocked to the convenience store adjacent to the cafeteria. After purchasing their snacks, students would often sit on the cafeteria benches to chat or gather around the long tables in the store. Groups of girls would huddle together, seemingly engaged in conversation while discreetly observing the handsome boys nearby. As Jian Hang stepped into the convenience store, he immediately garnered numerous glances. For instance, a few senior girls leaning against the long table by the entrance shifted their gaze toward him. Wow, who's that guy? He is quite handsome. Look at his shoes. He must be a charitable student, one commented. Jian Hang glanced down at his black Feyue cloth shoes. What is wrong with them? They're pretty clean. Oh, Feyue. Shoes for the less fortunate, he mused. What's the use of being handsome if you're broke? Zhang Chong couldn't help but scoff. Each of them can only compare material possessions they gain from their parents. Why can't they measure other attributes? Jian Hang raised an eyebrow, such as academic performance. Zhang Chong blurted without hesitation. Jian Hang burst into laughter at his response. Zhang Chong, feeling disgruntled, retorted, what is so funny? Am I wrong? If you're capable, you should rely on what you earn yourself, not what your parents provide. Jian Hang playfully draped an arm over Zhang Chong's shoulder, giving him a couple of pats. I laugh because I find your words to be quite accurate. Upon seeing Zhang Chong look at him with a skeptical expression, Jian Hang sobered, nodding emphatically, I mean it. He chuckled lightly, adding, however, I believe the girls have a point. What is that? Zhang Chong inquired. Being handsome. Jian Hang gestured to his own face. Zhang Chong frowned, finding it hard to look at him, and jested, I've seen narcissists, but you take the cake. One of the girls who had been speaking earlier chimed in. Hey, that's not fair. Being handsome is a rare resource, especially when a handsome guy works hard and excels academically. He'll surely do well in the future. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. That young lady makes a valid point. Young lady? Zhang Chong smirked. You make her sound much younger than you. She is actually older than you by a year. Still grappling with the age difference, Jian Hang reminded himself, then took 2 crushed ice pops from the freezer. There are only 2 flavors, grape and strawberry. Which one do you want? Neither are my favorites, Zhang Chong pouted. Jian Hang casually selected one and shut the freezer door. Grape flavor, haha. Zhang Chong grinned, reopening the freezer door to grab a crushed ice pop, following Jian Hang to the checkout. Having purchased their items, the two did not linger in the store and promptly made their way back to the classroom. At the end of September, the weather in Nanchang remained sweltering. The blue and white short-sleeve shirts damp with perspiration, and a sporadic breeze provided only a fleeting moment of relief. Jian Hang tilted his head back, biting into the crushed ice, savoring the artificial flavor. At the moment, there was nothing better to quench his thirst, so he made do. Swallowing the crushed ice, he felt an immediate sense of exhilaration. The azure sky was dotted with clouds of varied shapes. Youth is truly wonderful. Just as Jian Hang was lost in the reverie of his youthful dreams, he suddenly heard Zhang Chong's voice, laced with alarm. Jiangu, something's wrong. Jian Hang followed Zhang Chong's gaze and noticed Su Qingyu, the campus belle, standing with her arms crossed, scrutinizing the ice pop in his hand, her gaze laden with meaning. Eating ice, huh? Aren't you afraid your stomach will hurt again? She taunted with a smirk. Chapter 8. Why are you so fierce today? Jian Hang responded openly, shaking the crushed ice in his hand, adopting a tone both audacious and teasing, not afraid. Although Jian Hang had previously been quiet and gentle, when had he ever spoken with such a carefree and defiant tone? Yet, as she gazed at him, his eyes were dark and bright, the corners lifting in an alluring manner, inexplicably captivating. Su Qingyu recalled her past life, where she had suddenly clung to his neck and wept, sending a wave of panic through her heart. She turned away, letting out a soft "oh," and walked past him. What's going on? Jian Hang was utterly perplexed. Zhang Chong was equally bewildered, but voiced his concern. Jiangu, do you think she knows you're faking your illness? What if she reports you to Classly? If it were any other student, it would be one thing, but a charitable student with poor grades or someone who feigned illness would surely face scrutiny from Liang, who would amplify their faults. Jian Hang believed Su Qingyu was not one to meddle unnecessarily. Nevertheless, her earlier inquiries had indeed seemed out of character. Surely not. Jian Hang pondered. How do you know? Zhang Chong questioned. I just have a feeling. Zhang Chong dismissed Jian Hang's unfounded speculation as unreliable, but then found it curious. Jiangu, don't you think it's strange? The campus belle seems particularly attentive to you today. First, you encountered her in the infirmary, and now she is kindly warning you against eating ice. I can't shake the feeling that what feeling? Jian Hang tilted his head, pouring crushed ice into his mouth. I have the impression that she has an interest in you. Zhang Chong chuckled. Jian Hang nearly choked on his ice. He silenced Zhang Chong from now on. Don't say what you think, understood? Zhang Chong was displeased. Why is it that you can express your thoughts, but I can't? Also, when have you seen her take the initiative to greet other boys in class? Jian Hang contemplated. Perhaps she is just bored. Zhang Chong retorted. I think you're the one who is bored. Su Jia straightened her back upon seeing Jian Hang enter the classroom, her gaze lingering on his silhouette. Once composed, Su Jia couldn't fathom why she felt that despite Jian Hang's somewhat cheeky and aloof demeanor today, he was inexplicably cool. She hoped Jian Hang would notice her watching him, and she would smile sweetly in an attempt to convey her desire for reconciliation. However, Jian Hang treated her as if she were invisible, not even casting a glance her way as he took a seat beside her. Su Jia was immediately engulfed in feelings of grievance and sorrow. Jian Hang, she asked softly, her voice trembling, could you please not be mad at me anymore? I'll do better next time. What will you do next time? Jian Hang finally engaged with her. The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears. On the verge of spilling over, I won't casually bother you again, and I won't throw tantrums anymore, and what? Jian Hang Mu said. Considering that aside from these 2 points, Su Jia had not committed any other unforgivable offenses during this period. And Su Jia turned to face him, her profile cast down, biting her lip in a conflicted manner. Speak or don't speak. Jian Hang stretched out his long legs, sitting casually, pulling out the textbooks from his desk. What a waste of someone else's time, he thought. In a moment of frustration, Su Jia exclaimed, Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? What a dream. She was infuriated by Jian Hang's cold demeanor and turned to him, her eyes reddening. Jian Hang, I only asked you to help me with a few problems. Why are you being so fierce today? You're not usually like this. Zhang Chong and Tang Xiaodong, seated in front, exchanged glances. Su Jia's tone and manner of speaking could easily mislead one into thinking they were a couple quarreling. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Chong turned around and said, Su Jia, please refrain from speaking to Jiangu like that in the future. It's overly sweet and frankly nauseating. As soon as he finished, Tang Xiaodong couldn't help but stifle a laugh, quickly covering her mouth and shrinking her neck, whispering, I'm sorry. Zhang Chong's voice was loud enough for their classmates to hear, and many lowered their heads, trying to suppress their laughter. Su Jia's chest heaved with anger as she looked at Jian Hang, hoping he would defend her. Jian Hang, unable to suppress his laughter, lifted his head to meet her gaze. I believe Chongzi is quite correct. I've noticed you usually speak quite normally. Finally, Su Jia could no longer hold back her emotions. Tears streamed down her face as she bent over her desk, hastily reaching for tissues to wipe her eyes. Regardless of the outcome, she felt utterly humiliated because of Jian Hang today. The vice-class monitor, Qingyu, approached with an accusatory demeanor. Jian Hang, can't you exhibit a bit of male decorum? Why must you make girls cry? Isn't that embarrassing? His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of other classmates. Zhang Chong turned back, feeling exasperated and angry, but hesitant to speak out. Jian Hang stretched his long legs beneath the desk, leaning back against a chair as he replied. So you're the only one who isn't embarrassed? You're the only one with decorum? Should we switch places then? And you can sit here? Chen Yang, taken aback by Jian Hang's sudden defiance, stammered, Monitor, aren't you going to intervene? Jiang Ning, filled with frustration, thought to herself, why should I care? Su Jia cries at the drop of a hat, and as a fellow girl, it's irritating, let alone for Jian Hang. Yet as the class monitor, she couldn't voice these sentiments. She stood up and asked Chen Yang, what do you suggest we do? Chen Yang's expression stiffened, momentarily speechless. He felt that Jiang Ning was aligning with Jian Hang to undermine his authority as vice monitor. Monitor, Su Qingyu called out from behind Jiang Ning. Huh? Jiang Ning turned around, perplexed, wondering what this had to do with Su, the campus belle. They had only just started school a month ago, and now everyone who previously seemed unrelated was suddenly involved. Jiang Ning felt overwhelmed and regretted volunteering for the class monitor position. I have a suggestion, Su Qingyu said, glancing at Jian Hang, only to be caught in the act. It was hardly surprising. After all, she was not involved in the drama between Jian Hang and Su Jia. Suddenly standing up, she declared, I have a suggestion. Anyone else would find this behavior quite odd, including Jian Hang, who raised an eyebrow and furrowed his brow at Su Qingyu. What suggestion? Zhang Chong, filled with a sense of excitement, was the first to inquire, sensing something significant was about to unfold. Su Qingyu bit her lip, lowered her head, and said, since there are always conflicts between Jian Hang and Su Jia, perhaps I could. She lifted her gaze to Jian Hang, suggesting, let us switch seats with Su Jia. As her words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room for several seconds. Suddenly, with a loud clatter, Luo Wei's cup fell to the ground. No way, he exclaimed. Simultaneously, Yang looked bewildered, echoing the sentiment. Zhang Chong, feeling exhilarated, gripped Jian Hang's hand resting on the desk and said quietly, I knew it. He trailed off, realizing Jian Hang himself appeared stunned. Chapter 9. Su Qingyu, you should sit with me. Yang shouted angrily, Luo Wei, what does it have to do with you? Then she grasped Su Qingyu's wrist. Su, what do you mean? Do you not love me anymore? Why do you want to switch seats with Su Jia? Su Qingyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She lowered her head and whispered in Yang's ear, I just blurted that out without thinking. I'll apologize later, be good. Yang felt betrayed by her close friend, her heart heavy, but since Su Qingyu had asked her to be good, she hesitated to press further. Jiang Ning doubted her own hearing and rubbed her ears, confirming again, Su Qingyu, did you just say you want to switch seats with Su Jia? Yes, Su Qingyu nodded, hoping for a swift response. While students were generally not allowed to switch seats without permission, if two people had conflicts, informing the class monitor should not pose a major issue. Jiang Ning inquired further. You want to sit with Jian Hang? Su Qingyu clenched the hem of her clothing, biting her lip as she nodded. Su, Luo Wei exclaimed, heartbroken. Get lost. Zhang Chong retorted, wearing a smug grin as he savored the unfolding drama between his good friend and the campus belle. Luo Wei, you're such a killjoy, Jian Hang said, casually tapping the table with his fingers. His focus diverged from Jiang Ning's concerns. With a smirk, he directed his cold gaze towards Su Qingyu. Wait a minute, Su Qingyu, did I mishear? You just said, since there are always conflicts between Jian Hang and Su Jia. Su Qingyu looked at Jian Hang, bewildered. The others were equally intrigued about what he was about to say. Jian Hang chuckled in disbelief. Jian Hang and Su Jia? Please, why is the subject me? Your words imply that I am the one instigating these conflicts, right? Su Qingyu lowered her head, rubbing her forehead. Zhang Chong's fists clenched tightly as he hissed through gritted teeth. No, Jiango, what kind of logic is that? Is that really the focus right now? Jian Hang rolled his eyes, signaling Zhang Chong to continue. Why don't I just switch seats with Su Jia? Luo Wei suggested casually. Come on, if you switched over. You be at each other's throats multiple times a day. Zhang Chong waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, class monitor, please don't agree to that. Su Jia was furious. Did any of you ask for my consent? Making decisions without consulting me. Weren't you just upset? Su Qingyu retorted, then let us switch seats. Su Jiao wanted to shoot Su Qingyu a glare, but held back, lowering her gaze and muttering, I don't want to switch seats. Fais monitor Jian Hang interjected. Since both you and Jian Hang don't want to switch, then just get along and don't bicker all the time. Jian Hang stood up, slamming his carbon pen onto the desk, casting an annoyed glance at Qingyu. Which of your eyes saw that I didn't want to switch? Jian Hang. Jiang Ning called out. ISNT the first monthly exam coming up soon? We should arrange seating by class rankings then. Honestly, you're all over the place. One saying to switch and the other saying not to. My head is spinning, Jiang Ning thought, determined to pass on the burdens of being class monitor. Not switching? Su Qingyu blinked, her clear, dark eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Jian Hang glanced over at Su Jia. If she agrees, then I'll switch, but honestly, I don't want to sit next to her. It's just too troublesome. Upon hearing this, Su Jia's eyes welled up once again. Qingyu let out a cold huff. Jian Hang, mind your tone. If you continue like this, even if it were Su Qingyu in your place, you two might end up quarreling. Zhang Chong could no longer contain himself and slammed the table in anger. Qingyu, I've realized that you simply don't want Su Qingyu and Jian Ge to sit together, which is why you've been acting so passive-aggressively. Am I right? A flicker of guilt flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Ning, irate, interjected. This is getting ridiculous. It's just a matter of changing seats. Either you go talk to Li Ban yourselves, or wait until after the monthly exam. With that, she plopped back down on her chair. The others fell silent, refraining from further conversation, except for Su Qingyu, who asked Jian Hang, should I go ask Li Ban? She patted her chest and declared, I'll go ask. Qingyu was taken aback. Wait, Su Qingyu, are you really planning to ask? Su Qingyu shot a glance at Qingyu, but did not respond. Instead, she reiterated to Jian Hang, do you want me to ask Li Ban so you and I can sit together? Jian Hang averted his gaze. If Li Ban says it's fine, then sure. Great. Su Qingyu exclaimed before promptly leaving her seat and heading out of the classroom. The moment she stepped outside, a commotion erupted in the classroom. Jian Hang, are you harboring ulterior motives towards Su? Luo Wei seethed. You dare call her Su? Jian Yang retorted sharply. Luo Wei, refusing to back down, shot back. If it weren't for the fact that you're Su's friend, I would have lost my patience with you long ago. Oh, aren't you something? Jian Yang rolled his eyes dismissively. Chen Yang pressed her lips together, her chest heaving as she glared at Jian Hang. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Do you have something to say? Chen Yang tossed out a parting shot. Take care of yourself, before turning on her heel and storming off. What a weirdo. Zhang Chong muttered under his breath as he watched Chen Yang's retreating figure. Then, with a playful grin, he leaned closer to Jian Hang. Unable to hide his excitement and curiosity, Jian Ge, didn't I just say, haha, Su has feelings for you, ha? Given Su Jia was nearby, Zhang Chong refrained from being too blunt. Jian Hang bent down to pick up the carbon pen he had dropped earlier. Just as he was about to tell Zhang Chong to be quiet, he was abruptly interrupted by Tang Xiaoding, who hurled a notebook at Zhang Chong's head. Stop spreading baseless rumors, she fumed. Zhang Chong blinked in surprise, biting his lip as he cast a pitiful glance at Jian Hang. Turn around, Jian Hang said coldly, clearly not wanting to see Zhang Chong's face at that moment. Su Jia was on the verge of breaking down, her expression weary as she self-deprecatingly remarked, Jian Hang, I never imagined you would dislike me so much. Jian Hang pressed his lips together. The situation had indeed spiraled into something he had not intended. Moreover, Su Jia was not even responsible for the future events. He had no desire to make things awkward. Out of the corner of his eye, Jian Hang noticed Su Jia turning to him, her mouth moving as if she were about to say something. Feeling irritated, he turned his face away, his gaze falling on the empty seat beside Su Qingyu. Not far away, Jian Yang, gritting her teeth in frustration, thought to herself that she did not want to sit with Su Jia. She simply wished to share a desk with Su Qingyu. Woo-woo. Chapter 10. Wait. You really intend to sit with me? During the time, Su Qingyu went to Li Liang's office to request a seat change. The classmates in the class were whispering amongst themselves in a frenzy. Could it be that Su Qingyu has feelings for Jian Hang? I wouldn't rule out that possibility. Though Jian Hang comes from a humble background, he is quite handsome and ranks first in the grade. If you had said that before, I wouldn't have believed it. But now I do. Why is that? Haven't you noticed? Jian Hang has been acting strangely today, not at all like his usual quiet and gentle self. Even though he seems irritable and arrogant now. Don't you think that's quite charming? Indeed, Jian Hang took a deep breath, turning his head to look at the four girls excitedly discussing the matter next to him. Hey, I can hear what you're saying. Zhang Chong hurriedly turned around, chiming in with the girls. Yes, yes. I've thought so for a long time. Jian Ge, I told you, Su must have feelings for you. Enough. Jian Hang pulled out several tissues from under his desk, crumpled them into a ball, and stuffed them in Zhang Chong's mouth. If you keep babbling nonsense, consider me no longer your brother. Zhang Chong paused, sensing the seriousness in Jian Hang's eyes. He quickly nodded, removing the wad of tissues. I won't say anything more. Afterward, he cautioned the girls nearby. Tang Xiaodang is right. Stop spreading baseless rumors. The four girls shot Zhang Chong a glare, ignoring him. And upon seeing Jian Hang's cold demeanor, they sheepishly fell silent. Zhang Chong, reflecting on the situation, realized that while Su Qingyu had expressed a desire to sit next to Jingge, she had never explicitly said she liked him. Now, with everyone casually speculating, what if misunderstandings arose? Jingge is quite innocent and serious in nature. From now on, I must choose my words carefully. I'll observe closely when Su Qingyu comes over. Finally, the noise around him faded away. Jian Hang, lost in thought, revisited his memories of interacting with Su Qingyu from his past life. At least 2 or 3 times, he firmly believed that Su Qingyu could not possibly harbor feelings for him. They had hardly any connection. Could it be? Jian Hang was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He began to question whether he had been reborn into an alternate reality. In this place, everyone else possessed normal personalities, yet Su Qingyu was different. Once he entertained that thought, Jian Hang felt an inexplicable urge to distance himself from Su Qingyu. Indeed, he wished to maintain just a smidgen of distance. Just as Jian Hang's mind was a chaotic mess of thoughts, the class bell rang. By the window, in the corridor, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor approached from afar. Li Liang entered, dressed in a fitted blazer and skirt, a crisp white shirt, and towering 10-centimeter heels. Holding a textbook, Su Qingyu followed closely behind her, entering without glancing at anyone and directly returning to her seat. Zhang Chong's heart sank. Could it be that the seat change was not approved? Yang felt a surge of joy. It seemed Li Ban had not agreed. Among them, Luo Wei was the most pleased. He cast a smug glance at Jian Hang. Li Liang, with her long black hair styled into a bun, striking makeup, bold red lips, and black-rimmed glasses, surveyed the classroom before rapping her knuckles on the desk. Silence. Jian Hang averted his gaze, feigning disinterest as he focused on his desk. I've heard about the events during the break from Su Qingyu, Li Liang said, her sharp gaze fixed on Jian Hang and Su Jia. We've been classmates for 3 years. Let us all get along and refrain from unnecessary quarrels that create a poor learning environment for others. Su Qingyu could not help but raise her hand to explain, for she had only mentioned wanting to switch seats with Su Jia, nothing more. The scene at that moment was as follows. Li Liang sat at the desk, adjusting her glasses. Why do you want to sit with Jian Hang? Su Qingyu, with her hands at her sides, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, a glimmer of a smile in her dark eyes, replied, because he is diligent and excels academically. Sitting with him would motivate me to study harder. Unbeknownst to Su Qingyu, Li Liang's thoughts were entirely different. In her eyes, Jian Hang was arrogant, rude, and self-righteous. Li Ban, please say yes, Su Qingyu urged, her lips pressed tightly together, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading, her eyes hopeful for a favorable response. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Liang replied, very well, I agree. Right now, in this moment, Su Qingyu felt a surge of frustration, pondering whether they could just get to the point without uttering words that might lead to misunderstandings. She turned her gaze toward Jian Hang, who also glanced at her. A sudden unease gripped her heart. Jian Hang's earlier look seemed to scrutinize her, making her wonder if he had mistakenly thought she had reported him. Please. She had no interest in the tumultuous matters between him and Su Jia. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Qingyu raised her hand, interrupting Li Liang's lecture. Teacher? Li Liang paused, displaying a remarkable tolerance for her interruption. He nodded. Su Qingyu lowered her hand, curled her fingers slightly, and said, after chemistry class, I will be switching seats with Su Jia. Chemistry was the 3rd period, and the break was relatively long. After a moment's thought, Li Liang nodded. I forgot to mention that. Su Jia, you know, right? You'll be changing seats with Su Qingyu. Su Jia felt a wave of displeasure. Why should she be subjected to this? However, she was not Su Qingyu, whose family could afford to donate an entire building to Choning. Jian Hang cast a glance at Su Qingyu, surprised that she truly intended to sit beside him. This woman was becoming increasingly perplexing. In her previous life, she would often embrace her impulsively, and now, astonishingly, she declared in front of the entire class her desire to be desk partners. Despite mulling over it, he still could not fathom which of his words or actions had prompted her unusual behavior. Oh, it must have been his declaration of not wanting to sit with Su Jia that triggered this. Jian Hang thought it was all rather chaotic, and it didn't seem matter to him who sat next to him. He simply hoped they wouldn't expect him to explain the problems. Chapter 11. The First Meeting. Heart racing, Li Liang finally commenced the class. Su Qingyu let out a silent sigh of relief, unable to resist stealing a glance at Jian Hang, who was diligently solving problems with his head bowed. Such earnestness was no wonder he was so exceptional. Yang leaned over to Su Qingyu's right, sorrowfully lamenting. Su, don't you have anything you wish to say to me? I do, Su Qingyu replied, retrieving a bag of lime-flavored chips from her drawer. Smiling as she added, "I bought this snack for you during the break at the convenience store. You were chatting with Xiao Tang, and I forgot to give it to you." Jian Hang, heartbroken, snatched the bag from her hands, saying, "Oh, you're still being selfish. You forgot, didn't you? You gave me a bag of cucumber-flavored chips this morning during self-study. You can't even tell a proper lie." Su Qingyu, she couldn't remember, having just reincarnated. She had seen a younger version of Jian Hang arguing with Su Jia, which had nearly led her to believe she had entered an alternate reality. Moreover, that moment occurred after the morning's self-study ended. She recognized familiar faces: Jian Yang, Tang Xiaodang, the stoic and studious Jiang Ning, and the boisterous Zhang Chong. Honestly, replacing seats without prior communication with Jian Yang was indeed a misstep. But it was difficult to explain that she had actually been reborn and had harbored a secret admiration for Jian Hang for a decade without daring to voice it. Until her mother passed away, in a moment of desperation, she had embraced Jian Hang, which subsequently led to his accident. The entirety of her past experiences made her, in this new life, realize the necessity of being braver and not merely waiting. Their first meeting occurred on the first day of class for the new first-year students at Chongqing. That afternoon, the sun shone brilliantly in Nancheng, streaming through the classroom windows. Jian Hang stood at the office door with his father, a middle-aged man in his 40s with unshaven stubble, both soaked in sweat. A large black suitcase behind them that looked somewhat worn yet remained clean. Su Qingyu, not wishing to arrive at the classroom too early while her father discussed class assignments with the principal, had been placed in Li Liang's office. Many new students' parents passed through the area, and fearing questions from those parents, questions she could not answer, she chose a seat furthest from the door. With a slight lean, she could catch sight of the entrance, but if she withdrew her head, she would be perfectly hidden behind the display screen. At that moment, Jian Hang stood upright, slightly turned towards her, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the trees outside. Su Qingyu recalled Jian Hang's profile illuminated by that beam of light, rendering him even more refined and striking. Li Liang was perusing his enrollment documents, his brow furrowing deeper. "You're Jian Hang, right?" Su Qingyu committed his name to memory, though she was unsure of its precise spelling. Li Liang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "What is going on with your school uniform?" Jian Hang's father appeared equally puzzled by Li Liang's remark, his face betraying confusion. Su Qingyu craned her neck to look, unable to discern anything amiss. It was merely that Jian Hang's white t-shirt seemed slightly faded but was otherwise clean. "Teacher, this shirt is quite clean," Jian Hang stated, his demeanor composed and forthright. Su Qingyu was taken aback, almost believing he possessed mind-reading abilities. I'll read, Li Liang interjecta impatiently. "I understand your family's situation, but you can't neglect your appearance like this. Look at the other students, who isn't dressed neatly." A ripple of snickers echoed in the office. Su Yinggu noticed Jian Hang's fist clenching tightly. His father struggled to maintain his composure, saying, "Teacher, I believe what one wears is of little importance. What truly matters is academic performance. Isn't it?" Su Qingyu wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation, and then saw Jian Hang lift his head, locking eyes with Li Liang. "My father often teaches me that being poor is not the issue. What matters is the willingness to work hard, being cultured, and respecting others. For that is how one earns respect in return." Each word spoken by the youth etched itself into Su Qingyu's heart, so that after her family's downfall, whenever she felt on the verge of giving up, she would inevitably recall Jian Hang's words. Su Qingyu remembered how other classmates reacted to her misfortune, their expressions shifting. The girls mocked and derided her, while the boys might impose unreasonable demands. Only Jian Hang, having presumably heard of her plight during the student gathering, had urged Zhang Chong to transfer that 30,000. Having experienced the caprices of human relationships, Su Qingyu recognized the strength within Jian Hang. She admired him deeply and felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. At that moment, when he finished speaking, the other teachers, who had been snickering, quickly suppressed their laughter. However, Li Liang was relentless. He coldly remarked, "When a teacher speaks, you rebut with 10 sentences. With a student like you, how can you expect to achieve good grades? Remember, once you enter society, grades do not equate to everything. Now, you all go to class 1. I need to attend to the other students' parents." Because of this remark, Su Qingyu silently prayed that her homeroom teacher would not be Li Liang. Later, it was Jian Hang's father who inquired of Li Liang, "Teacher, could you please direct us to the boys' dormitory?" Dragging such a large suitcase to the classroom wouldn't be practical. Li Liang replied curtly, "Class 1 isn't occupied by Jian Hang alone. What do you expect will happen?" From their very first interaction, Su Qingyu found herself disliking Li Liang intensely. Yet upon learning that Jian Hang was in class 1, she also wished to be in that class. Just as she was lost in thought, her father arrived. "Teacher Li, is Qingyu still here?" "Yes, just a moment." I'll wrap things up here and take you on a tour of the school, Li Liang replied, his demeanor warm and welcoming. No need. You carry on with your work. I'll just take the child for a casual stroll around the school, Su Haisheng said, nodding and calling out Su Su. Su Qingyu snapped back to reality and quickly stood up. That was her first meeting with Jian Hang. She wondered if he remembered it all. After all, it was their first encounter. Su Qingyu cast a glance at herself. That day she wore a floral short dress, which was not particularly unappealing. Jian Hang stood beside her father, towering in stature, and if he continued to grow during high school, he would undoubtedly surpass her father in height. With such musings drifting through her mind, Su Qingyu approached Jian Hang step by step. Jian Hang also turned to look at her. Su Qingyu could hear the rapid beat of her heart, thudding louder and quicker with each moment. When their eyes met, Jian Hang was likely unaware of the nervousness that engulfed her. As she reached her father's side, her gaze merely brushed past Jian Hang before she turned to leave. Later, while wandering around the school, Su Qingyu couldn't help but recall Jian Hang's face. Her father remarked, Su Su, although your grades are quite poor, I have discussed with the principal and decided to place you in class 1. The teacher you met earlier, Mr. Li, will be your homeroom teacher. Su Qingyu vividly remembered her feelings at that moment, elated to the point of wanting to jump high in place. She believed it was destiny. However, Jian Hang seemed to exhibit a different demeanor around Su Jia. He was rather quiet, yet willingly explained problems to her, with a gentle smile gracing his lips each time. There were other matters as well. Su Qingyu felt disheartened. Chapter 12. Is it so bad to be yourself? The mere thought of soon sitting next to Jian Hang filled Su Qingyu with excitement and exhilaration. At the podium, Zhou Langhua was explaining that atoms are the smallest units of matter, composed of electrons, protons, and something else. Her gaze, fixed on the blackboard, would inevitably wander upwards every few minutes, ultimately landing on the clock positioned above the board. With 10 minutes remaining until class ended, those minutes felt interminably long. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. In the end, Su Qingyu absorbed none of the lesson, but that was all right. After all, she was only a freshman, and she could catch up with some extra effort later. Time seemed to stretch like a race. The more she wished it to end quickly, the slower it moved. Su Qingyu tapped her toes on the ground, silently counting. Her eyes brightened. Only 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1, ding, the bell rang. Su Qingyu closed her chemistry textbook. Jian Yang approached with a puzzled expression. Su Su, it seems the teacher hasn't officially dismissed class yet. Su Qingyu offered an embarrassed smile and reopened her textbook. I was just checking the table of contents to see what we would learn in chemistry this semester. After saying this, she flipped back to the cover, her right finger sliding from the top of the contents to the bottom, scanning it earnestly. Jian Yang eyed Su Qingyu suspiciously, sensing her eagerness to leave class. All right, today's lesson ends here. Chemistry class representative. Zhou Langhua's gaze landed on Su Qingyu. Her thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Zhou Langhua called her name again. Su Qingyu. Only then did Su Qingyu snap back to reality, raising her head. Here. Her voice was slightly louder than usual, prompting several boys nearby to chuckle softly. Zhou Langhua reminded her, don't daydream during class. Remember to collect the special training materials for me later and distribute them. Suinju nodded. Okay. As soon as Zhou Langhua exited the classroom, Su Qingyu began to pack her belongings. Although her movements were leisurely, her eagerness was palpable. Jian Yang felt a bit vexed but helped her nonetheless. Lazy sheep. Su Qingyu lifted her head and said, I truly apologize for today. I made this decision without consulting you. How about I treat you to breakfast as an apology? Why do you want to sit over there so badly? Jian Yang couldn't help but ask in a low voice. This question left Su Qingyu momentarily speechless. Su Su, please don't move over. Luo Wei's voice echoed from less than a meter away, sounding rather dejected. Su Qingyu opened her mouth. Because I genuinely dislike Luo Wei and don't want to see his face the moment I look up. Jian Yang glanced at Luo Wei, who seemed as if the sky had fallen, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, every time I look up at the blackboard, I inadvertently catch a glimpse of his profile, which can be quite distracting. Su Qingyu was amused by her remark and chuckled softly. Jiange, could you lend a hand? Zhang Chong looked towards the window. Su Qingyu was still gathering her things. The school had issued numerous new books, requiring several trips to carry them all. Jian Hang lifted his eyelids and cast a glance in that direction. Why must I help? Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback, scratching the back of his head. Wondering why Jian Hang seemed irritable, he thought, fine, if he won't help, I'll manage myself. With that in mind, Zhang Chong stood up and walked over. Jian Hang's gaze followed his retreating figure before returning to the books in his hands. Jian Hang felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Although he was unsure why he was so upset, he bore no grudge. Once you calm down, can we talk? He said softly. I actually don't want to change seats. Jian Hang rolled his eyes, leaning to the left, and when he raised his gaze, it landed on Su Qingyu's desk, which appeared to be quite cluttered. What a coincidence. Su Qingyu turned to look at him. Their eyes met. Su Qingyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Jian Hang thought, she isn't so aloof after all. At least she's not the type to keep others at arm's length. She should be easy to get along with. He set down his books, stood up, and impatiently exclaimed, is it really that troublesome to just carry books? Such a waste of time. With that, he turned to Su Jia and instructed, stuff everything on the table into the drawer. Huh? Su Jia momentarily failed to comprehend his words. Clean up. Jian Hang's tone grew more impatient. Seeing Jian Hang frown, Su Jia bit her lip and began to put each item from the table into the drawer. Qingyu, Hianyang, and Zhang Chong all looked towards Jian Hang's side. What's he up to? Hianyang asked. No idea, Zhang Chong replied. Once Su Jia finished tidying up, Jian Hang commanded, get up, move aside. Su Jia, sensing his displeasure, obediently complied. The onlookers cast curious glances at the unfolding scene. Jian Hang positioned his hands on either side of the desk and, with a forceful lift, hoisted Su Jia's entire table. Oh, we should do the same, save time. Zhang Chong exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, directing, Hianyang, let's lift one side each. Hianyang grumbled. Why can Jian Hang do it alone, but you can't? Zhang Chong responded in exasperation. Is it so wrong to be oneself? Must you always compare? Hianyang shot Zhang Chong an incredulous glare while gripping one side of the table. I'll help too, Su Qingyu said, standing beside her. Zhang Chong was instantly touched by Su Qingyu's initiative. Look how proactive she was, in contrast to Su Jia, who was just standing there in a daze. Su Jia grabbed her backpack from the chair and hurried after Jian Hang, trailing behind him. Jian Hang, thank you, Su Jia whispered. Although Jian Hang said nothing, his actions were indeed sincere, actively helping her move the desk rather than assisting Su Qingyu. He wasn't entirely indifferent towards her, and with that thought, Su Jia's lips curled into a sweet smile. The two groups converged at the podium. Su Qingyu stepped aside to let Jian Hang pass, thinking it must be quite arduous for him to carry everything alone. Jian Hang held his arms high, the loose sleeves of his school uniform rolled up halfway, revealing a glimpse of his sinewy arms, reminiscent of rugged mountains, exuding an impressive vigor. Su Qingyu stood there, entranced, watching his retreating figure. Su, Hianyang called her. Su Qingyu turned her head, only to find Su Jia directly opposite her. At this moment, the two were still unfamiliar with each other, and Su Qingyu thought that they would likely remain so. Su Jia nodded politely at Su Qingyu, a courteous smile gracing her lips. Su Qingyu ignored her and directly grasped the corner of the desk with Hianyang. Su Jia pressed her lips together, a surge of anger swelling in her chest, only to quickly suppress it. Jian Hang released the desk and turned to leave. As Su Jia saw him approaching, she opened her mouth to speak, but Jian Hang brushed past her, leaving her without a chance to finish her sentence. A vague unease settled within her, as if something ineffable was about to be lost, eliciting a sense of powerlessness. Chapter 13, So you wish to sit beside me, do you? After the desk was set down, Tang shouting, turn around. Su, we're sitting together now, how delightful. Hianyang snorted derisively, saying, I forgot to respond earlier regarding breakfast. Oh, what is it? Su Qingyu glanced at Hianyang, though her peripheral vision couldn't help but wander toward Jian Hang. Hianyang grinned broadly. I agree. You can buy me breakfast. Zhang Chong, intrigued, asked, what kind of deal did you strike? Breakfast, really? All right. Su Qingyu chuckled lightly. But it must be you who buys it personally, Hianyang insisted. No problem. Su Qingyu readily agreed. Hianyang chuckled. How about for a week? Tang shouting tugged at the sleeve of Hianyang's uniform. That's a bit excessive, don't you think? You know Su loves to sleep in and is prone to being late. Now that you two are seated together, you've relegated me to the window side. I'm not pleased. Is it too much to request a favor? Hianyang grumbled, clearly displeased. Su Qingyu found it amusing. It's just a week, lazy Hianyang. I promise you, don't be upset. Hianyang pouted. That's more like it. Jian Hang maneuvered around Hianyang to sit down, leaning back and casually picking up the textbooks on the desk to peruse. He exuded an aura that suggested a desire for solitude. Hianyang's impression of him plummeted to a barely passing grade. Well, I'll be heading back, Hianyang said reluctantly as she took her leave. Tang shouting waved goodbye to her. Zhang Chong nudged Jian Hang's book down and shot him a knowing glance. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow, understanding the silent suggestion to be less aloof. He set the book down and turned to Su Qingyu. Hello there, new deskmate. As Su Qingyu was retrieving her books from the desk, she heard Jian Hang's languid drawl near her ear, causing her fingers to tremble slightly. She looked up and smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. Hi, you too, deskmate. The light in the girl's eyes sparkled, her long, dark lashes fluttering like delicate butterflies in gentle motion. Jian Hang's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head away, muttering an acknowledgement. Zhang Chong was dissatisfied with Jian Hang's demeanor toward his new desk mate and resolved to have a word with him soon. After tidying up her belongings, Su Qingyu sat down, feeling a sudden flutter of nervousness. She stole a glance at Jian Hang's casually draped hand on the desk, the fingers long and attractive. Suddenly, Jian Hang's nonchalant gaze swept over her. Su Qingyu quickly averted her eyes, pretending to organize her pencil case. The final class of the morning was physics. Su Qingyu realized that even the subject she found most tedious and arduous seemed to pass more swiftly now that she was seated next to him. Ding! The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Jian Hang stretched lazily. Finally, it's time for lunch. Hearing his cheerful remark, Su Qingyu couldn't help but smile. Fully immersing oneself in study was indeed a physically demanding endeavor, and coupled with the rapid physical development of adolescence, Jian Hang felt as though he could devour an entire cow. "Let us go eat," he said, patting Zhang Chong on the back. Just as he stood, he remembered that Su Qingyu was now his desk mate. They were still not that familiar, so he decided against initiating conversation with her. Zhang Chong turned to Su Qingyu, extending an enthusiastic invitation. "Why don't you join us for lunch?" Su Qingyu smiled. "Sure." Tang Xiaodang called out to Yang. The three girls walked hand in hand ahead. Jian Hang, with his arms clasped behind his neck, shot a glare at Zhang Chong. "Why are you inviting them?" Zhang Chong widened his eyes in surprise. "Is that not allowed?" Jian Hang had no further retort and turned away, hands stuffed in his pockets. The cafeteria at Chongning was quite expansive, spanning 2 floors. The lower level featured southern cuisine, while the second floor offered dishes more akin to northern tastes. Upon seeing Su Qingyu and the other girls heading straight for the second floor, Zhang Chong called out, "Jiangu prefers the dishes on the first floor." Jian Hang waved dismissively. "No need to cater to me." Yang couldn't help but scoff. Does Jian Hang have some kind of issue? Why so arrogant? Su Qingyu interjected. "It's not his fault. We didn't express our preferences first." He waved his hand to suggest we eat what we like. Tang Xiaodang nodded in agreement. "Yes, actually quite nice. He probably got tired of Su Jia's incessant chatter." Yang pouted, so I misjudged him. Lunch was the busiest time in the cafeteria. At this hour, it was packed with scarce available seats. If they waited any longer, they might find themselves without a place to sit. Today, they're serving braised pork. I love that. Zhang Chong's stomach rumbled with hunger. The two filled their trays and headed toward a table by the window, just as a rotund figure squeezed through. Luo Wei successfully claimed a seat, grinning. "Sorry. This spot is taken." Zhang Chong's soup spilled from his tray. "Hey, what? Do you want to fight?" Luo Wei stood tall, casting a provocative glance at Jian Hang. "There's another spot over there. Let us go," Zhang Chong suggested, pointing to an empty seat to the left. "Don't stoop to the level of a fatso." Jian Hang casually flicked a middle finger at Luo Wei. Luo Wei's teeth clenched, fury igniting within him. A strikingly slender figure flitted past. "Why do we even bother coming down here?" Yang complained, her voice trailing off in annoyance. "Here." Luo Wei's demeanor shifted to one of bright enthusiasm as he raised his right hand, a smile plastered on his face, clearly eager to please. "I saved you a spot." "Ha! What a quick change of face." Zhang Chong mimicked Luo Wei's tone, shaking his head. Jian Hang couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Chong's imitation of Luo Wei. Propping his chin on his hand, he turned to Su Qingyu beside him, raising an eyebrow. "So, you particularly wish to sit next to me, do you? Even coming down to the first floor for it? Fine. After all, the cafeteria seats aren't owned by anyone. You can sit wherever you please." On the other side, Luo Wei's enthusiastic invitation was met with indifference in the bustling cafeteria, and he felt the sting of being ignored, especially as he noticed Su Qingyu's reluctance to even acknowledge him. At that moment, his feelings of animosity and jealousy toward Jian Hang deepened. He awkwardly lowered his hand, feeling both restless and as though he'd been slapped in the face, a searing heat spreading across his cheeks, shooting furious glances at Jian Hang. Jian Hang, however, decided it was best to not engage with the fool. Leisurely enjoying his meal, Jian Hang glanced at Su Qingyu. The cafeteria's braised pork was quite well prepared, though perhaps a tad too fatty. Yang lamented, "Ah, the woes of a Weight Watcher." Her shrill outcry reverberated through the room. The other four turned their heads in unison. Jian Hang shot her an annoyed look. Too loud. Yang promptly silenced herself, shooting him a glare. "If it weren't for your rather handsome looks, I would have lost my temper with you long ago." Su Qingyu could not suppress a light laugh. Zhang Chong felt quite dejected. "Why are you still praising people?" Jian Hang retorted, "Is it not permissible?" Tang Xiaodang stifled her laughter, giggling uncontrollably. Yang snorted and remarked, Su, I never imagined you could devour an entire piece of braised pork. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" "I can't gain weight. It's in my nature." Su Qingyu replied with a hint of pride, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Her voice was gentle and melodious, imbued with a touch of aloofness, its soft cadence lazily caressing the heart. Jian Hang turned to look at her. She quickly masked her smile, her lips pressing together, her nose delicately arched. and her thick lashes casting tiny shadows beneath her eyes. Upon closer inspection, her pearly earlobes were faintly flushed. Jian Hang window. Could it be that the air conditioning in the cafeteria was set so low that she felt warm? Chapter 14. Once familiar, his true self emerged. Inherent? The sudden wave of frustration left Yang momentarily speechless. She inhaled deeply, conceding, "Never mind, I'll just focus on my meal." Even Tang Xiaodong, who naturally had a tendency to gain weight, sighed and said, "I'm envious." Jian Hang felt that he wasn't particularly close to Su Qingyu. Hence he refrained from initiating conversation at the table, leaving Zhang Chong to assume the role of the mood lifter. "Hey, you three seem quite familiar. You're all from Nansheng, right? Surely you were classmates in middle school?" Yang nodded. "Tang Xiaodong and I have been in the same class since elementary school. And Su transferred to our class in middle school. Don't let her cold demeanor fool you. She actually has quite a fierce temper." Yang's words were abruptly interrupted by Su Qingyu, who lightly kicked Yang under the table. "Let us just eat. Why mention me? Fierce?" Zhang Chong's curiosity was piqued. "In what way?" "I'm curious too," Jian Hang added, turning to her, his gaze resting on her profile. Su Qingyu immediately grew anxious, her toes curling against the ground. What fierceness? She's just talking nonsense. Was it his imagination, or did her earlobes appear even redder? "Handsome Jian," Yang couldn't resist whispering. "I'm rather curious about what is going on between you and Su Jia. She has been staring over here, looking quite dejected." Following Yang's gaze, Jian Hang noticed Su Jia sulking 3 meters away. She had always been like this, feigning sorrow to elicit his sympathy, merely a green tea tactic. In matters of men, women should inquire less, Jian Hang remarked, raising his eyelids, catching sight of Su Qingyu watching him from the corner of his eye. When he turned his head, he met her clear gaze, her lashes gently curling above her bright eyes. Su Qingyu averted her eyes, lowering her head to eat. Observing her, Jian Hang felt she had grown somewhat distant, exuding an air of chilling pride. In contrast, Zhang Chong and Yang were engrossed in lively conversation, discussing everything from culinary delights to television dramas and novels. "Hey, Tang Xiaodong, what is the title of that boy novel you mentioned?" Setting aside the romantic aspects, "I found the overall story quite engaging, evoking a sense of adventure," Yang inquired candidly. This girl was as oblivious as Zhang Chong. Jian Hang had heard that some girls enjoyed reading such novels, yet they seldom spoke of it publicly due to a hint of embarrassment. Reflecting on the future popularity of adaptations of such novels, Jian Hang found it hardly surprising. However, witnessing Zhang Chong's stunned expression, unable to respond, he couldn't help but chuckle. Tang Xiaodong, caught off guard by the sudden mention, turned crimson, especially upon seeing Jian Hang laugh so hard he was nearly in tears. She bit her lip, her face ablaze, casting a pleading glance at Su Qingyu. "Stop laughing," Su Qingyu urged, pushing Jian Hang's arm, only to inadvertently brush against his waist. "Jian Hang Guip, were you touching?" Su Qingyu, flustered, scrambled to change the subject, blurting out, "What about you?" This question struck her as absurd, even a bit abrupt. "What?" Jian Hang asked, puzzled. Su Qingyu pressed on, "The novel." Jian Hang turned to serve himself more food. "I'm not interested." Su Qingyu nodded. "I don't read much either." Yang felt as if the sky had fallen. "What are you two thinking?" "I merely found that novel enjoyable." Zhang Chong, "Aren't you a fan of novels? I thought I'd recommend it." She glanced at them, sensing they were in the know. "Could it be that you've read it too?" Jian Hang immediately shook his head in denial. "I truly haven't read it." He felt it necessary to clarify. Tang Xiaodong, "My laughter was not directed at the type of novel you read, but rather at Zhang Chong's rare moment of being at a loss for words. It was quite amusing." Tang Xiaodong lowered her head. She seemed even more embarrassed. Under Yang's scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Chong stiffly shook his head. "I genuinely haven't read it. However, everyone has the right to enjoy whatever genre they please. Others have no right to interfere." Jian Hang replied, "You almost had me convinced." Fang Hong pitied Yan Yi. He shook his head again, resolutely denying, "I haven't read it." Su Qingyu and Yang exchanged glances, unable to stifle their laughter. The girl's lips were rosy, her skin fair and translucent, her features exquisite. When she smiled, her dark eyes curved into beautiful crescents. Jian Hang glanced at her, thinking she resembled a rose, strikingly beautiful when serious, yet radiantly innocent when she smiled. The soft, dulcet laughter of the girl echoed in his ears. Jian Hang playfully kicked Zhang Chong's shin. All right, I understand you haven't read it." Unbeknownst to them, the conversation had seamlessly shifted to other topics. The five of them were enjoying a lively discussion. A subordinate of Luo Wei, sitting nearby, spoke up, "Weiga, don't stoop to their level. Look at their pitiful appearances. Their shoes probably cost no more than a few dozen yuan. In high school, with uniforms and school pants, the only thing students could compare was their footwear. Luo Wei glanced down at the latest red and white sneakers his father had brought back from abroad, worth several thousand yuan, and felt a surge of confidence. I'm not angry at all. Su Qingyu must not have noticed you greeting her, which is why she didn't look over. The subordinate added. Luo Wei pondered this and realized that indeed, Su Qingyu hadn't glanced his way, perhaps unaware that he was calling her. Ah, I was just too nervous. Next time I must remain composed. It's just that seeing Jian Hang's smug demeanor irks me. Jian Hang caught Luo Wei's resentful glance and raised an eyebrow. Are you unhappy? That makes me even happier. How infuriating. Luo Wei grumbled, clearing his plate of food and gulping down an entire bowl of seaweed and egg soup. He stood up, declaring, I'm full. I'm leaving. TSK. Jian Hang couldn't help but shake his head. One must chew slowly while eating, otherwise one might end up looking like Luo Wei. Yang chuckled. Jian Hang, I didn't expect you to be so witty. Zhang Chong added. You all thought Jian Ge was just a bit arrogant at first, but once he warms up, his true self emerges. Jian Hang, amused, replied, Is that how you use idioms? You can't even keep quiet while eating. Nearby, Su Qingyu couldn't help but laugh again. Yang didn't find Jian Hang's earlier comment particularly humorous. Instead, Tang Xiaodong quietly observed the reactions of Jian Hang and Su Qingyu, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 15, Love Struck Beyond Redemption. As the meal neared its conclusion, Jian Hang casually glanced at the three girls' plates, surprised to find that Su Qingyu had consumed the most. Despite her slender figure, her physique was gracefully curvaceous, neither too slim nor too full. It is quite astonishing, Yang and Xiaotang, that the two of you have consumed so little. You have yet to surpass Su in your eating. Zhang Chong glanced at Su Qingyu and chuckled. Su Qingyu, however, remained unfazed. Studying indeed depletes one's physical strength. You think we want this? Yang exclaimed in frustration. We are earnestly attempting to lose weight. High school is a pivotal phase in life. Beyond striving for our ideal university, I also wish to encounter a sweet, secret crush during these years. How utterly cheesy. Zhang Chong rubbed his arms and inquired, A crush, you say? Indeed, to have a handsome gentleman with a delightful personality and gentle demeanor harbor feelings for me. Yang emphasized, albeit unilaterally, tapping her chopsticks against her plate. Zhang Chong chuckled at this, unable to resist teasing. Oh, it's still daytime. Why are you daydreaming? After his jest, he was met with a playful retaliation from Yang. What sort of girl does Jian Hang fancy? Tang Xiaodong inquired softly, causing the lively atmosphere to suddenly hush. All eyes turned towards the introverted Tang Xiaodong. She nervously clenched her hands beneath the table. Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in you. I was merely curious and wanted to ask. Is it true that girls who are aloof or quiet are so direct? Jian Hang Laoget, Zet Ponding. There are beauties aplenty in literature, you understand? Oh, Tang Xiaodong nodded. So you currently have no girl you fancy. Yang tugged at Tang Xiaotong's sleeve. You aren't seeking a prototype for the male lead in your novel, are you? Please, next time, don't ask so directly. Observe more. Hee. I do think Jian Hang embodies the characteristics of a male protagonist, sitting alongside Su. They truly are quite the pair in terms of looks. Su Qingyu grew anxious, lowering her voice. Lazy Yang, are you looking for trouble? Such gentle words, paired with such harsh sentiments. Jian Hang, having witnessed this, stood up to alleviate the awkwardness. I'm off to the dormitory for some rest. Wait. Since we seem to get along so well, and we'll be sharing tables in the future, why not add each other on QQ? Zhang Chong proposed. I have no phone. I don't use QQ, Jian Hang replied, picking up his tray and heading toward the recycling area. Su Qingyu watched his retreating figure, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yang glanced down and lifted her chin, crossing her arms. Apologies, but I am not at your table, so I shall refrain from adding you on QQ. Su Qingyu was aware that she still harbored feelings about the seating arrangement. She turned to Zhang Chong. I'll provide you with her QQ. Sounds good, Zhang Chong nodded. After exchanging QQ accounts, Su Qingyu asked Zhang Chong, could you share Jian Hang's QQ with me? Zhang Chong paused, taking 2 seconds to process before eagerly nodding. Of course. The oblivious Yang glanced at Tang Xiaotong, exclaiming, It's the first time I've seen Su take the initiative to request a boy's contact information. We will all be classmates from now on. Su Qingyu calmly fabricated an excuse. Ladies, see you in the afternoon. After Zhang Chong provided Su Qingyu with Jian Hang's QQ, he hurriedly jogged after Jian Hang, saying, Jian Ge, guess what just happened? Su just proactively asked me for your QQ. Not to mention changing seats and asking for your QQ. It's hard not to think there is some underlying significance. Oh, spare me. Jian Hang nearly wanted to tap Zhang Chong on the forehead. Never mind, this dense fellow excels in academics, but fails miserably in matters of the heart. He might misinterpret a girl's intentions and end up making a fool of himself. Lazy Yang, I intended to ask. Tang Xiaodong queried Yang during lunch. Su Jia mentioned dining with us, but why did she suddenly change her mind? Is that even a question? He Yang replied. She likely wishes to ask Jian Hang out alone. In any case, I have no feelings for her. Su, what about you? Suddenly put on the spot. Su Qingyu lifted her gaze. I'm indifferent. Having once invested genuine feelings only to be deeply betrayed by a friend, she chose not to harbor hatred, deeming it a waste of emotion, and instead opted to ignore it entirely. In her past life, it was around this time that Su Jia had approached her, seamlessly integrating into their trio, only to later sow discord. Reflecting on this, Su Qingyu felt disdain for Su Jia, yet now she chose to disregard her entirely. She glanced towards the convenience store entrance and noticed Su Jia conversing with Jian Hang, only to see that Jian Hang appeared quite impatient. Jian Hang, may I treat you to some ice cream? Su Jia said sweetly. To be fair, Su Jia was not unattractive. If she adopted a gentler demeanor, she would certainly attract the attention of many boys. However, having seen through her hypocritical nature, Jian Hang no longer fell for her charade. You know, I have an upset stomach. Are you really offering me ice cream? Jian Hang Vito, Zenini Ano. There are other high achievers in the class. Why must you seek me out? Su Jia was taken aback. Curious gazes from bystanders fell upon them. Su Jia felt her scalp tingle, wishing to turn and flee. But she now realized that Jian Hang's cool demeanor was genuinely appealing, especially since he excelled academically and had previously exhibited such gentleness. Su Jia was reluctant to let their relationship deteriorate, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Jian Hang's apparent anger stemmed from her rebuttal of Luo Wei's teasing, leading him to sulk and ignore her. In the situation, it could be seen as a boy being publicly rejected by the girl he secretly admired, resulting in his anger and coldness. Thus, Jian Hang must harbor deep feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he be so harsh now? Su Jia's heart was a mix of sweetness and bitterness as she clutched the hem of her uniform. To me, you are unlike anyone else. Class monitor Jiang Ning could no longer bear to watch. Though she had never been particularly fond of Su Jia, she thought perhaps they should get to know each other better since Su Jia had been so proactive in inviting her to lunch. However, upon hearing Su Jia's words directed at Jian Hang, she felt the familiar embarrassment of being overly forward. Holding her tray, she interjected, Su Jia. Jian Hang has made his feelings quite clear. Why persist? The school is not limited to him alone, and high school does not permit romantic relationships. Yet, Su Jia looked up at Jian Hang, tears welling in her eyes, hoping he would notice her pitiful expression and soften. Su Jia. Where did he go? Jiang Ning pointed towards the boys' dormitory. He left ages ago. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm heading back to the dorm. Jiang Ning could not abide by girls who wept and clung to boys as if they were their only hope. It was truly a disgrace to femininity. Su Jia, eager to avoid Jiang Ning's ire, hurriedly grasped Jiang Ning's wrist. All right, Jiang Ning, please don't be angry. After all, Jian Hang and I were once desk mates. I don't want any misunderstandings to arise between us during these 3 years of high school. Jiang Ning saw through her. I believe it is you who has misunderstood. He clearly does not harbor feelings for you and has stated it plainly. A surge of anger flared within Su Jia, which she struggled to suppress. Lowering her head to murmur, but I like him. Jiang Ning shook her head. A love-struck brain is beyond salvation. Chapter 16, it is high time you spoke up. I am genuinely worried for you. To be honest, Jian Hang was quite puzzled by Su Qingyu's initiative in wanting to sit beside him and request his QQ. After all, in the months since school had commenced, they had scarcely interacted. Their only common connection was Su Jia, but that was a matter of the past. In his previous life, Su Jia had been close to Su Qingyu, and initially, Su Qingyu had been somewhat friendly towards him, exchanging greetings when they crossed paths. Yet at some point, she began to avoid him altogether. Don't blame Su. She could be a bit aloof, Su Jia had explained. Perhaps after being reborn. Distancing herself from Su Jia triggered a series of subtle changes. Jian Hang tossed and turned in bed, becoming increasingly confused by his thoughts. He covered his head with a pillow, thinking to himself, enough, stop. I must not dwell on this. It is a futile exercise in self-torment. With less than a week left until the commencement exams, the freshmen are set to begin military training following the conclusion of their assessments. Due to the sweltering heat of September in Nanchang, with temperatures soaring to 40 degrees Celsius, and considering that most students from Chongning have been coddled since childhood, the school decided to postpone military training until October to avert any unnecessary complications. Aside from the essential breaks for meals and rest, Jian Hang devoted himself entirely to his studies. Fortunately, being only a first-year student, he still had ample time to catch up. During each recess, Su Jia would deliberately approach him to strike up a conversation. Jian Hang, do you think I solved this problem correctly? Or, Jian Hang, are you heading to the convenience store? And Jian Hang, I bought some chips. Would you like a packet? More often than not, Jian Hang was oblivious. But upon noticing Su Jia offering him the chips, he would nudge Zhang Chang's desk, and passed the chips to her. Please enjoy them. Such gestures of kindness had occurred on several occasions, with Zhang Chong being the ultimate beneficiary. Su Jia, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, recalled the embarrassment Jian Hang had caused her at that moment, which brought her back to a state of calm. Each time she witnessed Su Jia approaching Jian Hang with snacks, He Yang, truthfully annoyed, would hold back his words, yearning to change his deskmate. Why do you feel that way? Tang Xiaodong questioned, perplexed. He Yang provided an example. Remember the time I shared chocolate with you and Su? I actually shared it with her first since they are desk mates and sit so close together. That was fine, but Su Jia is different. She frequently walks over to your side to share snacks with Jian Hang, who always declines. Yet He Yang's eyes reddened despite that. She has never shared a single snack with me, even though I am her desk mate sitting right next to her, and I have shared with her too. She just gave me the cold shoulder. Do you understand this feeling? Although I don't particularly like her personality, I figure we should maintain a cordial relationship since we are desk mates. Why make things so tense? Sitting next to her feels like a drain. I finally understand why Jian Hang dislikes her so much. After He Yang's outburst, Su Qingyu and Tang Xiaodong remained silent for a considerable time. Tang Xiaodong finally spoke. It truly is exhausting. After the monthly exam, let us change our seats and keep our distance from her. Su Vingyu lodet hadgaze. A wave of bitterness washing over her, but then she raised her head, firmly grasping He Yang's hand, her eyes sparkling with joy. My lazy sheep is so adorable, straightforward, and genuine. If others fail to appreciate her, that is their loss. He Yang felt comforted. Su, you are wonderful. Su Qingyu continued. When she gives snacks to Jian Hang, she doesn't share with me or Xiaodong either, so it's not personal. Of course, she hasn't shared with Zhang Chong either, haha. He Yang responded with an "oh," unable to suppress a laugh, and the sense of imbalance in his heart dissipated since. After all, they were inconsequential individuals. Before long, the time for the first monthly exam after the school year commenced arrived. The monthly exams at Choning were quite formidable. Aside from its prestigious status as a private elite school, it aspired to emulate the first high school in various aspects, including teaching methods and regulations. The classroom was equipped with surveillance cameras, and the seating arrangements were randomized, with a maximum of 2 or 3 classmates from the same class in a single examination room. The questions proved to be simpler than Jian Hang had anticipated, although he still struggled compared to his previous ease. The results would be announced a week later. Jian Hang ranked 8th in the grade and 2nd in his class, while Zhang Chong claimed the top spot. Zhang Chong stared at the report card in disbelief for a moment. What's going on, bro? I actually scored higher than you this time. I must be dreaming. Jian Hang nonchalantly crossed his legs. Just enjoy your moment. Hey, I'll keep up good work. Don't let your guard down, Zhang Chong grinned. Feeling a bit too proud, Jian Hang chuckled at his foolishness. Try to be a little more humble. What about you? He then inquired of Tang Xiaodong. I placed over 100, which is decent. I've made a bit of progress since I entered the school, Tang Xiaodong replied cheerfully. Well done, Xiaodong. Keep it up. As your deskmate, I'm genuinely happy for you, Zhang Chong shamelessly proclaimed. Jian Hang could no longer hold back. Don't make it seem like her improvement is due to you. Have some shame. Zhang Chong then turned to Su Qingyu, who remained silent with her head down. Jian Hang thought to himself, judging by her demeanor, she must not have performed well. He kicked Zhang Chong's chair leg. Warning, don't get too cocky. You're not all that. Zhang Chong feigned innocence. I was just asking. Without Jian Hang's assistance, Su Jia performed poorly this time, dropping over 50 places in rank, leaving her despondent. He Yang leaned over to inquire. How did you do? What is it to you? Su Zi's not pet. Burying her face in her arms, He Yang was left speechless. Why the hostility? I didn't do well either. It was common knowledge that the rankings from this monthly exam were closely tied to seating arrangements. In other matters, the homeroom teacher, Li Liang, was quite authoritarian. But her commendable aspect was the arrangement of seating. After all, having friends sitting together could minimize conflicts. Following the class rankings, students were allowed to choose their seats in order, which inevitably involved an element of luck. For instance, if the top student chose a seat and arranged to sit with the third-ranked student, but the second-ranked student insisted on sitting next to him, the top student would find it challenging to voice any objections. The most sensible approach was for everyone to communicate privately beforehand. Those who disregarded advice and insisted on sitting next to someone would often be teased about having a crush on them. Consequently, it was rare for anyone to be so brazen. However, Su Qingyu had performed poorly this time, and she wondered whether Jian Hang would be willing to continue sharing a desk with her, the academic underperformer. Jian Hang was idly twirling a carbon pen in his hand when he caught sight of Su Qingyu glancing at him at least 3 times. As if she had something to say, but hesitated. He set down the pen, turning to meet her gaze. Haha, Su Qingyu chuckled awkwardly. Jian Hang, amused by her awkwardness, encouraged, just say what you want. Su Qingyu began. Although we have only been desk mates for less than a month, Jian Hang looked utterly confounded. So? Su Qingyu's expression drooped as she continued. Although my score in this monthly exam wasn't very good, Jian Hang nodded. Indeed. Su Qingyu felt a pang of disappointment. Jian Hang, you are too honest. Jian Hang remained oblivious to her intentions. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Su Qingyu bit her lip and said, let us continue as desk mates. Just make sure no one else sits beside you. In the front row, Zhang Chong perked up upon hearing this and felt as if he could burst from excitement. His eyes lit up. I knew it. The school beauty must have feelings for Jian Gu. Otherwise, this repeated behavior wouldn't make sense. He eagerly turned to Tang Xiaoding. Isn't that right, Xiaoding? You must feel the same way. Tang Xiaoding looked at him as if he were foolish. I don't understand what you're saying. Zhang Chong suddenly realized, awkwardly scratching his head, thinking, Jian Gu, please respond quickly. I'm anxious for you. Chapter 17. The school beauty at the bottom? You dare to say that? 1 second. 2 seconds. Su Qingyu felt time dragging painfully in that moment. She lowered her head, dejectedly saying, if you don't want to, then forget it. Jian Hang couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. I do want to. Just give me a few seconds to think about it. Zhang Chong turned around. What are you even thinking about, bro? Sitting next to a beauty is a pleasure in itself. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Jian Hang kicked the leg of Zhang Chong's chair, exclaiming, can't you speak? You're making everyone feel awkward. After a brief pause, he added with discontent, besides, who wouldn't find it pleasing to sit next to me? Zhang Chong shook his head in speechless disbelief, nearly blurting out his admiration. Jian Hang turned his gaze towards Su Qingyu, his tone surprisingly earnest. Su Qingyu, caught off guard by the sudden mention of her name. Su Qingyu felt her heart race, the sound of her heartbeat echoing in her ears. Meeting Jian Hang's scrutinizing gaze, she inquired, what is it? Jian Hang frowned, fixating intently on her eyes. Zhang Chong, genuinely concerned that Jian Hang might utter something hurtful, quickly urged, bro, you. Just go away. Without turning back, Jian Hang pushed Zhang Chong's face away and continued to stare at Su Qingyu. A shiver ran down Su Qingyu's spine, and she straightened her posture. Her hands pressing firmly on her knees, clenched tightly. She swallowed hard, anticipating Jian Hang's next words. Are you sitting next to me just so I can help you with your studies? After all, your grades are the lowest in our class. Jian Hang bluntly posed the question that had been on his mind. Lowest? Zhang Chong gasped in shock. Bro, you really dare to say that? He turned around, intending to defend Jian Hang, only to see Su Qingyu's eyes light up in surprise as she looked at him. Is that possible? She smiled, adding, that would be quite a bother for you. I promise I will try not to inconvenience you. You've already caused me inconvenience. Jian Hang scoffed internally, realizing that her desire to sit next to him stemmed from this very reason. He averted his gaze. Su Qingyu's lips curled into a smile, for Jian Hang had not outright rejected her, implying there was a chance he might agree, though she had always been academically challenged. Her parents had never placed undue blame or pressure on her. Jian Hang's comment about her being at the bottom of the class did not anger her. It was, after all, the truth. Jian Hang, a soft, fragile voice interrupted Su Qingyu's thoughts. She looked up to see Su Jia standing beside Jian Hang, her expression tinged with sadness. Jian Hang, Su Jia cautiously whispered, can we switch seats and continue to be desk mates? A low murmur of discussion erupted around them. Su Jia is so persistent. Jian Hang doesn't even acknowledge her. Honestly, I admire her. If any guy treated me like that, I would have given up long ago. How long have they known each other? Is she really infatuated? There's nothing to be done. Jian Hang is simply too charming. The seemingly innocuous remarks, while appearing complimentary, were laced with sarcasm and derision. The more Su Jia behaved this way, the deeper the misunderstanding about Jian Hang grew among the others. Su Qingyu could not help but glance at Jian Hang. He pressed his lips together, rhythmically tapping his pen against the paper on the desk. Jian Hang was genuinely annoyed by Su Jia's incessant attention. It felt never-ending. He tilted his head back, his tone icy and dripping with sarcasm. Su Jia, what is it about me that you find appealing? Tell me, and I shall change. After a brief pause, he continued, if only you directed this tenacity towards your studies, your grades would surely improve. Jian Hang's words were harsh. The students who had been observing or discussing quickly fell silent, some turning away, while others stifled laughter. Even Su Jia, no matter how thick-skinned, turned pale, her face devoid of color. She lowered her head and murmured, I'm sorry for bothering you. Su Qingyu watched Su Jia's retreating figure, her gaze returning to Jian Hang's profile. Jian Hang's lips were pressed tightly together, his expression radiating an aloofness that kept others at bay. Su Qingyu turned away, absent-mindedly doodling with a pen in her right hand. Zhang Chong turned to face her, mouth agape, but ultimately said nothing. After this incident, Su Jia likely would not disturb them again. The school bell rang. Li Liang strutted into the classroom in 10-centimeter heels, tossing the teaching materials onto the desk. Today, we will change seats according to the class rankings from the recent exam. Keep it down. Do not disturb the other classes. One by one, the students filed out. He Yin-yang and Tang Xiaodang surrounded Su Qingyu, chattering away. Jian Hang draped an arm over Zhang Chong's shoulder, and together they entered, choosing seats by the window, one in front of the other. Zhang Chong felt indifferent about who he sat with, as long as he could converse with Jian Hang whenever he wished. However, he gradually found it hard to maintain his composure. Girls walked by, either bypassing him entirely or inquiring if the seat next to Jian Hang was taken, to which Jian Hang would reply nonchalantly that it was occupied. The disparity in social standing was stark. Eventually, Su Jia entered, glancing at Jian Hang before hesitantly approaching, her gaze landing on the empty seat next to Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, sensing impending doom, shifted away and grinned. Sorry, this seat is taken. Su Jia pouted and chose a seat across the aisle from Jian Hang. Finally, Tang Xiaodang arrived. She surveyed the room and, realizing Su Qingyu intended to sit next to Jian Hang while she wished to be near Su Qingyu, she exchanged a reluctant glance with Zhang Chong and ultimately decided to sit there, having originally sought a quiet desk mate. When Su Qingyu settled beside Jian Hang, he lazily cast her a glance, his voice trailing off. I've never had this experience of someone saying there's someone repeatedly. In his tone, Su Qingyu detected a hint of melancholy. Recalling how he had impatiently rejected other girls by the window, she felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry, she offered. My grades are just too poor. Suddenly remembering something, she added, it just means you're well-liked. Jian Hang chuckled softly. Thank you. I appreciate the consolation. Uncertain whether his words were sincere or sarcastic, Su Qingyu noted that Jian Hang indeed smiled, and she found herself smiling back. He Yin-yang was finally pleased to sit directly in front of Su Qingyu, with the class vice president Xinyang beside him. Once everyone had settled into their seats, Li Liang emphasized, this time, you have the freedom to choose your positions to foster familiarity among classmates. Next time, we will strictly adhere to the rankings. This unexpected announcement prompted a collective groan of reluctance from the students. Su Qingyu felt a pang of anxiety, sensing a looming crisis. Meanwhile, the grueling military training that everyone dreaded was about to commence. Chapter 18, Military Training, the most standard versus the most non-standard. In early October, the sweltering heat of Nanjing lingered. Even seated beneath the dense canopy of an old locust tree, the air above felt suffocating. Jian bro, do you need some sunscreen? Zhang Chong fanned himself vigorously with one hand while offering a tube of sunscreen with the other. Jian Hang glanced up to see Zhang Chong's face smeared with a thick layer of white, mixed with beads of sweat, an utterly unflattering sight. No, I don't need any. Jian Hang was equally uncomfortably hot. At that moment, everyone was resting beneath the shade. The entire playground was filled with students clad in camouflage uniforms. The loud shouts pierced through the air. 3 minutes of rest felt like a rare luxury. The girls sat on the other side, some retouching their makeup, others sipping water, and chattering about trivial matters. Su Qingyu took a sip from her water bottle, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand before squeezing a bit of sunscreen from He Yin-yang and gently applying it to her face. Jian Hang averted his gaze, pondering to himself, with such fair skin, what is the point of applying sunscreen? Girls truly are a hassle. Tang Xiaodang was initially engaged in conversation with Jiang Ning when Su Jia approached, only to find herself unable to interject. She bid farewell to Jiang Ning and sought out Su Qingyu. Actually, Jiang Ning is quite nice, Tang Xiaodang remarked. It's just that Su Jia can be a bit bothersome. He Yang chimed in. Su Qingyu remained silent, directing her attention towards the cluster of boys. The moment Jian Hang's gaze met hers, he instinctively looked away, his heart skipping a beat. The youthful flutter of emotions quietly spread across the sweltering playground. Jian Hang mused that it must be the embarrassment of being caught sneaking a glance. No, he merely happened to see her by chance. Among the girls, she stood out with her exceptionally fair skin. When he looked back, Su Qingyu was already engrossed in conversation with He Yang and Tang Xiaodang. Attention! The instructor's whistle pierced the air. Everyone's bodies instinctively tensed as they stood up and hurried towards the playground. The formation was remarkably orderly. After enduring the midday sun, the afternoon promised a slight reprieve, though it remained stifling, fatigue enveloping them after prolonged tension. Bang! A student collapsed within the ranks. As the crowd turned to look, they discovered it was Luo Wei. With such a hefty body, surely he should have some cushioning upon falling, Jian Hang muttered. Bro, you truly live up to your reputation. Zhang Chong praised, giving a thumbs up. What? That's quite harsh, he retorted. The two exchanged glances, sharing a quiet chuckle. Who will escort this student to the infirmary? The instructor approached Luo Wei, assisting him to his feet. Luo Wei was already unconscious. He's so heavy, I doubt anyone can carry him, a girl whispered. The comment elicited a wave of laughter. You. The instructor pointed to a boy in the last row. Zhang Chong turned his head back and forth between Jian Hang and the instructor, eventually uncertainly gesturing to his own face. Me? Yes, you will accompany me to the infirmary. The instructor affirmed. Jian Hang lightly patted Zhang Chong's shoulder twice. Go on. Good buddy, I appreciate your effort. Zhang Chong grumbled, but reluctantly stepped forward. Thanks to Luo Wei, we can enjoy a few extra minutes of rest. Hian Yang remarked beside Su Qingyu. Don't say that, he's fainted, Tang Xiaodang interjected, feeling uneasy about the comment. Having shared a middle school, it was one thing, but now being in the same class is quite vexing, Hian Yang said, glancing at Su Qingyu, growing increasingly irked by the thought. The girls had planned outings on weekends, and Hian Yang and Tang Xiaodang had fortuitously witnessed the embarrassing scene of Luo Wei confessing to Su Qingyu. How to put it? 2 words. Awkwardness and humiliation. Luo Wei had presented a bouquet of red roses, publicly confessing to Su Qingyu, even producing a gift box containing a necklace. In front of a crowd, had Su Qingyu not dashed away, this fellow would have surely attempted to kneel before her. Although Su Qingyu remained silent, she was thoroughly exasperated, choosing to feign ignorance in hopes Luo Wei would take the hint. How infuriating! Tang Xiaodang tugged at Hian Yang's sleeve, shaking her head to signal her to stop. Hian Yang pressed her lips tightly together, placing a hand over her mouth, mimicking a zipper motion. Subsequently, everyone was led by the instructor to practice standing at attention and marching. Su Qingyu stood in the ranks, her shirt soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her back. The instructor, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized the students with piercing eyes, ultimately concluding, in your class, this student has the most impeccable posture. Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned to see who the instructor was referring to. Jian Hang stood tall, reluctantly accepting the myriad of scrutinizing gazes. He felt somewhat helpless, his eyes sweeping over to find Su Qingyu staring at him, her gaze seemingly filled with admiration. Hey, it's just standing at attention. How difficult can it be? Jian Hang thought, unable to suppress a smirk. Su Qingyu felt on the verge of collapse. Marching was exceedingly challenging for her, as she consistently fell into the trap of moving her limbs in unison. Among the girls, she was the tallest, fearing the instructor's sharp gaze would catch her errors. However, as fate would have it, her fears materialized. First girl in the 3rd row stepped forward. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, glancing left and right before realizing the instructor was addressing her. She hurriedly stepped forward, yet her anxiety caused her to repeat her previous mistake of moving in sync. Laughter erupted around her, and while she maintained a calm fa-ade, her ears burned with embarrassment. The instructor personally demonstrated the correct movements and instructed her to follow suit. All eyes were on her, including Jian Hang's. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingyu followed the instructor's commands, initially managing to march correctly, but faltering soon after. The instructor sighed, beckoning. The tallest boy in the last row, yes, you teacher. Jian Hang grimaced, muttering, I'm not the instructor. Upon turning to see him, Su Qingyu's face flushed crimson as she quietly pleaded, Instructor, may I learn after class? What do you think? The instructor countered. Su Qingyu scoffed inwardly, thinking it might be worth a gamble. Jian Hang stepped forward to stand beside her. Forward march. The instructor barked. The two stepped out simultaneously, but due to Jian Hang's longer legs, Su Qingyu struggled to match his pace, and the more she tried to keep up, the more chaotic her movements became. They marched back and forth several times until the instructor called for a halt, instructing her to practice on her own, adding in our class, one of you has the most standard movements, while the other has the least. Return to your ranks. With that, laughter erupted among the students. Su Qingyu, initially indifferent and relieved to return to her place, looked up to find Jian Hang grinning at her, a teasing glint in his eyes, causing her cheeks to flush with heat. Chapter 19. Rumors begin to circulate. Beads of sweat dampen her hair, trickling down her cheeks to her chin, leaving her feeling sticky and itchy, yet the instructor forbade any movement, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over each student. The only solace was the occasional breeze that brought a hint of coolness. Bang! Bang! Another student fell valiantly. Unable to contain themselves, everyone turned to see. It was Su Jia. Jiang Ning hurriedly helped her up. The instructor approached, advising, go rest under the shade of the tree. Su Jia not that? Casting a glance towards Jian Hang, who stood with one hand on his hip, the other fanning himself with his hat, utterly ignoring her. Due to Su Jia's fainting, the instructor kindly granted everyone a 5-minute break before the afternoon training concluded. Last night, Su Jia had a peculiar dream. She dreamt of a sports meet at the school, where she and Su Qingyu participated in the 800 meters, both unexpectedly falling. In front of an audience, Jian Hang rushed over to pick her up, carrying her to the infirmary, completely disregarding Su Qingyu beside them. In that moment, Su Jia felt a rush of satisfaction from her vanity. With a glimmer of hope, she feigned weakness during the standing drill earlier, pretending to faint, only to be met with Jian Hang's indifference. Su Jia had no time for self-pity. She believed that dreams might hold some truth and decided to take a chance. Perhaps, after some contemplation, she mused. Jian Hang's inexplicable impatience and annoyance towards her meant that merely pretending to be fragile wouldn't necessarily sway him. Thus, a change in strategy was required. After the military training concluded, the freshmen, famished, rushed towards the dining hall. Among them were those who did not reside on campus, such as Su Qingyu, Tang Xiaodang, Yang, and Jiang Ning, all of whom lived in the southern city. Su Qingyu had a dedicated car service, befitting the daughter of the wealthiest man in the southern city. Zhang Chong cast an envious glance at the sleek black Mercedes outside the school gate, which belonged to Su Qingyu. It was rumored that last year, her father donated funds to build a teaching building at Chongning. Jian Hang gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. When I become affluent, I shall not only donate to my alma mater, but also establish a Hope primary school in rural areas." In fact, he had indeed done so in his previous life. Zhang Chong was skeptical. "You were just bragging." Jian Hang, the handsome boy from Class 1, was indeed strikingly attractive. With his good looks and excellent academic performance, it was no wonder that within just a month of the new semester, some girls had already fainted in his presence. What good is being handsome if he is so cold-hearted towards girls? Do you think he rejected that girl who fainted for the sake of Su Qingyu? Su Qingyu? That seemed quite plausible. Just a month into the semester, she had already clinched the top spot in the school flower voting on the school forum. A match made in heaven for the two prodigies. It's possible. I heard from a friend in Class 1 that last week, Su Qingyu sought out the homeroom teacher to change seats just to sit next to Jian Hang, since Su Jia was originally his deskmate. How thrilling. So it seems Su Qingyu has feelings for Jian Hang, they gasped in awe. But perhaps it's best to let it go. After all, he's just a scholarship student. What good are grades in the real world? Su Qingyu's family is the wealthiest in the southern city. Would she even notice him? Jian Hang pondered the earlier compliments about his looks, but found the subsequent comments increasingly absurd. Annoyed, he bent his right leg and rested his right hand on his knee, tapping his chopsticks impatiently against his plate. "Hey, everyone, I'm still sitting right here, and you're already spreading rumors? Don't you know that spreading rumors is shameful?" Several girls flushed and fell silent. Jian Hang couldn't help but question one of them. "You mentioned a friend in Class 1. What is their name? How do you like to speak with them?" The girl shook her head, a one-T tell. Jian Hang pressed on. "So you don't like that girl who fainted for you? You prefer Su Qingyu, right?" "Jian Hang." He slammed his chopsticks down on the table. "What do you mean by fainted for me? Be clear." The girl fell silent, her large, innocent eyes wide as they gazed at Jian Hang. Suddenly, Zhang Chong leaned over, placing a hand on Jian Hang's chest in a comforting manner. "Don't stoop to their level, Jian Go. It's not worth it." Jian Hang pushed him away. "What are you touching? Let us go." I think he is a bit fierce. "Yeah, perhaps we should refrain from asking." The girl with the large, dark eyes was pulled away by her companions, but she couldn't help glancing back. "But I think he is really cool. He decisively rejects those he doesn't like, which is better than leading them on." "I think you're just bewitched by his looks," Zhang Chong teased with a mischievous grin. "Jian Go, you're quite the charmer," acquiring another little admirer. Jian Hang. At present, he was disinterested in romance, focusing instead on improving his grades and saving up for entrepreneurial endeavors during the winter and summer breaks. While others in this rebirth might possess golden fingers, such as exceptional memory or accumulated wealth, he had none of those advantages. Nonetheless, he cherished the grounding sensation of hard work. In his previous life, despite only gaining admission to an ordinary university, he had managed to transcend social classes. This time around, if he seizes opportunities and prepares early, he is certain to live a better life than before. His ambitions far exceeded the accomplishments of his past. The summer nights stretched on. Beside Class 1's classroom stood a grove of towering trees, encircling a small pond, where the croaking of frogs filled the air. As Jian Hang entered the classroom, he immersed himself in extracurricular reading. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance of roses wafted towards him, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps. Jian Hang looked up to find Su Qingyu approaching. Perhaps she had overheard something from Yang, as she smiled lightly, her dark eyes shimmering under the lights. Upon noticing Jian Hang's gaze, she lowered her long lashes, delicately tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Their eyes met, and Su Qingyu smiled at him first. Jian Hang nodded, waiting for her to take a seat beside him, where he caught a whiff of her faint rose perfume. Chapter 20. She smiled with her eyes slightly squinted, and it was a sight that lingered in his mind. As Yang settled down, she turned to Su Qingyu, eager to engage in conversation, but her gaze fell upon the book Jian Hang was holding. "The Art of Thick and Thin," she remarked, feeling a twinge of envy. Do you still have time to read extracurricular books? Have you finished the assigned homework? After each class, teachers assigned a test paper, which was to be discussed the following day. By the end of the day, students often had to tackle 4 or 5 papers. For those who struggled to grasp the material during class, the process of completing these assignments could be torturous, revealing numerous gaps in their understanding. Jian Hang pointed to a stack of test papers on the upper right corner of his desk, inviting her to see for herself. Qingyu gasped, staring in disbelief. As expected, a genius is indeed a genius. You're nothing like us mere mortals. Jian, you finished them all? Zhang Chong queried incredulously. I still have a math and a physics test to complete. Jian Hang turned to him, resting his hand on Zhang Chong's desk. Wasn't it quite simple? Upon hearing this, even Qingyu, who had been focused on her problems, lifted her head. If a genius's intellect was a dimensional blow to ordinary folks, then his words were undoubtedly a secondary assault. All right, I should focus on my own work. Yang decided to refrain from asking Jian Hang similar questions, realizing it was merely self-deprecation. She thought to herself that securing the top rank in the upcoming monthly exam was surely out of reach, prompting Zhang Chong to bury himself in his work immediately. Jian Hang noticed Qingyu staring at him intently. Do you have a question? Qingyu lowered her head. No. Jian Hang. It felt as if he was being beckoned to explain a problem to her. Once again engrossed in the art of thick and thin, Jian Hang became captivated. While others at university busied themselves with romance and leisure, he was preoccupied with work and earning money. He had yet to experience the joy of university life. This time, he intended to study earnestly, play, and work diligently to earn. Unfortunately, the school library offered a limited selection of books. Otherwise, Jian Hang would have considered familiarizing himself with C and Java ahead of time. His first choice had been the computer science program at Peking University, but alas, fate had other plans, and he settled for a teaching major in mathematics. Seizing the relatively light academic pressure of the first year, he planned to explore a variety of literature. After several days of military training, everyone gradually acclimated. Finally, the week-long training was coming to an end. On the last day, spirits soared with excitement. Finally, it's over. I gotten so tanned. Me too. It's infuriating. My skin is so dark it's hard to get it back to white. Su, you haven't tanned at all. What sunscreen do you use? Yang exclaimed enviously. The same as yours. Qingyu replied calmly. This tone felt inexplicably familiar, reminiscent of how she had casually mentioned finishing all her test papers. Yang suffered another blow. It seemed that not only was there a vast disparity in intelligence among individuals, but even beauty was a natural endowment. She gazed helplessly into a small mirror. I might as well apply a few more whitening masks. Su, how do you solve this problem? Tang Xiaodang gazed at an exemplary problem in her textbook, contemplating how to fully utilize each fleeting moment of respite during military training to acquire a bit more knowledge. Yang felt the weight of multiple pressures bearing down upon him. Upon overhearing the girls discussing the topic of tanning, Zhang Chong inquired of Jian Hang, have I tanned at all? Observing Zhang Chong's face, smeared with an uneven and pale application of sunscreen, juxtaposed with a noticeably darker ring around his neck. Jian Hang swallowed hard and replied, not really. Zhang Chong chuckled, then expressed his envy. I truly admire you and Qingyu. You both possess naturally fair skin. Jian Hang glanced across the way. Indeed, they were quite fair. Fall in. The instructor's resonant voice pierced the air like thunder. Everyone promptly rose, raised their arms, and jogged forward. A neatly organized formation stood at the ready. Today marks the final day of military training. To be honest, I expected you all to be rather spoiled. Yet your performance has pleasantly surprised me, and I find myself quite reluctant to part with you, the instructor declared, unexpectedly becoming sentimental. A few girls blinked back tears. How about we sing together next? The instructor suggested with a beaming smile. Sure, how about the green flowers of the army? Came the enthusiastic response. Can we sing pop songs? Someone interjected. Absolutely. We'll sit in a circle, and when your name is called, you stand in the center to sing. What a splendid idea. The instructor nodded. All right. I shall start with a military song, and after I finish, I will call on the next student, and so forth. No repeats allowed. Great. The instructor, in his early 20s, stood tall and confident in the center, his voice booming and robust. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the verdant canopies hovered overhead. This moment would undoubtedly become one of Jian Hang's most cherished memories of high school. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted. The instructor grinned. Now I will call upon someone. Everyone exchanged nervous glances, apprehensive about being singled out. Jian Hang. Zhang Chong laughed. Come on, Jian, give it your all. Our class flower. Our academic ace. Our handsome guy. A girl blushed as she shouted. Hilarity ensued. The instructor teased. I didn't realize you had such a charming social circle. It's you? Come on, stop fidgeting and get up here. Luo Wei, relishing the moment, couldn't wait to see Jian Hang make a fool of himself. Jian Hang rose, standing in the crowd's midst, lifting his chin as he pondered. Though I am quite against being infatuated with romance, Jiang Ning whispered to Su Jia. One cannot deny that Jian Hang is indeed quite handsome. Su Jia felt her cheeks flush and nodded in agreement. If only he weren't from a small county town and his parents weren't laborers, she mused, she would certainly seize the opportunity to capture his heart. Tang Xiaodang took out a small notebook. I must jot this down. It could serve as inspiration for my novel. Tianyang waved excitedly. Handsome guy, don't embarrass yourself. Su Qingyu giggled. To be honest, she was quite eager to hear Jian Hang's singing voice, curious about his talent. In 2006, numerous popular songs dominated the charts, such as Jay Chou and Fei Yuqing's Far Across 1,000 Miles, Yi Sinchan's Under Mount Fuji, and Xue Zhiqian's Serious Snow, among others. After some contemplation, Jian Hang decided to sing the Cantonese version of Under Mount Fuji. Clearing his throat, he began, The rain ahead resembles snowflakes. Are you cold? Weeping? With each heartfelt note. He performed with a distinct style and impeccable Cantonese pronunciation, his rendition tender and emotional. It felt akin to attending a concert, as the audience instinctively waved their hands, while students from other classes glanced over curiously. Su Qingyu sat quietly, hugging her knees, her chin resting upon them, her dark, clear eyes filled with admiration as she fixated on Jian Hang. Upon finishing the song, Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled with delight, and she joined in the applause. Her luminous gaze curving into a crescent moon, perfectly aligning with his own. Chapter 21. The Inner Thoughts of Affection. Their eyes unexpectedly met again. Jian Hang, nawa, felt a subtle smile tug at the corners of his eyes. I've finished singing, he said nonchalantly, casually placing his hands in his pockets. A slight smirk playing on his lips as he walked back to his spot. The cheers and applause resounded once more. Zhang Chong could not contain himself. I never expected it. Jian Hang, you are indeed a prince of love songs. Jian Hang exclaimed, Prince of love songs? He shot Zhang Chong a look, silently questioning the tackiness of this title. Luo Wei seethed, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this moment is certainly his chance to show off. Who shall I choose next? The instructor queried Jian Hang. The air immediately grew tense with anticipation. The sensation of having control over the situation was quite exhilarating, especially as he observed the majority of faces averting their gaze. Jian Hang caught sight of Luo Wei, whose displeasure was apparent, and pointed decisively. You. Luo Wei's head snapped up in disbelief. What? Me? Yes. Jian Hang affirmed with certainty. What? Can't you sing? Who said I can't? Luo Wei retorted angrily, standing up and begrudgingly making his way to the center. Will you sing? As Luo Wei, who had been tone-deaf since childhood, struggled to recall a song, he decided on singing The Face of the Opera, a blend of Peking opera and pop music he had learned in middle school, hoping it would showcase his differences from Jian Hang. With that thought, he straightened his back, adopting a serious expression, and began to sing the off-key lyrics with great effort. That day my grandfather took me to see the Peking opera, I saw so many painted faces on stage. Red, white, yellow, green, and blue all glaring. While singing, they shouted "Wah-yi-ya" like thunder clapping in my ears. The blue-faced Oer done stealing horses, the red-faced Guangong battling in Changsha, the yellow-faced Yanwei and the white-faced Chao Chao, the black-faced Zhang Fei shouting cha, cha cha. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, then lowered their heads, stifling laughter. One might mistake him for crying. They thought it would have been better if he had sung a pop song instead. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Chong burst out laughing, tears streaming down his cheeks. A few boys doubled over in laughter, slapping their thighs. Even the usually stern instructor turned away, chuckling heartily. He Yang leaned against Su Qingyu's shoulder. Oh dear, who would have thought Luo Wei had this talent? I won't sing anymore, Luo Wei fumed. Zhang Chong, it's your turn. Fine, I'll go, Zhang Chong replied, rising to sing a Jay Chou song. Though he frequently missed the notes, he sang earnestly, garnering applause. After finishing, he grinned at Su Qingyu. Would everyone like to hear Su sing? Su Qingyu? Of course, everyone wanted to hear Su Qingyu sing. Su Qingyu sing. Su Qingyu chuckled softly before rising with poise. The group instinctively quieted down. Standing amidst the crowd, Su Qingyu, clad in loose and unremarkable camouflage attire, possessed a delicate and fair visage, her lustrous black hair elegantly tied back. Her pair of deep, dark eyes gazed resolutely ahead, exuding an innate tranquility. Inside the damp train carriage of September, you find your gaze drawn to the window. Outside, water pipes blossom, chairs stand in foreign lands, leaves take flight. The streets of Shanghai unfold, snow-capped mountains loom nearby. You lean against the window, with my heart situated beside you. Su Qingyu's voice is pure, imbued with a sweet and innocent freshness that starkly contrasts her cool and striking appearance. She does not finish singing a complete song before promptly selecting the next performer. The applause erupts fervently. What song is this? Jian Hang inquires of Tang shouting. She shakes her head in response. I don't know. An obscure song? Zhang Chong asks Jian Hang, do you know it? It sounds quite nice. Jian Hang, too, is at a loss, retracting his gaze after Su Qingyu takes her seat. Shaking his head, I haven't heard it. Su, what is the title of this song? Jian Hang leans in to ask. Ive forgotten. Su Qingyu replies with a smile, though she lies. In truth, the song is the inner workings of my heart when I fell for you by Qingyu. The theme of the 2017 film I Like You, which she had deliberately sung for Jian Hang. Regrettably, he remains unaware. Jian Hang hesitates, all right, unbeknownst to them. Someone recorded Jian Hang's singing and uploaded it to the school forum. Within a mere 3 days, the post garnered discussions exceeding 10,000. Sister she ha ha. Dominant version. Within an hour, I want to know everything about this man. Sister she ha ha. Pleading version. Can a kind soul provide me with this handsome guy's QQ number? Yulzhong. Looking back and smiling. I admit, this junior is somewhat handsome. Looking back and smiling. The singing is passable, I suppose. In computer class, Zhang Chong, still savoring the forum's buzz, excitedly exclaims, Jian Gu, you've become famous in our school. Jian Hang casually responds with an O. What are you looking at? Zhang Chong slyly leans over, peering at Jian Hang's screen. Programming? Are you planning to major in computer science? Jian Hang nods. Thinking about what to do in the future now is certainly better than waiting for the college entrance exam scores and then aimlessly contemplating what major to choose. That makes sense. I should think it over as well. Zhang Chong muses, propping his chin on his hand. Being a pilot is quite cool. Perhaps I should apply to an aviation university? Jian Hang pauses, recalling that Zhang Chong had undergone an eye test and was slightly colorblind, making him ineligible for piloting. Maybe consider something else? Zhang Chong contemplates before conceding. Forget it. There are still 3 years. I can take my time to think. Jian Hang raises a hand, playfully pushing Zhang Chong's face away. There's a saying, even a pig can fly if it stands at the windward. It is the year 2006, and the future holds opportunities in e-commerce, the internet, live streaming, and short videos. His first small goal is to make his family wealthy. Jian Hang eagerly anticipates the upcoming National Day holiday to share his first money-making idea with his parents. On the weekend, after finishing his exercises, Jian Hang asks Zhang Chong if he wants to visit the city library. Upon hearing the word library, Zhang Chong burrows deeper into his blankets. The sky, draped in a gray veil, suggests impending rain. Jian Hang stuffs an umbrella into his black backpack and heads to the bus stop at the school gate. Suddenly, 2 drops of rain fall unannounced. Ripples appear on the glass window, spreading like ink, blurring the view outside. Chongning High School is merely 2 or 3 stops away from a city library. As the bus announces its arrival, Jian Hang opens his umbrella and steps off, making his way towards the library entrance. In the distance, he spots Su Qingyu, draped in a light blue long dress, cradling a book. Her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an elegant and serene aura. She likely forgot her umbrella. Jian Hang approaches, lifting his umbrella slightly, and casually remarks, Su Qingyu, what a coincidence. He adds, it's quite a surprise to run into you here. Su Qingyu did not expect to encounter Jian Hang in this place. His dark, clear eyes, glistening with moisture, evoke a sensation akin to electricity surging through her heart. A delightful shiver courses through her, causing her hand, which holds the book, to tremble as she nervously replies, yes, it's a coincidence. I didn't think I would meet you here. Observing her standing at the entrance with the book, Jian Hang suddenly realizes, are you leaving? Then see you at school. The words she had yet to articulate become lodged in her throat as Su Qingyu turns. And Jian Hang strides into the hall. It's merely a casual greeting among classmates, yet it leaves Su Qingyu feeling a hint of melancholy. Nevertheless, she quickly retrieves her phone and calls Uncle Li, instructing him not to come just yet. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyu pivots and heads back. Chapter 22, a fake boyfriend, but a genuine, heartfelt connection. The city library boasts 5 stories. Su Qingyu stands at the entrance, scanning the area from bottom to top, finally spotting Jian Hang's black backpack at the corner of the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. She hastily crosses the hall and presses the button for the elevator to the 3rd floor. This level houses books on computer programming, video editing, and graphic design, alongside a plethora of historical and literary works. Previously, she had vaguely heard Jian Hang mention studying computer science in class. Su Qingyu stows her backpack in a locker and enters the reading room, filled with computer-related literature. Tall bookshelves, over 3 meters high, stand in neat rows from left to right. Upon entering, a right turn leads to another reading room. As she curiously examines the books on the shelves, She searches for Jian Hang's figure. Behind a white bookshelf, Jian Hang is seated at a beige desk, wholly absorbed in perusing a thick book with a black cover. Su Qingyu leans forward, trying to glimpse the title. Suddenly, a book slips from her grasp, hitting the ground with a thud. She quickly retrieves it, hiding behind the bookshelf. Casting a furtive glance around, the slightly plump librarian raises her glasses, frowning as she observes Su Qingyu. Feeling guilty, Su Qingyu offers a nervous smile. I'm sorry. It was unintentional. The librarian eyes her before returning to her task of organizing the other books. Hello. A tall, slender boy approaches, shyly extending a greeting. Su Qingyu is certain she does not know him. Is there something you need? May I get to know you? Su Qingyu feels uncomfortable with the unsolicited advance from a stranger. I'm sorry, but I came here with my boyfriend, she fabricates. As this excuse is the only one she can muster at the moment. Directly stating her disinterest seems too impolite. The boy, disappointed, responds with a soft "oh." Lowering his head, after a moment of internal conflict, he asks, is it alright if I add your QQ? He reassures her, don't worry. If you're not inclined to chat, I won't bombard you with messages and cause you any trouble. I'm really sorry, Su Qingyu replies, her nails digging into her palm as if summoning great resolve. She lifts her gaze to say, my boyfriend wouldn't be pleased. Alright, it was nice meeting you. The boy says, his head drooping as he walks away. Su Qingyu exhales a sigh of relief, cautiously peeking out again to see what book Jian Hang is reading. The cover is black. She searched the nearby bookshelf thoroughly and finally located the book. It was on the Java programming language. Upon opening it, her mind became a muddle, and she found the contents utterly incomprehensible. Is this the realm of the academic elite? Su Qingyu shook her head, so difficult to understand. She had initially intended to approach him casually, but seeing Jian Hang so engrossed in his studies, she presumed he likely preferred not to be disturbed. Leaning against the bookshelf, Su Qingyu took a deep breath, determined to give the book another earnest attempt. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Su Qingyu looked up, intending to return the book. Indeed, she could not grasp its contents. If it weren't for her father's unfortunate investments leading to bankruptcy in her previous life, preventing her from smoothly transferring to an overseas school, she mused that she might have achieved her goal of becoming a fashion designer. If only life could start anew. She decided against pursuing fashion design. Becoming an animation designer seemed equally appealing. Moreover, if Jian Hang were to choose computer science, he would likely opt for Kyoto University. She too aspired to gain admission there. However, recalling her previous exam scores, Su Qingyu suddenly felt the weight of the challenge ahead. Su Qingyu, a familiar voice rang out above her. Jian Hang curiously eyed the identical book in her hands and inquired, are you also interested in computer languages? Su Qingyu froze, her heart racing. Yet she maintained an outward calm. Yes, she nodded. You struggle with math equations. Jian Hang's curiosity was piqued. Do you understand this? Su Qingyu felt somewhat discertaineth. She casually waved the book and moved to sit across from Jian Hang, lifting her chin defiantly. What is there to not understand? Truthfully, she could not comprehend it all. It seemed infinitely more challenging than her previous IELTS studies, with the letters strung together like an incomprehensible script. However, in her desire to spend more time with Jian Hang, she resolved to persevere. Jian Hang deliberately elongated his tone, feigning interest before returning to his seat. He suddenly recalled a question. Weren't you just about to leave? I thought I saw someone lurking behind the bookshelf, assuming they were Peeping Tom. You are the real Peeping Tom, Su Qingyu thought to herself. You wouldn't be waiting for the rain to stop without an umbrella, would you? Jian Hang glanced at the torrential downpour outside. Indeed, the rain was quite heavy. Su Qingyu nodded eagerly, thinking to herself that this was a plausible excuse. If you're in a hurry to return, I wouldn't mind being a good Samaritan and accompany you with an umbrella to hail a cab. Jian Hang felt quite gentlemanly. His tone was both teasing and self-assured. Su Qingyu chuckled. You're rather considerate, but I'm not heading back just yet. Thank you. Jian Hang acknowledged with an "oh" and continued to read. The two sat quietly opposite each other. Su Qingyu truly forced herself to focus on the book, though she understood little. Hey, Su Qingyu looked up to see the same boy from earlier. Why was he sitting next to her? How could someone be so persistent? A shiver ran down her spine, yet she politely nodded, shifting slightly to the other side, stealing a glance at Jian Hang, who seemed unperturbed, leaving her feeling a tad frustrated. Is he your boyfriend? The boy pressed. He had initially intended to leave, but feeling unsatisfied with their first encounter, he thought it worth one more attempt. After all, it was not every day one felt an instant connection with someone. He might never see her again. Why not make another effort? It was quite normal for a girl to be cautious of unfamiliar boys. The boy returned, noticing Su Qingyu reading and Jian Hang seated opposite her. Is it him, your boyfriend? Jian Hang overheard the inquiry and asked Su Qingyu, is he a friend of yours? No, Su Qingyu blurted, her face flushed with nervousness. I don't know him. Jian Hang reacted with surprise. What guy? Su Qingyu quickly interjected. I have a difficult question I want to ask you. Let us discuss it later. The boy, still not giving up, directly asked Jian Hang, "So you're her boyfriend, right?" Jian Hang swallowed hard, glancing at Su Qingyu, who wore a somewhat stiff smile. She was likely attempting to reject the boy's advances while conveniently finding an excuse. "Yes," Jian Hang nodded. "Do you have any business with her?" Disappointed, the boy stood up. "Sorry to disturb you." Su Qingyu sighed in relief. Finally, he has gone. Once the boy left, Jian Hang cast an unwilling glance at Su Qingyu. "So I'm your shield now, am I?" Su Qingyu, noticing the challenge in Jian Hang's gaze, stirred something within her. She replied, "While I may be using you as a shield, it's not entirely untrue. We are desk mates, after all. You help me, and I'll treat you to milk tea later." Although she truly wanted to express deeper feelings, the words faltered on her lips. "In this pouring rain, you want to treat me to milk tea? Aren't you making it too complicated?" Jian Hang leaned back in his chair, casting a glance at the downpour outside, his tone teasing. "So, will you or one tea you?" Su Qingyu found herself slightly flustered by his words, her tone shifting to a playful, yet slightly irritated cadence. Chapter 23. An unexpected encounter in the library. The campus Belle's deliberate approach. Jian Hang was not particularly interested in milk tea, but seeing Su Qingyu's long, curled lashes slowly droop and her eyes begin to sag, he felt a sudden pang of compassion and could not bear to refuse. "Let's postpone it for another day, but I'll hold you to it." He finally relented. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu lifted her clear eyes, a glimmer of uncontainable joy sparkling within her dark irises. "All right, it's settled then." It was Jian Hang's first time witnessing someone so delighted at the prospect of treating another to milk tea. As the time approached, Jian Hang began to pack up, preparing to head back to school. Observing his movements, Su Qingyu hastily gathered her belongings as well. Jian Hang smirked. "You must want to accompany me, huh?" Though she recognized his jest, her heart raced unexpectedly. She calmly glanced at her phone. "At this hour, I really should be heading back." Jian Hang responded with a drawn-out "oh" and slung his backpack over his right shoulder, clutching the books he intended to borrow as he stood aside, waiting for her. Once Su Qingyu seemed ready, he took the lead down to the first floor. Jian Hang placed the books he planned to borrow in front of the electronic machine to scan. Su Qingyu scanned the nearby shelves, casually picking up a book with a light yellow cover. She feigned difficulty. "I haven't gotten a library card yet." Jian Hang, having already placed the registered books in his backpack, said, "Since you plan to treat me to milk tea, I'll help you borrow it." "Isn't that rather inappropriate?" Su Qingyu pretended to be modest. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow, playfully echoing her words. "All right, just tell the front desk you need a card. You can use your ID." "Jian Hang." Su Qingyu called out his name in a moment of urgency, feeling somewhat vexed. "Then can I borrow your library card?" Jian Hang handed over his card, and as Su Qingyu furrowed her brow while tapping on the screen, he could not help but lean in to see. "You can't even manage this? Is it your first time using it? Just pay attention. It's quite simple. You'll get the hang of it next time." Su Qingyu responded with a no, then asked, "When will you come again?" Jian Hang chuckled lightly, expressing his astonishment at Su Qingyu's abrupt change of topic, and teasingly suggested, "Shall I inform you in advance next time?" "That would be splendid," she replied, hands clasped behind her back, her gaze following the movement of Jian Hang's fingers as he operated the device. Jian Hang was taken aback when his casual remark caught her off guard. He handed her the book he had borrowed. "Return it within a month. Don't forget," he said, casually glancing at the title on the cover. "Culinary recipes? Suinjuri plate." Slightly flustered, "I didn't realize you had this hobby." She hesitated, then added, "I'm leaving now." All right, they walked side by side to the library entrance. As Su Qingyu had anticipated, the sky remained overcast, and a torrential downpour began. Raindrops pelted the stone steps at the library's entrance, and the nearby street was shrouded in rain and mist. "This rain is truly heavy," Su Qingyu remarked, playfully kicking the ground with her toes while gripping her backpack straps. "You seem rather cheerful," Jian Hang said glumly, glancing up at the sky. "Where's your driver?" "Isn't he coming to pick you up?" "Uncle Lee will come to get me shortly," Su Qingyu replied, not wishing to appear as though she was deliberately getting closer to him. "It's fine. If you're busy, feel free to leave." Jian Hang thought to himself how considerate she was, yet leaving a girl behind went against his principles. "I suppose I can wait with you for a bit longer. What time is he arriving?" Su Qingyu checked her watch. "I remember Uncle Lee said he'd come around 3, and it's already 2:30, so he should be here soon." Jian Hang nodded, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, he exclaimed, I think I see something." 5 meters away, in the parking lot between the library and the adjacent hotel, he spotted a black Mercedes. "Isn't that your designated vehicle?" "So, Uncle Lee said he'd come at 3? Jian Hang asked again. Yes, Su Qingyu replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Is there a problem?" She hoped he caught on to her little fib. Quickly, she added, "If you have something to do, you can leave. I can wait by myself." Jian Hang rubbed his eyes. The car was still there. He didn't have poor eyesight. His vision was perfect. Wait here for me, he instructed, then unfolded his umbrella and dashed toward the black car. Su Qingyu watched in dismay as he ran off. Oh no! She hurriedly fished her phone out of her bag and called Uncle Li. Hello, Uncle Li, my classmate saw you. Just telling you'll be here at 3. Say you arrived early. Do you understand? Uncle Li, who had already been waiting for an hour and a half, was bewildered. All right, Mississippi. Just then, someone tapped on the car window. Uncle Li rolled it down, revealing a young, handsome face. Hello, classmate. Are you Uncle Li? Jian Hang in Guit Politi Li. Upon receiving a nod, he continued, Su Qingyu is right at the entrance. I'll bring her over. Uncle Li recalled how anxious his young mistress had been a moment ago and suddenly understood. Acknowledging Jian Hang with a knowing smile. Classmate, thank you for your help. Not at all, Jian Hang replied as the window rolled up. Uncle Li had intended to offer an extra umbrella from the back seat, much larger than the one Jian Hang held, suggesting they each take one. However, he thought better of it, assuming the young lady wouldn't want it. Over here, Jian Hang said, glancing at Su Qingyu's backpack. Let me help you. Perhaps you should hold your bag in front of you to keep it dry. Oh, Su Qingyu complied quickly. Having spent some time together, Jian Hang realized that Su Qingyu wasn't as aloof as he initially thought. She was even somewhat obedient. They jogged to the car door, and as Su Qingyu climbed in, she rolled down the window. Jian Hang, let me give you a ride to school. No, it's fine, Jian Hang replied. Turning to leave, Uncle Li chimed in, young man, get in. Thanks to your assistance, the young lady didn't get wet. If you leave now, she might feel guilty. Jian Hang thought to himself that he really didn't want to owe anyone favors. All right then, he nodded and opened the door. They sat side by side in the back seat, both maintaining a polite silence. Uncle Li glanced in the rearview mirror, noting that the young man was rather handsome. Jian Hang, focused on the road ahead, caught Uncle Li's assessing gaze and chuckled. Thank you, Uncle Li. Uncle Li smiled bashfully. You're welcome. Are you and the young lady classmates? Yes, we're in the same class. My name is Jian Hang, he replied. Uncle Li remarked, what a coincidence. Feeling a bit awkward, Jian Hang nodded with a smile, but didn't elaborate. Uncle Li, Su Qingyu said, a bit anxious to avoid revealing too much. Please focus on the road. Of course, Uncle Li replied cheerfully. The rain fell steadily on the car roof, creating ripples on the windows, while the sound of rain was kept outside. Su Qingyu sat upright, gripping her knees, her palms sweating from nervousness. This was her first time being so close to Jian Hang in such a confined space, akin to being alone together. Her heart raced anxiously, and she could even hear her own swallowing. Su Qingyu grew increasingly tense, fearing Jian Hang might notice her agitation. Did he suspect how nervous she was? In reality, Jian Hang sat comfortably relaxed, contemplating when he might acquire a second-hand desktop computer to practice programming languages. 10 minutes later, the black Mercedes arrived at the entrance of Choning High School. Classmate, we've arrived, Uncle Li announced. Thank you, Uncle Li. Jian Hang turned to Su Qingyu and said, I think you should really consider getting glasses. Su Qingyu, bewildered, responded, why? Jian Hang explained, the car was only 5 meters away, and you didn't notice it. I saw it parked for at least 10 minutes. I suspect you might be nearsighted. Uncle Li couldn't help but chuckle. It was rare to find a young man so considerate, crafting excuses to spare a girl from embarrassment. Feeling embarrassed, Su Qingyu nodded. Yes, I do have a slight nearsightedness. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. See you on Monday. Goodbye, Jian Hang said, closing the car door. As he hurried toward the security office, he spotted his roommates, Zhang Chong and Ma Fan. One was munching on a steamed bun, while the other was excitedly waving a fried dough stick, both staring at him intently. Is there something you need? Jian Hang asked. The two bystanders exchanged glances, their expressions serious, and simultaneously declared, confession brings leniency. Resistance brings harshness. Chapter 24. How old are you, baby? Can't sleep, and still need me to coax you? Upon reaching the dormitory, Zhang Chong slammed the door shut and exchanged a mischievous grin with Ma Fan. Zhang Chong feigned an epiphany. I knew it. Jiange on a weekend. Finding leisure to visit the library must be to meet Su, right? Jian Hang patted Zhang Chong's head earnestly. Had I not been the subject of the rumors, I might have fallen for your nonsense. Zhang Chong, who had recently been suffering from a breakout, leaned in with his flushed, swollen face and asked, so, are you and Su? Is there something going on? Ma Fan had already pulled his chair closer to sit beside Jian Hang, adjusting his glasses as he said, I knew it. The school beauty, Su, must have ulterior motives, switching seats, and meeting in the library with such a vivid imagination. Why not write web novels? Jian Hang tossed his backpack onto the desk, placing a sheet of paper over Ma Fan's mouth to silence him. It was merely a coincidence. Yet you've turned it into a meeting. Ma Fan wiped his mouth disdainfully. It's still a meeting. What is the difference? Jian Hang playfully tugged at Ma Fan's hair with a gentle tone akin to that of an elder, saying, be good, remember to pay close attention during Chinese class. Ma Fan, already significantly shorter than him, felt a surge of indignation at this gesture and swiftly swatted Jian Hang's hand away. To mend the wounds of my spirit. Qingyu, I can only rely on you to confess the truth. Zhang Chong, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, don't try to change the subject. Since you're not with Su, why did you get out of her car? With a laugh, Ma Fan added, haha, Qingyu, you're not being kept by the campus belle, are you? Water sprayed from Jian Hang's mouth as he set his cup down, yanked Ma Fan by the neck, and forcefully pressed him down, saying, you're asking for a slap, aren't you? Zhang Chong pulled the two apart, urging, enough of this, just tell us what happened. Yes, you're leaving us in suspense, Ma Fan chimed in cheerfully. The playful antics of the two were almost too much for Jian Hang to bear. He thought them utterly absurd. Absurdity is one thing, but you ought to enlighten us, Zhang Chong retorted, exasperated. Jian Hang intended to head to the restroom, but Ma Fan blocked the door, causing him to frown. Ma Fan quickly smiled and stepped aside, saying, never mind, you should finish your business first. Zhang Chong sighed. Can't you have a bit of backbone? If you're so capable, why don't you go? Ma Fan muttered under his breath. Upon emerging from the restroom, Jian Hang was greeted by a scene. Zhang Chong and Ma Fan were positioned like sentinels. One sitting upright on the edge of the bed while the other lounged in a chair, both with their legs crossed and eyes fixed intently on him. Zhang Chong demanded, Qingyu, if you don't tell us tonight, I won't be able to sleep. Ma Fan nodded vigorously, me neither. Jian Hang approached the desk, pulled out a chair, and casually sat down, stretching his long legs. He chuckled, you can't sleep and need me to soothe you? How old are you? Having spent nearly 2 months together. Zhang Chong had almost deciphered Jian Hang's temperament. He mused that if Jian Hang said no, it likely meant there was indeed nothing. Or perhaps he simply perceived it that way. Given the numerous coincidences today, Zhang Chong resolved to change tactics. He moved his chair closer to sit beside Jian Hang and coaxed, why don't you share the details with us? From your encounter in the library to parting at the school gate, tell us everything, in full and meticulous detail. Jian Hang glanced over. Do you think I have an abundance of time? Should I also tell you a bedtime story? Zhang Chong grinned mischievously, of course not. Just keep it brief. Ma Fan eagerly sat beside Jian Hang, brimming with anticipation. With a sigh, Jian Hang extracted a borrowed book from his bag and placed it on the desk, succinctly stating, I met Qingyu in the library. Due to a torrential downpour, we sat together to read for a while. In the afternoon, her family's driver picked her up and conveniently dropped me off at the school gate. With a clap of his hands, he concluded, all right, the bedtime story is over. Little ones, off to sleep now. Zhang Chong interjected, just happened to run into her? Ma Fan added, conveniently dropped off? They stared at him incredulously. Under the pressure of their scrutiny, Jian Hang calmly opened the book he had borrowed that day. Zhang Chong, still unwilling to relent, pressed on. Can't you share a few more details? Ma Fan chimed in. For instance, did anything particularly special happen? Jian Hang, irritated by their incessant questioning, snapped the book shut and draped his left arm over Zhang Chong's shoulder, retorting, didn't I directly inquire about the reason for swapping seats with her? Zhang Chong pondered for a moment and nodded. She said it was for convenience with the problems. Jian Hang continued, well, since we are desk mates, and I may occasionally need to consult her about the problems. If you were in my shoes, facing a violent storm outside, would you not offer to escort her? Zhang Chong and Ma Fan exchanged glances, reluctantly acknowledging with a murmur of agreement. Zhang Chong, still not satisfied, pressed further, did you two not discuss anything in the library? Jian Hang replied, discuss what? Zhang Chong insisted, I'm asking you. Jian Hang retorted, we didn't discuss anything. Zhang Chong sighed, fine, I can't ask anymore. Jian Hang concluded, I told you not to ask, and you still do, wasting my time. With that, Jian Hang picked up a book, preparing to recline on the bed to read. Zhang Chong tugged at his shirt, pleading, brother, what if she falls for you at first sight? Jian Hang pointed to himself incredulously. Me? Zhang Chong nodded, yes. Jian Hang chuckled, I admit, there have been more coincidences with Qingyu lately, but she is a rich young lady, and I'm just a poor boy from a small county. Aside from being a bit academically gifted and somewhat good-looking, do you really think she could fall hopelessly for me at first glance? Zhang Chong and Ma Fan exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Chapter 25. The campus belle steals a glance for the nth time and gets caught. The unexpected encounter in the library left Qingyu exhilarated, unable to sleep all night. In her past life, her interactions with Jian Hang were minimal, with barely a few words exchanged. This time, their relationship had undoubtedly taken a significant leap forward. Just the thought of seeing Jian Hang again during evening study made her feel that school could be an immensely joyful experience. Hand in hand with Yang and Tang Xiaodang, she entered the classroom, instinctively glancing towards Jian Hang's seat. Upon seeing him sitting there, a smile crept onto her face. The closer their distance became, the more palpable her delight grew. Yang chattered incessantly in her ear, but she seemed only half listening, her attention fixated on Jian Hang. Zhang Chong noticed them approaching and waved cheerfully. Only Yang and Tang Shouting responded. Su Qingyu did not. Zhang Chong felt as though he had missed something crucial. After Su Qingyu sat down, Jian Hang did not look up, but remained engrossed in his studies, though a hint of disappointment lingered. Su Qingyu couldn't help but admire Jian Hang's diligence. She pulled out her math homework from the previous day, realizing that many problems remained unsolved due to her lack of understanding. Although Jian Hang had offered to help explain the problems, Su Qingyu was reluctant to take up too much of his time. Zhang Chong, sitting behind them, occasionally stole glances. Indeed, he observed that Su Qingyu was furtively stealing glances at Jian Hang. Yet, he needed to confirm something first. Thus, a series of peculiar incidents unfolded for Su Qingyu. During her first covert glance at Jian Hang, Zhang Chong queried from behind, Su, do you need me to help explain the problem-solving approach? Su Qingyu shook her head. No, I'll think about it some more. On her second clandestine glance at Jian Hang, Zhang Chong asked, Su, have you encountered another problem you don't understand? Su Qingyu replied, shaking her head, not at all. On her third surreptitious glance at Jian Hang, Zhang Chong began Su, but before he could finish, Jian Hang turned around, his brows slightly raised as if in challenge. You're so chatty. Why don't we swap seats? Zhang Chong waved his hands. That wouldn't he do? Jian Hang sighed and turned back, his gaze meeting Su Qingyu's. She bit her lip, sensing that Jian Hang appeared somewhat displeased, likely due to a hurdle in his problem-solving process. This realization only reinforced her belief that she shouldn't use the excuse of asking for help to draw closer to him. During the break, Zhang Chong initiated another conversation. Su, the process of independent thinking is incredibly important. Don't be like others who immediately seek help when faced with confusion, regardless of whether the person has time. Others? Separated by a narrow aisle, Su Jia overheard Zhang Chong's words, and with a determined bite of her lip, the tip of her pen tore through the paper. Was he referring to her? Su Jia turned her head sharply, casting a fierce glare at the back of Zhang Chong's head. Unperturbed, Zhang Chong continued to engage in conversation with Su Qingyu. To an outsider, it might appear that Zhang Chong was overly attentive to Su Qingyu. Yet, the truth was that his actions were motivated by his friend Jian. Jian Hang was either absorbed in solving problems or sprawled across his desk, fast asleep. The atmosphere was utterly stagnant. Zhang Chong thought to himself that if he didn't actively enliven the mood, once they swapped seats for the upcoming monthly exam, Jian and Su Qingyu would truly miss the chance to grow closer. Su Jia secretly reveled in this situation. She had assumed that sitting together would ignite numerous conversations between Jian Hang and Su Qingyu, but that was far from the case, leaving their relationship strictly academic. During the break, Zhang Chong resumed his role as a chatterbox and attention seeker. Su, what are your hobbies? We could plan to hang out this weekend, he suggested. I don't have any hobbies, Su Qingyu replied. Su, Jian and I are heading to the convenience store later. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Just let me know, and I'll bring it for you, Zhang Chong offered. No, thank you, Su Qingyu replied instinctively. Zhang Chong quickly corrected himself. Oh, I misspoke. It's Jian who will bring it for you. At this, Su Qingyu turned her gaze toward Jian Hang. Was that appropriate? Zhang Chong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Clearly, she was looking at Jian instead of him while he was the one speaking. This behavior was undeniably peculiar. Whenever Zhang Chong initiated a conversation, Su Qingyu always responded politely. Finally lifting his gaze, Jian Hang looked at Su Qingyu and said, You can treat whatever he says as mere air. Zhang Chong grinned broadly, unfazed, as he anticipated uncovering a significant revelation. Inside the convenience store, the air conditioning blew warm air, blending with the chirping of cicadas and the laughter of fellow students, creating a symphony that filled Yang's ears. He took a sip of his icy cola and sighed. Su Qingyu exchanged glances with Tang Shouting. What is wrong? Su Qingyu inquired. Worried about failing the math section on the next monthly exam? Tang Shouting teased. Yang clenched his fists, making a threatening gesture. Tang Shouting, don't push me to resort to violence. Then why are you sighing? Tang Shouting asked, puzzled. This is already your sixth sigh. Yang explained. I thought sitting near a handsome guy would be so much fun, that at least my high school life wouldn't be mundane. However, it's been nearly half a month since we changed seats, and Jian Hang has spoken to me less than 3 times. So? Tang Shouting probed. Isn't that enough to be irritating? Yang gritted his teeth. Can you tolerate having a dashing, rebellious, handsome guy sitting behind you every day? Yet he never speaks to you and is completely engrossed in his studies? Tang Shouting shrugged. What is the issue? Su is his desk mate. And they don't talk either. Su Qingyu nearly choked on her cola. Yang silently took another large sip of his drink. Su is naturalivia. It's perfectly normal for them to have little to say to each other, he remarked. The three of them sat side by side before the glass window of the convenience store, leisurely observing the students traversing the stone steps. The school plans to hold a welcome party for the new students before National Day. Why don't we sign up to perform? Jian proposed. Tang Xiaodang immediately shook her head in refusal. I, for one, refused to participate. Su Qingyu also expressed her reluctance. Let us skip it. In her previous life, she had indeed been enthusiastic about such activities, but after experiencing immense upheaval at home and witnessing many once friendly faces turn hostile, Su Qingyu believed it was far more meaningful to quietly focus on her own endeavors. What if we invite Jian Hang and the others to perform together? Jian exclaimed excitedly. He has a wonderful singing voice. Su Qingyu regretted her hasty rejection. Don't involve me. Tang Xiaodang's refusal was resolute. Jian leaned in, pleading, don't be like that. You and Zhang Chong are desk mates. Why not secretly ask him to persuade Jian Hang? Not going. If you want to go, you go by yourself, Tang Xiaodang insisted. Please, Tang Xiaodang pushed Jian away. Look, speak of the devil, there he is. You go ask him yourself. Through the glass window, Su Qingyu immediately spotted Jian Hang. With his hands in his pockets, his profile was sharply defined, dark hair slightly obscuring his brow, exuding an air of nonchalance. Su Qingyu found her gaze involuntarily, following his figure. Suddenly, Jian Hang turned around. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and Su Qingyu felt a burn from his gaze. She quickly averted her eyes, lowering her head to take a large gulp of cola. Chapter 26, regarding her. Distant and vague memories from past life. Zhang Chong and Jian Hang pushed open the glass door and stepped inside. What are you all eating? Zhang Chong glanced at the messy array on the table. Small cookies, crispy noodles, spicy strips, jelly, and ham sausages. In front of Su Qingyu lay an empty bowl of instant noodles. It was now the break between the third period of the morning. Zhang Chong curiously asked, Didn't you have breakfast? Su Qingyu forced herself to look over. It was evident that Zhang Chong's question was directed at her. If it weren't for Jian Hang being nearby, she would have wanted to retort, What business is it of yours? Su Qingyu murmured a response. In the moment her gaze met Jian Hang's, she quickly looked down again. Blood rushed to her face, turning her ears crimson. What did Jian Hang's smile from earlier mean? Did he think she ate a lot? She intended to. Immersing oneself in studies was indeed a draining endeavor. The more Su Qingyu thought about it, the more awkward she felt, wishing to escape immediately. Jian continued to chat animatedly with Zhang Chong. As the figure in white school uniform walked away, Su Qingyu lifted her head to find Jian Hang had already moved behind the shelves. Shall we head back to the classroom? Tang Xiaodang suggested, having preempted Jian. Let us go together, Zhang Chong said, raising his voice. Jian Ge, could you grab me a bottle of water? Can't you manage on your own? A languid, magnetic voice came from behind. Su Qingyu looked up to see Jian Hang tossing a bottle of water into Zhang Chong's hands. Their eyes met once more. Jian Hang then placed another bottle of water beside Su Qingyu. This is for you, he indicated with a nod. Suingyu. She glanced down at the bottle, then back up to confirm me. Who else? Jian Hang replied nonchalantly, unscrewing the cap and taking a large swig. With that, he carelessly pushed open the glass door and stepped outside. The three nearby paused in unison, exchanging curious glances at the two of them. Jian complained. Why didn't I get one? I was your former deskmate. Tang Xiaodang, stifling a laugh, added, I didn't get one either. I'm the back deskmate. Zhang Chong stood there in shock. After all this time hanging out with Jian Ge, this is the first time he has ever proactively handed me water. Su Qingyu found herself caught in a web of nervousness and embarrassment as thoughts swirled in her mind. Outside the glass door, Jian Hang impatiently tapped on the glass window, signaling to Zhang Chong with a glance. Aren't you leaving yet? This guy, he can't seem to move his legs whenever he sees a girl. Zhang Chong quickly responded, I'm leaving now. Let us go together. Class is about to start, Jian urged, pulling Su Qingyu along. She nodded, tightly gripping the water Jian Hang had bought for her. On their way back to the classroom, the three girls trailed behind Jian Hang and Zhang Chong. Jian and Zhang Chong were deep in conversation. Su Qingyu, lost in thought while clutching the bottle of water, suddenly caught sight of a familiar pair of white sneakers. Are you all right? Jian Hang asked her. Su Qingyu lifted her head, a flush of crimson blossoming behind her ears, her cheeks ablaze with warmth. Beside her, Tang Xiaodang stole a glance and smiled mischievously before moving to join Jian on the other side. Traitor! Su Qingyu chided inwardly as she turned to Jian Hang. Is there something wrong? Why do you ask? You have a rash on the back of your neck. Jian Hang replied, subtly averting his gaze. The girl's neck was delicate and pale, its slender lines exuding a certain grace. But a few prominent red spots marred the smoothness behind her thin earlobes. Su Qingyu raised a hand to touch it, only then realizing that indeed she had developed a rash. She was unable to eat spicy food without suffering such consequences, yet her love for it often overrode her caution. especially during stressful times. After all, the rash was minor and not particularly noticeable. She anticipated that Jian Hang would take note of it. "It's nothing. I'll just take some anti-inflammatory medicine later," Qingyu replied nonchalantly. Jian Hang fell silent, having merely intended to offer a friendly warning. He had just taken a couple of steps forward when Qingyu called out to him from behind. "Jian Hang, how about we both sign up to perform at the welcome party?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaodang turned her head. Even Zhang Chong and He Yangyang, who had been animatedly chatting just moments before, fell silent and turned to look. Qingyu averted her gaze elsewhere. "It's fine if you don't agree." It was clear that he hadn't even had the chance to respond, yet he truly had no time to spare. Jian Hang chuckled softly. "I don't plan on participating." A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Qingyu's eyes. "Oh, that's all right." Zhang Chong feared that his good friend would continue the conversation, leading to an awkward silence. "You didn't say you wouldn't participate. Let us discuss it first," Zhang Chong suggested with a smile, pulling Jian Hang aside for a more private chat. "I say, Jingu, why did you refuse her outright?" Zhang Chong wished fervently that he could rewind time to seal Jian Hang's lips. "You won't accept?" Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. "Then you go ahead." "Do you expect me to accompany you?" Zhang Chong nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. "She asked you, not me. My participation is inconsequential. What matters is you. When did you become so clear about your own positioning?" "I was unaware," Jian Hang remarked, flicking Zhang Chong's forehead with a finger. "I said I'm not going, so I'm not going. Why all the fuss? If you're not going, then just don't flick me," Zhang Chong retorted, covering his reddened forehead. Jian Hang skirted around him and caught sight of Qingyu seated by the glass window, suddenly recalling some distant and hazy memories. A girl in a flowing white satin gown had sprinted toward him, one hand lifting her skirt while the other thrust a bouquet into his hands, saying, "Hold this for me." It was as if she were accustomed to those around her always lending a hand, her tone casual and unpretentious. However, Jian Hang hadn't had the time to refuse, and the bouquet was already firmly in his grip. The girl's long, lustrous black curls cascaded down her shoulders as she bent to tie her shoelaces, having hastily lifted her skirt. Jian Hang remembered that they had indeed shared a fleeting intersection back then. Compared to that time, Qingyu seemed to have been dulled by the passage of life. Her vibrancy diminished. This was, of course, entirely understandable. In his memories, Qingyu came from a privileged background, strikingly beautiful, perpetually praised by those around her. Naturally, her demeanor had been somewhat arrogant and capricious, taking others' goodwill or flattery for granted. Yet now, the Qingyu before him appeared to be an entirely different person when compared to his recollections. On the way back to the classroom, Zhang Chong, like a doting mother, enumerated the benefits of participating in the performance, extolling the creation of beautiful youthful memories. Jian Hang paid him no heed. He had rejected Qingyu at that time without considering her feelings, only recalling her words, "It's fine if you don't agree." "Oh, that's all right." Upon entering the classroom, Jian Hang directly focused on Qingyu. The girl's eyelashes fluttered as she cast him a fleeting smile. Chapter 27. Enlightenment. The school Belle's unique affection for Jiangu. During class meeting time, Liang prompted everyone to discuss what performance to present at the welcome party. Su Jia suggested a Dai ethnic dance, as it was her forte, but due to insufficient rehearsal time, the idea was dismissed. Ultimately, they settled on a large choir performance, emphasizing individual strengths, such as playing instruments. Jian Hang recalled that Qingyu could play the piano, as well as the cello and violin. When Liang asked those who could play instruments to raise their hands, Qingyu remained still. Jian Hang queried, "Don't you want to participate? Raise your hand." Before Qingyu could formulate a response, Liang had already called on her to play the piano. He had reviewed her enrollment information and knew she had won first prize in a national youth piano competition. Qingyu cast a resigned glance at Jian Hang. Noticing he was twirling a pen in his left hand, his attention fixed on the exam paper before him, evidently resolute in his decision not to join the performance. A silent sigh escaped her. Suddenly, the thought of performing seemed utterly unappealing. The discussion about the program continued fervently. Liang scanned the audience and inquired, "Who will take the lead vocals?" "Me," came a voice from the crowd. It was Luo Wei. He surveyed the room with a self-satisfied grin and confidently declared, "Teacher, it's me." Liang appeared somewhat concerned. "Are you sure you can handle it?" "No problem," Luo Wei asserted with unwavering conviction. The others recalled his off-key singing during military training and wondered where his confidence stemmed from. Zhang Chong couldn't help but scoff. "Jiangu, are you really not raising your hand to sign up?" Jian Hang shook his head. "Forget it." Qingyu pressed her lips together, contemplating persuading Jian Hang to volunteer. But given her earlier invitation had been met with rejection, another plea would seem rather imposing. "Forget it." While this sign-up was purely voluntary, as class monitor, Jiang Ning couldn't care less about offending anyone at this point. She stood up and recommended, "Li Ban, Jian Hang sings quite well. Why not let him be the lead vocalist?" "Hey," Zhang Chong exclaimed, "I think the class monitor is quite perceptive." Tang Xiaoding looked up at him in surprise. It was only then that Zhang Chong realized he had misspoken, hastily clarifying, "What I meant was, as friends, we get along well." Tang Xiaoding simply responded with an "oh." Li Liang glanced at Jian Hang, saying, "Luo Wei is eager to volunteer and shows great enthusiasm. We should give such brave students a chance and not undermine their confidence." He hurriedly covered his mouth to suppress his laughter. Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly, sitting down, feeling she had fulfilled her duty to mitigate risks. During the break, everyone approached Jiang Ning to register for the performance. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Chong asked Su Qingyu, "Su, when do you feel uncomfortable performing with Luo Wei?" Su Qingyu's eyelashes fluttered. "Why would I? I just need to focus on my part of the performance." Shifting her tone, she added wistfully, "Though I believe, for the best stage effect, it really ought to be Jian Hang as the lead vocalist." Directly addressed, Jian Hang turned around. "I'll take that as a compliment." Su Qingyu smiled lightly. "I truly am complimenting you." Jian Hang found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Chong and Tang Xiaoding exchanged glances, a subtle understanding dawning within them. During the break, Luo Wei approached Su Qingyu with a sycophantic expression. Su, which piece do you want to perform?" "Luo Wei, so you mean you can sing any song?" Yang teased, stifling laughter. Luo Wei chuckled awkwardly. "How could that be? However, if Su gives the word, I can certainly learn in advance." Su Qingyu raised her head, her expression and tone distant and aloof. "We are not familiar, nor do I require you to learn any songs for me." Zhang Chong, reveling in the drama, remarked, "Oh, what a blow." Jian Hang raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this was indeed the Su Qingyu he remembered, cool and unapproachable as ever. Luo Wei, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and said with a grin, "Surely we must be familiar. After all, weren't we classmates in middle school? In the same class." He emphasized, "I sat right behind you." Suing Juriman expressionis, replaying. "I have no recollection of that." Luo Wei was instantly frozen in disbelief. "Classmate," Su Qingyu continued, "may I proceed with my exercises? Could you refrain from disturbing me?" Luo Wei nearly choked on spot. The other boys in the class gasped in shock. Thankfully, they had the desire but lacked the courage to approach the school goddess, or else they'd be facing utter embarrassment now. Zhang Chong stifled a laugh. It was evident that Su Qingyu was rather amicable when she engaged with him. Zhang Chong realized that her demeanor towards Jian Hang was markedly different. Chapter 28. A change of vocalists. Li Ban agreed, "I have no objections." Jian Hang, uninterested in the role of a lovesick fool, pulled out a mathematics competition paper and immersed himself in solving the problems. Luo Wei, still flustered, stood awkwardly. Jiang Ning gently reminded him, "Luo Wei, we haven't allotted you any time to rehearse." Li Ban was indeed careless. Such an important matter should not have been decided so haphazardly. Jiang Ning felt overwhelmed. "What, do you look down on me?" Luo Wei snapped back, hands on his hips. Jiang Ning ignored him and asked Su Qingyu, "Do you have any suggestions for the choral piece?" Su Qingyu looked up, pondered for a moment, then mentioned a well-known song. Jiang Ning nodded. "Yes, that's quite simple. We could introduce something novel during the performance, such as incorporating instruments like the piano, cello, or violin, allowing for more interaction among everyone." Su Qingyu agreed. "That's precisely what I was thinking." The two seemed to be in perfect harmony. Su Jia, sitting nearby, felt a sense of discomfort. Previously, Jiang Ning and Su Qingyu were not particularly close, merely exchanging nods when they crossed paths. Now, it appeared they were getting along quite well. "I want to participate too." Su Jia raised her hand. "I can sing." "All right," Jiang Ning replied loudly. "Anyone wishing to join the choral performance, please come to me to sign up." Luo Wei, brimming with confidence, bounced around next to the class monitor, urging those who signed up to sing a line or two for him to hear. Jiang Ning, unable to tolerate him any longer, shot back. "Why not just let you perform solo?" Luo Wei shamelessly retorted. "Wasn't your idea to have a choir? I would gladly take the opportunity." With that, Luo Wei glanced at Su Qingyu. Yang could not help but roll her eyes at him, asking Zhang Chong, "Are you joining?" Jian Gu said he wasn't participating. "So neither will I," Zhang Chong replied, thumping his chest. Yang pouted and said to Jiang Ning, "Since Su is participating, then Xiaodang and I will join as well." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. "Very well." Tang Xiaodang protested softly. "I never said I wanted to join, lazy lamb. You can't just decide for me." Yang patted Tang Xiaodang's head. "Good friends stick together." Tang Xiaodang sighed to herself. "Oh well, if I must participate, I shall. After all, it's a choir, and once I stand amidst the crowd, whether I sing well or poorly, no one will notice." As class monitor, Jiang Ning demonstrated remarkable decisiveness. finalizing the participant list for the choir that afternoon and confirming it with Li Liang, instructing everyone to begin rehearsals that evening. Those not participating in the rehearsal remained in the classroom for self-study. During evening self-study, Jian Hang leisurely perused a comprehensive history of modern China. Zhang Chong, bored, fiddled with his pen, observing Jian Hang's intense focus on his reading. Leaning over, he remarked in astonishment, "Jian Go, I never expected you to have an interest in such books. Planning to choose humanities?" Jian Hang shook his head, "Just browsing. What's so interesting about it? It's dull," Zhang Chong declared, shifting a seat to sit next to Jian Hang. "Why don't we sneak over to take a look? Other classes are rehearsing too." Most students in their class who were not involved in rehearsals also slipped away to join the fun. The classroom was sparsely populated. Not interested. Jian Hang turned slightly to block Zhang Chong from his view. "Stingy. It won't hurt to take a peek," Zhang Chong complained, twirling his pen in a mock pout. "Jian Gu, you've changed. When did you become so heartless?" "It won't hurt to just take a look," he huffed. "I can't believe how much I like you." Jian Hang felt a shiver run down his spine and lazily replied, "Not going means not going. No amount of your pleading will change that." "Heartless." Zhang Chong sighed deeply, silently retreating to his original seat. The first evening self-study session ended. Those who had been rehearsing and those who had not returned to the classroom. Class monitor Jiang Ning sat back down with a sullen expression, exuding a sense of despair. Su Qingyu began quietly working on her problems, appearing quite diligent, Jian Hang noted. Yang slammed her hand on the desk. Zhang Chong jumped in surprise and looked up. "Sister, why are you so angry?" "Who are you calling sister?" Yang retorted angrily. "It's all Luo Wei's fault. He sings like a banshee, completely off key, and to make matters worse, he is so loud that I got thrown off." Zhang Chong could only lament the missed opportunity. "Had I known, I would have gone to watch." "What do you mean by that?" Yang glared at him. Zhang Chong quickly waved his hands in explanation. "I was just curious. Don't overthink it." Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to ask Jian Hang for help. But she wasn't the one organizing the rehearsal, so it might be overstepping. Besides, Jian Hang had already turned down Jiang Ning. Just then, she noticed Jiang Ning walking over. "Jian Hang," Jiang Ning called out. Jian Hang turned, looking perplexed. Could I trouble you with a favor?" Jiang Ning lowered her gaze, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. Su Qingyu paused, her ears perked up to listen intently. "Oh, the sun must be rising in the west," Zhang Chong chuckled. Rubbing his hands together, Jian Hang smacked the back of his head, then addressed Jiang Ning. "Go on." To replace Luo Wei as the lead vocalist, Jiang Ning stated directly. "This matter requires Li Ban's approval, doesn't it?" Jian Hang replied. "And hasn't she already made her refusal clear?" Although he was reluctant to participate, after all, it concerned the honor of the class. He found it hard to decline. Jiang Ning insisted, "As long as you agree, I will speak with Li Ban and surely convince her to accept." Fearing Jian Hang would refuse, she implored, "It concerns the honor of the class. I beg you." "That's a bit heavy-handed." Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. "As long as Li Ban agrees, I have no issues." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu lifted her head and exchanged a knowing smile with Yang. Luo Wei had been listening to the entire exchange between Jiang Ning and Jian Hang. And when he heard Jiang Ning propose to replace him as the lead vocalist, he was furious. He had been holding back, but he couldn't believe Jian Hang would actually agree. Seething with rage, Luo Wei stood up. "Jiang Ning, what do you mean by this?" "Literally what I said." Jiang Ning rolled her eyes, glaring at Luo Wei. "Time is tight. Without adequate rehearsal, it's best to select someone with real ability." "What do you think?" The implication was clear. He lacked the capability compared to Jian Hang. Luo Wei huffed indignantly. "I disagree. Who asked for your agreement?" Jiang Ning coldly retorted, returning to her seat. Nearby classmates stifled their laughter. "No laughing," Luo Wei bellowed, sinking back into his chair. He must surely have left a poor impression in Su Qingyu's heart. However, recalling the rehearsal when everyone else was laughing, yet Su Qingyu remained devoid of any emotional fluctuations, neither mocking nor displaying impatience. Luo Wei pondered that Su Qingyu truly was remarkable. The more he contemplated, the more he felt regret and indignation. "You claim he possesses talent, so let him summon Li Ban for an evaluation." Zhang Chong, fueled with enthusiasm, slammed the table and retorted, "And how do you propose to judge? Isn't it simple? Each will sing a few lines, and let Li Ban decide who to choose," replied Luo Wei, lifting his chin defiantly. Yang, feeling powerless yet concerned, shook his head and remarked, "I really don't know where he finds his confidence." In Chapter 29, The Prince of Love Songs versus the tone deaf, at the insistence of Luo Wei, Jiang Ning reluctantly called upon their homeroom teacher, Li Liang. On the podium, Li Liang pursed his lips, remaining silent. Some students thought to themselves that if Jian Hang was not chosen, it would only mean that the teacher was either tone deaf or hard of hearing. Li Liang glanced up, directing his gaze at Jian Hang. and began to express his dissatisfaction. You didn't take the initiative when the lead singer was chosen, and now you suddenly want to compete. How can we afford the time for your antics? Zhang Chong shook his head in frustration. Jiang Ning, taken aback by Li Liang's words, quickly interjected, Li Ban. This was not Jian Hang's idea. It was mine. I was worried about the choir making a fool of itself, which is why I asked for his assistance. Luo Wei protested angrily. So you think I'm a joke in your eyes? The classmates shot him innocent looks, replying, We didn't say that. You said it yourself. Choir is about class honor. Why the rush for the limelight? There will be plenty of chances in the future. The surrounding voices filled with mocking dissent. Luo Wei was seething, his vision blurring with anger. Zhang Chong, already incensed by Li Liang's remarks, felt a sense of satisfaction hearing the others' comments and turned to Jian Hang, whispering in indignation. Li Ban must be Luo Wei's mother or something, to speak such biased words in front of the whole class. Jian, if I were you, I'd disregard class honor entirely and simply refuse. Jian Hang shot him a glance and countered, And if I truly mess this up, do you think Li Ban won't again publicly accuse me of lacking a sense of collective honor? Zhang Chong paused, contemplating. You might be right. That is indeed a possibility. Yang could not help but quietly inquire, Jian Hang, what have you done to earn such special treatment from Li Ban? Yang, that idiom is not used correctly. Jian Hang shrugged nonchalantly. How would I know? Who cares? Hey, I quite admire your openness, Yang replied. Is there any other way? Jian Hang Vito, lowering his gaze back to his book, while Yang moved closer, curious about Jian Hang's extensive reading of extracurricular books. He asked, Aren't you worried Li Ban will pull you out to set an example? Jian Hang closed his book and glanced at the cover, which bore the words Modern Chinese History. Young man, one must read more history. Zhang Chong could not hold back. Dude, keep it down. Qingyu felt quite vexed. She longed to stand up and counter the remarks, but doing so would only reveal her hidden feelings for Jian Hang. Uncertain of Jian Hang's sentiments, she could not act recklessly. Oh, how she wished to call upon her father to use his connections to replace this dictatorial and snobbish homeroom teacher. As Qingyu's mind raced, Li Liang, having listened to Jiang Ning's explanation, found it difficult to add anything further. Truth be told, he was quite curious as to how poorly Luo Wei must sing to compel the usually obedient Jiang Ning to so adamantly demand a change in lead singer. He gestured for silence among the students. All right, Luo Wei and Jian Hang, you will each perform a solo in front of the class. Whoever sings better will be selected as the lead singer, and the class will judge, ensuring fairness. With unwavering confidence, Luo Wei eagerly raised his hand. I'll go first. Li Liang nodded appreciatively. Look at Luo Wei, so enthusiastic. Ha! Indeed quite enthusiastic. Yang stifled a laugh. Qingyu could not help but smile slightly. And even the usually quiet and reserved Tang Xiaodang suppressed a laugh, biting her lip. As Luo Wei cleared his throat and opened his mouth to sing, the others quickly lowered their heads to conceal their amusement, lest they inadvertently burst into laughter and incur Li Ban's wrath. The moment Luo Wei began to sing, Li Liang was immediately rendered speechless. For 3 solid minutes, Luo Wei's singing tortured Li Liang's ears. Li Ban, I have finished singing, Luo Wei declared, casting a triumphant glance at Jian Hang. All right, very good. Jian Hang, it's your turn, Li Liang responded, wiping the sweat from his brow. I have gained new insights today. Zhang Chong mused. Is this what they call speaking nonsense with eyes wide open? Yang wholeheartedly agreed, nodding gravely. The audience was filled with disdain for Luo Wei's arrogance. Jian Hang, suppressing his annoyance at Li Liang's authoritative tone, stood up and casually sang a few lines. Then, he looked towards Li Liang and stated, Teacher, I am done. The classroom erupted into thunderous applause. Jian Hang calmly sat back down. Was there even a need for comparison? It was a complete victory. One must possess self-awareness. After all, this was not a solo performance, but a matter of class honor. Best not to show off. I support the change of lead singer. Otherwise, I would have to endure this torturous singing and face ridicule from other classes. I cannot afford that humiliation. The classmates disregarded Li Liang's shock, dissatisfaction, and anger, loudly voicing their opinions. Had he not been concerned about his image in the homeroom teacher's eyes, Luo Wei would have longed to curse out loud. He cast a pleading look at Li Liang. Teacher, should I practice a bit more? Initially, Li Liang thought that even if Luo Wei sang mediocrely, it would not embarrass the class. As long as he was passable, he would be reluctant to change. However, at this moment, it was indeed unacceptable. Li Liang recalled Jiang Ning's conflicted expression in the office, which revealed a deep-seated determination to speak up. Ultimately, he considered Luo Wei's feelings and attempted to convey the message gently. After a moment of contemplation, Li Liang said, Then let's go with Jian Hang. Turning to Luo Wei, he added, Luo Wei, your enthusiasm and volunteering for class activities is commendable, and there's no need to be disheartened. This semester, there's still the basketball competition. participate actively. And I believe in you. Zhang Chong could no longer restrain himself. Ugh. What seems to be the problem? Li Liang glared at him disapprovingly. Nothing, teacher. Zhang Chong quickly straightened his posture and explained, I just had a bit too much to eat this morning, and now I'm feeling a bit nauseous. Li Liang shot him an irritated look and instructed Luo Wei to sit down. Dejected, Luo Wei returned to his seat, casting a resentful glare at Jian Hang for stealing his opportunity to interact with Su Qingyu. Tianyang secretly gave Zhang Chong a thumbs up, eagerly clapping. With Su's performance and Jian Hang's lead vocals, our class is bound to shine brilliantly. Su Qingyu could not help but smile at this remark. In Chapter 30, the school bell, the cold and proud peacock, Tianyang turned to Su Qingyu, leaning on her desk, and said, right, Su? Su Qingyu glanced at Jian Hang and smiled brightly. Absolutely. With Jian Hang's participation, the choir rehearsals progressed remarkably smoothly. Below the stage, Luo Wei acted like a clown, nitpicking everything. Yet, no one paid him any mind. Instead, they attentively listened to Jian Hang's suggestions. After 2 or 3 rounds of rehearsal, even the music teacher nearby could not refrain from nodding in approval. This student, if you cannot sing well, please keep quiet, the music teacher admonished Luo Wei, unable to tolerate his disruptions during practice. Luo Wei opened his mouth, yet ultimately steeled himself to suppress the anger bubbling within. The crowd erupted in laughter. Luo Wei stomped his feet in frustration. Beside the black piano, Su Qingyu stood with her back straight, her long, fluttering eyelashes casting shadows as the corners of her elegantly upturned eyes drooped. In his memory, regardless of the tumult surrounding her, Su Qingyu always bore this expression, unfazed, wholly immersed in her own realm. Jian Hang felt a surge of admiration, his gaze trailing down the piano keys to land on the girl's alabaster, slender wrists, the delicate back of her hands, and her fair, graceful fingers. The melodious notes sprang forth one by one from her nimble fingers, ultimately weaving into a series of enchanting melodies that tugged at the heartstrings. Unbidden, Jian Hang found himself reminiscing about that girl who had stubbornly thrust flowers into his hands. Then, with a haughty yet unpretentious air, had commanded his assistance. A soft chuckle escaped him as he lowered his head. Beneath the incandescent lights, the girl's skin glowed with a pristine radiance. Her features were exquisite, and her long, dark hair shimmered with a soft halo. At first glance, she resembled an angel. Her slender, white neck arched as she raised her chin, evoking the image of a proud, aloof peacock. Su Qingyu was improvising. The piece she played was not the choir's designated song. The audience was spellbound, and when she finally ceased, applause erupted, with calls for an encore ringing out. Su Qingyu turned her head, offering a fleeting, ethereal smile, but as her lashes swept down, that glimmer of joy dissipated. She returned to her previous, indifferent demeanor, turning away once more. Soon, the welcome party commenced. The girls in the class eagerly adorned themselves with exquisite makeup, with some jokingly offering to assist the boys in their own transformations. Zhang Chong observed several boys with cheeks as flushed as ripe fruit and instinctively recoiled. Grateful he had opted out of the performance, it would have been utterly humiliating. Jian Hang remained silent. The other girls naturally refrained from proposing to help him with makeup. Sitting there, he applied a light dusting of powder. With his upright posture and symmetrical features, even clad in a simple black suit, he effortlessly commanded the attention of the entire room. Within less than half an hour since entering the backstage, countless girls had approached him for his contact information, including several senior students. Unsurprisingly, Jian Hang declined them all. Just then, 2 more girls approached. Zhang Chong stepped forward, blocking the way of the approaching duo. Sorry, we're about to go on stage and need to prepare. The long-haired girl responded with displeasure. We're not asking you, so why block us? Another chimed in, yeah. Unless you're going to give me that handsome guy as contact information. Sorry, I don't have it either, Zhang Chong replied, raising his hands defensively. Then step aside quickly. To his surprise, the 2 girls proved unexpectedly strong, pushing him against the wall. Meanwhile, at the other side of the bustling backstage, Jiang Ning was frantically busy. Whereas Su Qingyu? She asked Yang. She'll be here shortly. She's on her way, Yang replied. She's not going to dress up extravagantly, is she? Su Jia interjected sarcastically. Of course, she's the special one. Yang, perplexed by Su Jia's unwarranted hostility. Indulge her, oh? What makes Su so special? Just because you put on makeup doesn't mean she can't. Oh, but it's true. Su looks better without makeup than you do with it. You. Su Jia's face flushed with anger. Jiang Ning intervened. Stop it. Sorry, I'm late. Su Qingyu panted as she grasped the doorframe. Everyone turned to look, and the room fell silent in stunned admiration. Following their gazes, Jian Hang beheld Su Qingyu at the entrance. The girl wore an off-the-shoulder white dress, the pure satin fabric accentuating her radiant complexion. Her neck was long and fair, her heart-shaped face adorned with rosy lips and white teeth, while her black curls cascaded smoothly over her shoulders. It was as if she had stepped directly out of his memories, clad in a white gown. How strange could his memory be muddled? Jian Hang Muset. Hadn't Su Qingyu worn this outfit in the second semester of her sophomore year? How had she come to wear it now? However, perhaps it was he who had simply misremembered. To be fair, after achieving success in his previous life, Jian Hang had encountered numerous types of stunning beauties, many of whom had flirted with him. Yet in terms of grace and beauty, none could rival Su Qingyu. This was no exaggeration. Coming from a well-to-do family, Su Qingyu had been nurtured like a delicate rose, always composed and unassertive, her quiet demeanor exuding purity and innocence. Yet when she was roused, her presence transformed into something dazzling and assertive. In short, she was the object of affection from many boys in the school, their white moonlight. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Yang was the first to voice his awe. Su, you're simply breathtaking. I thought a movie star had wandered on the wrong set. Et glim dang xiao dang. Her eyes sparkling. Zhang Chong approached Jian Hang, nudging his elbow with a grin. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry a beauty like Su Qingyu. That would be a blessing from past life. So what? Jian Hang shot him a glance. What does that have to do with me? After all, he and T lived to see that day in his previous life. Until now, he had never heard of Su Qingyu having a boyfriend. Jiang Ning snapped back to reality from her stupor, hastily urging everyone, quickly prepare. We're going on stage soon. The black piano had already been moved to the left side of the stage. The choir members straightened their attire, making final adjustments to their appearance as they began to take the stage one by one. Jian Hang and Su Qingyu, as the main performers, brought up the rear of the procession. Su Qingyu softly exhaled behind him. Jian Hang turned. What is the matter? Su Qingyu placed one hand over her heart and lifted her skirt with the other, bashfully admitting, the hem is too long. It's inconvenient to climb the steps. Jian Hang, ever the gentleman, averted his gaze. As the curtain was about to rise, he had no time to ponder. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he bent down to assist Su Qingyu with her skirt. It was reminiscent of a fairy tale, akin to Snow White and her prince. Tang Xiaodang clasped her hands, swooning. I must capture this moment. It's the perfect scene for the romance between the leads. Zhang Chong, typically dismissive of romantic novels, couldn't he help but remark, indeed, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Such an unbeatable match. Yang shot Zhang Chong a disapproving look. What do you mean match? Don't spout nonsense. Zhang Chong rubbed the spot where he had been smacked, distancing himself from Yang. Yet inwardly, he was pleased. Su Jia felt a pang of jealousy and anger. She scoffed, deliberately addressing Jiang Ning, class monitor. Wouldn't it be inappropriate if the teachers from other classes saw this? It's simply classmates helping each other. What is inappropriate about that? Yang retorted angrily. Luo Wei, equally displeased, stormed down the steps, intent on urging Jian Hang to keep his distance from the goddess, only to be yanked back by Yang. What is the matter? Luo Wei glared. Stop causing trouble, Yang asserted firmly. Luo Wei hesitated, reluctantly casting a resentful glance at the two in the spotlight. Jian Hang, undisturbed by the commotion around him, calmly helped Su Qingyu adjust her skirt. And when he stood up, he noticed her cheeks were flushed, a rosy hue creeping to her ears. Are you blushing? He inquired, thinking it was merely pre-performance nerves. No way. Su Qingyu, under Jian Hang's intense gaze, felt flustered and bent down, saying, I'll manage it myself. All right, Jian Hang replied succinctly. Turning, he stepped toward the stage, his gaze fixed on the steps, which appeared somewhat high. He pondered that Su Qingyu's gown trailed on the ground, making it rather cumbersome for her to stride confidently. With a soft sigh, Jian Hang turned around and inquired once more, Are you able to manage on your own? He cast a glance at the curtain on the stage, which was poised to rise. The performance was about to commence. Su Qingyu looked up, a hint of exasperation in her eyes. It's a bit troublesome. Well, you should have said so earlier, Jian Hang replied, striding over and effortlessly lifting her in a princess carry, apologizing as he did so. Without waiting for her consent, he bore her onto the stage. The audience stood in stunned silence. Jian Hang remained unfazed, confidently making his way to the lead singer's position, his demeanor as composed as ever. Tang Xiaotang, brimming with excitement, relentlessly nudged He Yangyang's arm, exclaiming, Wow, Jian Hang is so charming. Zhang Chong, observing from backstage, couldn't help but applaud in admiration, lamenting, I wish I had captured this moment on camera. Indeed, if a man is handsome, even the dreariest high school life can transform into a romantic drama. Why am I not handsome? Zhang Chong silently lamented, bemoaning the unfairness of life. The warmth of Su Qingyu lingered on Jian Hang's arm as he gazed at her. She had composed herself, sitting upright with an air of tranquility, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Su Qingyu was quite tall, perhaps around 168 centimeters. With a slender figure, her arms and shoulders were delicately shaped, with curves in all the right places. As Jian Hang cradled her in his arms, he caught a faint whiff of rose fragrance from her hair. To deny the fluttering of his heart would be a falsehood. When Su Qingyu leaned against his shoulder, Jian Hang sensed an undeniable tension in the air, simmering with unspoken feelings, tugging at his heartstrings. Little did they know, Su Qingyu's heart was already in turmoil. She lowered her head, methodically arranging her skirt and hair before taking a seat at the piano. To the audience, both Jian Hang and she appeared calm and collected. Yet only they understood the chaos brewing within. The curtain on stage gradually unfurled, and the atmosphere fell into a hush. The lights above flickered to life, eliciting gasps from the audience. Su Qingyu, like a regal and aloof swan, gracefully settled at the piano and commenced to play. As the melodious notes filled the air, Jian Hang began to sing, his voice rich and magnetic, resonating deeply like rain falling softly in the night, perfectly suited to the classic piece. This was truly a visual feast of beauty and a captivating auditory experience. As the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Under Jian Hang's lead, everyone descended the stage in an orderly fashion. Su Qingyu lingered at the back, feeling troubled. Was she to inconvenience Jian Hang once more? The thought crossed her mind, yet she couldn't bring herself to voice it, her gaze helplessly following Jian Hang's retreating figure. Luo Wei, seizing the moment, approached Su Qingyu and shyly asked, "May I carry you down?" "Absolutely not," Su Qingyu replied, waving her hand in disgust. "Jian Hang," she called out in exasperation, the words escaping her lips. Jian Hang, turn around. "Please help me," Su Qingyu pleaded. He gestured to the microphone in his hand. In a moment, he assured her. Su Qingyu thought, so he intended to return and assist her all along? Had she unwittingly exposed her intentions by calling him out in front of everyone? The realization made her cheeks flush even deeper. Luo Wei stood beside her, resembling a plump, dazed mole. Su Qingyu quickly took a couple of steps away from him. Jian Hang soon returned, and Su Qingyu felt relieved that the curtain had already closed. As Jian Hang bent down, she instinctively placed her hand on his shoulder. The posture was undeniably intimate. Their classmates, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but whisper and tease, with Zhang Chong being the most exuberant. As Jian Hang carried Su Qingyu off the stage, he caught a glimpse of the unease flickering in her eyes. He surmised that she likely wished to avoid any misunderstandings about their relationship. "Don't jump to conclusions," Jian Hang stated as he set Su Qingyu down, attempting to clarify. The others pursed their lips in silence, their expressions suggesting disbelief. Jian Hang sighed and walked over to Zhang Chong, encircling the latter's neck with his arm, playfully threatening, "What? You want a beating? Isn't it normal for classmates to help each other?" He continued, "Why is everyone thinking such wild thoughts? If Yang could have carried Su Qingyu, would I have needed to step in?" Suddenly called out, Yang's smile faltered as he pointed at himself, eventually scoffing, "What a waste of effort." Su Qingyu understood that Jian Hang's words were meant to dispel any potential misunderstandings, yet she couldn't shake the twinge of disappointment in her heart. Forcing a smile, she asserted, "Yes, you're all overthinking it. We're just classmates." As her words hung in the air, Jian Hang met her gaze, then playfully flicked Zhang Chong's forehead. "Did you hear that? Just classmates." With that, he turned and strode away. Zhang Chong hurried after him. "Honestly, Jian Hang, didn't you feel a spark just now?" "I don't believe it." Jian Hang shot a glare. "Believe what you want. She said it herself. We're just classmates. But you were the first to clarify. And you said if Yang could carry Su Qingyu, it wouldn't have been you," Zhang Chong argued. "Your words clearly imply you're trying to avoid suspicion." Jian Hang countered, "And so? So, Su Qingyu has to follow your lead. Otherwise, it would be awkward for a girl in front of so many people," Zhang Chong replied. "Perhaps," Jian Hang mused, "but the truth remains they are merely classmates. Why does everyone act as if I am in a romantic entanglement with Su Qingyu?" It was all rather tedious. Jian Hang quickened his pace back to the dormitory to change clothes, losing interest in the remaining performances. After the welcome party concluded, there was still half an hour until evening study sessions would end. The class returned to the classroom to hear Li Liang's arrangements. As a National Day holiday was set to commence the following day, Jian Hang was already impatient, eager to return home. Chapter 32, National Day. The county's top exam taker returns home. Zhang Chong was the first to react. "Jian Hang, could it be that someone is confessing their feelings to you?" If there hadn't been a desk between them, Jian Hang would have kicked him by now. "Get lost," he replied impatiently, then turned to Su Jia, "I have no time." Yang finished packing and hastily moved aside to let Jian Hang through, standing by Su Qingyu's desk to watch the spectacle unfold. "Jian Hang, Chong, aren't you two leaving yet?" Ma Fan called out. His shorter stature placed him in the front row, ready to head out with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Jian Hang. Su Jia's eyes glistened with tears, her voice tinged with a clear sob. Please don't, she implored. Jian Hang, unable to bear the sight of a girl crying, worried she would blame him later, added, class monitor, you saw it, right? Jiang Ning was equally taken aback, not expecting Su Jia to publicly call out Jian Hang. She tugged at Su Jia's arm and whispered, let us talk about this privately. Everyone is watching. Yes, everyone is watching, Jian Hang. I haven't done anything terribly wrong to you, so why are you so cold towards me? The long-standing neglect had built up a reservoir of resentment and grievance in Su Jia's heart, and unless she voiced it, she wouldn't feel at ease. If she didn't bring it up publicly, her feelings for Jian Hang would remain hidden from everyone. A moment of embarrassment was a small price to pay for the prospect of a life as a billionaire heiress. It was all worth it. Jian Hang, what have I done wrong? Tell me, and I will change. Su Jia's words tumbled out as tears began to slide down her cheeks. Jiang Ning's lips twitched slightly. The words she had murmured were suddenly broadcasted loudly for all to hear. Perhaps it was best to refrain from meddling in the affairs of those blinded by love. The classroom, which could have emptied quietly, was now abuzz with chatter, with some students having already exited only to return momentarily. Jian Hang, feeling utterly drained, rolled his eyes and sighed heavily. Su Jia, I am uncertain what you have misunderstood, but we are merely classmates, nothing more. Please refrain from harboring any misguided affections. Upon finishing his statement, the room fell silent, taken aback. Zhang Chong couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive, Jian Ge. With that, Jian Hang strode purposefully out of the classroom, and Zhang Chong hurried to follow. Su Jia shot a glance at He Yang, who wore an expression of amusement, and snapped. What are you staring at? Back off. He Yang turned away and leaned close to Su Qingyu, whispering in her ear. Jiang Ning let out a sigh, shouldered her bag, and departed. Amidst the gossip and speculation, Su Jia, feeling defeated, plopped back down in her seat, tears streaming uncontrollably. Su Qingyu was pulled away by He Yang and Tang Xiaodang, and on their way, they encountered several classmates who were animatedly discussing the recent events. What had transpired between Jian Hang and Su Jia? Why did Jian Hang seem to detest Su Jia so? Hadn't they previously shared a good rapport? I believe they must have dated and subsequently broken up, one girl suggested. Indeed, if they were merely desk mates, why would Su Jia say such things? Another chimed in. You are right. It is likely they had a relationship that ended poorly. Do you think it could be because of Su? At this, He Yang erupted in anger, shouting, because of what? Do you have any evidence? Stop spreading nonsense. Tang Xiaodang was equally incensed, without the full picture. We should refrain from commenting. You are simply spreading rumors. The girl who had been the most vocal, Zhang Ping, a plump young woman, immediately fell silent upon noticing Su Qingyu behind her. I'm sorry. We want to speak out of turn again, she said hurriedly, pulling her companions away. Su, don't be upset, Tang Xiaodang consoled. Yes, it's just a bunch of gossipmongers. What is Jian Hang playing at? He brought this upon himself and dragged you into it. He Yang added indignantly. Let South not place the blame solely on Jian Hang. He cannot control what others say. Su Qingyu interjected, linking arms with her two friends as they made their way home. In the boys' dormitory, Zhang Chong remarked, Jian Ge. It's not a solution for Su Jia to keep clinging to you. Ma Fan chimed in, girls are so troublesome. Please don't mention her in front of me again. Jian Hang lay on his bed, engrossed in a book. What plans do you all have for the National Day holiday? Ma Fan asked. My parents want to take me to Haiguangshan, but I'm not keen. It's too crowded and uninteresting. I need to visit my grandfather, Zhang Chong replied. His parents had tragically perished in a car accident when he was 3, and his grandfather had raised him. And you, Jingo? Zhang Chong inquired out of curiosity. I'll be visiting my parents as well, Jian Hang replied, recalling the 100,000 yuan scholarship he had received from Chongning. Chong what are your plans for that 100,000 scholarship? My grandfather said it should be saved for my high school and college education. Zhang Chong raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? Just curious, Jian Hang replied. Originally, Jian Fu and Lin Guizhi had similar plans for Jian Hang, but upon reflection, that sum of money was quite substantial in 2006, potentially serving as a seed fund for entrepreneurship. At the tender age of 16, Jian Hang's focus was on academics, leaving no room for entrepreneurial ventures. But he could encourage his parents to start business, while others aspired for their sons to achieve greatness. Jian Hang mused that he felt as though he was wishing for his father to do so instead. Thank you for your hard work, Dad, Jian Hang silently thought. Zhang Chong scratched his head, sensing that Jian Hang's inquiries were rather peculiar, and his contemplative demeanor felt equally odd. The next day, the three parted ways, each laden with their belongings. Jian Hang took the bus to the bus station, observing the towering buildings of Nancheng along the way. In a decade's time, The transformation of this place would be monumental, particularly in the rapidly advancing internet industry. Drawing from past experiences, he anticipated abundant business opportunities in the coming 10 years. Suddenly, he recalled that Su Qingyu's family had gone bankrupt due to an investment in a large amusement park project in Nanjing. He felt compelled to alert her. However, would a high school student's warning be taken seriously by her or her father? Ultimately, he decided it was worth mentioning, albeit in a different manner. The bus ride from Nanjing to the county town took 2 hours. Jian Hang slept the entire way, finally arriving home at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The familiar old neighborhood greeted him. The rusty green iron gate and the gray, exposed concrete walls evoked a sense of nostalgia. Jian Hang felt an overwhelming excitement. Racing up the stairs to the top floor and knocking fervently on the iron door, "Old Jian, Mom, open up. I'm back." After several knocks with no response, he smacked his forehead. How could he have forgotten? His parents were likely busy at the shop. He dashed back down the stairs and ran into Elder Chong, a resident of the same community. Elder Chong, with his graying hair, thick glasses, and hunchback, was a solitary elder whose son and daughter had settled in a big city. Upon seeing Jian Hang, his eyes lit up. "Oh, look who's back, the top scorer of the high school entrance exam." Jian Hang felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. "Hello, Elder Chong." Being the top scorer in the county was a modest achievement, ranking only 50th in Nanjing, yet it brought pride to his parents. "Are you here to see your mother?" "She is at the county hospital," Elder Chong informed him. Jian Hang's head spun. "What happened to my mom?" "Oh, I can't quite remember. I think it's—" Yes, that's it," Elder Chong stammered, slapping his forehead in frustration. Though he knew his mother was healthy and thriving, the news of her hospitalization sent Jian Hang into a panic. He rushed to the nearest convenience store to use a landline and call his father's pager. "Dad, what is wrong with Mom? Which ward is she in?" Jian Hang gasped, breathless. "A Hang? Why are you back?" Jian Fuyu responded, "Your mom is fine. Don't worry." He provided the ward number, and after hanging up, Jian Hang hurriedly grabbed a taxi to the county hospital. Upon seeing Jian Hang, Lin Guizhi scolded Jian Fuyu. "Why did you tell our son about the hospital? It's nothing serious. You made him worry for no reason." Jian Hang's eyes brimmed with tears. "Don't blame Dad. I returned for the National Day holiday, and when Elder Chong told me you were in the hospital, I was terrified. You little rascal. I didn't even know you were coming back. You're unjustly blaming me," Jian Fuyu said as he handed Jian Hang a bowl of rice porridge. "Come, feed your mother. Don't worry, she is fine. Just a bit of stomach discomfort. She skipped meals while busy at the shop," Lin Guizhi explained to Jian Hang, seeing his anxious expression. "When the shop gets hectic, you lose track of time and forget to eat. Your dad says the same thing. Stomach issues are no trivial matter. You both must eat on time. Jian Hang Vito Angili. If you're unwell, what good is it for me to study and earn money? You little rascal." Jian Fuyu playfully smacked the back of Jian Hang's head. "Whom are you cursing? As long as you study well, your parents' hard work is worthwhile." "Dad!" Jian Hang exclaimed in frustration. All right, Lin Guizhi soothed him. "It's our fault. We'll make sure to eat on time from now on. The doctor said it's just a bit of inflammation. If we take care of it, there won't be any issues." "Why did you come back all of a sudden without saying a word?" Jian Hang wiped the corner of his eyes. "Is the store very busy?" "Indeed, it's exceedingly hectic," Lin Guizhi replied. "Your father and I are planning to hire someone to help us by the end of the year. The deliveries are overwhelming, and your father's back isn't in the best shape. It's often inconvenient for him to lift and carry. However, I'm quite content as long as business is thriving." Jian Fuyu interjected. Jian Hang's parents run a snack wholesale store near an elementary school, toiling from dawn till dusk, and the profits from last year allowed them to make a down payment on a house in the county. Now that Jian Hang is attending Choning High School, expenses have surged dramatically. To prevent their son from appearing shabby, Jian Fuyu and Lin Guizhi worked tirelessly, tightening their belts. This is something they dare not let Jian Hang know. "Dad, Mom, why don't you stop the snack wholesale business?" Jian Hang suggested. Jian Fuyu playfully slapped Jian Hang on the back of the head, saying, "If we don't engage in wholesale, what else can we do? How else will we earn a living to support you?" Jian Hang grimaced, rubbing the back of his head. "Dad, could you please refrain from hitting me?" "Never mind. We can talk about it when we get home." "Mom, when can you be discharged from the hospital?" "I can leave tomorrow," Lin Guizhi replied. "That's wonderful." Jian Hang sighed with relief. Jian Fuyu still intended to lecture Jian Hang, but the little phone in his pocket rang, and he shot a glare at Jian Hang before rushing outside to answer the call. Lin Guizhi explained, "We closed the store today, and many people came from afar to pick up goods, so we had to call your father." Just then, Jian Fuyu hurriedly returned. "Honey, why don't we let our son stay here with you? I need to fetch the goods for someone. I forgot all about it in my busyness." "I'm fine. Let a Hang accompany you," Lin Guizhi said, patting Jian Hang's shoulder. "Originally, I planned to be discharged today, but your father insisted I stay one more day." Jian Hang, feeling overwhelmed, wanted to persuade Jian Fuyu not to go to the store, but thinking of the people waiting for their goods, he stood up and said, "All right, I'll help Dad. Mom, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it." Jian chuckled. "Oh, son, I didn't know you could cook." "My culinary skills have been honed since graduating high school," Jian Hang replied. Back then, in his pursuit of income or entrepreneurship, he relied heavily on takeout. Following the news about gutter oil scandals, he no longer dared eat outside food. Not to brag, but aside from earning money, his cooking skills could rival those of a five-star hotel chef. Unfortunately, being single throughout his life meant no one could enjoy his culinary delights. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to let his parents indulge. "Of course, just let me know what you want to eat in the coming days, and I'll prepare it," Jian Hang declared confidently. Lin Guizhi laughed so hard her stomach ached, urging them to hurry to the store. On the way, Jian Hang persistently urged Jian, "Dad, I'm serious about us not continuing the snack wholesale business. What do you think about moving to Hangzhou? We could venture into e-commerce. Are you familiar with Taobao? We can set up an online store, source directly from manufacturers, and sell to customers nationwide. E-commerce is just beginning to take off, and establishing ourselves now could yield significant profits." Jian looked utterly confused. "Where did you hear all this? I can't make heads or tails of what you're saying." "E-commerce," Jian Hang reminded him. "Yes, e-commerce, but your mother and I know nothing about it. How we even start?" Jian replied, bewildered. "I can teach you," Jian Hang assured, patting his chest with confidence. "If we start making money now, you and Mom could work less and enjoy life sooner." However, while others wished for their children to succeed, Jian Hang felt that encouraging his parents to embark on entrepreneurship somehow echoed a longing for paternal success. Upon hearing Jian Hang mention helping out, Jian became angry. "Your task is to focus on your studies, not to dwell on these frivolous matters. I'm talking about helping during the winter and summer breaks. Rest assured, I will definitely strive to maintain my position at the top of my class," Jian Hang vowed. "I don't know what e-commerce is, so let's not discuss it further," Jian concluded, forbidding Jian Hang from bringing up the topic again. Jian Hang felt somewhat exhausted, but understood his parents. After all, they had never attended high school, and adjusting to new concepts was undoubtedly challenging. It seemed he would need to prepare for this endeavor gradually. Most of those waiting outside the store to pick up goods were from small convenience stores, and some even traveled from nearby villages with baskets on their backs. Following Jian instructions, Jian Hang busily dashed around, moving boxes filled with snacks. After a couple of hours of labor, he felt sore all over, further solidifying his resolve to persuade his parents to transition to e-commerce. After all, they were already in wholesale. E-commerce offered nationwide reach, and in a few years, as e-commerce matured, it would be even more lucrative. Once the store settled down, Jian Hang suggested that Jian go to the hospital to keep Lin Guizhi company while he went to the market to buy some vegetables. He prepared a vegetable and lean meat porridge, 2 dishes of stir-fried vegetables, a spicy stir-fried meat dish, and a tomato and egg soup. Upon arriving at the hospital and opening the food box, Jian and Lin Guizhi were left speechless. "Did you make all this?" Jian asked. Lin Guizhi took a sip of porridge. "Are you sure this isn't takeout for a restaurant?" Jian Hang handed Jian chopsticks. "No, you two should eat up." As he spoke, he crossed his arms and sat beside them, lost in thought. "Aren't you eating, son?" Lin Guizhi inquired. "I already ate at home," Jian Hang replied. "He's probably still thinking about that e-commerce thing," Jian whispered to Lin Guizhi. They exchanged glances and continued to eat their meal. "I had no idea my son had such culinary skills. It's even better than what I make," Lin Guizhi remarked. "Don't mention it. Our neighbor, old Wang, who runs a restaurant, can't cook as well as him," Jian said, relishing his meal. Seeing his parents enjoying their food, Jian Hang finally relaxed. Jian looked up and saw Jian Hang still wearing a pensive expression. "You little rascal, are you still thinking about that e-commerce thing?" "Dad, I'm serious," Jian Hang replied. Feeling drained, Jian casually remarked, "All right, I'll give you a chance to convince me." Jian Hang sprang to his feet, excited. "No problem." That evening, Jian Hang secretly took Jian ID and went to a nearby internet CAF. As soon as he logged into QQ, he noticed 2 unfamiliar friend requests. The usernames were Donut Vendor and Candy, both indicating they were female and located in the southern city. "Girls, huh? Never mind." Jian Hang decisively rejected the requests. He opened the IE browser and began searching for e-commerce information. From 1999 to 2002, e-commerce was in its nascent stage, with a mere 10 million internet users in China. The years from 2003 to 2006 saw rapid growth, with platforms like Taobao, Alibaba, and Dangdang capturing the market in just a few years. However, at this stage, e-commerce remained a blue ocean. After 2010, with the rise of smartphones, e-commerce sales would explode. Based on his research, Jian Hang crafted a comprehensive business plan, covering everything from industry development background, policy support, and future trends to store registration, sourcing from manufacturers, and cost estimation, all clearly articulated and even including industry case studies. He included plenty of visuals, hoping that old Jian would understand it. After an hour, Jian Hang completed the PowerPoint presentation. Just as he was about to log off, the previously rejected user, Donut Vendor, sent another request to add him. Donut Vendor. Jian Hang, can you please not be angry anymore? Can I apologize to you? Huh. Jian Hang immediately recognized who it was and decisively shut down the computer, heading to the cash register to settle his bill. As they were old acquaintances, the boss understood that Jian Hang was not indulging in gaming or nocturnal revelries, thus permitting him entry. By the time he returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. Qingyu had to stay at the hospital to accompany his wife. Tonight, Jian Hang was alone at home. Determined to embody the diligent and studious high school student, he meticulously completed all the holiday assignments for mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English. From 8:30 to 11:30, he diligently worked through 4 entire exam papers. After stretching, he retrieved the programming textbook borrowed from the city library and continued his studies. Realizing that theoretical knowledge alone was insufficient, Jian Hang deemed it necessary to purchase a computer for practical application. Moreover, a mobile phone was essential in this day and age. Being without one made every task cumbersome. He also planned to acquire a comprehensive set of advanced high school materials for mathematics and science, as the proficiency of students at Nanjing No. 1 High School far surpassed that of Chongning, where the teaching quality was considerably lacking. The following morning, Jian Hang rose early to prepare kanji to take to the hospital. Dad, you should return home and get some rest. Today, I'll accompany Mom to handle the discharge procedures, he stated, opening the lunchbox and handing it to Jian and Lin Guizhi. The couple exchanged glances. Lin Guizhi remarked, in truth, I'm perfectly fine. I told him to go home and sleep last night, but he wouldn't listen. Jian retorted, what is wrong with wanting to keep you company? An aunt from a neighboring hospital bed, overhearing, chimed in, Sister Lin, I truly envy you. Your husband is so attentive. Your son is understanding and filial, and not to mention, he is handsome and academically accomplished. I wonder when my son will grow up to be so sensible. Lin Guizhi laughed heartily. Oh, your son is only 3 years old. By the time he reaches this age, he'll surely understand. Their conversation grew increasingly congenial. Jian Hang greeted them, and then stepped out to find a printing shop. The 50-page business plan cost him 50 yuan. He would need to ask his father for the fare back. After stuffing the plan into his backpack, he returned to the ward, only to find the aunt had already stepped out for a breather, and Jian had quickly washed up and left. Lin Guizhi was receiving an 4-drip. Once the final 2 bottles were finished, she would be discharged. The nurse administering the 4 to Lin Guizhi appeared to be in her 20s, with large eyes, wavy blonde hair, and fair skin. As Jian Hang was tidying up the lunchbox to wash it, he looked up and noticed the nurse winking at him. Hello, Jian Hang said politely before turning to exit the ward, only to overhear the nurse's comment. Aunt Lin, is this your son? He is quite handsome. Lin Guizhi, who had an ordinary appearance, took pride in having a tall and handsome son. Accustomed to such compliments, she humbly replied, thank you, but what does looks matter? A man must have a career. Jian Hang missed the latter part of the conversation. Upon returning after washing the lunchbox, Jian Hang saw the nurse standing at the entrance of the ward, beckoning him with her finger. He felt a strange sensation of being flirted with and approached her. What's wrong with my mom? He inquired. The nurse, appearing disappointed, replied, nothing much, handsome. Was my hint not clear enough? Jian Hang replied, I'm only 16. The nurse's jaw dropped in surprise. Underage? Jian Hang raised an eyebrow and nodded. She sighed in disappointment, then, after a moment, pulled out a Nokia phone. No worries. I can save your number. The latest Nokia N72, if you recalled correctly, had just hit the market this year, priced between 34.90 and 39.99 yuan. Truly, she was affluent. Jian Hang shook his head. I don't have a phone. I borrowed one. The nurse's hand, holding the phone, froze for 2 seconds. I can buy one for you. Jian Hang thought, that sounds suspiciously akin to being kept. Without giving her a glance, he entered the ward. Lin Guizhi was nearing the end of her 4 treatment. Jian Hang began to gather their belongings. After completing the discharge procedures, they took a taxi home. Hearing the door open, Jian emerged from the bedroom, bleary-eyed. Dad, Mom, I have something to show you, Jian Hang exclaimed eagerly, pulling the business plan from his backpack. Jian stared blankly at the document handed to him. What is this? It's a plan for an e-commerce store. Let me explain it to you, Jian Hang urged, guiding them to sit in the living room. He articulated the contents of the plan in simple terms, patiently explaining any parts his parents found confusing. After finishing the presentation, Jian and Lin Guizhi exchanged bewildered glances for several minutes, with Jian reviewing the document repeatedly. Son, are you sure this is feasible? Lin Guizhi asked hesitantly. Jian Hang reassured her, Mom, trust me, it will definitely be profitable. The initial investment isn't much, Around 70 to 80,000 yuan. I have 100,000 yuan in scholarship money. I can invest it for you. Ling Gisi replied. No. Jian Fuyu echoed no. In unison, the couple declined. Dad, Mom, please believe in me, Jian Hang implored. Let us get the goods from the manufacturer. Even if we incur losses, it would only amount to a few thousand yuan. Jian Fuyu chuckled. Oh, you little rascal. Just a few thousand yuan? You think that's a small sum? Indeed, back in the early 2000s, 1 yuan could buy a bowl of wontons. Jian Hang rubbed his head. That's not what I meant. Jian Fuyu patted Jian Hang on the shoulder. Let your mother and I think it over. Dad, whether our family can prosper depends on you. Jian Hang quipped with a grin. All right, you've learned to flatter your old man, Jian Fuyu replied. Okay, your mother and I will seriously consider this and get back to you in a couple of days. Jian Hang nodded and returned to his room to read. Shutting the door behind him, Jian Fuyu turned to Lin Guizhi. Don't you think our son has changed significantly? Do you feel the same? Lin Guizhi responded. But I think he makes some valid points. When have you ever thought he didn't make sense? Jian Fuyu laughed. Well, I have a few friends working in Hangzhou. Tomorrow, I'll call them to see if they know anything about e-commerce before we make a decision. Although both were uncertain about the e-commerce venture, they knew they had to take Jian Hang's proposal seriously. Qingyu stared blankly at her computer screen. After a few minutes, she dialed Zhang Chong's number. He answered in the same familiar, carefree tone. Hey, beautiful Sue, happy National Day. What is up? Zhang Chong inquired curiously. Qingyu bit her lip. I tried to add Jian Hang on QQ, but he rejected me. Zhang Chong paused for a few seconds. You took the initiative to add Jian on QQ? Qingyu murmured affirmatively, her voice muffled. And he rejected you? Zhang Chong pressed. Qingyu choked up. Can we not revisit that painful moment? Jian is truly something. When a girl is this proactive, he shows no appreciation. Zhang Chong thought, increasingly indignant, on Qingyu's behalf. He assured her, don't worry, I'll have a serious talk with Jian, making sure he realizes the gravity of his mistake. Suddenly, Zhang Chong shifted his tone, subtly probing, Sue, are you in such a hurry to find Jian because there is something going on? Qingyu was taken aback, her ears turning red. It's nothing urgent. It's fine. I'll just ask him when we return to school. No need to trouble you. Then why did you call me? Zhang Chong asked, bewildered. Qingyu bit her lip. I feel like he intentionally rejected me. What? Zhang Chong exclaimed in shock. How could that be? I'm going to ask him right now. As Zhang Chong finally grasped the situation, he was about to confront Jian Hang regarding the matter, only to realize the unfortunate truth that Jian Hang lacked a mobile phone. He awkwardly explained, Jian doesn't have a phone. And I neglected to ask for his landline number. What a blunder. Qingyu stood in a daze, replying, it's all right, we can discuss it when school starts again. My apologies for the disturbance. With that, she hastily ended the call. Zhang Chong felt a sense of frustration. Alas, it seemed this juicy tidbit would have to wait. Chapter 35. The School Bell. Brother, why are you so aloof? After returning from the county hospital, Jian Hang spent 3 consecutive days holed up at home, immersed in problem sets and books. Lin Guizhi, concerned for his well-being, urged him to venture out and socialize with classmates, but Jian Hang consistently declined. Each morning and evening, upon seeing Jian Fuyu, he couldn't resist inquiring, Dad, have you given any thought? The fervor in his voice was palpable. Had he not consulted friends who worked in the industry and confirmed the existence of e-commerce, Jian Fuyu might have believed his son was being brainwashed. On the penultimate day of the holiday, at 10 o'clock at night, Jian Fuyu knocked on Jian Hang's door. Son, your mother and I have come to a decision. Jian Hang straightened his back, leaping to his feet and rushing over to ask, I can't bear bad news, Dad. Just tell me, are we doing this or not? You little rascal, step outside first. Jian Fuyu chuckled at his son's earnestness, raising his hand as if to tug at Jian Hang's ear and lead him to the living room. Quick as a flash, Jian Hang leaned back, evading Jian Fuyu's grasp, and plopped down on the living room sofa, casually crossing his legs. Dad, go on. Lin Guizhi entered with a plate of freshly washed fruit and offered Jian Hang an apple. Thank you, Mom, Jian Hang replied, taking a hearty bite. Jian Fuyu got straight to the point. Your mother and I have decided to try our luck in Hangzhou, but we don't plan to use your scholarship for this. Your mother and I, Jian Fuyu exchanged glances with Lin Guizhi. We've decided to sell the new house, and with the remaining funds, we'll invest in that e-commerce venture you mentioned. Son, just focus on your studies. Don't overthink everything else. Jian Hang was taken aback that his parents had genuinely considered his suggestion. He was merely 16 years old. Dad, Mom, Jian Hang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. If one were to ask what the most precious gift his parents had given him throughout his growth, Jian Hang would assert it was their unwavering trust. So, we know you're in Chongning. Lin Guizhi sighed. The children there are either wealthy or of noble birth, and we don't want you to feel materially deprived in comparison. The wholesale snack shop was conveniently located at the school gate. Jian Fuyu and Lin Guizhi were aware that even middle school students now engaged in brand comparisons. Jian Hang was never one to do so. He had always been sensible and diligent. Such was the nature of their small county. Let alone in a sprawling city like Nancheng. Jian Hang hadn't anticipated that his parents would be concerned about this. He hastily clarified, Dad, Mom, I have never felt inferior due to our financial situation. I just want you and Mom to earn more, so you won't have to work so hard. It would be at least 4 more years before he could contribute financially to the family. Jian Fuyo affectionately patted Jian Hang on the shoulder. We know you would never feel inferior or saddened by our financial situation. This is something your mother and I are very reassured about. We want to go out for your future. Indeed, Lin Guizhi interjected. In the future, when you work, get married, and have children, every step will incur expenses. Your father and I need to work hard to save money, so we can help you with your down payment and wedding expenses. If we rely solely on you, the pressure will be immense. Dad, Mom, you're thinking too far ahead, Jian Hang exclaimed, astonished, helpless, yet moved. This was likely what was meant by parental love. Jian Fuyo momentarily struggled to find words, frowning at Lin Guizhi for assistance. Lin Guizhi pinched Jian Fuyo's arm. We must plan for the long term. Ha ha, exactly. Jian Fuyo laughed awkwardly. The newly purchased house was still in its raw state. The couple wouldn't have the funds to renovate it for the next few years. And they were also burdened with over 1,000 in monthly interest. Such expenditure was unnecessary. Moreover, properties in their small county wouldn't appreciate significantly. Selling now could yield a decent profit. Jian Hang was entirely supportive of the decision to sell the house. Dad, Mom, Jian Hang's eyes brimmed with tears. Thank you. Jian Fuyo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. You little rascal, you've become quite the sweet talker. Yet, Jian Hang felt a bit shy as he chuckled. I have 2 requests. Speak up. Jian Fuyo clapped his thigh. As long as it's within our means, it's no problem. Lin Guizhi knew that Jian Fuyo was getting carried away in his excitement and sighed quietly to herself. Dad, I want to buy a mobile phone. Jian Hang said with a playful smile, his bright eyes twinkling, and while we're at it, a desktop computer too. The couple was momentarily stunned. Lin Guizhi asked, how much will that cost? Well, Jian Hang's face flushed red. Around 5,000 to 6,000, I suppose. Jian Hang had checked the prices. A decent desktop would be over 4,000, and a high-end one could reach 6,000, while a phone was about 1,000. Indeed, it was quite a hefty expense. Jian Hang implored, Dad, I can wait until winter break for the computer, but I urgently need a phone right now, please. Jian Fuyo hesitated. Lin Guizhi decisively stated, all right, we'll buy you the phone first. The next day, Lin Guizhi took Jian Hang to the mobile phone store. The current smartphones were not highly advanced. A model with a keyboard could support QQ messaging. For communication, it was adequate. Jian Hang selected the least expensive option and concurrently acquired a SIM card. On their way, he encountered the young woman who had struck up a conversation with him at the hospital. The beauty glanced at the phone in his hand and cheerfully remarked, Hey, handsome. Now you can finally share your number with me. Seizing the moment while Lin Guizhi was distracted, Jian Hang declined a request. Oh, if we meet a third time, you must give me your number, the beauty lamented. Jian Hang contemplated it for a moment. All right. Lin Guizhi was hailing a taxi nearby and, upon observing the scene, curiously asked Jian Hang as he approached, what was that about? Are you dating? Of course not. Jian Hang quickly denied. She's just a nurse from the hospital. We were merely exchanging pleasantries. Lin Guizhi acknowledged with an oh and got into the car. Logging into QQ, Jian Hang noticed a friend request from someone named Qingyu. Jian Hang was taken aback. He accepted the request and was about to send a polite greeting when Lin Guizhi began discussing their plans to head to Hangzhou. With the start of school just 2 days away, he decided to tuck his phone back into his pocket. In the afternoon, while helping to move goods at the shop, Jian Hang became thoroughly exhausted. By 9 o'clock that evening, he arrived home, took a quick shower, and collapsed onto his bed, utterly spent. Pulling out his phone, he logged into QQ, and a series of message notifications chimed in rapid succession. Are you the top student in class 1? Why are you ignoring me? Talk to me. Feeling frantic. Sighing, Jian Hang stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. This was not at all in keeping with Su Qingyu's usual demeanor. Could she really be so playful in private? The thought was hard for him to fathom. Ji? After sending the message, he waited a few minutes but received no reply. Just then, the sound of the television show Soldier Assault wafted from the living room, piquing Jian Hang's interest, and he joined his parents in watching. As he became engrossed in the program, his phone vibrated wildly in his pocket. Another new message from, Brother, you're so aloof. Aren't you curious about who I am? Jian Hang Chuka Sopti. Jay, who are you? Yes. When did Su Qingyu become so childish? Jian Hang replied, You're not Su Qingyu, are you? After a few moments of silence, Katang interjected, No, I'm her younger sister. Su Qingyu stared at the chat history with Jian Hang, feeling both exasperated and embarrassed, realizing once again that she had been ensnared by that mischievous little brat, Suja. In a fit of frustration, she snatched the phone from Suju's hands and, in a moment of impulsiveness, sent a haphazard reply. Upon seeing her message, Suja was equally incensed, waving his arms in a serious protest. Sister, I am your brother. You must clarify this immediately. Chapter 36. The school bell make her move. Testing Jian Hang. Qingyu stood half a head taller than Suja, raising her right hand high to brandish the phone. Her words laced with a subtle chill. Who are you? Suja, cowed by her demeanor, lowered his head, muttering, I just saw you staring at the chat window, so I thought I'd help. He then raised his gaze, his curiosity piqued. Sister, do you like him? In a panic, Qingyu quickly covered Suja's mouth, dragging him back in her bedroom. Suja was her cousin, a sixth grader with a mischievous streak. Hearing that his mother was unwell, his aunt had brought him over. In the afternoon, Qingyu sat at her desk, lost in thought, occasionally glancing at her chat with Jian Hang. To her dismay, this little rascal had noticed her fixation. During her brief foray to the kitchen to cut fruit, he had already struck up a lively conversation with Jian Hang. Is it helping me? Qingyu chuckled bitterly. How am I supposed to explain this now? Why explain? Suja questioned. If you want to talk to him, just be proactive. While the sentiment held some truth, she pondered what exactly to discuss. She flicked Suja's forehead sharply. You don't need a medal. Sitting at her desk, she sighed deeply. Just then, her phone vibrated again, stirring her from a reverie. Jago, little sister, it's not good to snatch your sister's phone and send random messages. In her memory, Jian Hang was a taciturn and cool individual, a strikingly handsome boy who drew attention effortlessly, remaining unfazed even amidst the gazes of numerous girls. It was hard for Qingyu to imagine him using such a sweet and gentle tone to coax a child. A flutter of warmth surged within her, causing her ears to flush. Sister, what are you daydreaming about? What did your brother reply? Suja asked curiously. If it weren't for the family business that she was expected to inherit, Qingyu would have every reason to suspect that Suja might grow up to be an insufferable paparazzo. None of your business, she retorted coldly. Suja scoffed. Then I'll tell Annie that you have a crush at school. Qingyu clenched her fists. You dare. Then let me see, Suja pleaded, adopting a pitiful expression. I'll help you strategize. Don't underestimate me. Just because I'm younger, my romantic experience is probably richer than yours. Remember that beautiful girl who transferred to our class last semester? We're dating now. Qingyu was left speechless. Do you even understand what dating means? It means being boyfriend and girlfriend. Suja declared proudly. You think everyone is like you, secretly harboring feelings while pretending to be indifferent? Sister, you are indeed very beautiful, but too concerned with appearances. That brother is quite handsome. You better not hesitate, or other girls might snatch him away. Qingyu marveled at the precociousness of children today. Suja continued, Sister, you initiated the conversation, yet now you're leaving him hanging. You might think you're playing hard to get, which isn't good. Anger flared up within her once more. Qingyu ground her teeth. That was all you're doing. Suja hastily apologized and suggested, Sister, how about I help you figure out how to reply? Clearly, you don't chat much at school, so your relationship isn't very close, right? He had hit the nail on the head. Qingyu clenched the phone tightly, showing Suja the latest message. Suja crossed his arms, deep in thought. Sister, why don't I take the opportunity to ask him what he thinks of you? Qingyu found herself genuinely curious. Clearing her throat, she nonchalantly inquired, How should I ask? Reply like this, Suja said, formulating his thoughts. All right, but don't do it again. Sister is quite fierce. So don't tell her I said that. Fierce? Me? Qingyu exclaimed, grabbing the collar of the little rascal, demanding, Am I fierce? Not fierce, not fierce. Suja said, wiping away a bead of cold sweat. Just listen to me. After you send it, ask him, do you think my sister is fierce? That will lead to his impression of you. It seems somewhat reasonable. Qingyu shot Suja a glare, typing on a keyboard, deliberating over her words multiple times before finally sending the message. Jian Hang, engrossed in watching television, was startled by the sudden notification. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Jago, not fierce at all. Your sister is quite quiet. Before Suja could provide further advice, Qingyu eagerly typed her next question. Kutang, is that all? The wait for a reply felt interminably long. Jago, she is quite popular too. Suja chimed in. My sister has always been popular. Many boys at school like her. Qingyu, feeling dejected, lifted her head. Am I really that conceited? One must be confident, especially since it's the truth. Suja insisted anxiously. Qingyu chuckled lightly, feeling for the first time that this little brat was rather endearing. Kutang, of course, my sister has always been popular. Many boys pursue her. After a moment's thought, Qingyu added, Kutang, but she hasn't agreed to anyone. Jian Hang, reading those two messages, collapsed onto the sofa, laughing heartily. Lin Guizhi slapped his arm. Sit properly. Jean Fuyo boldly speculated. You're not dating at school, are you? That's why you needed a phone to stay in touch. I'm not. Jian Hang sat up straight. Old Jian, don't wrongfully accuse me. Better not be. Jean Fuyou turned away, returning to the television. Jian Hang was caught in a dilemma about how to respond to the cheeky little sibling when he received another message. Kutang, what do you think of my sister? What did that even mean? The question sounded as if she were an innocent girl trying to play matchmaker between him and Su Qingyu. Jae-go, stop the nonsense. If you keep using your sister SQQ to chat like this, I'll tell her and let her deal with you. That brother is quite fierce, Suja remarked. The topic seemingly coming to an end. Su Qingyu's greatest act of courage thus far had been to ask a boy what he thought of her, only to be met with a few perfunctory words, leading her to believe that Jian Hang held no feelings for her at all. During the recent break, she found herself often reminiscing about Jian Hang on stage, especially the way he effortlessly lifted her. Each recollection sent her heart racing, her cheeks flushing, leaving her curious about his thoughts on her. Disheartened, Su vinguloret hergaze. Suja leaned his head on her shoulder, comforting her. Sister, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fixate on a single blade of grass when a whole forest awaits you? Suinjuri tortif. Where did you learn such peculiar phrases? Get out. You're not allowed in my room anymore. Suja protested. I've never seen someone so quick to burn bridges. Suddenly, Su Qingyu sprang to her feet. Not only do I want to burn bridges, but I also want to give you a good thrashing. The little brat was finally expelled from her room. Su Qingyu stared blankly at the chat window, pondering how to gracefully conclude this topic. Her head throbbed with confusion. Chapter 37. The Nightmare of Confession Retreats. Retreat. Jian Hang. What's he doing here? I don't know. Su Jia replied. He wasn't invited. Who would have thought that the former top student of their grade would barely scrape into a second-tier college, with Su Jia outdoing him on the exam? It has come to my attention that Su Jia has been accepted into a prestigious 211 university, coincidentally attending the same institution as her wealthy boyfriend, with whom she has been in a relationship since their senior year. Does Jian Hang remain oblivious to this? Goodness, Su Jia even claims to be single, while throughout their final year, she has been persistently seeking Jian Hang's assistance with her studies. Let us not cast aspersions. Their feelings were mutual, and Jian Hang's affection for Su Jia certainly justified his actions. In a courtyard illuminated by dazzling lights, adorned with an abundance of flowers and balloons, the evening breeze carries the fragrance of blossoms as red balloons sway gently. Su Jia, resplendent in a lavish pink pearl collar dress, stands gracefully among a throng of people, her face radiant with joy. Jian Hang refuses to believe the rumors swirling around him. In his memories, while Su Jia may not have excelled academically, she has always demonstrated unwavering diligence. Each time he helped her unravel complex problems, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at him. Wow, Jian Hang, you are truly remarkable, deserving of your top rank in the class. What should I do? Jian Hang, you're so exceptional that I fear our futures may diverge too greatly. Even if I cannot attend the same university as you, what if we still reside in the same city? Jian Hang, you must strive for excellence. You shall always be my number one in my heart. During the Gaokao, Jian Hang fell ill with a persistent fever, which hindered his performance. In the final exam, he inadvertently misplaced his examination permit. When the acceptance letters arrived, he found himself relegated to a modest second-tier university in a northern city. Jian Hang, I actually have feelings for you, was the last message Su Jia sent him. Despite Jian Hang's numerous attempts to contact her, he was unsuccessful, until Zhang Chong informed him of Su Jia's birthday celebration taking place in a quaint villa today, with a bouquet of vibrant roses in hand. Jian Hang approached Su Jia amidst the crowd. Their eyes locked, and a flicker of surprise crossed Su Jia's face, quickly masked by composure. Jian Hang, she exclaimed. What brings you here? He offered her the flowers, wishing her a happy birthday. Su Jia accepted the bouquet, her smile strained and forced. Thank you. Yet in that moment, Jian Hang was blissfully oblivious to the nuances of her demeanor. He was about to embark on a journey to Beijing for work, hoping to earn money for his university expenses, and wished to confess his feelings to Su Jia before his departure. Su Jia, let's be together, he declared, undeterred by the scrutiny of those around them, speaking with calm confidence. Although I did not gain admission to my desired institution, rest assured, I shall strive to earn a prosperous life for you. Instead of the anticipated emotional response, he was met with palpable tension. Su Jia hurriedly returned the flowers to Jian Hang, saying, I am delighted that you could come, but she glanced at a plump man in a suit behind her. Reproaching him, you must have misunderstood. I already have a boyfriend. Please do not disturb me in the future. A pauper who could not even gain admission to a 211 university, daring to aspire for a swan. Her boyfriend's family owns a company. How could he possibly be interested in you? The derisive whispers around them were relentless. Jian Hang, unfazed by the opinions of others, turned to Su Jia. So, your feelings for me were merely a facade? Su Jia panicked. What nonsense are you spouting? She turned to the man, Wei Gu. Let me explain. I have no relationship with him. At this juncture, Jian Hang comprehended the situation. His gaze fell upon the grand, rectangular table by the pool. Laden with exquisite delicacies such as lobsters, steaks, and fruit salads, crowned with a towering three-tiered birthday cake, candles ablaze. This was the essence of what Su Jia truly desired. Zhang Chong placed a hand on Jian Hang's shoulder. There are countless flowers in the world. Why cling to a single blossom, especially one that is a withered peach? Jian Hang managed a bittersweet smile, but just as he turned away, he felt a tight embrace around his waist. Jian Hang, I regret my decision. Let's be together. Su Jia's sultry voice whispered in his ear. Jian Hang turned, only to find her lips slowly approaching his. Suddenly, he awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. That confession had become the most humiliating moment of his life, not merely for the rejection, but for the deception Su Jia had perpetuated all along. Lin Guizhi was tidying his room when Jian Hang's sudden outburst startled her, causing her to stumble backward, her heart racing. You little rascal. What nightmare did you have to scare me like that? Indeed, it was a nightmare. Jian Hang wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that it was all behind him. Son, Lin Guizhi said, worry creasing her brow as she sat at the edge of his bed. Is there something you have not shared with your mother? No. Jian Hang shook his head, laughing heartily. It was merely a nightmare, just a nightmare. Lin Guizhi regarded him with suspicion. If anything is troubling you, share it with your parents. I will help with your laundry. Remember, you have evening classes today. Jian Hang nodded. Once Lin Guizhi left, he retrieved his phone from beneath his pillow. Su Qingyu had not responded to his messages, yet Su Jia was relentlessly sending friend requests. Do not bother me again. He resolutely rejected her and sent a curt reply. Restless, Jian Hang rose from bed, dressed, tidied his belongings, washed up, and had lunch. His mind constantly replaying the scenes from his dream. The vividness of the dream haunted him, as he was transported back to that fateful summer, where he faced academic failure, a rejected confession, and the shame of his parents, who, despite their own humiliation from relatives, forced smiles and offered hollow reassurances. Overwhelmed by feelings of shame, guilt, and regret, he pondered what could be more terrifying than repeating past mistakes. He nearly convinced himself that he was on the verge of making the same errors once again. After finishing his lunch, he meticulously cleaned the entire house, and while rummaging through his backpack, he discovered several hundred yuan tucked away in a compartment, likely the family's living expenses for the past fortnight. Jian Hang's eyes welled with tears. He kept only 100 for himself, placing the rest on the coffee table. He called Jian Fuyo before shouldering his backpack and departing for school. Meanwhile, Su Jia lay on her bed, weeping bitterly. Initially, she had not perceived Jian Hang's worth, but recent events had illuminated his true character. He was indeed quite exceptional. What must I do for Jian Hang to forgive me? The more she contemplated, the more sorrowful she became. She had only been slightly brusque with him. She had not committed any grievous offense, so why was Jian Hang so resolute in his distance? Hearing her daughter's muffled sobs, Su Jia's mother entered the room. What troubles you? Su Jia collapsed in her mother's embrace. Is it the pressure of studies weighing you down? Su Jia's mother comforted her, patting her back. Take it slow. You're only in your first year of high school. Do not burden yourself excessively. Su Jia hesitated to share her feelings for Jian Hang with her parents, knowing they staunchly opposed early relationships. Once she had regained her composure, Su Jia straightened her back, silently bolstering her resolve. The more Jian Hang ignored her, the more she felt compelled to prove herself. She would make Jian Hang regret his decision. During evening study hours, Jian Hang entered with his backpack, settling in just as Zhang Chong poked him in the back. Brother Jian, what is wrong? Did you not sleep well? Zhang Chong leaned in closer, whispering, Are you burned out? Jian Hang, already feeling irritable, tightened his jaw at his words, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Are you looking for a fight? Are you genuinely feeling down? Zhang Chong quickly backtracked, sensing the tension. All right, my apologies. Zhang Chong discreetly leaned back, creating distance between them. At the classroom entrance, he yang linked arms with Su Qingyu, exclaiming, Su, you have such dark circles under your eyes. Have you not been sleeping well? Chapter 38. Do you really think I am your problem-solving tool? Jian Hang turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and noticed that Su Qingyu's under-eye area was dark and swollen. Her fair complexion made the dark circles stand out even more. Jian Hang looked at Su Qingyu with curiosity, and she unexpectedly met his gaze, although she appeared somewhat evasive. I stayed up late last night to study. Su Qingyu hurriedly explained, Don't ask. Yang simply acknowledged her with a sound, ceasing further inquiries as he approached Jian Hang and Zhang Chong to greet them. Tang Xiaodang arrived fashionably late. If you were any later, you would have been tardy, Zhang Chong remarked. Indeed, someone was late. Tang Xiaodang glanced towards the classroom door, where the class bell had already ceased ringing. Su Jia rushed in with her head down. Class monitor, someone is late, Luo Wei shouted boisterously. Jiang Ning retorted, the teacher hasn't arrived yet. If you're so bold, go ahead and report it. Luo Wei snorted disdainfully, unwilling to continue the conversation. Sitting by the aisle, Tang Xiaodang and He Yang exchanged curious glances at Su Jia, noting her red and swollen eyes. Zhang Chong leaned over, eager to join the fray. Well, this is quite peculiar, he murmured. Jian Ge looks haggard. The campus bell has dark circles, and Su Jia's eyes are puffy. Could it be that these three? Tang Xiaodang rolled her eyes at him, scoffing, you are so tiresome. Zhang Chong shrugged, admitting, I am indeed quite bored. Tang Xiaodang chose to ignore him. Oh, by the way, Zhang Chong poked Jian Hang's back. Su was looking for you during the National Day holiday, saying she had something to ask you, but you rejected her friend request on WeChat. Have you two managed to connect? Jian Hang could easily guess that this fellow had begun to overthink again. Not wishing to embarrass Su Qingyu, he nodded. Yes, she asked about a question, right? Su Qingyu was suddenly caught off guard by Jian Hang's retort and turned to him, flustered as she affirmed, yes. Jian Hang chuckled, wondering if she truly heard what was said. Did you comprehend the thought process behind that question? Jian Hang asked nonchalantly. It's the same question you intended to ask me on QQ. Oh, Su Qingyu nodded hurriedly. I understand now. Thank you. How polite, Jian Hang mused, finding this side of Su Qingyu unexpectedly endearing. The other three felt the palpable tension between the two, but were unsure of its origin. Jian Hang, may I add you on QQ as well? Yang inquired, pulling out his phone. Jian Hang nodded and retrieved his phone to accept the request. Come on, Jian Ge. That's not very brotherly of you. You should have informed me about your new phone right away. Zhang Chong complained, slightly miffed. Jian Hang couldn't help but find it amusing that a grown man would sulk like a child. It's a new phone number. Save it yourself, he said, tossing the device onto Zhang Chong's desk. You really are too honest, Jian Ge. Aren't you worried I'll invade your privacy? Zhang Chong laughed, gleefully unlocking Jian Hang's phone. Do you dare? Jian Hang Weetspo Min Na Sing. Hee, I wouldn't dare. Zhang Chong obediently saved his number and even called it to ensure it was stored correctly. Yang thought to himself, since Su is my deskmate, perhaps I should save her number too. Jian Hang handed his phone to He Yang, lazily raising an eyebrow. Oh, being Su Qingyu's deskmate, I feel immensely fortunate. His tone was laced with sarcasm, stretching out the final syllables. Su Qingyu's ears flushed with embarrassment, and as soon as He Yang returned the phone, she reached out to take it, softly stating, since we are deskmates, I might as well save your number for convenience in asking questions later. Jian Hang retorted, do you truly consider me your problem-solving tool? Your wording suggests that it's rather burdensome for you. He tilted his head to glance at the book cover, his right hand languidly propping up his chin. Go ahead and save it, just don't bother me too much. Since you all are saving it, I might as well do the same, Tang Xiaodang chimed in softly. Jian Hang replied, I truly feel that I'm putting you all out. Zhang Chong jokingly interjected, congratulations, Jian Ge. You're about to accumulate the phone numbers of 3 beautiful girls. How shameless of you. Yang laughed heartily, but you do have good taste. Jian Hang was too exasperated to deal with Zhang Chong's antics any longer. Whatever, he muttered. Su Jia bit her lip, observing the harmonious and joyful atmosphere among them. And as she heard Jian Hang sharing his contact information with the 3 girls while withholding it from her, her vision blurred with tears. Did Jian Hang truly despise her this much? Su Jia was baffled and could not fathom it. She repeatedly tried to convince herself that Jian Hang was upset due to her inciting Luo Wei's outburst, but it now seemed otherwise. I cannot cry, Su Jia. Yet the tears betrayed her, falling before she could rub her eyes with the back of her hand. Jiang Ning had noticed her distress, but was at a loss for words, suspecting it was related to Jian Hang. After spending time together, Jiang Ning had come to feel that this situation was not entirely Jian Hang's fault. It was Su Jia's stubbornness that played a significant role. Sighing silently, Jiang Ning resigned to the moment. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor approached from outside, growing nearer. Li Ban is here. Zhang Chong hastily shoved his phone back into his desk. The others quickly retrieved their math papers. You all completed your homework, right? Li Liang's sharp gaze swept across the classroom. Math class representative, please assist the class monitor in checking. All right. Ma Fan rose and began reviewing papers starting from the first row by the corridor. Jiang Ning began her checks from the last row by the window. Li Liang conducted random checks, reaching Jian Hang's desk, casually flipping through his paper before pausing, placing it back down without a word. Zhang Chong, where's yours? Li Liang asked. Let me have a look. Zhang Chong handed over his paper. I couldn't solve the last big question. There were 2 sub-questions I couldn't figure out. Li Liang nodded. It's normal not to solve them, as they involve knowledge points from the second year of high school. This was a college entrance exam question from 2 years ago. Jian Hang solved it. He added with a hint of implication, if you can't solve it, just leave it blank. Don't go online for answers. That's just being dismissive of oneself. Jian Hang couldn't help but roll his eyes. He Yang leaned in to sneak a glance, and saw that Jian Hang had completed everything. This is clearly biased judgment. They haven't even clarified the situation before making conclusions. Jian thought to himself. Jian Hang had already checked his answers, rewriting any mistakes completely and marking them for future reference. He hadn't paid much attention to Li Liang's class, occasionally glancing at the blackboard, but mostly at the second-year textbooks. Jian Hang, Li Liang suddenly called out. How did you solve this question? Share your thought process with everyone. Li Liang was referencing the last big question. Jian Hang stood up and succinctly outlined his thought process in just a few words. However, those with poor foundations like Su Jia were a loss. You may sit down. Li Liang turned away. I'll briefly expand on this question for everyone. It's all right if you don't understand it. You will learn it later. During the break, Zhang Chong intended to complain to Jian Hang about Li Ban's biased behavior, but Jian Hang silenced him with a glance. Sigh. Zhang Chong returned to his seat in disinterest. Jingu, what did you do during the National Day holiday? Su Qingyu instinctively paused her pen, listening intently. Jian Hang replied succinctly, studied, managed the store, and slept. Did you not bring any snacks? Zhang Chong asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together. I left them in the dorm. Jian Hang zet ponde. What are you working on? Zhang Chong inquired curiously, leaning forward to look. National High School Mathematics Competition problems? Are you planning to sign up? Jian Hang closed the book and casually remarked, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we head to the convenience store? Zhang Chong's eyes lit up. Let's go. However, as Su Qingyu watched Jian Hang's departing silhouette, an inexplicable sense of loss enveloped her. It became evident that Jian Hang had no intention of broaching the topic of their conversation, nor did he seem to care. Chapter 39, a reminiscence of meeting the school Belle Jiangu. Why does Li Ban always target you? Zhang Chong inquired, perplexed, as they strolled through the corridor. How would I know? Jian Hang retorted with a scoff. If a dog bites you on the street, would you chase after it to ask why? Zhang Chong burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. That metaphor is both absurd and surprisingly apt. Such inexplicable occurrences had happened time and again. The classmates were well aware that Li Liang was quite the snob. In a city like Chongning, where many were privileged, Li Liang adeptly differentiated her treatment of students. Those from affluent backgrounds received her special leniency and favors. Among the few underprivileged students in their grade, 2 happened to be in her class. Zhang Chong, always cheerful and seemingly obedient, attracted no trouble from Li Liang. Yet, Jian Hang stood out for his eccentricity. The October sun in Nansheng beamed brightly. Jian Hang recalled his first encounter with Li Liang, which took place in her office. That day, sunlight streamed through the classroom's glass windows as he and Jian Fuyo stood at the office entrance, their backs soaked with sweat. A shabby suitcase containing Jian Hang's clothes for the semester resting behind them. Li Liang was perusing his enrollment documents, her brow furrowing deeper. You are Jian Hang, correct? She inquired, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses. What is the deal with your school uniform? Jian Hang glanced down at his faded t-shirt, the collar misshapen. Jian Fuyo looked perplexed. Teacher, this shirt is quite clean, Jian Hang responded with composure. Just then, a well-dressed parent appeared at the door, seeking Li Liang's attention. Li Laosher, I'm here to pick up Qingyu and show her around the school. Instantly, Li Liang adopted a different demeanor. Su Qingyu's father, please wait a moment. I'll wrap this up shortly and personally escort you. That's quite all right. You take your time, Su Haixing replied, calling for the girl. It was the first meeting between Jian Hang and Su Qingyu, rising from a back row seat in the office. Jian Hang was blocked from seeing her by the display screen. The girl approached in a floral dress, her long, slender legs perfectly proportioned and fair. Her oval face bore no makeup, yet she was undeniably captivating. Su Qingyu's dark eyes briefly glanced over Jian Hang before she turned to follow Su Haixing. All right, enough. Li Liang interjected impatiently. I understand your family's circumstances are modest, but you can't neglect your appearance entirely. Just look at your classmates. None of them are dressed so sloppily. A ripple of snickering echoed in the office. Jian Hang clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He could feel the weight of every gaze upon him, piercing like needles. Jian Fuyo, straightforward by nature, nearly lost his composure. Teacher, I believe what one wears is not important. What truly matters is academic performance. I assent it. Jian Hang lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Li Liang. My father often teaches me that being poor is not an issue. What matters is the willingness to work hard, to possess good manners, and to respect others in order to earn their respect in return. The other chuckling teachers fell silent, their laughter stifled. Ha, Li Liang sneered. You think you can counter every word I say with 10 of your own? With your attitude, how can you expect to achieve good grades? Remember, once you step into society, grades don't define everything. Now, you all head to class 1. I need to attend to other parents. Teacher, Jian Fuyo asked, could you please tell us how to get to the boys' dormitory? It's rather inconvenient to drag such a large suitcase to the classroom. Li Liang, visibly annoyed, replia. Class 1 isn't solely for Jian Hang. It will be fine. From their very first encounter, Jian Hang harbored a strong dislike for Li Liang. Fortunately, Zhou Langhua came to their rescue. The young teacher, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stood up and said, "Li Laosher, which dormitory do the boys stay in? I can take them there." Sunlight streamed in behind Zhou Langhua, casting a golden halo around her. Jian Hang thought to himself, now, this is a true teacher who treats every student equally, regardless of background or academic standing. Eventually, Li Liang begrudgingly provided the dormitory number, and Zhou Langhua escorted Jian Hang and Jian Fuyo to drop off their luggage. Along the way, she refrained from discussing anything else, focusing solely on introducing the campus and cafeteria. Upon entering the school, Luo Wei frequently sought to provoke him. One day, upon returning to his seat, Jian Hang discovered his textbook tossed on the floor, a clear footprint stamped on it. "Oh, my apologies," Luo Wei feigned innocence from behind. "I accidentally knocked it over." Jian Hang picked up the textbook, dusting it off, and met Luo Wei's triumphant gaze. This individual, whose father was the director of the academic affairs office, and who consistently performed poorly, had targeted him since the first day of school. After school, Jian Hang was the last to leave the classroom. He approached Luo Wei's desk, pulled out the books, and flung them to the ground, stomping on them vigorously. It was childish, but it was the only form of retaliation Jian Hang could conceive at the time. The next day, Luo Wei confronted Jian Hang angrily. Zhang Chong, a fellow dorm mate, interjected, "It wasn't Jian Hang. After last night's study session, I went back to the dorm with him, and we didn't come out again." Luo Wei, unconvinced, rushed a report to Li Liang. Li Liang had no evidence to substantiate the claim, and while she scolded the entire class, she was essentially warning Jian Hang. "Jian Ge." Zhang Chong slung an arm around Jian Hang's neck. "Fess up, did you bully Su Jia?" Zhang Chong's words jolted Jian Hang back to reality. "What? Don't play dumb," Zhang Chong whispered. Everyone saw Su Jia's eyes were red from crying. "Did you reject her confession?" Jian Hang turned, his expression devoid of emotion. "Oh, I'll keep quiet," Zhang Chong mumbled, zipping his lips. The two stood at the railing in the corridor, gazing out at the night. "Are we not going to buy something to eat?" Zhang Chong asked. "Why eat?" "I'm not hungry," Jian Hang replied. "I just needed some fresh air to unwind." Jian Hang felt mentally exhausted. He was cramming for classes both in and out of school, occasionally tackling math, Olympiad problems, or reading programming books. It was overwhelming. A moment of silence passed. Zhang Chong couldn't help but inquire, "Did Su Qingyu really just ask you about a question?" "I don't believe it." "Believe it or not, I'm yawning," Jian Hang said, heading back to the classroom. He found the incident involving Su Qingyu's sister rather uninteresting and felt no inclination to discuss it. Otherwise, with Zhang Chong's vivid imagination, he would surely concoct some wild theories. Chapter 40. Do you really think Jian Hang could be interested in you? For Jian Hang, high school life was fulfilling, busy, yet mundane. Conversely, his relationship with Su Qingyu attracted the attention of students from other classes, who occasionally passed by to gawk, and there were numerous love letters being sent. Sometimes, these situations turned comical, such as when a boy delivered a love letter intended for a girl, only for it to be mistakenly thought to be for Su Qingyu. Nevertheless, both of them tacitly refrained from opening the envelope. Jian Hang devoted himself entirely to his studies, while Su Qingyu split her time between studying and either listening to music or daydreaming while reading novels. When the midterm exam results were released, Jian Hang undoubtedly emerged as the top student in his grade, with Zhang Chong following closely in third place. Su Qingyu ascended from a ranking of over 200 to approximately 190 in her grade. Only Su Jia, who had not progressed but rather regressed, lingered among the bottom 10 of the class, far beyond the 300 mark in the overall rankings. The sunlight of November remained glaring, yet devoid of warmth. The only basketball game of their high school life had arrived. Jian Hang, astonishingly, took the initiative to sign up. Su Qingyu felt a flicker of excitement. Since the embarrassing incident during the cleanup, Su Jia had become considerably more reserved, yet her feelings for Jian Hang had not waned. Zhang Chong, lacking in basketball skills, nonetheless joined Jian Hang, embracing a spirit of participation. Neither of them anticipated that Li Liang would appoint Luo Wei as the team captain. In this inaugural formal match of their high school journey, Jian Hang found himself unexpectedly relegated to the sidelines. Luo Wei, with an air of smugness, cast a glance at him, saying, "You needn't worry about playing. Just watch as I lead the team to an effortless victory." With that, he directed his gaze toward where Su Qingyu sat, clearly with intent. He was being deliberately provocative. Yang Yang's frustration boiled over. Su Qingyu offered him not a single glance. "We specifically came to watch Jian Hang and Zhang Chong play basketball," Tang shouting muttered. Zhang Chong caught the remark with precision. "You all came just to see me and Brother Jian play?" he inquired, grinning. Jian Hang heard and turned to look. Su Qingyu's ears turned crimson, and she hastily averted her gaze. Jian Hang, oblivious to Su Qingyu's nervousness, returned his focus to the court. The game commenced. The opposing center was a towering figure, easily a head taller than the center of their class. During the opening jump ball, the opposition effortlessly secured possession. Defense! Defense! Luo Wei shouted from the court. Yet, the rivals' offensive play was too sharp. Their guard moved with the speed of a gale, swiftly breaking through for layups, and the score quickly escalated to 22-8. This was utterly humiliating. Jian Hang shook his head, leisurely propping up one leg, observing the unfolding situation. Luo Wei was frantically agitated, akin to an ant on a hot pan, frequently unleashing his ire upon his teammates. What a disgraceful display from Luo Wei. He plays poorly yet blames others. Jian remarked disapprovingly. Substitutions. Substitutions. Zhang Chong laughed heartily, yelling towards the court, Luo Wei, why not let Brother Jian take the court to turn the tide? Otherwise, it may be too late. Surrounding girls cast eager glances their way, including those from other classes. The prowess of the players held significant importance, as did their charm on the court. Luo Wei, infuriated, coldly huffed and called for a timeout. Jian Hang, you're up. Jian Hang rose, tossing his jacket to Zhang Chong. The girls watching erupted in excitement, cheering. Can your class really turn the game around with just a pretty face? If not, just concede already. The opposing boys, brimming with arrogance, jeered until warned by the referee, causing them to temper their taunts. Class 1 was a top-tier class, and in their eyes, those with good grades were merely nerds, lacking any athletic prowess. How brazen they are, Jian scoffed, making a gesture indicative of a loser. Is Jian Hang really that good at basketball? Dang xiao dang in guit, pu dao. Su Qingyu, having never seen Jian Hang play, replied, I don't know. She cast her gaze toward Jian Hang's profile. The contours of his youthful face were strikingly refined, with thin eyelids and a slight curve of his lips, exuding an air of unapproachable arrogance when serious. Jian Hang stood tall, broad-shouldered and slender, his back straight. He raised his arms in a stretching motion, revealing a layer of toned muscle beneath his athletic wear, perfectly sculpted with not an ounce of excess. Su Qingyu thought, being embraced by him must provide an immense sense of security. Realizing she was lost in thought, her face flushed. Su, why are you blushing? Jian asked. I'm not. Ha ha. Let us just watch the game. Su Qingyu stammered, awkwardly redirecting Jian's attention to the court. Tang Xiaotang, beside her, was barely able to contain her laughter, only managing to stifle it after receiving a glare from Su Qingyu. Luo Wei collapsed to the ground, panting. I can't go on. I need a break. Jian Hang walked past him. Don't mess this up. Luo Wei shot Jian Hang a cold glare. That is something I should be saying to you, Jian Hang retorted, glancing at Luo Wei, who lay on the ground, gasping like a wounded dog. If you can't keep up, let us substitute. Zhang Chong could perform far better. Luo Wei harbored a lump of frustration in his chest, glancing at the audience, where Su Qingyu was focused on them. He hurriedly stood up, declaring, just wait and see. The game resumed. The opposing point guard, who had been the most vocal in mocking them earlier, clearly underestimated Jian Hang, even neglecting to feign moves while dribbling. Jian Hang snorted softly, his eyes glinting with determination. Timing his move perfectly, he lunged forward, his right hand shooting out like a flash of lightning. Smack! The basketball was effortlessly snatched away. Jian Hang pivoted, a taunting lift of his brow, making a gesture as if beckoning with his finger. The opposing guard gritted his teeth and charged at him. Jian Hang immediately initiated a fast break, his speed astonishing as he dashed toward the opposing basket. The other four players only then realized what was happening and hurried back to defend, but it was too late. With a stunning Euro step, he executed a flawless layup. Good shot. The audience erupted in applause, a wave of sound sweeping through. The girls cheered loudly. Even those from the opposing team couldn't help but clap. Jian Hang's movements were undeniably graceful. Brother Jian is incredible, Zhang Chong shouted from the sidelines. This play visibly dampened the opposing team's momentum, their movements becoming noticeably more cautious. However, Jian Hang was no slouch. His defense was unyielding, forcing the opposition to pass the ball. Anticipating the passing route, Jian Hang leaped and intercepted the ball. This time, rather than rushing, he dribbled steadily beyond the three-point line. Is he going for three? The audience buzzed with excitement. Jian Hang leaped, releasing the ball, which traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish! It swished through the net without touching the rim. The ensuing game devolved into a showcase of Jian Hang's skills. He sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, executed 2 steals, and delivered 3 exquisite assists. The score gap quickly narrowed to just 5 points. Timeout. Luo Wei, exhausted like a dog, desperately raised his hand. The referee blew the whistle to signal a break. Zhang Chong, you're in. Luo Wei gasped while directing. No problem. Zhang Chong eagerly removed his jacket, tossing it, along with Jian Hang's, to Su Qingyu beside him. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. passing Zhang Cheng's jacket to Tang Xiaoding. Why are you handing this to me? Tang Xiaoding protested, but reluctantly accepted. Brother Jian. Zhang Cheng rubbed his hands together excitedly, exchanging a high five with Jian Hang. Guard him, shouted the opposing team captain from the sidelines. The opposing guard and another player began to double-team Jian Hang. Unfazed, Jian Hang executed a behind-the-back dribble to shake off the defense, then delivered a no-look pass, perfectly finding his teammate in an open position. Swish! Another three-pointer found its mark. What is the point of this? The opposing guard cursed angrily. The crowd erupted once more. Even the bystanders from other classes began to cheer. Class 1. Class 1. Who is that handsome guy who plays the best basketball in Class 1? Jian Hang. Don't you know? I was unaware. How fortunate I am to witness the game today. Or else, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a handsome young man at our school, whose allure defies reason. He is the top student in the first year, yet I have heard that his family struggles financially, making him a beneficiary of public welfare. Ah, what a pity. Yet, it matters little. It is merely a matter of indulging in a youthful romance with my younger brother. Beside me, two senior girls giggle and chatter. Su Qingyu clenches the fabric of Jian Hang's shirt tightly, her eyes aflame with indignation. Setting aside his background, what do you possess that could possibly compare to Jian Hang? Why would you dare to speak thus? Furthermore, do you truly believe Jian Hang would take notice of you? After speaking, Su Qingyu lets out a light laugh. Her dark pupils shimmering momentarily, cool and faint. The two girls are momentarily taken aback. Who is she to meddle? Could she be harboring feelings for Jian Hang? He Yang stands stunned, observing Su Qingyu's profile, then glancing at Tang Xiaoding, leaning closer to whisper, what is happening? This is the first time I've seen Su so furious, and it's for a boy. Tang Xiaoding shakes her head, fabricating a lie. After all, they are classmates, and their remarks are indeed quite excessive. He Yang nods in agreement. Certainly. Oh, I was just saying, I nearly thought Su had feelings for Jian Hang, which scare me to death, He Yang says with a sigh of relief, patting her chest and speaking softly to Tang Xiaoding. In He Yang's mind, Su Qingyu is a celestial being, destined only to attract the attention of suitors. She could never stoop to secretly harboring affection for anyone. Tang Xiaoding quietly heaves a sigh, allowing the oblivious lazy sheep to think as she pleases. In the final 10 minutes, the score has evened. Jian Hang's movements on the court are both graceful and free-spirited. He advances with the ball, surrounded by 3 defenders. Can he manage it? Luo Wei jeers from the sidelines, drawing ireful glares from the girls in the stands. You should be grateful Jian Hang is playing, or our class would surely lose. Luo Wei, are you a spy sent from the opposing side? Luo Wei catches sight of Su Qingyu, noticing her displeasure, and awkwardly falls silent. On the court, Jian Hang suddenly accelerates, spinning past the first defender, followed by a swift maneuver that leaves the second defender bewildered. Facing the final opponent, he leaps high into the air. What is he about to do? Under the astonished gazes of all, Jian Hang executes a thunderous slam dunk. The entire basketball hoop trembles. Boom! The arena falls silent for a moment, then erupts into deafening applause. The girl shrieks, nearly threatened to lift the roof off the gymnasium. The final whistle blows. Jian Hang has led his team to an astonishing comeback. Jian, you truly are my brother, Zhang Cheng exclaims, giving a thumbs up. Jian Hang stands at the center of the court, sweat cascading down his cheeks, his eyes alight with triumphant brilliance. Zhang Cheng dashes toward the audience, shouting hoarsely, I'm parched. Where's the water? Su Jia stands nearby, clutching a bottle of water, hesitating while eagerly watching Jian Hang's movements. Jian Hang merely glances at her. Su Jia swiftly approaches, bashfully offering, Jian Hang, this is for you. To his left, Su Qingyu calls out, Jian Hang. Chapter 41. Do you like her? Then go after her. The entire gymnasium remains abuzz with excitement. Jian Hang has treated everyone to a thrilling visual spectacle. He stands still, his chest heaving, sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor. In the stands, the girls' cheers rise and fall like waves. Jian Hang, Jian Hang. Zhang Cheng envies. At this rate, Jian will have an influx of secret admirers. Why don't I have such treatment? Luo Wei seized with frustration, having attempted to prevent Jian Hang from playing, only to see him steal the spotlight. Amidst the uproar, Jian Hang turns toward the voice and sees Su Qingyu swiftly descending from the stands. Today, she wears a light blue knitted sweater, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her fair and delicate complexion, making her stand out amidst the crowd. Simultaneously, Su Jia runs up from the other side. The two arrive before Jian Hang almost simultaneously. Here, Su Qingyu offers a bottle of mineral water, her voice soft, her gaze averted, a faint blush gracing her ears. You are incredible. Su Jia, unwilling to be outdone, presents a sports drink. Drink mine. It replenishes energy better than plain water. Zhang Cheng bites his lip. astonished by this dramatic scene. The noise on the court noticeably quiets. Whispers ripple through the crowd. A love triangle? How thrilling. I adore this. Luo Wei rushes forward. Su Qingyu, I want to drink too. This person truly has no shame. Su Qingyu furrows her brows in annoyance. Jian Hang is momentarily taken aback. All eyes are now on this unfolding spectacle. His teammates pause, intrigued by the scene. Su Jia's fingers tighten slightly, her knuckles whitening. She had specifically brought the sports drink instead of plain water, believing Jian Hang would prefer a sweeter flavor. Su Jia raises her chin, a confident smile gracing her lips. This is the best for replenishing energy after exercise. Jian Hang's gaze flickers between the two before he ultimately reaches for Su Qingyu's water. Thank you. Su Yinggui's eyelashes flutter momentarily, a smile threatening to break through before she quickly suppresses it. Su Jia's expression darkens instantly. She shoots Su Qingyu a fierce glare before turning on her heel and leaving. A chorus of teasing erupts from the sidelines. Jian Hang, you sly dog. Zhang Chong exclaims. The school beauty and other girls are vying for your attention. With that, Su Jia shoots Zhang Chong a venomous glare. Is she to be nameless? What is Su Qingyu up to? Does she harbor feelings for Jian Hang? Su Jia, filled with indignation, flustered and humiliated, storms back to the classroom. Jiang Ning does not approach to comfort her, but instead engages in a discussion about the scores with the referee. Jian Hang twists off the cap and takes a long swig of water. He feels Su Qingyu standing nearby, the faint scent of roses wafting toward him. Don't speak nonsense. Jian Hang murmurs, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qingyu, who is bent over retrieving her water, the tip of her nose slightly flushed. She did not only purchase one bottle. Zhang Chong follows Jian Hang's gaze. He Yang, grinning, says Su specifically bought these for you. 2 crates of water. How touching, right? Zhang Chong dazed nods, very touching. Luo Wei, frustrated at not receiving water from Su Qingyu, storms up to Yang and snatches 3 or 4 bottles. Well, it still counts as Su buying them for me. Yang rolls her eyes. Do you have no shame? Hey, take a few less. Don't we all want some? Luo Wei pays her no mind, turning to see Su Qingyu handing Jian Hang his jacket. His heart, which had just calmed, flares again with envy. Are you jealous? Do you wish for such treatment? Zhang Chong nudges him. Dream on. You. Luo Wei grits his teeth. Still angry? Zhang Chong continues to tease. You should be grateful Jian Ge cleaned up your mess. Because of you, our class almost lost the game. Luo Wei wishes he could punch Zhang Chong in the face. But with all eyes upon them, he restrains himself. There's always a next time. In the stands, murmurs arise. Did you see? Jian Hang accepted Su Qingyu's water. Su Jia's face turned a shade of green with rage. I told you they had something going on. I saw Jian Hang giving Su Qingyu materials last time. But hasn't Su Jia been pursuing Jian Hang all along? This promises to be an entertaining drama, no matter how one looks at it. I believe that Jian Hang and Su Qingyu are truly a match made in heaven. Setting aside their family backgrounds, yes. Setting aside their family backgrounds, Jian Hang listened to the discussions around him, stealing a glance at Su Qingyu's profile as she conversed with Yang and the others. Jian Hang lowered his gaze, fully aware that Su Qingyu was coming to his rescue. Otherwise, with Su Jia's relentless nature, always eager for drama, she would undoubtedly stage a scene, making everyone believe he had wronged her. Jian Hang's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he took a sip of water, and before he could retract his gaze, Su Qingyu had looked over. She smiled lightly before turning back to speak with Tang Xiaodang. Su Qingyu, Jian Hang called out. Would you like to join us for dinner later to celebrate our victory in the competition? Su Qingyu softly replied with an affirmative hum, gripping her empty water bottle tightly, feeling a warmth rise in her cheeks. From a distance, Su Jia glared at this scene with resentment. The participating teammates, along with Su Qingyu, Yang, and Tang Xiaodang, decided to have hot pot at the school gate. Luo Wei, having nearly cost him the match with his domineering behavior on the court, was initially left out of the invitation. But upon seeing Su Qingyu was going, he eagerly tagged along. In terms of shamelessness, one must admit, Zhang Chong held a certain admiration for Luo Wei. The hot pot restaurant was filled with steam, the bubbling red oil base exuding an enticing aroma. The group gathered around a large round table, the atmosphere lively. Cheers to our MVP, Zhang Chong exclaimed, raising his drink. If only we had a camera to capture Jianji's brilliant performance on the court, Ma Fan lamented. That's simple. Yang chimed in happily. I'll bring a camera to the next match. That works, Zhang Chong winked. Just remember to take plenty of shots of me. Lazy sheep is right. Su Qingyu eagerly agreed, her lips curving into a shy smile directed at Jian Hang. Naturally reserved, it was difficult to discern her shyness or blush. The other boys were unable to contain their excitement at the prospect of dining with Su Qingyu. Yang nudged Zhang Chong and said to Su Qingyu, call her beautiful sheep. Laughter erupted among the others. Jian raised his fist in a mock threat. Jian Hang lifted his cup, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Su Qingyu, who was delicately placing beef into the pot, her movements graceful as if she were creating a masterpiece. Tang Xiaodang, try this, Su Qingyu said, placing a slice of freshly cooked beef into Tang Xiaodang's bowl, then seamlessly adding some to Jian Hang's, perfectly cooked to a medium rare. Jian Hang was momentarily taken aback. Thank you. TSK, what treatment? Zhang Chong teased. Why aren't we afforded such fortune? Su Qingyu's ears flushed red as she stirred the dipping sauce in her bowl, murmuring, They're just sitting close to me. It was a simple task. Jian Hang cleared his throat, about to change the topic, when he suddenly heard the vice-class monitor, Chen. Speak up. Actually, Su Jia is quite nice. Chen, who sat next to Yang, was taciturn, playing the small forward position in this competition. But his shooting skills were abysmal, relying solely on Jian Hang's leadership. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow, casually asking, Do you like her? Then go pursue her. Chen choked, glancing at Su Qingyu before hurriedly denying, I don't. Don't say such things. I only clarify once, not acquainted in that manner. I don't like her, Jian Hang said, meeting Chen Yang's gaze. Their eyes locked, Jian Hang's expression inscrutable, his dark pupils exuding a hint of intimidation as he remarked. Then why bring her up? Chen Yang gritted his teeth, forcing a stiff smile. It's nothing. Sitting close, he was somewhat aware of Jian Hang's aversion toward Su Jia and had unwittingly stirred the pot, only to find himself outmaneuvered by Jian Hang. He stole a glance at Su Qingyu, who was engaged in conversation with Tang Xiaodang, seemingly indifferent to his affections. And withdrawing his gaze, Chen Yang felt a twinge of annoyance, stemming largely from Jian Hang. Luo Wei, the infamous sycophant, seemed eager for a scene to erupt and deliberately remarked, Jian Hang, Su Jia is quite good to you. She even bought you water. In front of so many people. You lack gentlemanly decorum. Zhang Chong retorted angrily, Luo Wei. Do you even possess gentlemanly decorum? When you were being trounced on the court today, how did you turn around to berate your teammates? After Zhang Chong spoke, several boys, who had been on the receiving end of Luo Wei's ire, chuckled under their breaths. Indeed, how can one reflect on others without examining oneself? If it weren't for Jian Hang today, we would have lost already. What business do you have in this? Ma Fan muttered. These comments reached Luo Wei's ears, and he glanced at Su Qingyu, who was completely ignoring him. You all be quiet, Luo Wei bellowed. And when he noticed Su Qingyu looking over, he panicked, feeling utterly humiliated, wishing he could hide beneath the table. Jian Hang snickered. Ma Fan is right. Gatherings should be joyful. Let us raise our glasses to our future matches, giving our all to secure victory. Yes, we will definitely win. Someone else chimed in. I initially thought Su Da's campus beauty was quite aloof, but I never expected her to proactively buy us water. It's truly delightful. Su Qingyu felt a bit bashful. It's nothing. She stole a glance at Jian Hang, whose dark hair was damp with sweat, a thin sheen glistening on his features, accentuating his sharp contours. There was an undeniable aura about Jian Hang now. He seemed formidable, exuding both coolness and charm. Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed suddenly, perhaps from the steam of the hot pot, as she found herself lost in thought. Jian Hang unexpectedly caught her gaze. Su Qingyu straightened her back, averting her eyes momentarily, glancing just behind Jian Hang for a fleeting second. Jian Hang turned to look, seeing nothing of interest, wondering what she was fixated on. Su Qingyu lowered her head, calmly munching on her vegetables, taking deep breaths to compose herself. Once her emotions settled, she raised her gaze again. The others were engrossed in their meals and chatter. Turning her head, Tang Xiaodang smiled sweetly at her, causing Su Qingyu's heart to skip a beat. Suddenly, everyone's phones vibrated simultaneously. They exchanged bewildered glances, each unlocking their screens, only to discover the class group chat had exploded with activity. Quick, look at the space. Su Jia posted photos. Luo Wei exclaimed with curiosity. Who has Su Jia's QQ? Zhang Chong inquired. Chen, aren't you close with Su Jia? You should have her QQ, he added. When did I ever say I was close to her? Chen retorted, flustered. Then why do you think it's a pity she isn't here? Zhang Chong pressed. Jian Hang patted Zhang Chong on the shoulder, signaling him to cease his banter. The class group chat erupted with images of Jian Hang and Su Jia on the basketball court. The caption read, Some memories are forever cherished. Youth and basketball. Jian Hang was left utterly speechless. In the photos, Su Jia was sneakily positioned close to Jian Hang, her sweet smile captured as she pressed the shutter. The first image showed Jian Hang lounging on a bench, leisurely observing the court, while Su Jia snapped a profile shot beside him, cheerfully posing. The second displayed Jian Hang sprinting on the court, making a hand gesture, with Su Jia winking and smiling in the lower half of the frame. The third captured Jian Hang tilting his head back to drink water, while Su Jia appeared forlorn in the lower right corner, pouting as if to console herself. Anyone who viewed these images would find their content undeniably ambiguous. Wow, what does this mean? Luo Wei deliberately leaned over to take a look. Jian Hang, what are you two? Are you blind? Jian Hang shot a cold glare at Luo Wei. Can't you see this is a candid shot? Su Qingyu also caught sight of the photo, her fingers gliding across the screen as her expression turned icy. Tang Xiaodang was left speechless. This is clearly intentional. Yang was astonished. Su Jia is quite bold. Isnt she? At that moment, someone in the group chat remarked, Su Jia just posted again. The caption read, some people are destined to be special. A moment of heart fluttering. The class group buzzed with speculation. Is Su Jia confessing? When did Jian Hang and Su Jia become so close? Weren't they at odds before? Baseless conjectures flew around. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher, Li Liang, was not part of this group. Jian Hang took a deep breath, typing furiously on the keyboard before sending a message to the group. Jian Hang, who has Su Jia's Qingyu? Please inform her that this behavior constitutes sexual harassment and infringes upon portrait rights. Jian Hang, I will clarify this once. I am merely classmates with her, and we're not even close, neither before nor now. Zhang Chong chimed in. Persistently pursuing is harassment. The party involved should delete the photo and cease to be a nuisance. Ma Fan quickly added, Qingyu is single. Please do not disturb. After sending the messages, Jian Hang tucked his phone into his pocket, casting a grateful glance at Zhang Chong and Ma Fan. He couldn't comprehend why Su Jia had suddenly become so clingy. Su Jia was present in the group, and everyone understood that given Jian Hang's furious demeanor, they dared not mention her presence. Ma Fan expressed his thoughts. I used to envy Qingyu for being handsome, excelling academically, and being such a basketball star. I never expected that these traits would attract a girl who one T let go. Jian Hang found himself bemused, unsure whether Ma Fan was complimenting him or inadvertently causing him distress. Su Qingyu suddenly stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Tang Xiaodang immediately followed her. I'll accompany you. Yang, belatedly realizing, also stood up. The boys exchanged glances. Zhang Chong leaned closer to Jian Hang and whispered, could it be that Su Qingyu is feeling jealous? Jian Hang nudged Zhang Chong with his elbow. Did she tell you that? Zhang Chong sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Well, not exactly. In the restroom, Su Qingyu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, arranging her hair. Tang Xiaodang patted her shoulder. Don't be upset. Jian Hang just clarified, didn't he? I know. Su Qingyu replied softly. I just feel a bit uneasy. Su Jia doesn't genuinely like Jian Hang. Then why? Tang Xiaodang began, but was interrupted as Yang joined them. Yang, oblivious to the subtleties, spoke bluntly. Su Qingyu's secret had been inadvertently discovered by the observant Tang Xiaodang. They exchanged a glance and chose to refrain from discussing the earlier matter. Su Qingyu said, I'll call Jiang Ning. She is the group owner. Chapter 43. That dream seemed to be a reminder for her. As the group owner, Jiang Ning, upon learning of the situation, issued a reminder in the chat. Today is a day of celebration for our victory in the competition. Please refrain from spreading rumors, as they can negatively impact the participating students' performance, which disrespects our class's honor. Moreover, those who recklessly share the aforementioned photos and captions should cease their unfounded actions. Jiang Ning specifically tagged the person who had shared, Zhang Ping. The group fell silent in an instant. Jian Hang glanced toward the restroom, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. When Su Qingyu returned to her seat, she discovered her bowl brimming with freshly cooked ingredients. Jian Hang gasu zima? Jiang Ning just thanked me for that. Su Qingyu nodded, smiling in return. You're welcome. It's only natural. Jian Hang couldn't resist teasing. Natural? How so? Su Qingyu hesitated, taken aback by Jian Hang's sudden question, especially given the evident smile on his face. Flustered, she averted her gaze, lowering her head to pick up food. Aren't we just classmates? Helping each other is quite normal. Jian Hang chuckled. All right, you make a valid point. On the other side of the steaming hot pot, Zhang Chong quietly observed the unfolding scene. Haha, it seems the ambiguity between them is intensifying. In the dimly lit classroom during evening study, hushed whispers filled the air. Jian Hang had clarified his relationship with Su Jia in the group, and it was known that he had gone out for hot pot with Su Qingyu after the competition. No wonder Su Jia had been so listless all day. Did she genuinely harbor feelings for Jian Hang? The answer was glaringly obvious, yet some still questioned it. What about Su Qingyu? They're likely just friends. Think about it, a rich girl and a poor boy. How could that work? Then again, Jian Hang is undeniably handsome. Su Jia sat by the window, her mood heavy and uncomfortable, her eyes slightly swollen. She stood up and shouted, Can you all please stop talking? The classroom fell silent. Su Jia slumped back down, head bowed, her pen doodling aimlessly on scrap paper. Her thoughts were far from her studies. Jian Hang, as previous comments in the group, had felt like a dagger to her heart. Jiang Ning entered, books in hand, and upon seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, especially Su Jia's red-rimmed eyes, she understood immediately. Although she had intended to intervene as a classmate, she couldn't help but advise Su Jia. Su Jia, why put yourself through this? Jian Hang doesn't like you at all. She even contemplated telling Su Jia that posting those photos was truly harassment, hoping to jolt her awake. Su Jia managed a strained smile. It's fine. I will clear up Jian Hang's misunderstanding. Jiang Ning exhaled deeply, nearly rolling her eyes in disbelief. Su Jia recalled the peculiar dreams she had been having lately. Dreams centered around her and Jian Hang. They didn't seem to be about the past, but felt like glimpses of the future. She dreamed of Jian Hang becoming a billionaire entrepreneur, surrounded by classmates at a reunion. He was dressed in a suit, more mature and composed, and even more handsome than before. The memory of Jian Hang's gaze in her dream made her cheeks warm. But as she pondered this, a wave of sadness washed over her. She couldn't fathom why Jian Hang seemed to detest her so much, even chastising her publicly for Su Qingyu's sake. Su Jia reflected on her previous feelings toward Jian Hang. She had merely wanted his help with tutoring, which would save her a considerable amount on tutoring fees, while allowing her to ask questions whenever needed. It did seem a bit selfish. Yet, Jian Hang had never complained and had patiently explained things to her, leading her to take it for granted. Su Jia recognized her mistakes, but she didn't believe they were overly egregious, and she could certainly change her behavior moving forward. Recently, she had noticed Jian Hang's transformation. He had indeed become more charismatic and distant. Jian Hang was undeniably different from who he used to be. And then there was that dream, seemingly urging her to hold on tight to Jian Hang. No, that wasn't entirely true. Su Jia shook her head. Deep down, she liked Jian Hang, perhaps even more than before. 3 minutes before the evening study began, Jian Hang, Zhang Chong, Ma Fan, and a group of others entered the classroom, laughing and chatting. Su Qingyu, Hiang Yang, and Tang Xiaodang followed closely behind. Su Jia, witnessing this harmonious scene, bit her lip, feeling tears welling up again. Luo Wei patted Chen Yang's shoulder. The two exchanged glances, seemingly plotting something mischievous. The next day, the second match commenced as scheduled. As the match commenced, Jian Hang noticed that Chen Yang was particularly aggressive in his defensive maneuvers, nearly colliding with him on several occasions. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Zhang Chong couldn't help but exclaim. Just normal defense, Chen Yang replied coldly. Jian Hang furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. Dribbling past, Jian Hang was suddenly met with a lateral move from Chen Yang, who collided forcefully against him. Jian Hang lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Su Qingyu stood up from the audience, her face pale. The referee blew the whistle, halting the game. Jian Hang clasped his knee, breaking out in a cold sweat from the pain. Are you all right? His teammates rushed over. Luo Wei stood to the side, relishing the moment. Jian Hang shook his head and stood up. I'm fine. Let us continue the game. The opposing team looked on in disbelief. What's going on? Do you guys even know how to play? They exclaimed. Are you sabotaging your own teammate? Zhang Chong glared at Chen Yang. Are you sick? If you can't play, don't drag us down. Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly. I didn't do it on purpose. The match resumed. Jian Hang's speed seemed unaffected. In fact, his breakthroughs became increasingly sharp and decisive, evading Chen Yang's petty antics and leaving him unable to touch the ball. Chen Yang, Jian Hang couldn't help but smile. Are you even here to play basketball? Of course I am, Chen Yang retorted angrily. Then why do you have zero involvement? Jian Hang scoffed, dribbling away. You. Chen Yang trembled with rage. Luo Wei, panting, patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. I can't take it anymore. I can't help you. With that, he raised his hand to signal for substitution. Useless, Chen Yang muttered under his breath. Ma Fan excitedly ran onto the court. My skills aren't that great, so please bear with me. If you can't do it, what about Chen Yang? Zhang Chong laughed heartily, further fueling Chen Yang's frustration. The match concluded with Class 1's resounding victory. Everyone jubilantly huddled together, cheering and celebrating their hard-won triumph. Su Qingyu noticed Jian Hang's ankle beginning to swell. Jian Hang, should we head to the infirmary? No need, Jian Hang replied breezily. It'll be fine by tomorrow. Still worried, Su Qingyu bought him some medicated patches. During evening study, taking advantage of others' inattention, she placed the patches on Jian Hang's desk, reminding him, be sure to apply it, right now. With that, she quickly turned away. Such enthusiasm, Jian Hang thought, unable to suppress a smile. Su Jia clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as she recalled the scene on the basketball court. Jian Hang and Su Qingyu sharing a knowing glance, along with Jian Hang's gentle gaze that had pierced her heart. That kind of intimacy was something she had never seen reflected in Jian Hang's eyes before. Jian Hang, I will surely make you fall for me, Su Jia whispered, her voice imbued with an unprecedented determination. Chapter 44, A Minor Victory in Life. The school basketball tournament was in full swing. Jian Hang, unstoppable, led his classmates to a resounding victory. Inside the sports arena, the atmosphere was electric as everyone embraced, celebrating this hard-earned triumph. Su Qingyu gazed in Jian Hang's direction. The young man, with his dark hair and striking brows, stood tall and slender. Even in his black jersey, he exuded an air of arrogance and flamboyance, making him particularly eye-catching amidst the crowd. Sweat trickled down Jian Hang's cheek as he laughed with his teammates, the perspiration on his forehead glimmering under the lights. Even when confined, he could break through barriers with unparalleled vigor. Su Qingyu thought to herself, this is the kind of person Jian Hang is. Nearby, Su Jia observed the scene and suddenly realized that even surrounded by a throng of people, Jian Hang was undoubtedly the brightest star. A flicker of fear gripped her heart, for it felt as though she was drifting further away from him. During the award ceremony for the finals, the usually absent homeroom teacher, Li Liang, arrived late. After all, it was her class that had claimed victory. While she hadn't held high expectations, it was still an unexpected honor. The school mandated that each class send a representative to receive the award. Naturally, everyone in Class 1 assumed that the representative would be Jian Hang, given his outstanding performance on the court. However, Li Liang seemed oblivious, ignoring suggestions to appoint Jian Hang and instead calling upon Luo Wei to take the stage. Oh, Luo Wei's dad is up there. Zhang Chong sneered as he cast a disdainful glance. Mocking, Li Liang's grasp of social dynamics is simply impeccable. Jian Hang snorted, unfazed by Li Liang's decision. Whispers erupted among the classmates. They all knew that Luo Wei had contributed little during the match, even making mistakes that nearly cost them the game. Thank you, Li Liang, for this opportunity to accept the award. Luo Wei smirked, casting a smug glance at Jian Hang. Teacher, Jian Hang was the key to our victory. Zhang Chong couldn't hold back from protesting. Li Liang frowned, her tone curt. Luo Wei is the captain. It's perfectly acceptable for him to accept the award. Now return to your place. Su Qingyu could no longer contain herself. Teacher, this match was won thanks to Jian Hang's excellent strategy, and he scored the most points. Without him, we would have lost in the first round. Indeed, without him, we might not even have avoided last place, someone from the team called out. Li Liang smiled slightly. Su Qingyu is correct. Every participant played a vital role in our victory. We cannot place the weight of collective honor on a single individual. Seizing the moment, Luo Wei chimed in. Li Liang is right. Who receives the award matters little. I nearly got injured several times during the match. You only blame others for your poor skills, Zhang Chong muttered resentfully. Li Liang's skill in shifting concepts is truly impressive. Qianyang couldn't help but tease. Don't mind him, Tang Xiaodang said. The MVP award is the most sought after, and it will undoubtedly go to Jian Hang. At this remark, Su Qingyu's lips curled into a bright smile. Amidst this farce, Jian Hang observed Li Liang and Luo Wei's antics with a sense of absurdity. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Henceforth, any personal accolades he earned would remain untainted by Li Liang's involvement. The podium began announcing the rankings, culminating in the announcement of the overall champion. With the participation of both second and third-year students, it was a remarkable feat for Class 1, still in their first year, to receive this accolade. The principal couldn't help but publicly commend Li Liang for her role as a homeroom teacher. Watching Li Liang feign modesty while smiling brightly made Jian Hang feel utterly nauseated. Striding confidently onto the stage, Luo Wei proclaimed, "Thank you to the school for this award for Class 1. We will continue to strive for excellence." Who would ever want to play basketball with him again? I certainly won't, someone muttered. Exactly, poor skills and clueless leadership, utterly shameless. Look at the dean, so rotund and immobile. Yet he still takes the time to personally photograph his son with a camera. A voice chimed in, eliciting a chorus of derisive laughter from Class 1. Silence. Li Liang turned around, her voice low yet commanding, in stark contrast to the thunderous applause given to other classes. Luo Wei's award acceptance was met with a mere semblance of applause from everyone except Li Liang, whose clapping was notably vigorous. Students from other grades and the teachers on stage couldn't help but cast puzzled or mocking glances. Li Liang felt the principal's piercing gaze upon her, and her heart sank, realizing she should have allowed Jian Hang to accept the award instead. As Luo Wei descended from the stage, clutching his award, his demeanor remained unfazed, a testament to his remarkable composure. On the platform, the principal held aloft a golden trophy, marking the evening's most anticipated moment, the announcement of the MVP for the school basketball tournament. I hereby declare, the principal's voice resonated throughout the gymnasium. The student who has earned the title of MVP for this tournament is. A palpable tension gripped the audience, all holding their breath. Class 1 of Year 1. The principal lowered his gaze to confirm the name once more, Jian Hang. Congratulations to this student. As the principal's words echoed, the students of Class 1 erupted in unison, chanting, Jian Hang, Jian Hang, Jian Hang. Their voices reverberated, igniting an electric atmosphere throughout the gym. The students from other classes, swept up in the fervor, joined in applause, their eyes searching for the elusive MVP. Jian Hang cast a glance at Li Liang, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. With poise, he ascended the stage to receive the prestigious MVP trophy for the 2006 Choning School basketball tournament from the principal. The arena erupted once more into a thunderous ovation. Luo Wei, holding his group honor award, felt as though he had become a mere jest. As Jian Hang stepped down, his classmates quickly surrounded him. Jian Hang, you are truly remarkable. You deserve that MVP title. Jian Gu, we'll see you on a basketball court. Make sure to go easy on us. Laughter ensued. Can't you aspire to something greater? Apologies, but when faced with Jian Gu's relentless charm, I truly cannot. Jian Hang stood beside Su Qingyu, who smiled and said, "Congratulations." "Thank you," Jian Hang replied, his grin exuberant and carefree. This was merely a small triumph in the grand tapestry of his life. The future held even more significant victories in store for him. Amidst this celebration, Luo Wei and Li Liang appeared conspicuously out of place. Nearby, the students of Class 1 reveled in their camaraderie, laughter punctuating the air. Under the occasional, scrutinizing gazes of the other teachers, Li Liang's smile bore a hint of awkwardness. Little did she know, the impoverished student she dismissed as inconsequential, Jian Hang, would soon unveil more surprises that would leave her speechless. Chapter 45. The senior. She doesn't give her even the slightest chance. The victory in the basketball tournament catapulted Jian Hang into the limelight. Wherever he went, he was met with admiring or envious glances, even some bashful stares. "Jian Gu, another love letter has been sent your way. I took the liberty of turning it down." Zhang Chong chimed in, grinning as he sought acknowledgement, adding a cautionary note. "Don't let those sirens outside distract you, after all." With a chuckle, Zhang Chong returned to his seat. Jian Hang felt an urge to deliver a punch to him for his incessant nonsense. Qingyu approached, noticing his displeasure but hesitating to provoke him, quietly taking a seat. During the break, Jian Hang sat at his desk, poring over a collection of Olympiad mathematics problems. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. "Wow, it's Senior Lin Xiaowei," a student exclaimed. Su Qingyu's heart skipped a beat as she looked up to see Lin Xiaowei standing at the entrance. Lin Xiaowei, with her keen eyes, spotted her and called out, Su, could you help me summon Jiandasha?" Su Qingyu felt a chill run down her spine. She desperately wished to feign ignorance. And why was this request directed at her? The two lived in the same neighborhood. Lin Xiaowei, with her extroverted personality, boldly expressed her admiration for any handsome boy she encountered, a trait Su Qingyu both envied and admired. Unable to ignore Lin Xiaowei's request publicly, especially with the entire class hearing her, Su Qingyu turned to her desk mate, who was engrossed in solving a complex problem. The diligent effort of the academic achiever felt unattainable to the struggling Su Qingyu. She gently tapped on Jian Hang's desk. He looked up puzzled. "There's a beautiful girl looking for you." Jian Hang followed her gaze to see a girl with a princess-cut hairstyle, fair-skinned and exuberantly smiling. He sensed a hint of annoyance in Su Qingyu's tone, but before he could ascertain its accuracy, the girl called his name again. Jian Hang rose and walked towards the classroom exit, Su Qingyu's gaze trailing after him. He and Yang turned and asked, "That must be Lin Xiaowei, the president of the student council?" Suin Junadif. Zhang Chong, ever the gossip enthusiast, leaned in. "What does she want with Jian Gu?" "How would I know?" He and Yang retorted. "What have I done to deserve your ire?" Zhang Chong shot back, refusing to back down. "I wonder what she's discussing with Jian Gu?" All eyes turned to the unfolding scene. Jian Hang inquired, "Did you seek me out?" "Yes, you are the MVP of the basketball tournament. Quite handsome indeed. I'm Lin Xiaowei, president of the student council, and I'd like to request an interview." Jian Hang glanced at the clock above the blackboard. "Sure. Will 10 minutes suffice?" Lin Xiaowei replied with a playful smile. "Are you in such a hurry?" "Yes, quite." Taken aback, Lin Xiaowei was flustered. While others would relish the chance to be interviewed by the student council, this handsome fellow seemed indifferent. Whispers filled the classroom, comprised of trivial gossip about Lin's beauty and Jian Hang's charm. Su Qingyu, uninterested, calculated that they had been conversing for about 5 minutes. Lin Xiaowei smiled subtly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of pleading. "It will be quick, just half an hour." As Su Qingyu approached the doorway, she overheard Lin Xiaowei playfully coaxing Jian Hang. With a soft huff, she stepped forward, struck by a brilliant idea. "Sister Xiaowei, why not jot down your questions? Jian Hang can answer them when he has a moment. This way you both can save time." Her final remark was clearly directed at Jian Hang. He nodded. "That works." He turned to Lin Xiaowei. "Sister, please hand me the list of questions." Lin Xiaowei, internally cursing, forced a smile. All right. She truly felt deprived of any opportunity to engage with him. Lin Xiaowei pulled out her phone. "How about we add each other on QQ? You can send me the questions directly, and I want Tini to come to your class to find you." After saying this, she shot a challenging glance at Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu's smile faltered slightly, suddenly feeling as though she had shot herself in the foot. Sister, I already have your QQ. Just send the questions to me, and I'll relay them to Jian Hang. Although she knew her reasoning was somewhat flimsy, she was determined to prevent Lin Xiaowei from obtaining Jian Hang's contact information. Jian Hang felt somewhat bemused, realizing he was the focal point of the conversation, yet felt rendered almost superfluous. He raised his hand to interject. May I say something? Su Qingyu raised her long, dark lashes. Go ahead. In the next moment, Jian Hang lightly patted her shoulder. Su Qingyu looked bewildered. Jian Hang introduced, Sister, this is my manager. Feel free to ask her any questions. With that, he waved his hand, effectively withdrawing from the conversation. Lin Xiaowei was left speechless. Lin Xiaowei leaned against the door, a mischievous grin adorning her face as she gazed at Su Qingyu. Oh, I see. You have a crush on Jian Hang, she teased. Su Yinggui's cheeks flushed. So what if I do? Lin Xiaowei smirked. Does he know? That's none of your business. Su Qingyu retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Lin Xiaowei burst into laughter. So he doesn't know, huh? My dear Qingyu, I will send you the questions, but I must admit, I'm quite intrigued by Jian Hang. Raising an eyebrow, she waved her hand and turned to leave, still chuckling softly, feeling a twinge of frustration. Su Qingyu returned to the classroom, staring blankly at her phone screen. Lin Xiaowei's list of questions was as follows. 1. Jian Hang's height, blood type, zodiac sign, QQ. 2. What are Jian Hang's hobbies? 3. What is Jian Hang's daily routine? 4. What movies does Jian Hang like, and what is his ideal type? 5. What kind of girl does Jian Hang prefer? 6. What does Jian Hang think of senior Lin Xiaowei? The latter questions were numerous, but it was the first 6 that particularly caught her eye. How relentless Lin Xiaowei was, Su Qingyu sighed. Yet, she found herself equally curious about the answers to these inquiries. Consequently, she meticulously wrote down all of Lin Xiaowei's questions, adding a few of her own, such as, has Jian Hang ever liked someone before? Seeing her deep in thought, her lips pursed in concentration, Jian Hang couldn't help but lean over and ask, what are you looking at? Su Qingyu suddenly flopped on her desk. Don't look. The commotion drew the attention of their classmates. Jian Hang, startled, replied, if you don't want me to look, then I want tea. Are you hiding something? You are the one hiding something, Su Qingyu mumbled. The next day, Jian Hang received a densely packed list of questions compiled by Su Qingyu. Chapter 46. What is the story behind this sweet gossip? Jian Hang chuckled, holding the lengthy list. Are you serious? Who asks questions like who do you like? Or what is your ideal type? His words piqued the interest of Zhang Chong, Tang Xiaodang, and He Yang. He Yang reached out to grab the paper, but Jian Hang evaded him. Zhang Chong leaned in eagerly. Come on, Jian, let me see. Ignoring the others, Jian Hang fixed his gaze on Su Qingyu and asked, can I see the list Lin Xiaowei sent you? Su Qingyu felt her heart skip a beat. Pressing her lips together, she handed her phone to Jian Hang here. Jian Hang thought to himself, how brazen she was, yet upon reviewing Lin Xiaowei's list, he was left speechless. Let me see. Zhang Chong reached for Su Qingyu's phone, but Jian Hang swiftly swatted his hand away. He Yang, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, either explain in detail or let us see those bizarre questions. What is the meaning of keeping us in suspense? He Yang dramatically voiced the most unyielding statement. Exchanging glances with Tang Xiaodang. Through the restless hands, Jian Hang deftly returned the phone to Su Qingyu, raising an eyebrow and teasingly said, why is it that you have over 60 questions when Lin Xiaowei clearly sent 30? Saratoi explained. Su Qingyu bit her lip. I thought she might want more detailed answers, so I expanded on a few. Jian Hang was momentarily taken aback. You're quite considerate of her. Detecting the mockery in his tone, Su Qingyu straightened up, avoiding his gaze. Once you've answered those questions, return them to me. This would require a small essay of about 3,000 words, Zhang Chong remarked under his breath. What peculiar questions are there? He Yang was particularly interested in this. I want to know too. Tang Xiaodang joined in, unable to restrain her curiosity. Jian Hang disregarded them, hastily jotting down a few legitimate questions, scribbling down keywords. And after approximately 6 minutes, he handed the list back to Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu scrutinized the fragmented ideas that barely encapsulated the essence of the questions, lamenting her decision to add so many extra inquiries. The word count of her questions surpassed Jian Hang's. She shot him a glare, snapped a photo of a list, and sent it to Lin Xiaowei. Lin Xiaowei replied instantly, what is this? Are you cutting corners? Su Qingyu responded, this is how Jian Hang wrote it. I had no say in the matter. Lin Xiaowei continued, why add so many extra questions? Su Qingyu replied, they stem from your questions. Lin Xiaowei teased Su. You're quite thoughtful. You have a knack for being secretary. Forget the secretary business. Su Qingyu retorted, feeling speechless. Unbeknownst to her, in her effort to thwart Lin Xiaowei from acquiring Jian Hang's QQ, she had unwittingly signed herself up for a laborious task of writing. Jian Hang cleverly sidestepped Su Qingyu's little trap, which left her feeling somewhat vexed. She kept her head down, staring at a blank math test paper before her. Jian Hang fidgeted with his pen, noticing her furrowed brow. He tapped the tip of his pen on her desk. Su Qingyu turned to him, her expression unfriendly. What do you want? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Always staring down. Don't understand the material? Need me to explain? Jian Hang glanced at the empty test paper before her. Surely you can't be stuck on every single question. Su Qingyu involuntarily glanced at the stack of books in Jian Hang's drawer. Mathematical Olympiad competition real questions. Python programming from beginner to master. Introduction to algorithms. Data structures and algorithm analysis. The sight overwhelmed her. I can do this, she insisted, mustering her courage to write a formula on the blank paper, only to freeze afterward. 2 minutes later, Jian Hang could no longer suppress his laughter and asked, "Do you even know how to do this?" His tone was light-hearted teasing. Yang turned around and saw Jian Hang's smug expression. Her protective instincts kicked in as she snatched the test paper from Su Qingyu's hands. Let us see what the problem is. Stop dawdling. Yang was also a struggling student, albeit slightly better than Su Qingyu. She stared intently at the dense numbers on the test paper, feeling as if they were a swarm of ants scurrying across the page. The classroom was silent, the only sound being the rustling of the leaves from the sycamore tree outside. This question, Yang frowned. Jian Hang leaned closer. Do you understand it? Yang replied. Not really. Jian Hang's voice carried a barely concealed amusement. This question isn't difficult. You'll figure it out, Yang. Su Qingyu thought. He must be doing this on purpose. She nudged Jian Hang, lightly bumping his side, her tone reproachful. Stop teasing her. All right. Jian Hang conceded, suppressing his amusement. He had no intention of teasing Yang. Glancing at Su Qingyu, he wondered if she was genuinely upset. It wasn't all that obvious. Zhang Chong leaned closer, coaxing. Su, if you don't get it, let Jian teach you. Jian Hang chuckled at his tone, tapping Zhang Chong's head with his pen. Quit butting in. Do not look down upon us. Yang seethed internally, grasping Su Qingyu's hand and asserting, pay them no mind. What is so remarkable about good grades, truly? Zhang Chong was momentarily at a loss for words. Lazy sheep. Where is your mind wandering? Jian was not boasting just now. Rather, he glanced at Jian Hang, who glared back with a hint of menace in his gaze. Su Qingyu directed her attention towards Jian Hang and inquired, what do you mean? Indeed, what do you mean? Yang pressed further. Tang Xiaodang silently observed the unfolding drama, munching on her snack. Why does this drama seem a bit sweet? Jian Hang withdrew his gaze and turned to Su Qingyu, saying, what is it? The monthly exam is approaching. You should study diligently. Su Qingyu felt an odd sense of childishness in the way he emphasized the last word. Her ears flushed crimson. Yang, witnessing Su Qingyu's bashful demeanor, felt a flicker of irritation towards Jian Hang. She sensed Su Qingyu's demeanor was markedly different around him, normally so carefree, yet all timidity surfaced in Jian Hang's presence. It seemed she had grown accustomed to this fellow's disparagement. Let me think. We do not require Jian Hang's input, Yang declared with a final vestige of defiance. Su Qingyu could not suppress a smile. All right, good luck. Jian Hang could no longer endure the situation, feeling as though he was cast as the villain. He pulled out a sheet of blank paper, swiftly scribbling a series of formulas on it and placing it on Su Qingyu's desk, commanding, come over and listen. His tone bore an undertone of authority, yet was not off-putting. Rather, it felt like a blend of helplessness and coaxing. Su Qingyu bit her lip and obediently leaned closer. Jian Hang stole a glance at her downcast eyes, her delicate, high-bridged nose, and he averted his gaze, stating, you see, as long as you combine these two formulas, a solution will emerge. Su Qingyu's eyes fell upon his slender fingers. Do you understand? Jian Hang asked her. She hastily nodded, yet her heart raced the moment their eyes met. Chapter 47. Pay no mind to him. Gentleman takes revenge, even after 10 years. Jian Hang's eyes were striking, adorned with long lashes, his skin pale, and his nose elegantly sculpted. The gentle movement of his Adam's apple as he spoke was captivating. Realizing she had drifted off again, he rapped his knuckles against the table a few times. Focus. Su Qingyu snapped back to reality, her gaze retreating from Jian Hang's face. It seems I have bored you, Jian Hang chuckled lightly, lifting his pen, pausing momentarily before gently tapping the tabletop. Shall I provide you with an alternative approach to the problem? Sure. Su Qingyu's body stiffened slightly, though the movement was subtle enough to go unnoticed. She felt her face scorching, capable of frying an egg. Stealing a glance at Jian Hang's profile, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden hue upon his face. No, I must not lose focus. Su Qingyu refocused, furrowing her brow to attentively absorb Jian Hang's explanation. Did you understand this time? Jian Hang inquired once he finished. Su Qingyu nodded emphatically. Jian Hang glanced at the sheet of white paper on her desk. What is this? Su Qingyu wondered, feeling the pressure to demonstrate her understanding by solving the problem in front of him. Grateful that she had listened attentively, she neatly wrote down the steps on the paper. Her handwriting elegant. Look, she lifted her chin, her tone tinged with a hint of seeking praise. Today she wore her hair in a high ponytail, revealing her graceful neck. The top button of her school uniform slightly undone, hinting at her delicate collarbone. Jian Hang's heart skipped a beat. He discreetly averted his gaze. As long as you understand, it's just a simple problem. You needn't be so proud. Zhang Chong could no longer hold his tongue. Jian Ge, this is where you were mistaken. You should offer Su more encouragement and affection for mutual progress. Mutual progress? Jian Hang clicked his tongue. Su Qingyu, however, was fixated on the word affection. She lightly pressed her lips together, lowering her head as her pale earlobes turned even redder. Upon hearing Jian Hang's words, Jian spun around in frustration. So what if you're a top student? Jian Hang feigen astonim. Glancing at Zhang Chong before addressing Jian, I thought I'd been quite humble. Jian fell silent. Su Qingyu and Tang Xiaodang could not help but burst into laughter. Su Jia observed the harmonious atmosphere from afar, her fingertips digging deeply into her palms. The arrival of the first year culminated in the nerve-wracking final exams. Without any surprise, Jian Hang reclaimed the top position in the grade, with Zhang Chong coming in third. Remarkably, Su Qingyu managed to place within the top 150. Even Jian and Tang Xiaodang made it into the top 150. Although Class 1 was a key class, many students were admitted through family connections, such as Luo Wei, who was nearly at the bottom of the grade. Su Jia performed the worst this time, falling outside the top 400, watching Jian Hang joke and laugh with Zhang Chong with discontent. She refused to be a mere passerby in Jian Hang's life. She thought, surely there must be another way. What are everyone's plans for the winter break? Jian inquired. Staying home to do winter homework. Where else can I go? Zhang Chong replied, twirling a pencil in boredom. Who asked you? I was inquiring about Su and Xiao Tang. Jian rolled her eyes. I don't know. Likely following my parents' arrangements, probably visiting relatives. Tang Xiaodang raised her head to say, and you, Su? Jian asked. Su Qingyu turned, most likely spending it in Nansheng. Jian suddenly recalled something. All right, your birthday is coming up. Let us celebrate together then. Su Qingyu nodded, glancing at Jian Hang. What about you? Jian Hang sensed the silence linger for 2 seconds before lifting his gaze to meet Su Qingyu's eyes, sitting up straight. I should be going to Hangcheng. Oh. Su Qingyu's tone carried an imperceptible hint of disappointment. Sudame, when is your birthday? Zhang Chong inquired curiously. In winter, January 20th, Su Qingyu added deliberately, Jian Hang. When is yours? Jian Hang turned to her. In summer, June 1st. Upon this revelation, everyone fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. Zhang Chong laughed the hardest. Jian Ge, please don't tease Su. Also, Jian Ge, your birthday is on Children's Day? You must be joking. Tang Xiaodang chimed in. Winter and summer, you two are quite the match. Jian felt somewhat irked. You are truly tiresome. After saying this, she realized Su Qingyu was casting her a reproachful glare, while the other three remained stunned. Tang Xiaodang chuckled. What I meant was, what a coincidence. Jian Hang looked up. Seriously, Children's Day? Su Qingyu turned away, her right hand instinctively cradling her chin. My face is burning. Today marked the last day before the winter break. Su Qingyu felt a palpable sense of parting in the air, leaving her somewhat melancholic. As she reached the school gate, she suddenly remembered she had forgotten to return the book she borrowed from Jian Hang in the library. She called Jian Hang, learning he was about to step out. So she waited at the campus entrance. Although her position was quite conspicuous, she couldn't help but scan the crowd for Jian Hang's figure. Jian Hang. Su Qingyu hurried over, handing him the book. Sorry, I forgot to return this. Jian Hang accepted the book, casually flipping through a few pages. Su Qingyu bit her lip, lowering her gaze to gently tap her foot on the ground, feeling a twinge of guilt. She had not read it at all, let alone attempted to cook. Su Qingyu raised her eyes to meet Jian Hang's. Did you mention in the computer lab, when talking to Zhang Chong, that you want to apply to the computer department at Jingda? You heard that? Jian Hang nodded, deep in contemplation. May your wishes come true, he replied. A fleeting hint of reluctance flickered in Su Qingyu's eyes. Are you heading to Hangzhou for leisure during the winter break? Not exactly. I have other matters to attend to. Well, see you in school resumes, Jian Hang said, waving his phone gently. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered. All right. A black Mercedes pulled up at the school gate. The window slowly descended, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Qingyu, it's time to go home. Su Haixing's voice was gentle, yet carried an undertone of authority. Get in the car. Jian Hang nodded in acknowledgement to Su Haixing. Su Qingyu glanced back at her father, then at Jian Hang, her eyes brimming with reluctance. I must take my leave now. Have a joyful winter break. Enjoy your winter break, Jian Hang waved. watching her approach the car. Su Haixing's gaze lingered on Jian Hang for a moment, curiosity glinting in his eyes. He noticed the way his daughter looked at Jian Hang, a mixture of shyness and affection he had never witnessed before. Who is that boy? Su Haixing feigned casualness in his inquiry. Su Qingyu hesitated briefly before lowering her head. A classmate. Just a classmate? Su Haixing chuckled lightly. It seems you two share good rapport. What are you implying? Su Qingyu replied coolly. Ever since Su He fell ill, the relationship between father and daughter had grown somewhat strained. Su Qingyu had even moved in with Su He. Su Haixing was at a loss as to what had upset his precious daughter. Seizing a less busy workday, he had come to pick her up. He observed her closely, realizing that the good friend she mentioned was likely more complicated than she let on. As a father, he couldn't help but remind her, Qingyu, your primary focus should be on your studies. Everything else. I understand. Su Qingyu interjected firmly. Clenching her teeth, she added, you needn't pick me up anymore. Have I upset you in some way? Su Haixing struggled to comprehend his daughter's recent aloofness. No, Su Qingyu retorted, pulling out her headphones and inserting them into her ears, signaling her desire to end the conversation. If it weren't for witnessing that scene in her previous life, she would never have believed her father had always worn a mask, feigning concern for her and pretense regarding her mother. Everything was a fade. Sighing, Su Haixing chose not to press the issue further, resolved to find an opportunity for a heartfelt conversation with his daughter. At the school gate, Zhang Chong spotted Jian Hang conversing with Su Qingyu from a distance, opting to wait until she departed before approaching. Did Su Qingyu come to see you just now? Are you two? Don't be ridiculous, Jian Hang interrupted. She merely returned the book I borrowed from the library. Zhang Chong burst into laughter. All right, no need to explain. I can see there's something between you two. Jian Chong, see you at the start of the new term. Ma Fan's mother arrived to pick him up, and he waved from the car at Jian Hang and Zhang Chong. The autumn day in Nansheng was dreary, water pooling at the school gate. Luo Wei, sucking on a lollipop, urged the driver, drive through it. Is that wise? The driver replied, visibly troubled. You didn't do it on purpose, Luo Wei said, noticing Jian Hang and Zhang Chong were about to leave. Hurry up. The driver gritted his teeth and accelerated through the puddle. Zhang Chong cursed under his breath. Had it not been for Jian Hang's quick reflexes pulling him back, he would have been splattered with muddy water. Is there no sense of public decency? Zhang Chong scolded. Luo Wei rolled down the car window, relishing the moment. What a coincidence. It's you. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth, scoffing lightly. No wonder. You never had any sense of public decency. Luo Wei was unperturbed, making a face before retreating back into the car, his only regret being that his plan had failed. Don't stoop to his level, Zhang Chong consoled himself. Jian Hang patted Zhang Chong's shoulder. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. Chapter 48. Hangzhou. The first encounter with Starlet L. What a fateful connection. Jian Hang's parents had moved to Hangzhou 2 months prior and kindly purchased his train ticket for tonight. The journey took over 20 hours, still in hard seat class. Thankfully, being young and vigorous, Jian Hang could endure it. As he dragged his suitcase out of Hangzhou East Station, night had already fallen. The biting cold wind, laden with dampness, enveloped him, causing him to involuntarily shrink his neck. The square was teeming with people, neon lights illuminating the city in bizarre hues as darkness fell. Ahang! Over here, a familiar voice called out. Jian Hang turned to see his father waving from beside an old van. His father appeared thinner than during their National Day reunion, his leather jacket looking somewhat loose and a weary smile gracing his face. Dad! Jian Hang hurried over, stowing his suitcase in the trunk. The car was thick with the smell of smoke, the passenger seat cluttered with various boxes and plastic bags. Your mother is busy overseeing shipments at the factory today. She's particularly swamped, his father explained as he started the engine. We'll grab a bite first, then head to your place. Dad, you should smoke less. It's not good for your health, Jian Hang advised. I've cut back significantly compared to before. I'm aiming for a half-pack a day, Jian Fuyo chuckled. Jian Hang nodded, gazing out at the rapidly passing streets. This was not his first visit to Hangzhou, nor did he feel the excitement he had anticipated. The changes in Hangzhou over the past few years were nothing short of transformative. Whenever his parents were busy, they hardly had time to communicate. The vehicle turned into a narrow alley, stopping in front of a small restaurant. Jian Fuyo ordered several dishes while taking calls in between. Yes, that shipment must go out tomorrow. Lower the price a bit, he said, frowning as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Jian Hang silently ate, listening to his father talk. The restaurant's television broadcasted news about Taobao trading volume surpassing 16.9 billion this year, making it Asia's largest online retail market. Dad, how's business going for you? Jian Hang couldn't help but ask, surprised at how well his father seemed to be managing in just 3 months. His father set his phone down, rubbing his temples. Well, who do you think I am? Business is thriving, but it's incredibly busy. Competition is fierce. We must seize the moment to capture the market. He paused. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to a few manufacturers to broaden your horizons. Sounds good, Jian Hang readily agreed. After their meal, the father and son packed a box of leftovers for Lin Guizhi, then headed to an old residential complex. The hallway was plastered with small advertisements. The sensor lights flickering intermittently. This is the apartment your mother and I rented. The conditions are modest. We'll make do for now and find a better place later, Jian Fuyo said, producing a key to unlock the door. Inside the one-bedroom apartment, clutter filled every corner, leaving little room to move. A folding bed was propped next to a makeshift wardrobe. Son, I miss you so much, Lin Guizhi exclaimed, joyfully dashing over as soon as they entered. Jian Hang protested from behind his father. I'm well past the age for hugs. Honestly, Lin Guizhi pouted, pretending to be displeased. You can sleep here. Your mother and I will take the inner room, Jian Fuyo said, but his phone rang again. Jian Hang settled onto the folding bed, listening to his father speaking in hushed tones on the balcony. Lin Guizhi pulled a small stool over, sitting beside Jian Hang as she dug into her meal. Mom, why not look for a different place these days? Jian Hang felt increasingly pained. Had he known they lived in such conditions, he would have never suggested coming to Hangzhou. Lin Guizhi slapped Jian Hang on the head, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you talking? Thanks to you, our monthly income has tripled. Haha. We've recouped our initial investment." Jian Hang was aware of his parents' frugality and diligence, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness. Outside the window, the honking of car horns from below could be heard. Even until 1 in the morning, the sounds of honking and the ruckus from the nearby snack street persisted. This won't do. We must seek a new place. Early the next morning, Jian Fuyo and Lin Guizhi set out. When Jian Hang awoke, he found 50 yuan and a note on the table. Go have breakfast yourself. We are heading to the Sijiking market, and we will pick you up in the afternoon. Aimlessly wandering the streets, Jian Hang inadvertently found himself by West Lake. The winter lake shimmered with a faint mist, and boats appeared and disappeared in the haze. He discovered a rental apartment in an old community nearby. The environment was pleasant, and he resolved to invite his parents to see it in the afternoon. After obtaining the contact number from the security guard, Jian Hang took a taxi to the clothing wholesale market. His parents operated a shop there, balancing it with their Taobao business, primarily dealing in women's clothing. Jian Fuyo was surprised to see his son show up directly. All right, just in time. We were about to negotiate with the manufacturer. You can come along. Following Jian Fuyo to a nearby manufacturer, they encountered a middle-aged man with a protruding belly who spoke rapidly. This batch of goods is the latest trend. With the new year approaching, it will surely sell like hotcakes. Jian Fuyo nodded in approval. Jian Hang carefully scrutinized the garments in the owner's hands. This is my son. He's still in high school and just gonna take a look, Jian Fuyo proudly stated. Oh, no wonder, the owner smiled. He's quite handsome. Just call me Brother Zhao. Jian Hang humbly scratched his head. Oh, it's just the excellent genes inherited from my parents. Jian Fuyo chuckled with delight. This batch is good, but the cut needs adjustment, and the buttons should be replaced with resin ones to reduce costs by 30%, Jian Hang remarked as he examined the sample clothing, addressing Brother Zhao. Currently, there are too many similar styles on Taobao. We need to differentiate ourselves through the details. Jian Fuyo stared at his son in astonishment. They initially brought Jian Hang along just to expose him to the business, yet he was now calmly offering insights. The young man knows his stuff. Brother Zhao nodded with a smile, but if we want to expedite the production, the price will. The price remains as originally quoted, Jian Hang interjected. We can pay a 30% deposit, but it must be stipulated in the contract that for every day of delay in delivery, 5% will be deducted from the total amount. Jian Fuyo opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. He realized he couldn't interject. Jian Hang's acumen in business exceeded his expectations. After concluding the negotiations, Jian Fuyo patted Jian Hang on the shoulder. When did you learn all this? I just researched it online while seeing you both busy, Jian Hang replied. There are plenty of tutorials available, and I've even joined a seller's group chat. Upon returning to the store, Jian Hang immediately logged into his parents' Taobao account, shaking his head at the rudimentary page. This won't do. In e-commerce, visual marketing is paramount. He decided to take the time to reshoot the product images. That evening, Jian Hang took his parents to view the apartment. It was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit that had been recently renovated and was in a great location. How much is the rent? Lin Guizhi asked with a tremor in her voice. 3,000. The landlord gestured. Isn't that too expensive? Jian Fuyo exclaimed. That's double what we're paying now. Dad, trust me, we should rent it, Jian Hang insisted fervently. The couple, well aware of Jian Hang's decisiveness, struggled internally but ultimately agreed. The next day, they moved into their new home. Jian Hang even bought equipment and set up a makeshift photography studio in the side room. Jian Fuyo returned with numerous sample garments from the manufacturer. Watching his son meticulously iron and accessorize the clothes, Lin Guizhi was taken aback. Son, don't just think about making money. Your education is far more important. Don't worry, I'll handle all this, and then I'll bury myself in my studies, Jian Hang replied with a grin. Jian Hang contacted a photographer online, scheduling a shoot for 2 in the afternoon. However, when he met the photographer in person, he was taken aback. Wasn't this the same Lu Yuqing who had previously used him to create scandals for exposure and had subsequently fallen from the heights of stardom to obscurity? In front of him stood Lu Yuqing, dressed in a pink down jacket paired with faded blue denim shorts and knee-high boots. Her makeup featuring light blue eyeshadow and red lips. At this moment, she was 19 and presumably a freshman in college. "Are you Jian Hang?" Lu Yuqing asked with a shy smile. He glanced at the camera in her hands. "You're the photographer?" "No, I'm the model," she replied bashfully. Compared to her future self, who would adorn herself in glamorous attire, this youthful Lu Yuqing, despite her mature outfit and bold makeup, still bore a certain innocence. Jian Hang acknowledged her, recalling that the photographer had indeed mentioned bringing a model. One unexpected twist of fate. Lu Yuqing seemed to sense Jian Hang's confusion and his gaze upon her, feeling somewhat self-conscious, and quickly reassured him. The photographer is on his way. No sooner had she spoken than a man with a ponytail, thinning hair, small sunglasses, and an excessively slender frame burst into Jian Hang's view. "Hello, you can call me Luca Lu," he said, extending his hand, his crooked yellow teeth on full display as his mustache twitched while he spoke. Jian Hang was momentarily repulsed, but politely shook his hand and smiled. He led both Lu Yuqing and Luca Lu into the apartment and up the stairs. "Please come in. I've set up the space somewhat." Jian Hang poured 2 glasses of water in the living room. Lu Yuqing stood behind, nervously tugging at her denim shorts and surveying the surroundings. Luca Lu examined the scene and nodded. "Not bad. Let us get started. Yuqing, you go change clothes first." Lu Yuqing nodded and glanced at Jian Hang, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. "I've already coordinated the outfits laid out on the bed and the wardrobe, and on the stool. You can just change into them, and I'll step out for a moment," Jian Hang instructed. "Okay," Lu Yuqing replied, closing the bedroom door behind her. While chatting with Luca Lu in the makeshift studio, Jian Hang learned that Lu Yuqing had not continued her education after graduating from high school, but was working as a part-time model to support herself. Jian Hang was taken aback. Shouldn't she be in college? Luca Lu laughed heartily. She's just a girl from the countryside. Her parents focus all their resources on her brother. There's no money left for her education, so she had to come out and earn her living. Jian Hang acknowledged this fact, which he had previously been unaware of. In his past life, Lu Yuqing's profile indicated she attended a regular university and had parents who were teachers. I'm ready," Lu Yuqing announced as she emerged from the room, her head bowed as she assessed her outfit, making slight adjustments. The ensemble was spring attire, a floral dress paired with a knitted sweater. Jian Hang felt it was appropriate, although her makeup was slightly heavy. It would photograph well and could be edited later. Luca Lu approached her, tidying her hair before playfully tapping her on the backside. Jian Hang was taken aback, thinking, what blatant impropriety? Lu Yuqing, visibly flustered and anxious, instinctively stepped away from Luca Lu. Luca Lu raised his camera, instructing, "Loosen up a bit, smile, and be a bit flirtatious." Yes, just like that. It was evident that Lu Yuqing was quite nervous, and her poses appeared somewhat stiff. "Jian Hang untouchable. The style of my shop is youthful and vibrant, so just relax and smile naturally. There's no need to be overly dramatic or seductive." Luca Lu paused for a moment, glancing at Jian Hang with evident dissatisfaction. "Hey, little brother, why don't you take the photos instead? Is that feasible?" Jian Hang, with a playful smile, stepped forward. "Let me give it a try." Luca Lu was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been jesting, not expecting Jian Hang to actually approach. Curiosity piqued. He was eager to gauge the young man's capabilities. After all, if he could take the photos himself, why would he need Jian Hang? Reluctantly, he handed over the camera. Jian Hang eagerly accepted it, then lowered his gaze to adjust the settings. He advised Lu Yuqing, "Your initial poses and expressions were remarkably natural and quite appealing. Just pose in a way that feels comfortable for you, and let us begin." Lu Yuqing exhaled in relief and nodded with a smile. "Yes, just like that. This works. Lift the corners of your mouth a bit more." "Perfect. This one looks splendid." Luca Lu stood by, feeling somewhat out of place. He leaned in and asked, "So, little brother, how's your photography coming along?" "Let me see." Jian Hang handed him the camera for inspection. Luca Lu, astonished, glanced at Jian Hang. "Not bad. But I'm the photographer here. Let me handle it." "All right," Jian Hang agreed, turning to Lu Yuqing. "Just maintain the same state as before." Lu Yuqing expressed her gratitude with a nod. After approximately 3 hours of shooting, Jian Hang reviewed the photos. "Everything seems fine. So, we won't need to handle the editing and layout ourselves?" Luca Lu inquired. "No need. I can manage that myself," Jian Hang replied with a smile. "Impressive, little brother. You may be young, but you seem quite capable," Luca Lu remarked. "How about considering a position at my studio?" Jian Hang declined. "No, I'm still in high school." "High school?" Luca Lu was taken aback. "That's quite impressive." As Jian Hang prepared to settle the payment according to their prior agreement, he pulled out a stack of cash. Lu Yuqing stepped forward. Brother Lu, could you please give me my payment for today, shoot? The landlord said I need to pay rent today, or I'll be asked to leave. Jian Hang was momentarily stunned. Lu glanced at her with irritation. Let us discuss this later. How much? Jian Hang asked, casually mentioning, since this is a part-time job, shouldn't it be settled daily? Lu Yuqing lowered her head. 60 per hour, totaling 180. 180? That's quite reasonable. I've negotiated higher fees with other models, Jian Hang remarked, extracting 200 yuan bills from the stack. It seems the young lady has been overdue on her rent. Let us settle this for her. Lu thought to himself, what business is it of yours? But he felt compelled to agree. Fine. Jian Hang handed the money to Lu Yuqing. She accepted it gratefully, saying thank you. Lu, visibly impatient, muttered, I want to be hiring you again. It's all about the money. Just finished shooting and you're already asking for payment. How unfortunate. He began to pack up, taking the remaining cash from Jian Hang's hands and counting it. I'm leaving now. Jian Hang accompanied him and Lu Yuqing downstairs. Just as he was about to turn back, Lu Yuqing called out to him. I'm really grateful for your help today. As Jian Hang turned, he noticed her eyes glistening. I might not receive my money this quickly. You need not thank me. This was rightfully yours, Jian Hang remarked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Are you alone in Hangzhou? Do you not have any relatives here? Lu Yuqing shook her head, clutching the money tightly. No. Jian Hang paused, taken aback by Lu Yuqing's circumstances. Perhaps this explained why she might resort to extreme measures for financial stability. Checking the time, he suggested, how about we grab a bite to eat together? Lu Yuqing looked up, momentarily stunned, then nodded enthusiastically. Sure. Chapter 50. Contact information can wait. May we meet again. Jian Hang led Lu Yuqing to a noodle shop near the community. As they entered, the rich aroma of bone broth enveloped them. Lu Yuqing's stomach growled audibly, causing her to cover her belly in embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson. Jian Hang chose not to tease her, feigning ignorance. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. Lu Yuqing replied after a pause. I'm not picky. All right, boss. We'll have 2 bowls of beef noodles with double portions of noodles and meat, Jian Hang ordered. Settled the bill, and turned to find Lu Yuqing pouring water. He took a seat across from her. Lu Yuqing appeared increasingly anxious and tense, even avoiding eye contact. A stark contrast to the boldness she would later display. Thank you, Jian Hang said, lifting the cup of water she had poured and taking a sip. You're quite brave, coming to a strange city alone to work. Not really. I had no other choice, Lu Yuqing chuckled lightly. How did you come to know Lu? He inquired curiously. I found him online. He was looking for part-time models. Lu Yuqing explained, this is my first shoot. Don't stay in touch with Lu. He is not a good person, Jian Hang cautioned, recognizing the man's ill intentions from their earlier interaction. Lu Yuqing's eyes glistened with emotion. If it weren't for you today, I doubt I would ever receive my money so quickly. He suggested I move in with him, and I was too afraid to refuse immediately. The owner brought over their noodles. Let us eat first, Jian Hang said, handing her a pair of chopsticks. Lu Yuqing accepted them, wiping her eyes discreetly before diving into her meal with fervor. She ate too quickly and nearly choked on the broth. Jian Hang handed her a tissue. Slow down, or your stomach will suffer. Lu Yuqing accepted the tissue, wiped her mouth, and asked, why are you being so kind to me? Is this kindness? Jian Hang muset, recalling how he had once severed ties with her in a fit of anger, and without much thought, he replied, perhaps it's fate. Lu Yuqing gazed at him in bewilderment. I still don't know your name. Jian Hang. Oh, which character is which? She asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Simple for the first, sailing for the second. I shall remember that. She nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Jian Hang curiously inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue as a part-time model? I plan to work in a factory first, save some money, and then head to the capital. Perhaps enter the entertainment industry as an extra. That would be fine too. I enjoy acting. Lu Yuqing's eyes sparkled with aspiration. If I could become a small star, that would be splendid. Jian Hang chuckled lightly. You certainly have a vision. Indeed, Lu Yuqing would later gain recognition for her acting skills, though her relentless pursuit of resources would lead her to compromise her principles, tarnishing her reputation within the industry. Do you think I lack potential? Lu Yuqing's expression dimmed, her chopsticks idly poking at the noodles. Jian Hang inhaled deeply, stating earnestly, I believe you have the potential, but the entertainment industry is like a vast cauldron, intricate and complex. You must have your own principles and judgment. I'll take note of that. Thank you. Lu Yuqing expressed her gratitude sincerely. Why did you stop studying? Jian Hang inquired, intrigued. You don't appear to be that old. Lu Yuqing laughed lightly. Aren't you younger than me? She bit her lip, her expression turning somber. I could have gone to college, second-tier university, but my family couldn't afford it. They said girls don't need too much education. A relative introduced me to a boy who was quite unattractive. I didn't want to marry him, so I secretly ran away. Jian Hang took a moment to process her words. What a pity. Let us eat. The noodles are getting soggy. Lu Yuqing pressed her lips tightly together, concealing the emotions swirling in her eyes, her brow furrowed in apparent conflict. She lowered her head and slowly consumed her noodles. Jian Hang finished his meal first and waited for Lu Yuqing for nearly 10 minutes. As they approached the entrance of the noodle shop, Lu Yuqing kept her gaze downcast, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. "I'll take my leave now, goodbye," Jian Hang said, noting that there was a bus stop at the entrance of the community and a subway nearby. Lu Yuqing, she mustered the courage to raise her head and declared, "Please remember my name." Jian Hang was momentarily taken aback, his heart seeming to sustain a profound blow. In his previous life, he had perceived this young woman as a vain, materialistic celebrity devoid of principles, who had shamelessly exploited him for publicity, even going so far as to learn his hotel room number and knock on his door in the middle of the night clad in a bathrobe. With paparazzi in tow to stage a photo op, little did he know that her early life had been marred by such tribulations. Now, she was young and innocent, yet resiliently defying her fate, having undoubtedly endured considerable hardship to rise as a popular star. She had been blacklisted by him, and yet, over a mere bowl of noodles, she expressed gratitude for his kindness. Jian Hang felt no guilt over her banishment. Rather, he was astonished to discover the depths of Lu Yuqing's past, which had transformed her into an entirely different person. "May I inquire about your contact information?" Lu Yuqing asked nervously, gripping her clothing with her thumb pressing tightly against her index finger. Jian Hang regained his composure, his expression turning serious. "Let us forego the contact information. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again in the future, and I hope you remain as pure and resilient then." Lu Yuqing was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the essence of Jian Hang's words. She lowered her head in disappointment. "All right, if fate permits, then I shall take my leave, goodbye." Jian Hang observed her still bowed head, hands tucked into his pockets, and walked away. At the intersection, as Jian Hang turned left, he was unaware that Lu Yuqing remained rooted in place, watching his retreating figure. After parting ways with Lu Yuqing, Jian Hang began redesigning the store's webpage. He categorized the products by style, pinned detailed outfit suggestions, and established limited-time promotional events. The computer skills amassed in his previous life were proving invaluable at this moment. He remained busy with photo editing and layout, often working late into the night. "Are you still my son?" Lin Guizhi looked at the newly revamped store page in disbelief. "When did you learn all this?" "Rest assured, it is indeed your son," Jian Hang replied, entering into a boastful mode. "If not for your intelligence and capability, I wouldn't have the fortune of inheriting even a fraction of your fine genes." This kid, Jian Fuyo, couldn't help but chuckle. When did he become so slick with his words? Jian Hang sighed inwardly. Witnessing his parents overwhelmed with work, he wished to contribute in any way possible and to lighten the atmosphere. The prospect of future wealth loomed enticingly close. A few days after the new store page went live, Jian Hang proudly pointed at the computer screen. "Dad, Mom, look! The traffic has doubled since the redesign, and the conversion rate has significantly improved." Jian Fuyo stared at the back-end data, astonished. "Son, from now on, your mother and I will be sure to heed your opinions regarding business matters." "Of course." Jian Hang laughed heartily. "Be humble." Jian Fuyo playfully tapped him on the back of his head. "To reward your recent hard work, Dad has decided to give you some pocket money." Jian Fuyo pulled out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills from his wallet. 1,000? Jian Hang was taken aback. "Dad, perhaps you should count again." In the past, his parents had given him no more than 20 or 30 yuan for pocket money. "This is for you," Lin Guizhi said with satisfaction. "Now that your father and I are doing better in business, we saved a bit. We didn't give you more before because we were poor. Now that life has improved, does it matter?" Jian Hang swallowed hard, quietly tucking the money into his pocket. Back in 2006, a bowl of wontons cost merely a little over a yuan. This 1,000 truly was a substantial sum. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. You work hard to earn money, and I will study diligently. In the future, when I start my own business, our family will undoubtedly become billionaires," Jian Hang declared with determination. "This kid is getting bolder with his claims," Jian Fuyo chuckled. "All right, then you must work even harder." Hee. Jian Hang lifted his chin, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Chapter 51. She could hardly wait to fly over right now. Having arrived in Hangzhou for 2 weeks, Jian Hang felt as if time had flown by, likely due to his busyness. He logged into QQ, which he had not used in a long time. The notification sounds chimed incessantly, mostly greetings from classmates for the winter vacation. He opened his QQ space and began uploading photos taken over the past few days. The morning mist over West Lake, the remnants of snow on Broken Bridge, the ancient charm of Hefeng Street. Each photo was meticulously selected. "Bro, looks like you're having a great time in Hangzhou. The scenery is beautiful. No wonder we didn't TC you during the winter break. Turns out you were off gallivanting in Hangzhou." Most comments came from Jian Hang's middle school classmates. Zhang Chong commented, Jian, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. It's been years since I last saw you. Jian Hang chuckled softly, but chose not to respond to him. Hang, dinner's ready. Lin Guizhi called from the living room. Jian Hang smiled, realizing he had no time to reply to everyone. So he simply shut down the computer. Hundreds of kilometers away in South City, Qingyu stared blankly at her computer screen, repeatedly refreshing Jian Hang's space, eager to know what he had been up to in Hangzhou. Downstairs, Su He and Su Haisheng were arguing once more. Qingyu furrowed her brow, curling up in bed, the sounds of her parents' heated dispute echoing in her ears. She buried her face in her arms, yet could not block out the piercing words that penetrated her consciousness. Su Haisheng, how long are you going to keep up the facade? Su He's voice trembled. For so many years, I've pretended not to know, hoping you would recognize your mistakes. Was I merely being naive? Do you truly deserve me? And Su Qingyu suspected her mother had uncovered the secrets her father had kept hidden. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Haisheng's voice suddenly rose. Don't drag our daughter into this. If you're feeling paranoid and jealous, that's your issue. What can I do about it? He was so furious her chest hurt, letting out a laugh filled with bitterness. Indeed, which ex would be so generous? Honestly, it's unbelievable. Qingyu thought that if she could start life anew, she could mend the strained relationship between her parents. The humiliating truths that had surfaced after the company went bankrupt had unexpectedly begun to reveal themselves now. Qingyu threw off her blanket and headed for the staircase. She glanced into the living room, where her mother stood awkwardly by the coffee table, her meticulously applied makeup failing to mask her distorted expression. Her father slumped on the sofa, his tie askew, his suit wrinkled. Memories surged uncontrollably. It was when she was 10 years old, and her parents had taken her to an amusement park, joyfully accompanying her on every ride. She recalled sitting on a carousel with her mother while her father snapped pictures incessantly, a look of indulgent affection on his face. That evening, her father had carried her mother for quite a distance because she had complained of sore feet. Curious gazes from bystanders had surrounded them. Qingyu had stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. How embarrassing. That warmth and happiness had long been absent from her life. A heavy feeling settled in her chest. As Qingyu descended the stairs, she gripped the handrail, her legs feeling as though they were weighed down with lead. She yearned to rush down and persuade them to reconcile. At worst, they could divorce and cease to torment one another. Yet, her throat felt constricted, rendering her unable to voice those words. Dad, Mom. Qingyu's eyes were brimming with tears. Could you please stop arguing? In comparison to the impending bankruptcy of the conglomerate, the passing of her father, and her mother's incapacitation, Qingyu feels that her current life has become a mere fantasy. Upon seeing Qingyu, Su He's heart softened, and she wearily sank into the sofa, saying, You explain things to your daughter. Su Haisheng, troubled, rubbed his temples, exclaiming, Explain what? It's only your wild imaginings, utterly nonsensical. Wild imaginings? Su He retorted through gritted teeth, If one wishes for secrecy, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Both parties had exerted considerable restraint before Qingyu. The cold moonlight streamed in through the window. Qingyu reminisced about the amusement park and caught sight of the family portrait hanging in the living room, taken when she was in her first year of middle school. In the photograph, her father donned a sharply tailored suit, her mother a flowing red dress, and she stood in the middle, beaming brightly. How blissful they were back then. Would this family ever return to its former state? Finally, Sui regained her composure and called Qingyu down, asking, Sweetheart, I'll be going to Hangzhou in a few days. How about you spend the new year with your father? Qingyu recalled her paternal grandparents' preference for sons over daughters and shook her head. I don't want to go. Previously, her mother had accompanied her, compelling her to endure it. Su Haisheng had 2 brothers, and in their impoverished household, he was the only one to receive an education, occasionally aiding the family financially. Relatives and neighbors praised Su Haisheng in front of his grandparents, who would sigh deeply and fall silent. His grandmother, however, would glare with disdain and mock. What good is it to be accomplished? He still only produced a little girl. I say, all his company's assets should go to his 2 brothers' sons. After saying this, she would not forget to cast a disdainful glance at Qingyu, who stood at the door. The elderly couple dared not voice such sentiments in front of Su He and Su Haisheng. While they pretended to dote on Qingyu, they were secretly biased against her. When Su Haisheng had married into the Su family, the 2 elders had vehemently opposed it, but upon realizing they shared the same surname, they grudgingly acquiesced. Qingyu had overheard them more than once subtly urging Su Haisheng to have another son. Last year, as tensions between her parents deepened, her grandparents once again insinuated that Su Haisheng should divorce, reasoning that he could secure a substantial share of assets. Qingyu had remained stoic throughout. The elderly couple was unaware that the conglomerate was managed by Su Haisheng, yet the shares were held under Su He's name. Initially, She had anticipated a joyous new year for the three of them. But now, Su Qingyu despondently pondered that perhaps her hopes had been unfounded. Mom, I'll go to Hangzhou with you. Su Qingyu lifted her head. Su Haisheng immediately countered, no way. Ignoring Su Haisheng's objections, Su Yingwei of Suingyu. Are you certain you want to accompany me to Hangzhou? In truth, Su He intended to escape her worries, reconnect with university friends, and attend to some business matters. Sure. Su Qingyu nodded, thinking of Jian Hang, who was also in Hangzhou. All right, I'll have my assistant book 2 plane tickets for tomorrow. Su He shot a glare at Su Haisheng. Known for her decisiveness, Su He would not be swayed. Su Haisheng, unable to withstand her will, conceded, fine. Enjoy a few days before returning. Su Qingyu nodded, and the thought of Jian Hang being there instantly lifted her spirits. She felt an overwhelming urge to fly there immediately. At Hangzhou Airport, Su Qingyu quietly followed Su He, dragging her white suitcase behind her. The biting wind, accompanied by a fine drizzle, could not dampen her exhilaration. Stealing a glance at her mother ahead, she noticed Su He was on an urgent call, her tone serious as she discussed work matters. Su, hurry up. Su He called back. We'll drop off her luggage at the hotel, rest for a bit, then you'll accompany me to meet a client and have dinner together. Oh, Su Qingyu replied, her fingers nervously fiddling with her phone in her pocket. She wasn't particularly keen on going. She was eager to inform Jian Hang of her arrival in Hangzhou. But what excuse could she use that wouldn't seem contrived? With Su He constantly by her side, Su Qingyu found no opportunity. Once they were in the taxi, Su Qingyu gazed out at the fleeting night scenery, lost in thought. Her phone vibrated. She discreetly pulled it out to check, a message from their class group. Jian Hang had posted a photo from Hufang Street, where he was sampling pastries from a time-honored establishment. His smile radiant. What are you looking at? Su He suddenly asked, startling Su Qingyu, who nearly dropped her phone. Oh, nothing, just some winter break homework from a classmate. She replied. Su He scrutinized her for a moment, but did not press further. It was normal for a girl her age to harbor secrets or develop feelings for a boy. Su He mused, as long as it didn't affect her studies. A little romance was acceptable. Of course, the boy must possess good character, or he wouldn't pass her scrutiny. Chapter 52. Are you so eager to see me? Su Qingyu sensed her mother's perceptiveness, and, relieved that Su He had shifted her focus back to work, felt a quiet sense of ease. Silently, Su Qingyu switched her phone to silent mode, uncertain of her mother's stance on her high school crush. With so many troubles at home, she wished to avoid adding to Su He's burdens. However, she was certain her father would disapprove. Upon arriving at the hotel, Su He busied herself organizing documents. Seizing the moment, Su Qingyu slipped into the restroom, anxiously opening her sliding phone. She accessed Jian Hang's social media, and the most recent post was from 10 minutes ago. The culinary delights of Hufang Street truly live up to their reputation. The accompanying photo showcased an array of delectable treats. Within half an hour, before Su Qingyu could devise a reason to contact Jian Hang, Su He was already calling for her outside. Sweetheart, are you all right? Stomach bothering you? Su He called. Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled. Here was her opportunity. Mom, my stomach hurts. Maybe I shouldn't join you for the business meeting since I don't understand anything, she softly suggested. Is it serious? I'll take you to the hospital now. We can postpone the meeting, Su He, ever doting, replied. It's nothing, just a bit of stomach upset. You should go ahead, Su Qingyu reassured her, rubbing her temples. Su He hesitated for a moment. All right, but if you feel worse, call me. If you're hungry, order room service. Their steak is quite good. Understood. Su Qingyu felt a thrill of excitement. Once she heard the door close, she cautiously peeked out of the restroom. Su had already left. Yay! Su Qingyu joyfully dashed to the bed, reclining and opening the chat window with Jian Hang. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard for a while. Taking a deep breath, she sent a message. I heard there are many delicious foods on Hufang Street. Which one do you recommend? After sending the message, she tossed her phone aside, covering her face with a pillow. Her heart racing as though she had committed a clandestine act. When her phone vibrated again, she lunged to pick it up. Jian Hang, you're in Hangzhou? Su Qingyu lay on the bed, her fair legs swinging in the air. Yes, in Hangzhou. What a coincidence. Jian Hang, it is indeed quite a coincidence. Su Qingyu bit her lip, puzzled by his tone. Shouldn't he be more surprised? She replied. You still haven't told me what's good to eat on Hufang Street. To conclude, she added, the food in your photo looks quite appetizing. Jian Hang, do you want to try it? Suinju, Jis. After a brief wait, Jian Hang sent her the address of the restaurant. What did that mean? He wasn't following the script. Shouldn't he suggest they go together? Su Qingyu bit her lip and confessed, I am not familiar with this place. When Jian Hang read this message, he couldn't help but chuckle. Can't you just take a taxi? He teased. Is the driver unaware? Su Qingyu, still biting her lip, replied, I don't want to go alone. It would be boring. Jian Hang found himself amused by her sentiment, recalling how girls often hold hands even when going to the restroom, which made him more understanding of her feelings. He responded, Then why not find someone to accompany you? Su Qingyu inquired, how about you? I don't know anyone else here. Jian Hang was taken aback. So I'm merely a backup? Su Qingyu anticipated he would decline. However, Jian Hang replied, when are you free? I suppose I could reluctantly show you around. Overcome with excitement, Su Qingyu sprang from her bed and promptly dialed Jian Hang's number. As the call connected, Jian Hang teased, so eager are we? Su Qingyu, momentarily flustered, stammered, I'm just bored. Jian Hang laughed, it does sound rather dull. What brings you to Hangzhou so suddenly? Su Qingyu wondered why he didn't seem surprised at all and pouted. Aren't you even a little excited? Jian Hang, thinking she meant to ask if he was surprised, replied casually, well, I am quite surprised. Su Qingyu sighed inwardly, feeling a tad frustrated but mostly thrilled. She suggested, how about we meet tomorrow? Jian Hang glanced at his calendar. Having wrapped up his recent tasks, he intended to immerse himself in studying and revising programming. Why not take a moment to unwind beforehand? He agreed, and they arranged a time and place. After hanging up, Su Qingyu flopped onto her bed, her feet kicking excitedly in the air. The thought of their exclusive date sent her heart racing, and she immediately rummaged through her suitcase for the perfect outfit. Standing in front of the mirror, she adjusted her scarf for the 108th time. The light brown cashmere scarf seemed to demand perfection as she folded it repeatedly, feeling it never looked quite right. The girl in the mirror wore a white puffer jacket, her cheeks flushed with nervousness. It should be fine, right? She mumbled, her fingers absent-mindedly playing with her hair. After a spin, she assessed her reflection. Standing at 168 centimeters, even in a bulky jacket, her figure was undeniably attractive. With a subtle touch of makeup and a coat of lip gloss, she prepared to step out. Outside, the biting wind greeted her, and a thick blanket of snow lay on the ground. Su Qingyu hailed a taxi to their meeting spot. From a distance, she spotted the milk tea shop Jian Hang had mentioned, its windows adorned with delicate frost, allowing glimpses of silhouettes within. Clenching her fists, she took a deep breath and hurried through the snow. Upon arriving, Jian Hang turned, his eyes lighting up. Su Qingyu smiled brightly as she approached. Order whatever you want, Jian Hang said, pushing the menu towards her. There are plenty of delightful food stalls around Hafeng Street. For instance, we could try wasabi grilled meat or some traditional Hangzhou dishes. Which one do you prefer? Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I didn't realize you had done your homework. What else would I do? Jian Hang quipped, glancing outside. I thought you could decide. Su Qingyu playfully huffed. Well, thank you for your efforts. Glad you appreciate it, Jian Hang replied, his gaze lingering on her. Today, she seemed different. Perhaps it was the light makeup that accentuated her features. With her head bowed, her long lashes fluttered as she concentrated on the menu. She lifted her gaze to meet his. Jian Hang, slightly flustered, diverted his eyes. Have you decided yet? Nothing you want to drink? Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she suggested. Shall we go for wasabi grill meat? Jian Hang thought the topic had shifted unexpectedly, but stood up. Let us go. Su Qingyu smiled mischievously and hurried after him. Looking up to ask, how do I look today? Jian Hang scanned her from head to toe. You look fine. Just fine? Su Qingyu pouted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She shot him an accusatory look. Your standards are too high. Was this really the same reserved and aloof campus beauty? Unable to resist, Jian Hang asked, when did you arrive in Hangzhou? 2 hours ago, she replied without a second thought. You came looking for me just 2 hours ago? Jian Hang's words slipped out in his usual teasing tone. Were you that eager to see me? He quickly realized he had misspoken before Su Qingyu could respond. He scrambled to clarify. So, I'm not just your problem solver, but now your travel companion as well? At his first remark, Su Qingyu felt a flutter in her chest, and while Jian Hang's follow-up left her excited, it also brought a hint of disappointment. You don't want to? She pouted. Then I won't go. Jian Hang chuckled. You're quite the tease. Let us go. Su Qingyu kept pace with him, gazing up at the swirling snowflakes, lamenting. Hangzhou under a blanket of snow is breathtaking, but alas, I won't witness the morning mist over West Lake or the remnants of snow on Broken Bridge. I wish my travel companion could explore the ancient charms of Hafeng Street with me. With a sigh, she cast a wistful glance at Jian Hang. Their eyes met, and the shadows cast by his lashes lent his gaze a gentle warmth beneath the streetlights. Su Qingyu, feeling a sudden rush of heat, quickly turned to observe the scenery instead. Jian Hang focused ahead. We could talk about it later. Pouting, Su Qingyu resolved to take things step by step. They arrived at the barbecue restaurant Jian Hang had mentioned. The bell chimed as they pushed open the glass door. Following Jian Hang, Su Qingyu admired his tall figure, her heart racing involuntarily. This was her first time dining with him outside of school. This way, Jian Hang turned unexpectedly. Su Qingyu quickly composed herself, her ears flushed with warmth. She had spritzed herself with Su He's perfume, borrowed Su He's cushion for touch-ups, and applied Chanel lip gloss. It smells wonderful, Su Qingyu exclaimed, bouncing up to him, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at his face. Once seated, Jian Hang occupied the seat opposite her. The waiter brought the grill, and the air around them began to warm. The sizzling meat from the neighboring table filled the air with an irresistible aroma, making it hard to resist salivating. Gulping. Su Qingyu covered her stomach, her face turning crimson. I only had some milk and bread for breakfast. Jian Hang stifled a laugh. You must be starving then. Hey. Su Qingyu bit her lip. No laughing. As the waiter began to serve the meat, her eyes lit up, and she eagerly grabbed the tongs. The golden meat sizzled and dripped with oil, dancing over the heat. Ouch! She quickly pulled her hand back, her eyelashes glistening with unshed tears from the heat. Jian Hang swiftly offered her a napkin. Be careful. You shouldn't be so reckless. Su Qingyu took the napkin to wipe her hands, then bent her head to blow on the spot that had been burned. Jian Hang had not anticipated that her skin would be so delicate, turning a noticeable shade of crimson in an instant. He retrieved the tongs and said, Let me do the grilling. Under Jian Hang's deft hands, the slices of meat were flipped and cut into bite-sized pieces, releasing a cloud of steam accompanied by a sizzling sound. Su Qingyu stared at his long, fair fingers, moving with such agility and grace. The meat on the grill gradually changed color, its oil shimmering as it danced on the iron plate. Su Qingyu felt her heartbeat resonating louder than the sizzling of the meat. She discreetly glanced up and caught Jian Hang in a moment of concentration, his eyelashes casting a shadow in the warm glow of the lights. If Lazy Sheep and Little Sugar knew she was enjoying barbecue with Jian Hang, they would surely be astonished. A smile crept onto Su Qingyu's lips as she couldn't help but chuckle. Using the public chopsticks, she picked up a piece of beef. Her voice sweet as she said, I'll grill too, Jian Hang. There's so much pork belly, beef, and shrimp. What do you prefer? I'll grill it for you. Jian Hang paused for a moment and casually replied, Anything is fine. Su Qingyu found herself in a dilemma. Then let's have a bit of everything. All right. The steam from the barbecue coalesced into a white mist before them. Su Qingyu gazed intently at the grill. It seemed to be cooked to perfection. She picked up a slightly charred piece of meat and placed it in Jian Hang's plate, saying, Thank you for your hard work. You eat first. Jian Hang smiled. At least you have a conscience. Let me handle the grilling. Su Qingyu took the tongs with determination, skillfully flipping the meat. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. As they exited the barbecue restaurant, Jian Hang, with his hands tucked into his pockets, glanced at the sky and said, Shall I escort you back to the hotel? Sure, Su Qingyu replied, her voice unable to conceal her delight. Flurries of delicate snowflakes danced in the air, glimmering softly beneath the dim street lights, a scene imbued with poetic charm. Su Qingyu tilted her head to gaze at the sky, feeling the icy snowflakes kiss her face, melting into droplets of water. It's snowing, she whispered, her breath forming white puffs in the air. South City doesn't have such beautiful snow. Jian Hang stood beside her, a thin layer of snow quickly settling on his black down jacket. He turned to Su Qingyu, noticing a few snowflakes adorning her eyelashes, sparkling under the light. I'm really happy today, Su Qingyu said softly. She shook her head and added, My mom hasn't returned to the hotel yet. How about we stroll a bit longer? Diverting her gaze elsewhere, she earnestly urged, I've heard that the night view on Hufang Street is stunning, especially when it snows. Shall we go take a look? Jian Hang glanced at his watch. It was barely past 7, not too late. He nodded, all right. Su Qingyu looked up at Jian Hang, her eyes suddenly brightening. Jian Hang, you're so kind. A warmth spread through Jian Hang's chest, though he maintained an impassive demeanor and turned his gaze away. Just so you know, they walked side by side, and Su Qingyu stole a glance at Jian Hang, finding him absorbed in watching the falling snowflakes, his profile appearing particularly gentle under the streetlights. They strolled along the cobblestone path of Hufang Street, where Su Qingyu could detect a faint scent of laundry detergent mingling with the smoky aroma from the barbecue restaurant, which inexplicably brought her a sense of comfort. The shops lining the street glowed with warm yellow lights, and the antique architecture looked exceptionally serene amidst the snow. Occasionally, hurried passers-by crunched over the snow, producing a satisfying sound. Su Qingyu couldn't help but sneeze. Jian Hang inquired, Shall we head back? Su Qingyu shook her head, no. Jian Hang sensed a subtle change in her tone, tinged with a hint of playfulness. As they passed a sugar painting shop, Su Qingyu paused. The master craftsman was skillfully using syrup to create art, the golden liquid flowing over the stone slab, quickly forming a vivid rabbit. Would you like to try some? Jian Hang asked, then let us buy one. Su Qingyu looked up in mild surprise. All right. I'd like 2 rabbits, please. How much? Jian Hang asked. 10 yuan. The elderly man replied with a warm smile. Jian Hang paid and received the sugar painting, handing it to Su Qingyu. Here you go, a sweet treat. It bore Su Qingyu's QQ nickname. As she took the sugar painting, their fingers inadvertently brushed against each other, causing a jolt of electricity to surge from her fingertips to her heart. Flustered, she quickly withdrew her hand, pretending to focus on taking a bite of the sugar art. It's quite sweet, Su Qingyu remarked, feeling her cheeks flush, and she hastily averted her gaze. Chapter 54. Is this the feeling of infatuation? You should eat less sugar. Be careful of cavities, Jian Hang remarked, lacking in romantic finesse. I'll eat as I please, Su Qingyu mumbled softly. They passed a tea house, which had only a few patrons inside. The warm air was permeated with a subtle fragrance of tea. They initially intended to enter and select a seat by the window, reveling in the juxtaposition of the swirling snow outside and the steamy warmth inside, sipping tea while admiring the wintry scenery, an exquisite indulgence. Just as Su Qingyu was about to suggest this, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, her heart tightening. This snowy night rendezvous would have to end prematurely. The streetlights cast a warm yellow halo amidst the falling snow. Su Qingyu stepped carefully on the thin layer of snow, listening to the gentle crunch beneath her feet. Jian Hang stood beside her, their shadows elongated on the snow, sometimes overlapping, sometimes diverging. Shall we go in for a bit? Jian Hang turned to her, extending an invitation. Snowflakes rested upon his eyelashes, glistening under the soft light, beautifully contrasting with the depth of his dark, clear eyes. Jian Hang remained oblivious to Su Qingyu's incoming call. Not wanting to refuse, especially in the chilly weather, she involuntarily shivered. All right, she agreed, her nose tinged with a faint citrus fragrance from her mother's perfume that she had secretly spritzed on before leaving home, mingling with Jian Hang's refreshing cedar scent, quickening her heartbeat. But I need to call my mom first. You go ahead. Jian Hang nodded, instinctively reaching out to adjust her loosened scarf, but thankfully, reason prevailed. He casually gestured toward her scarf, saying, It's come undone. Su Qingyu felt the skin he pointed at ignite with warmth. She softly responded, Oh, and bent down to fix her scarf. Once Jian Hang entered the tea house, Su Qingyu dialed Su's number. When the call connected, she unconsciously softened her voice. Hello, Mom. What is going on? Why are you calling me? Su's tone was slightly displeased. It was an accident. Su Qingyu lied, Mom. Can I come back to the hotel a bit later? Sui asked in surprise, Are you out now? Alone? Mom, I'm already an adult. It's not late yet, and nothing will happen. Su Qingyu pleaded, hoping to avoid a refusal. Please, Mom. You're the best. Since entering junior high, Su-hee and Su Haisheng had quarreled from time to time. Perhaps it was around that time that Su Qingyu stopped being so clingy, becoming increasingly quiet and withdrawn. Su-hee's heart softened. All right, but be back by 8:30 at the latest, understand? Su Qingyu excitedly clenched her fist, making a victory gesture. Okay, I'll definitely be back on time. After hanging up, Su Qingyu felt elated, her steps light and joyful. She carefully arranged her hair, ensuring her makeup was perfect before cautiously entering the tea house. Jian Hang had already ordered a pot of tea. As she sat down, the delightful aroma of tea enveloped her. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I ordered Westlake Longjing. It's fragrant and refreshing, sweet and smooth. Give it a try. Jian Hang poured a cup of tea for Su Qingyu. As he spoke, the white vapor he exhaled dispersed into the air. Amidst the mist, Jian Hang's gaze seemed as gentle as water. Su Qingyu found herself momentarily entranced, her heart skipping a beat. She vowed to herself that she was not infatuated. It was simply that Jian Hang was undeniably handsome, and in a rather understated way at that. Why aren't you drinking? Jian Hang asked, surprised to see her lost in thought. Oh, I will, Su Qingyu replied, suddenly lifting her teacup and taking a sip. The heat left her lips flushed, and she pressed them tightly together, inhaling deeply. The tea was a vibrant green, clear as crystal, and its fragrant aroma was refreshing, delicious indeed. Jian Hang, you seem different from usual. How so? Su Qingyu asked, perplexed. Jian Hang merely smiled, offering no explanation. Unable to contain herself, Su Qingyu tugged at his sleeve, urging, Do tell. She suddenly realized that this gesture was overly intimate and averted her gaze, sitting up straight. If you won't say, then never mind. I don't think there's any difference anyway. The two sat in silence, facing each other. It was quite pleasant. The snowy scenery outside was enchanting. Jian Hang instinctively glanced at Su Qingyu. In this unfamiliar city, encountering a familiar high school classmate felt rather peculiar, subtly bridging the distance between them. Back in school, Jian Hang's impression of Su Qingyu was somewhat better than that of other girls. He responded to her more. However, today, as Su Qingyu held his hand tightly in the barbecue restaurant, Jian Hang felt a bit flustered. Yet, this was entirely normal. Any man would feel his heart race when a beautiful girl was nervous around him, wouldn't they? Furthermore, Jian Hang was currently focused on his entrepreneurial ambitions, with little inclination for romance. Su Jia had served as a cautionary tale in that regard. Although, as Zhang Chong had pointed out, Su Qingyu truly did treat him differently. Wasn't that what that woman had done back then? Ultimately, it had led to her own self-deception and ridicule. Nevertheless, Jian Hang did not consider himself easily swayed. Amidst the heavy and monotonous high school life, coupled with the mockery from peers and the teacher's blatant favoritism towards wealth, Su Jia had projected a different image. Moreover, Su Jia was quite attractive. Yet, Jian Hang believed that Su Qingyu was not that kind of person. She simply regarded him as a good friend, nothing more. Lost in thought, Su Qingyu fixed her gaze on Jian Hang's eyes. Jian Hang, what do you want to do in the future? Her tone was exceptionally earnest. Jian Hang snapped back to reality and burst into laughter. My ambitions are quite simple. To become a wealthy man, a billionaire. After stating this, he turned the question back to Su Qingyu. Do you believe me? Boys of this age often boast. And Jian Hang was curious to know if Su Qingyu shared that sentiment. Su Qingyu lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling like stars. Filled with admiration and certainty, there was no hint of insincerity. She nodded and said, yes, I believe you. This left Jian Hang genuinely taken aback. The wind chimes hanging indoors tinkled, shattering the warm yellow light cast from above, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Jian Hang inwardly cursed himself. Could it be that he was indeed feeling something akin to affection this time? Chapter 55, afraid of being seen by him, yet afraid of him not seeing her. Jian Hang shook off this absurd thought, setting down his teacup and looking towards Su Qingyu. Why do you trust me so much? Don't girls your age usually say that boys love to boast? A faint blush crept across Su Qingyu's face as she lowered her gaze, twirling her teacup. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Because you are Jian Hang. In my memory, you are intelligent, steadfast, and humble. You have never uttered empty words. In Chongning, you were the top of your class, yet you never acted prideful. In private, you even taught yourself mathematics competitions and programming. At first, I was genuinely surprised, but seeing how dedicated you are, it's clear you are truly passionate about your studies. Su Qingyu lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with adoration. So when you say you want to become a billionaire, I believe you can definitely achieve it. Pausing for a moment, she continued, Jian Hang, you will surely succeed. Jian Hang felt a bit bashful from her praise and cleared his throat, attempting to change the subject. Su, the campus beauty, I never expected you to pay such close attention to me. Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed even more as she turned her gaze to the window, retorting playfully, Jian, the academic prodigy, I never anticipated you to be so self-absorbed. As her words fell, both of them couldn't help but laugh. Jian Hang noticed Su Qingyu's fingers absent-mindedly tracing the edge of her teacup. Outside, the snow seemed to be falling even more heavily, the flurries dancing under the dim glow of the streetlights. Jian Hang detected a hint of melancholy in Su Qingyu's eyes and curiously inquired, is something on your mind? Su Qingyu bit her lip, seemingly debating whether to speak up. Ultimately, she slowly opened up, there are some matters at home. Is it serious? Jian Hang asked with concern. As expected, Su Qingyu, ever stubborn, shook her head. It's nothing. Yet, it was evident that, in a wealthy family, such matters often revolved around one parent having an affair or marital discord leading to a divorce. In this regard, Jian Hang felt an overwhelming gratitude towards his parents for providing him with a warm and loving family. Reflecting on this, Jian Hang felt a pang of sympathy for Su Qingyu. With a soft sigh, he poured her another cup of tea, offering comfort. Since we are out to unwind, let's not dwell on unhappy thoughts. Everything will turn out fine. Su Qingyu turned to look at him, her tone tinged with a sense of urgency. Will it really? Jian Hang nodded firmly. Thank you for comforting me, Su Qingyu said, straightening her back. She lifted her teacup and took a sip, warmth flooding through her. Upon reflection, Su Qingyu's family had faced financial ruin in the second semester of their sophomore year, likely due to a large amusement park development project that had been finalized in the first semester. Jian Hang felt it was time to intervene in this matter. For some reason, his assurance had instilled an immense sense of calm in Su Qingyu. She smiled knowingly. Since you say will be, then it certainly will. Do you really trust me that much? Jian Hang asked, intrigued. Of course, Su Qingyu teased. After all, you are Jian Hang, the MVP who led the basketball team to victory against all odds and a future billionaire. Jian Hang scratched his head. Oh, it's nothing significant. But being praised is always a delightful experience. Ha ha ha. Su Qingyu pressed further. Then why did you refuse to be interviewed by Senior Lin Xiaowei? That would have been far more glorious than my own accolades, especially since it was for the school newspaper. I genuinely had no time, Jian Hang replied honestly. I needed to study, aim for first place, help with my parents' business, and teach myself mathematics and programming. I didn't even have time for a lazy lie-in. This, Su Qingyu thought, explained how Jian Hang had failed his college entrance exams in his previous life, yet later rose to become a billionaire. With such determination, courage, and resolve, combined with his intelligence, there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. As she reflected on this, admiration shone in Su Qingyu's eyes. Jian Hang quickly raised his hand to halt her. No, I plan to be modest. Su Qingyu laughed heartily, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, slightly reddened. Her gaze playfully mischievous like a clever little fox. Jian Hang cautioned himself, reminding himself not to be swayed by her beauty. In this lifetime, it was solely beautiful women who pursued him. He would never be the one to chase after them. The tea house was filled with a rich aroma of tea. Groups of patrons sat leisurely together, savoring their drinks. Jian Hang and Su Qingyu engaged in delightful conversation, and time flew by unnoticed. Before Su Qingyu could check her phone, Jian Hang kindly reminded her that it was nearly 9 o'clock. Su Qingyu sprang to her feet in a flurry. "It's over. My mother is definitely going to scold me." She retrieved her phone and discovered that Su had already called 3 times. "Is your mother really that fierce?" Jian Hang inquired with curiosity, teasingly asking, "Does she hit people?" "She does," Su Qingyu replied, playfully embellishing Jian Hang's jest, the kind that wields a stick. Jian Hang chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter, and finally unable to contain himself, he stood up and said, "Let us go. I'll hail a cab to take you home." "Is it really that amusing?" Su Qingyu mused, believing she was merely going along with his banter. Jian Hang was pleasantly surprised by Su Qingyu's humor, which stood in stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. There was something undeniably endearing about it. After settling the bill at the counter, the two exited the tea house, where snow continued to fall in thick, beautiful flakes. Su Qingyu hesitated. "Jian Hang, are you truly going to take me to savor all the culinary delights of Hangzhou?" "Of course," Jian Hang replied, his hands tucked into his pockets as he scanned the street for an available taxi. "But aren't you worried your mother will find out you're out alone with a boy and come after you with a stick?" "Not all," Su Qingyu blurted out without a second thought. Jian Hang was taken aback. A taxi had already come to a stop before them. The driver rolled down the window and asked where to. Su Qingyu hurriedly stated the name of her hotel and slid into the back seat. Jian Hang smiled slightly, following suit. The space between them was just right, not too distant to seem cold, yet not overly intimate. In the confined area, dimly lit, a handsome young man and a beautiful girl created an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. As the taxi pulled away, a thin layer of mist formed on the window. Su Qingyu instinctively traced today's date on the glass with her fingertip, only to quickly erase it, fearing Jian Hang might see it, yet also hoping he would. In any case, her heart brimmed with a mix of anticipation and anxiety for what lay ahead. At that moment, Su Qingyu felt her heartbeat quicken alarmingly, as if it might leap from her chest at any second. She recalled the 300,000 yuan Jian Hang had transferred to her after their class reunion in her past life. That had been the only consolation she received after her family's financial ruin, and most importantly, it had been her mother's lifeline. Yet, tragically, her mother had still passed away. After the reunion, Jian Hang had also met with misfortune. At that time, burdened by immense financial strain and the emotional turmoil of losing her parents or witnessing them in a state of oblivion, compounded by the derision of once friendly peers, Su Qingyu had long since crumbled under the weight of despair, feeling as if she were merely existing like a specter. However, she was reborn now. Her family had not gone bankrupt, and her parents were alive and well. And Jian Hang, he seemed transformed, more extroverted and radiant than ever. How wonderful! In this life, Su Qingyu vowed to make Jian Hang aware of her genuine feelings. In her previous life, her gaze had silently followed him for a decade. The shadows cast by the streetlights filtered through the car window, illuminating their faces with flickering light. Stealing a glance at Jian Hang, she noticed he was gazing ahead with an air of ease, his profile sharply defined in the shifting illumination. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. Su Qingyu, caught off guard, lurched toward Jian Hang. "Are you all right?" he asked, quick to extend a hand to steady her. The warmth of his palm sent a flush to Su Qingyu's ears. He maintained his grip on her arm firmly, his breath a mere whisper beside her ear. Su Qingyu felt her ears burning. "I'm fine," she stammered, hastily sitting up straight. Once assured of her well-being, Jian Hang, with a gentlemanly demeanor, released her. The brief contact had left him feeling slightly flustered. As they regained their composure, the driver made another sharp turn, causing Su Qingyu to unexpectedly lean toward Jian Hang again, her right hand inadvertently resting on the inner thigh of his leg. Jian Hang's body stiffened noticeably. "I'm so sorry, it's slippery on the snowy roads." The driver chuckled apologetically, glancing into the rearview mirror, his curiosity piqued as he observed the two of them. "Ah, youth is truly wonderful." Su Qingyu quickly withdrew her hand. Repositioning herself, Jian Hang noticed her embarrassment as she shifted a little further away. Had the driver not looked to be about the same age as his father, Jian Hang would have retorted with a wry comment about the naivete of youth. "Do you even know how to drive?" Su Qingyu straightened up. "You." Both Jian Hang and Su Qingyu spoke simultaneously, then halted. "You go first," Jian Hang offered, awkwardly turning his gaze to the window. Su Qingyu lowered her head. "I just wanted to thank you for escorting me." It's nothing. It's unsafe for a girl to be out alone at this hour, Jian Hang replied, striving to adopt a casual demeanor. Qingyu felt warmth bloom in her heart, her hand tightening on her lap. Finally, the taxi arrived at the hotel entrance. The two had spent the latter part of the journey in near silence. Although it was awkward, it was also thrilling. Qingyu felt the trip had been far too brief. Reluctantly, she disembarked. Jian Hang rolled down the window, get some rest. Qingyu nodded and turned to walk toward the hotel doors. After a few steps, she glanced back. The taxi had already driven away. A twinge of disappointment filled her. Yet today, she felt a long-awaited joy. This snowy night, the tea house, their conversations, and the unexpected incidents in the taxi would all become her most cherished memories in this lifetime. Chapter 56. The Interrogation of Parents, the Thrills of Youth. As Qingyu's figure receded into the distance, Jian Hang withdrew his gaze. The driver broke the silence that had enveloped the car. Young man. That girl back there was your girlfriend, right? She's truly beautiful, even more so than a movie star. Thank you for the compliment, but she is not my girlfriend. We're just high school classmates. Jian Hang emphasized the word classmates with particular weight. And which of your eyes made you think we were dating? Jian Hang wanted to retort, but held his tongue out of politeness. I understand, the driver chuckled, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. Young people are just shy. It's completely normal. But that girl is not only beautiful, she seems to have a good personality too. Personality? Jian Hang laughed, unable to resist teasing. You are impressive, driver. In less than half an hour, you could discern a young lady's character. But really, you've misunderstood. We're just classmates. Classmates are great. The driver's enthusiasm surged. From classmates to lovers, from lovers to a wedding. How romantic. My wife and I were high school classmates, and in my experience, you and that girl definitely have a chance. Jian Hang thought to himself. Do middle-aged people have such wild imaginations? The driver continued to regale him with tales of his high school romance, while Jian Hang nodded along, occasionally interjecting with, oh, wow, and At last, the car arrived at the familiar entrance of his neighborhood. Jian Hang paid the fare and practically fled from the vehicle. Thank you, driver. The driver slowly rolled down the window, calling out, young man, keep it up and seize the opportunity. Jian Hang turned back, giving the driver an incredulous look, only to find his mother standing at the iron gate of the community, her expression stern. Two piercing gazes locked onto him. Jian Hang inhaled sharply, approaching with a grin. Mom, what a coincidence out so late. You little rascal. What do you mean by seize the opportunity? You know it's late. Tell me. How long have you been in Hangzhou before you started hanging out with girls? Lin Guizhi wore a serious expression, exuding an air of intense interrogation. My classmate came to Hangzhou with her mother, and I merely took her out to savor some delicacies, wandering through the food street. Nothing more, Jian Hang replied helplessly. Where do you think you're heading? Lin Guizhi's gaze was unmistakably skeptical. Let me tell you, she said, pushing open the iron gate and earnestly instructing, hurry inside. Back home. Jian Hang obediently followed her inside. Lin Guizhi closed the door and continued her admonition as she walked ahead. You're only in your first year of high school. Don't start with that early romance nonsense. Jian Hang was displeased by this remark. The mother and son chatted all the way to the doorstep. From behind the iron gate, Jian Fuyo overheard their conversation and guessed that Lin Guizhi had commenced yet another round of questioning on Jian Hang. Once the mother and son opened the door, he couldn't help but stand up for his son, saying, You really ought to worry less. Our son is so well-behaved. How could he possibly be out causing mischief? At most, he might just be at an internet CAF playing games. After all, it's winter break. What is the harm in a little fun? Dad, Jian Hang sighed. Looking up at the ceiling, I was playing games. Please don't make wild assumptions. Jian Fuyo shrugged. Well, I wouldn't know about that. You really are my biological father. Jian Hang lamented, exhaling deeply. It was just a meal. I brought my classmate around Hangzhou for a bit. Mom, please don't overthink it. I'll head back to my room to do my homework. Fine, go study then. Lin Guizhi waved her hand dismissively. She and Jian Fuyo never worried about Jian Hang's studies. Jian Hang fled back to his room, closed the door, and breathed a sigh of relief. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, and the image of Qingyu's smile from the tea house involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Gentle, resolute, and teasing. What am I even thinking about? Jian Hang sat up, retrieved his backpack from the desk, and pulled out several challenging math test papers. Immersing himself in work would leave no time for wandering thoughts. Qingyu returned to her hotel, quietly opening the door, careful not to wake her already slumbering mother. She held her breath, cautiously navigating in the dark toward the bathroom. You're back. Her mother's voice suddenly pierced the darkness. Qingyu jumped, forcing herself to appear calm. Mom, you're still awake? I've been waiting for you. Her mother turned on the bedside lamp, scrutinizing her. You mustn't do this again. Wherever you go, you need to tell me in advance. It's unsafe for a girl to be out late at night. Do you understand? Qingyu nodded, her heart racing. She had expected her mother to interrogate her about who she went out with and where she had been, but instead, her mother merely smiled. Go wash up. You need to wake up early tomorrow. That was somewhat uncharacteristic of her mother. Yet it was a relief. And Su Qingyu slipped into the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over her body, and as she closed her eyes, Jian Hang's figure and everything that transpired in the taxi came flooding back. His focused profile, gentle gaze, and the warmth of his palm when he steadied her. Qingyu, what are you thinking about? She suddenly shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel those whimsical thoughts, only to find herself wondering what Jian Hang would do in the next 2 days. Secluding herself in her hotel room, Su Qingyu furiously tackled her winter break assignments. She opened her math workbook, but found herself preoccupied with memories of Jian Hang's concentrated expression while solving problems. When she flipped open her English book, his fluent pronunciation echoed in her ears. Su Qingyu, are you out of your mind? She chastised herself, slapping her face to regain focus. She opened her phone, contemplating messaging Jian Hang, yet unsure of what to say. Ultimately, she clicked on his social media post, discovering his latest update was from 2 in the morning, accompanied by a picture of his cluttered desk filled with exercises. Jian Hang finished 3 sets of math papers preparing to sleep. In the comments, Zhang Chong, dumbfounded JPG, Jian Gu, are you trying to kill us? Jian Hang, why so much nonsense? Have you finished your winter break assignments? Ma Fan, thumbs up JPG, truly worthy of being the top student. In comparison, I feel utterly ashamed. Jian Hang, if you're ashamed, then hurry up and solve some problems. Lazy sheep, scholar, can you tone it down a bit? Jian Hang, question JPG, I'm not being ostentatious. Little Candy, impressive, learning from you. Jian Hang, we're in this together. The lively expressions and tones Jian Hang might have used while responding to various comments vividly danced in her mind, prompting Su Ingu to chuckle softly. After a moment's thought, she too commented, which set of exercises did you buy? They don't seem to be assigned by the school. I'd like to get them too. With her comments sent, Su Qingyu eagerly awaited a reply. Ding! Her phone vibrated. She quickly opened the latest message. Jian Hang replied, I've completed the school assignments. I'll DM you. Zhang Chong, second time dumbfounded JPG, Jinggu, you're my idol. Zhang Chong, don't cue me. I'm already off to tackle problems. In a fluster, Jian Hang had already sent her a private message. Chapter 57. Just classmates, don't overthink it. Jian Hang, I bought the 2007 college entrance examination math, new question type simulation paper. 2. 2007 National A exam real questions simulation paper. And 2007 college entrance examination, new curriculum, national paper, simulation questions, but these depend on individual foundations. Jian Hang, you're only in your first year. There are many concepts you haven't learned yet. I suggest you start with comprehensive solutions for first-year math or 500 math competition questions for first-year students or the first-year math breakthrough set. Jian Hang, however, these are also not easy. We can discuss them later. For now, just ensure you thoroughly understand the assignments given by the school. Jian Hang, the same applies to other subjects. What the heck? Su Qingyu sighed disheartenedly. I get it. You're a genius. And you're still putting in so much effort. After that moment of discouragement, she straightened up, clenched her fists, and resolutely decided, no, I must strive harder. It was evident to anyone that Su Jia had been silently working hard because of Jian Hang. Although Su Qingyu disapproved of Su Jia's actions towards Jian Hang, she couldn't help but admire her determination. She thought to herself, she had to outshine Su Jia. Yet, she wondered if Jian Hang, who was so engrossed in his studies, would notice her efforts and her desire to draw closer to him. Let's not dwell on that now. Su Qingyu opened her notebook and began organizing her mistakes. With each word she wrote, she felt herself inching closer to Jian Hang. Outside, the snow continued to fall. Yet within her heart, a fire ignited. The next morning, Su Qingyu rose early to study. So early? Su He awoke, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. When did my daughter become so diligent about her studies? Su Qingyu was startled. Mom, you're awake. She scribbled furiously. Sui sat up and, in a soft tone, said, I plan to go to Haiqing next door today. Their furs are quite renowned. Will you accompany me, dear? Su Qingyu hesitated for a moment. I want to study a bit longer. Why not let your college friends take you? Sui looked at her daughter, recalling the recent events at home, her mood complex. Sweetheart, is something troubling you? Su Qingyu paused her pen. Not at all. I just feel it's time to work hard. Sui remained silent for a moment. Then threw back the covers, got out of bed, walked over to Su Qingyu, and gently stroked her hair. Is it because of your father and I arguing lately? At this tender age, children who witness their parents quarreling inevitably harbor fears of impending divorce. In an attempt to avert such a calamity, they may adopt an uncharacteristically diligent approach to their studies, hoping that exemplary grades might persuade their parents to remain united. The thought that her once pampered daughter now treads cautiously due to the turmoil between herself and Su Haisheng intensified Su He's resentment towards both Su Haisheng and the other woman. With a pang of sorrow, she gazed at Su Qingyu. Su, there is no need for you to pressure yourself, Su He said, bending down to lovingly meet Su Qingyu's eyes. Just be as you were before. Our family is well off, even if you attend an ordinary university. Your future will be secure, and you can live freely and joyously. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at her mother, whose elegance and grace were striking. It was difficult for her to reconcile this visage with the emaciated figure she had seen in her past life, lying in a hospital bed. Mom, Su Qingyu murmured. Lowering her gaze, regardless of the circumstances, one must strive to improve themselves. Mustn't they? I wish to become a better version of myself. Whatever decisions your father and I make in the future, do not let them trouble you. Su He replied gently, rising to embrace Su Qingyu. You must always remember that you are our dearest little princess. It had been 11 years since Su Qingyu had heard the term little princess. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she replied, I'm no longer a child. As long as you and Dad remain healthy, I will be content. Oh, this child, Su He remarked, rising. Suddenly so thoughtful and considerate. It's a bit disconcerting. Very well. If you choose not to accompany me, I shall invite my girlfriends for a shopping spree. With the new year approaching, I must adorn myself splendidly. Adorn splendidly? Su Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes widening. Indeed, hadn't Jian Hang mentioned wanting to take her to savor the culinary delights of Hangzhou? Surely, she needed to prepare herself accordingly. Mom, Su Qingyu said, rising with a shy smile. How about I accompany you instead? Oh, this child, Su He chuckled. Then let us hasten our preparations. The mother-daughter duo quickly dressed and stepped out. After carefully selecting their outfits, Su Qingyu could hardly contain her excitement and took the initiative to invite Jian Hang. Jian Hang, I have yet to witness the snow scenery at Westlake. Would you join me? The winter sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the delicate crimson of her cheeks. She had never before taken the initiative to invite a boy out, but for Jian Hang, she broke that barrier. As her phone vibrated, Jian Hang was engrossed in his studies. He glanced at his phone, unlocked the screen, and upon seeing Su Qingyu's message, set his pen down, staring at the message for a prolonged moment before recalling what he had said that day at Hefeng Street. Rubbing his temples, a smile crept across his lips. He anticipated she would remember. Jian Hang hesitated for a few seconds, fingers poised over the keyboard. Initially intending to suggest another day, he reconsidered. Having been exhausted from studying lately, perhaps today was indeed the day. He replied, today? After sending the message. He glanced at the clock, noting it was nearly 1 o'clock. Inviting Su Qingyu for today. Would she think him overly eager? However, once the message was dispatched, he set aside any concerns and continued his studies. The final complex problem involved knowledge from both the second and third years of high school, and Jian Hang, still familiar with the high school curriculum, found himself navigating it with ease. Ding! His phone vibrated again. Su Qingyu quickly replied, sure. What time? Where shall we meet? After pondering for a moment, Jian Hang responded, 2 o'clock by Westlake. Great. Su Qingyu added a cheerful emoji at the end. Setting his phone down, Jian Hang chuckled at himself. Jian Hang, it's merely an invitation, nothing more than her taking the initiative. Once the time was right, he stood up and opened his wardrobe to choose an outfit. Jian Fu had gone alone to the factory to oversee shipments, leaving only Jian Hang and Lin Guizhi in the house. With the new year approaching, Lin Guizhi planned a thorough cleaning and a festive decoration of their home. Jian Hang had intended to assist, but was shooed into his bedroom to study. As usual, he threw on a blue sweater and a black down jacket. He had initially aimed to dress impressively, especially since he was meeting the Belle of Chongning, but reconsidered. It truly was unnecessary. In a mirror, his tall and handsome reflection remained unchanged, with a face that was undeniably attractive. Although his hair was slightly disheveled, it had a layered feel. After tousling it casually, he achieved a fresh and stylish look, nodding in satisfaction. Son, are you heading out? Lin Guizhi called from the kitchen, peeking into the living room. Dressed so nicely, going on a date? Jian Hang chuckled. Mom, you do provide emotional support. No wonder you and Dad have such a good relationship. Less chatter. Lin Guizhi raised her spoon in mock threat. Given your diligent studies lately, I'll allow you to enjoy half a day out, but be back before dinner. Understood. Jian Hang slipped on his shoes and dashed out the door. On the way to Westlake, he found himself musing about Su Qingyu's extraordinary beauty, the kind that was striking enough to draw the attention of any young man, leading to daydreams. Just classmates. Just friends. No need to overthink it. Chapter 58. Do you really think of me as a free companion? Upon receiving Jian Hang's reply, Su Qingyu nearly leapt from her seat, exclaiming, Ah? She quickly glanced towards her mother's bedroom, relieved that she hadn't been overheard. However, determining an excuse to go out pose the challenge. Mom. Su Qingyu tiptoed to the bedroom door and knocked gently. I'm stepping out for a bit. Fearing her mother might inquire further, Su Qingyu quickly improvised. I'm heading to the bookstore to buy some reference materials. Suhi, lying on the bed while applying a facial mask and scrolling through her phone, replied, all right, just don't be too late. Okay. Su Qingyu softly closed the door, barely containing her excitement. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was past 1, and she needed to hurry to get ready. She approached her skincare and makeup routine with utmost diligence, carefully executing each step. After donning her new outfit, Su Qingyu twirled in front of the mirror several times, ensuring everything was perfect before heading out. She didn't want Jian Hang to think she was the type to deliberately keep a boy waiting, teasing him. At Westlake, Jian Hang spotted Su Qingyu from a distance. She stood by the bridge, scanning the surroundings, her knit top accentuating her slender waist, and her beige trench coat swayed gently in the breeze, presenting an ethereal beauty, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Their eyes met. Su Qingyu's face lit up, and with a smile, she hurried towards him. Have you been waiting long? She asked as she approached. A hint of refreshing citrus scent wafting towards him. Jian Hang shook his head. Not at all. I just arrived. Su Qingyu felt a flutter of nervousness. This marked their second date, and this time it was official, without any distractions. As they strolled slowly along the lakeside, Su Qingyu felt a mix of anxiety and delight, her palms growing clammy. Stealing glances at Jian Hang, she noticed he wore a deep blue sweater that accentuated his tall and handsome figure. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden click interrupted her. Turning, she saw a bespectacled boy with a camera taking her picture. She truly disliked this sensation. Apologies. The boy, oblivious to her discomfort, approached with a grin. I just couldn't resist. You're too beautiful. Su Qingyu regarded him coldly, choosing not to respond. Jian Hang silently observed the unfolding scene, pondering whether the man was simply lacking in perception or overly confident in himself. Undeterred, the boy brazenly pressed on, asking, beautiful lady, can we exchange QQ? I'd like to send you a photo. Jian Hang chuckled softly. If one wants to ask for QQ, there's no need to concoct such a flimsy excuse, as if he took the girl for a fool. However, it was still the first time he had seen Su Qingyu being approached like this. Curious, he turned his gaze toward her, eager to witness her reaction. Su Qingyu frowned slightly and replied, no, please delete the photo. This was Jian Hang's impression of Su Qingyu from his previous life, aloof, keeping others at arm's length. Reflecting on this, he felt that her attitude toward him was somewhat different. No wonder Zhang Chong had misinterpreted things. Don't be so cold, the boy persisted, stepping closer. We're just trying to be friends. Su Qingyu recoiled in disgust, inadvertently colliding with Jian Hang's chest. He instinctively reached out to steady her arm and address the boy. She said, no, my friend. This is where you've gone wrong. Taking candid photos infringes on her privacy. Do you understand? Su Qingyu's gaze fell upon Jian Hang's hand, which was gripping her arm. It was long and slender, quite beautiful and warm. The boy finally took note of Jian Hang, sizing him up. Are you your boyfriend? No. Jian Hang positioned himself protectively in front of Su Qingyu. But that doesn't negate my request for you to delete the photo and leave immediately. Su Qingyu observed his profile, a hint of sweetness gracing her lips. His Adam's apple moved rhythmically as he spoke, akin to the delicate tip of an ice blade. Undeniably alluring. The boy, undeterred, attempted to advance. Jian Hang casually rolled up his sleeve, revealing a slender, muscular arm, the veins prominent and striking. Beneath his tousled black hair, his dark eyes were piercingly sharp and cold. The boy hesitated, sensing the chill in Jian Hang's gaze, and begrudgingly decided to retreat. Wait, Jian Hang blocked his path, gesturing to the camera in the boy's hand. Whereas the photo, delete it. His tone was commanding, resolute, quickening the pulse of those who heard it. Su Qingyu found herself entranced by Jian Hang's face, her ears burning with warmth. Reluctantly, the boy deleted the photo, grumbling, I've deleted it. Can I leave now? Let me check. Jian Hang remained firm. The boy, frustrated and embarrassed, begrudgingly handed over the camera, muttering a warning about being careful not to break it. Jian Hang ignored his provocation and meticulously checked the camera's memory, only returning it once he confirmed the photo was indeed deleted. Now you may go, Jian Hang remarked with a raised eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. Pursuing girls is not done in such a shameless manner. The boy walked away, muttering curses under his breath. Shall we continue exploring? Jian Hang turned to Su Qingyu. She nodded, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Just moments ago, Jian Hang had exhibited remarkable boyfriend energy. Su Qingyu mused that even in his high school days, his charm was utterly irresistible. As they strolled together, she felt lightheaded, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her coat. Let us admire the snow scenery at Westlake. Then I'll treat you to something delicious. I have to head home afterward. Otherwise, my mom will give me a beating, Jian Hang said, hands shoved in his pockets. Su Qingyu recalled her previous exaggerations, and Jian Hang's reminder brought a chuckle from her lips. Years later, she would still remember the innocent flutter of her heart during their walk by West Lake, and the way Jian Hang spoke animatedly about his dreams. These moments would forever remain vibrant memories of her youth, like the warm and dazzling sunlight of early summer, eternally cherished in the deepest corners of her heart. In this second chance at life, Su Qingyu resolved not to harbor any regrets. After exploring West Lake, Jian Hang led her to purchase study materials. They walked for nearly half an hour to reach the bookstore he had mentioned. As Su Qingyu walked, a flush crept onto her cheeks, her face a delicate shade of pink, exacerbated by the breath that misted in the chilly air, making her appear utterly charming and adorable. The bookstore was bustling with high school students, both boys and girls. Their presence undoubtedly added a splash of vibrancy to the crowd. Boys occasionally stole glances at Su Qingyu, while girls whispered excitedly, eager to approach and request her contact information. Jian Hang, what study materials do you think I should buy? Su Qingyu asked, staring blankly at the array of tutoring resources. Jian Hang, taking into account her recent exam results, selected foundational materials and advanced practice papers in English, physics, mathematics, and chemistry. Su Qingyu ended up with 2 sets for each subject. That essay lot. Can you carry it all? He teased at the checkout. ISNT there you to help? Su Qingyu looked up at him with clear eyes. So you really think I'm just your free companion and laborer? Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Fine, I'll help. Surrounding them, whispers began to circulate. Are they a couple? I don't know, but they seem quite close and well-matched. What a shame. Encountering such a handsome guy in a bookstore, only to find out he has taken. Who says he is? Some boys whispered. Why not try asking for a contact info? They might not be together. Su Qingyu finished paying and picked up a small portion of the books. Jian Hang took the remaining 2/3, offering, let us go. Though he had overheard the gossip, he chose to ignore it. All right, Su Qingyu said, instinctively linking her arm with Jian Hang's. He was taken aback. What are you doing? This is quite dangerous, you know. Su Qingyu quickly withdrew her arm. How is it dangerous? Very much so. It could easily give the impression that you're an easy girl. Jian Hang disapproved of her boldness. It's fine. Su Qingyu shrugged off his concern. You're not just anyone. That's true. You should be grateful that it's me who won Team Misunderstand. Jian Hang replied lightly, then turned serious. If you don't want to be approached, just reject them outright. It's quite simple. I find it annoying. Su Qingyu stated, there's a more direct way. Why waste time explaining and rejecting? Jian Hang was taken aback. In just a few days of their acquaintance, he had discovered a side of Su Qingyu he hadn't seen before. You're quite the slow burner, aren't you? The implication being, he hadn't expected her to be like this after getting to know her better. Su Qingyu didn't press further, but rather, she hoped Jian Hang would misunderstand her in some way. After buying the books, they hailed a taxi back. The taxi arrived first at Jian Hang's neighborhood. I'll head out first, Jian Hang said as he exited the vehicle, waving goodbye. Su Qingyu felt a pang of reluctance. Just as she was about to instruct the driver to depart, a message from her mother arrived. Mom, I'm having dinner with friends today, and we'll be back at the hotel late. Study hard, okay? Jian Hang, Su Qingyu called out quickly, opening the car door and struggling to carry the 2 bags of books as she stepped down. Hey, young lady, you haven't paid yet, the driver reminded her. Su Qingyu looked to Jian Hang for help. Seeing her hands full, he sighed, turned back, paid the fare, and took the books from her grasp, asking, why'd you get down? Su Qingyu began, my mom said, but her words trailed off. Lin Guizhi approached, carrying 2 large supermarket bags, exclaiming, Jian Hang, you have finally deigned to return. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a girl standing beside him. Remarkably, the young lady possessed an extraordinary beauty. Flustered, Lin Guizhi hurriedly walked up to the 2. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Confession. Mom, I can explain, Jian Hang declared, raising his finger in an oath. Lin Guizhi strode over with an intense demeanor, her gaze shifting back and forth between the 2. Who is this? Fulakma, Jian Hang Gunset, wearing a playful grin as he took the items from Lin Guizhi's hands. We're in the same class. She and her mother are visiting Hangsheng. Hello, Auntie. I am Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu quickly introduced herself, feeling a twinge of nervousness as she curiously examined Lin Guizhi. With a skeptical glance at Jian Hang, Lin Guizhi turned her attention to Su Qingyu. The girl was undeniably beautiful, her voice gentle, and her smile endearing. Lin Guizhi's expression softened, and recalling the time, she warmly invited, hello. Since you're already downstairs, why not come up for dinner? I just bought some groceries. Su Qingyu hesitated, glancing at Jian Hang. Observing this, Lin Guizhi shot her son a disapproving look. What's the matter? Is a classmate not welcome in our home? Turning back to Su Qingyu, she insisted, Qingyu, please don't be shy. Come up and sit for a while. Jian Hang, feeling unjustly accused, shrugged innocently. I didn't say anything. Su Qingyu nodded obediently. Then I shall trouble you, auntie. As the two followed Lin Guizhi, Jian Hang quietly made a face, eliciting laughter from Su Qingyu. What about your mother? Jian Hang inquired. It's all right. I'll return early, Su Qingyu replied softly. Jian Hang felt relieved. That's good. Lin Guizhi turned her head. What are you two whispering about back there? Jian Hang helplessly raised his shoulders. Ms. Lin, am I now forbidden from speaking? You impudent child. Lin Guizhi huffed before asking Su Qingyu. Qingyu, did Annie seem a bit fierce just now? Su Qingyu, noticing Jian Hang vigorously shaking his head, quickly responded. No, not at all. I think you're a very warm-hearted auntie. Upon entering, Jian Hang spotted Jian Fuyo lounging comfortably on the sofa, casually eating sunflower seeds while watching the news. Dad, we're back, Jian Hang called out. Jian Fuyo nodded without turning around. Hello, Uncle, Su Qingyu greeted softly, feeling somewhat shy. It was her first time visiting a classmate's home, especially that of a boy. Jian Hang found it amusing. He had not expected the usually aloof school Belle to be so nervous and bashful in private. Jian Fuyo turned to look, momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly dropped his legs and approached with poise. Who is this? My high school classmate, visiting Hangcheng with her mother, Jian Hang explained with a drawn-out tone, feigning exhaustion. Jian Fuyo playfully slapped Jian Hang on the back of the head before warmly welcoming Su Qingyu. Come in, come in. A Hang, fetch some water. Jian Hang acknowledged and placed the items on the dining room table before going to get the water. Su Qingyu observed the contrast between his obedient demeanor at home and his rebellious nature at school, struggling to stifle her laughter. Lin Guizhi, smiling brightly, invited Su Qingyu to sit in the living room. Please have a seat. Auntie will prepare some fruit for you. Su Qingyu stood up, feeling a bit embarrassed. Thank you. Auntie. As Jian Hang returned with the water, he whispered, My mom's cooking isn't great. I usually do the cooking at home. You'll have to try my specialty. Su Qingyu was astonished. You can cook? That's impressive. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow with pride. It's just cooking. What is so difficult about it? In that moment, Jian Hang and Lin Guizhi busied themselves in the kitchen, exchanging playful banter. Su Qingyu couldn't help but sneak glances at Jian Hang, who was diligently preparing the ingredients with finesse and composure. Across from Su Qingyu, Jian Fuyo was engrossed in the television, engaging in casual conversation with her. Oh, thank you. Really, it's no trouble at all. Feeling a pang of social anxiety, Su Qingyu found it challenging to simply sit there, fearing that the conversation would falter, leaving a poor impression on Jian Hang's father. Uncle, why don't you continue watching TV? I'll go help in the kitchen, Su Qingyu said, mustering her courage. Sure. Go supervise a Hang, Jian Fuyo chuckled, nodding. Su Qingyu hurriedly clarified. That's not what I meant. The young girl's shyness was apparent, Jian Fuyo thought to himself. He continued jokingly, I'm just teasing. Our family's like this, ha ha ha. Off you go. Okay. Su Qingyu turned and quietly sighed in relief. She approached the kitchen, peeking in. The space was small and a bit worn, yet impeccably clean. Jian Hang was stir-frying, while Lin Guizhi was washing vegetables. What brings you here? Jian Hang asked upon spotting Su Qingyu peering in. It's quite smoky here. Perhaps you prefer to wait outside? It's fine. Su Qingyu shook her head and turned to Lin Guizhi. Auntie, may I assist you? No need. Just stand here and chat with me, Lin Guizhi cheerfully replied. Sha? Su Qingyu's heart tightened. She dreaded the possibility of struggling to find topics to discuss, or worse, engaging in awkward conversation. Oh, just now in the stairwell. Did a Hang mention that Annie's cooking isn't great? Lin Guizhi casually inquired. Su Qingyu panicked, glancing at Jian Hang's back as he stirred the dish. Nervously responding, no, not at all. Lin Guizhi chuckled. He speaks the truth. In our family, a Hang is the best cook. His father isn't great. And my skills are just average. I'm quite self-aware, Jian Hang interjected. Where are my cooking skills lacking? Jian Fuyo countered from the living room. Lin Guizhi laughed. Who was it that I asked to help wash vegetables, only to throw away all the celery leaves, leaving just the stalks? You still have the audacity to speak? Jian Fuyo shot her a glare. If you hadn't been hovering and directing me, I wouldn't have thrown away the celery leaves. Lin Guizhi retorted. I was merely giving you guidance? More like chaos. As Su Qingyu listened to the playful banter of Jian Hang's parents, she felt warmth in her heart. This seemingly quarrelsome yet affectionate dynamic was something she had never experienced in her own home. The braised pork I made, Jian Hang announced. Presenting a platter of enticingly glazed braised pork before Su Qingyu is definitely better than what you find at school. Su Qingyu recalled the first time she had approached Jian Hang in the school cafeteria, devouring all the braised pork, leaving lazy sheep wide-eyed, asking if she was afraid of gaining weight. Could it be that Jian Hang had prepared the braised pork specifically for her? With this thought, a wave of happiness enveloped Su Qingyu. Once the vegetables were prepared, Lin Guizhi headed to the living room to watch TV with Jian Fuyo. My son is truly impressive, Jian Fuyo remarked, gazing at Jian Hang and Su Qingyu chatting in the kitchen, pride swelling as he thought of his own youthful days. What kind of impressive? Lin Guizhi teased, playfully tugging at his ear. Jian Fuyo grimaced in pain, being popular with girls. Now that he's calling her a classmate. You shouldn't be making wild statements, Lin Guizhi admonished. Besides, this girl clearly comes from a wealthy family. Can we really aspire to that? I must disagree with you there. A Hang is bright and hardworking. He will surely succeed, Jian Fuyo retorted, rubbing his sore ear. That's true. Lin Guizhi straightened with pride. In the kitchen, Su Qingyu gazed in astonishment at Jian Hang, who skillfully sliced the potatoes into fine shreds. With each precise cut, the uniformly sized potato strips were neatly arranged on the cutting board. Jian Hang, you truly are remarkable. Su Qingyu couldn't help but praise him once more. Jian Hang's lips curled into a slight smile. You've already complimented me twice. Aren't you getting weary of it? Su Qingyu felt her cheeks heat up, but it really is impressive. She had not anticipated that he excelled in basketball, academics, and culinary skills. Was there anything Jian Hang could not do? Jian Hang retrieved 2 eggs from the refrigerator. My mom always says my dad's cooking is terrible, but she is not much better herself. So, I took it upon myself to learn how to cook. Su Qingyu nodded, watching him adeptly crack the eggs and whisk them. His long, strong fingers moved with dexterity, and the veins on the back of his hand subtly protruded as he stirred. With a sizzle, the egg mixture was poured into the hot oil, instantly expanding into golden strands. Jian Hang flicked the pan with one hand, causing the egg to arc gracefully through the air before settling back into the pan. Su Qingyu was captivated, exclaiming without thinking, I really envy your future girlfriend. The moment the words left her mouth, both of them paused. Su Qingyu's face flushed crimson, her heartbeat echoing in her chest. Chapter 60. Do not cook for girls casually. Jian Hang spoke first to alleviate the awkward tension. It's just cooking. It's nothing extraordinary. Su Qingyu instinctively wanted to respond that she couldn't cook at all, but recalling her earlier foolish remark, she chuckled awkwardly and quietly stood to the side, contemplating how she might lend a hand. Once the dishes were prepared, Su Qingyu promptly assisted in bringing them to the dining table. She looked up at Jian Hang and softly said, Thank you for your hard work. It was indeed quite an effort, so do indulge, Jian Hang replied as he carried the last dish from the kitchen. Upon seeing the table laden with an array of aromatic and visually appealing dishes, Su Qingyu's eyes widened. She was genuinely hungry now. Come, Qingyu, sit down. Lin Guizhi warmly urged, serving Su Qingyu some food. Try Hang's cooking. This child has loved tinkering with food since he was little. Jian Fuyo, unable to contain his eagerness, grabbed a piece of braised pork. Hang's braised pork is exceptional, far tastier than his mother's. How could you say that? Lin Guizhi shot a glare at her husband. What is wrong with my braised pork? Yours. Jian Fuyo pretended to ponder. It's practically inedible, ha ha ha. Jian Fuyo. Lin Guizhi feigned an attempt to hit him, and he quickly dodged, the family bursting into laughter. Su Qingyu watched this scene, her heart warming. She took a piece of braised pork and was instantly taken aback by its exquisite flavor. Well? Jian Hang inquired, observing her reaction. Su Qingyu nodded vigorously. It's absolutely delicious. Don't just eat the braised pork. Try this too, Lin Guizhi insisted, placing a serving of stir-fried vegetables into Su Qingyu's bowl. Hang says eating organic vegetables is good for your health. Thank you, Auntie, Su Qingyu replied obediently. And this too, Jian Fuyo chimed in, adding a piece of sweet and sour ribs to her bowl. Hang's specialty. I assure you will love it. Su Qingyu's bowl soon resembled a small mountain, and as she gazed at the delightful array of dishes, a wave of emotion washed over her. Since her parents' separation, she had not enjoyed such a lively meal. She swallowed her tears and said, It's delicious. Indeed, Jian Hang's culinary skills were exceptional. Each dish was perfectly balanced, neither too salty nor too bland, with impeccable timing. She couldn't help but think how fortunate one would be to savor such meals every day. After finishing, Jian Fuyo volunteered to do the dishes while Jian Hang and Su Qingyu settled in the living room to watch television. Lin Guizhi peeked into the kitchen and complained, Old Jian, you misplaced the soy sauce bottle again. Oh, what does it matter where I put it? You wouldn't understand. I arrange things by frequency of use for convenience. Su Qingyu couldn't help but glance back, despite Lin Guizhi's complaints. Her hands expertly accepted the plates Jian Fuyo passed to her. Though they occasionally bickered, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Do you think my mom is quite chatty? Jian Hang lowered his voice. She tends to worry a lot. That is not a bad thing. Su Qingyu replied softly. Your family feels very warm. Jian Hang, Bao said, then smiled. You haven't seen them argue. Last time my dad tossed his socks in the washing machine, and my mom didn't speak to him for 3 days. Su Qingyu bit her lip. At least they still argue about such things. Jian Hang looked at her, noticing the way her eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, casting a small shadow on her face with her lowered lashes. Ah Hang. Su Qingyu hesitated. Is it alright if I call you that? Of course, Jian Hang thought. How could I possibly refuse? That would only make you feel wronged. He could sense that Su Qingyu's mood was somewhat off, likely due to thoughts of her own parents. Alright, from now on, I'll let you call me that, he said. Su Qingyu felt a flutter of joy in her heart as she looked into Jian Hang's eyes. Ah Hang, when do you plan to return to Nanqing? Next week, just a couple of days before school starts. The thought of Su Qingyu calling him Ah Hang felt slightly peculiar, but he continued, we can go together. Su Qingyu hesitated, but I can't let my mom know. She'll fuss. Also, send me your ID information so I can buy the tickets together. She figured Jian Hang would likely take the train back, and she intended to accompany him, but her mother would surely disapprove. Moreover, considering the high price of airfare, given Jian Hang's family circumstances, it seemed more sensible to use the pretext of buying tickets together to help him with a plane ticket. However, Jian Hang firmly declined. No need. Just let me know the schedule and time. I'll buy it myself. Okay, Suinju Nadif. Noticing the time, she realized it was nearly time to return to the hotel. Time flies. Before parting, Lin Guizhi grasped Su Qingyu's hand. Do come and visit often. Thank you for your hospitality. Auntie, Su Qingyu politely replied, goodbye, uncle and auntie. Jian Hang escorted her downstairs, saying my parents are just overly enthusiastic. I hope they didn't intimidate you. Su Qingyu shook her head. Not at all. Your mom is wonderful, and so is your dad. I really like the atmosphere in your family. Jian Hang smiled at her. I'll help you hail a cab. Su Qingyu's face flushed, and she averted her gaze. Ah Hang, she summoned her courage. Please don't casually cook for girls. It can easily lead to misunderstandings. Jian Hang stared at her, bewildered. Su Qingyu bit her lip. I'm not misunderstanding anything. With that, she hurriedly jumped into a taxi, fleeing as if in panic. Misunderstanding what? Jian Hang stood there, perplexed, before chuckling to himself. How ungrateful. She didn't even say goodbye. He turned and nonchalantly strolled back upstairs, hands clasped behind his neck, treating it as a leisurely post-meal stroll. With a thud, Jian Hang closed the door and changed his shoes. Just as he stretched his neck, he noticed his parents in the living room exchanging knowing glances. Ahem. Jian Fuyo cleared his throat. Ah Hang, about Su Qingyu. Jian Hang sighed deeply. I've already said she is just a high school classmate. So please stop asking. Oh. Lin Guizhi raised an eyebrow, disregarding Jian Hang's protest. Is she really just a classmate? Since you came in, she has been sneaking glances at you. Really? Jian Hang was taken aback. Don't try to trick me. Of course she has, Jian Fuyo interjected. I counted. From the kitchen to the dining room, then to the living room. She looked at you at least 30 times. Jian Hang found himself in a state of bemusement. Dad, are you serious? Counting this? Why shouldn't I count? Jian Fuyo retorted, unabashed. This pertains to your lifelong affair. To be candid, Jian Fuyo and Lin Guizhi had not intended to pry too deeply. However, after Jian Hang stepped out to escort Su Qingyu, the couple engaged in a discussion and concluded that the two youngsters indeed had potential. Faced with his parents' relentless inquiries, Jian Hang felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. He pinched the bridge of his nose, exclaiming, what lifelong affair. We're still in high school. High school, mind you. Suddenly, Jian Fuyo became animated. And what's wrong with high school? Your mother and I were classmates in middle school. Indeed, Lin Guizhi chimed in enthusiastically. Jian Fuyo insisted. But I pursued your mother only after I turned 18. Lost in nostalgic reverie, Jian Fuyo reminisced. Back then, your mother was quite aloof. I chased her for 3 whole years. Jian Fuyo. Lin Guizhi shot a disapproving glance at her husband, reminding him to focus on the matter at hand. Jian Hang observed his parents bantering back and forth and felt a sudden surge of exasperation. Mom, Dad, I'm exhausted. I'm going to my room to rest. Lin Guizhi seized his arm. Wait, what does that girl's family do? Oh, her family runs a company, Jian Hang replied casually. Her family is the wealthiest in Hangcheng. Jian Fuyo and Lin Guizhi exchanged a stunned glance. They're in a company? Jian Fuyo mused, deep in thought. Hangcheng's wealthiest? Lin Guizhi echoed in disbelief. Sighing, Jian Fuyo lamented. That does indeed create quite the disparity. May I return to my studies now? Jian Hang in quit non jialen. Go ahead. Lin Guizhi waved him off, but as he turned to leave, she hastily added, son, focus on your studies, all right? Let's postpone any other considerations until university. Jian Hang flashed an okay gesture to his parents before retreating to his room, closing the door behind him and releasing a long breath. Initially, he felt indifferent towards Su Qingyu, but the meddling of Zhang Chong and his parents had led him to believe there might be something between them. All what needless worry, Jian Hang pulled out a chair from under his desk and sat down with nonchalance. Moments later, Su Qingyu messaged him, stating she had arrived at the hotel. Jian Hang replied succinctly, that's good. Ultimately, he tossed his phone aside and retrieved a book of mathematics competition problems, burying himself in study. I truly envy your future girlfriend. The memory of Su Qingyu's words and her expressions, either shy or astonished, replayed in his mind. Jian Hang propped his right leg up and glanced at his reflection in the window, sweeping a hand through his bangs. Stay low-key. Stay low-key. This matter must never be disclosed to Zhang Chong. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly make a fuss. In the following 2 days, Jian Hang immersed himself in his computer, researching and typing away. Jian Fuyu and Lin Guizhi curiously observed their son, perplexed by his activities, as the screen displayed a labyrinth of incomprehensible English letters. Late into the night, Jian Hang lay exhausted on his bed, gazing contentedly at the webpage he had created, a smile gracing his lips. Ding! His phone vibrated. He picked it up to see a message from Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, Jian, what are you up to? Jian Hang, contemplating life. Zhang Chong, my brother's truly profound. Jian Hang, cut the nonsense, what is it? Zhang Chong, there is indeed something important. Today is Su Qingyu's birthday. Jian Hang. Suddenly, Jian Hang recalled that during the last class before winter break, Su Qingyu had indeed mentioned her birthday. Oh no, I forgot. Jian Hang, so what? Zhang Chong, are you serious? You didn't wish her a happy birthday? Jian Hang, no. Jian Hang, I'll send a message right away. Zhang Chong, alright. Originally, Tang Xiao Tang and Lazy Sheep were planning a surprise birthday celebration for Su Qingyu, but it seems she has gone traveling to another province. Jian Hang, oh hot? Exiting the chat with Zhang Chong, Jian Hang found Su Qingyu's QQ. Jian Hang, happy birthday? After a moment, Su Qingyu replied, thank you. Su Qingyu, sorry, I have to leave early for Nanchang due to unforeseen circumstances. Jian Hang stared blankly at Su Qingyu's new message. Jian Hang, it's alright. Jian Hang, I'm sorry, I forgot today was your birthday. Su Qingyu, no problem. See you when school starts. Jian Hang, okay. Chapter 61. I told you she treats you differently. On New Year's Eve, the community was aglow with lights, each household radiating warmth. Lin Guizhi was busy in the kitchen chopping vegetables, while Jian Hang assisted by washing vegetables and cutting meat, moving with practiced ease. Jian Fuyu was equally occupied, emerging from the kitchen with a steaming pot of chicken soup, its aroma wafting through the air. Hang, your knife skills are improving, Lin Guizhi exclaimed, noticing Jian Hang's meticulously sliced carrot shreds. Jian Hang smiled lightly, responding with ease, of course, who do you think I am the son of? You cheeky child. Your words are becoming increasingly sweet. Lin Guizhi chuckled, shaking her head, her eyes filled with pride. Jian Fuyu placed the chicken soup on the table and interjected. Hang is not just skilled with a knife. Our family has opened a Taobao store this past half year, and the profits have surpassed last year's by at least 5 times. This kid is a natural businessman, just like me. Ha ha. Lin Guizhi discreetly rolled her eyes. Your father is getting carried away again. Flattered by the praise, Jian Hang felt a sense of elation, though he remained modest, saying, I was just lucky to encounter a good opportunity. Luck? Jian Fuyu raised an eyebrow. What nonsense. This winter break, your mother and I have come to understand that for our store to be profitable, we need to study the market, understand customer demands, and grasp the theories of e-commerce operation. This is not mere luck, it's your talent. In this regard, your father is quite self-aware. Lin Guizhi chimed in with a smile. Hang, we owe you a debt of gratitude. However, making money is your father and mother's responsibility. Focus on your studies. Seeing your excellent grades fills us with joy, and all the hardship is worth it. Jian Hang felt warmth in his heart. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will certainly work hard in my studies and aim for a good university. Jian Fuyu inquired with curiosity, Son, which university do you aspire to attend? Of course, it's Jing University, Jian Hang replied without hesitation. Both parents were taken aback, exchanging a look of disbelief. Lin Guizhi, concerned, cautioned Jian Hang, don't overexert yourself. Be careful not to wear yourself out. Recently, you've been busy helping with the store and staying up late to study. I worry about your health. Upon saying this, Lin Guizhi shot a stern look at Jian Fuyu. Jian Fuyu quickly added, yes, your mother is right. Health is the foundation of everything. While studying is essential, you must also balance work and rest, understand? Jian Hang nodded. Don't worry, I'm strong and won't wear myself out. But hearing you say you want to attend Jing University makes me both proud and excited, Jian Fuyu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Your mother and I never even finished high school. If you get into Jing University, I will throw a feast and treat the entire village. Though Jian Hang's family resided in a county town, most of their relatives lived in the countryside. Regardless of which university you attend, your parents will wholeheartedly support you, Lin Guizhi added. Indeed, without a doubt, Jian Fuyu eagerly nodded. Jian Hang felt his eyes welling up. In his previous life, When he was admitted to an ordinary second-tier university, his parents had done the same. At that time, Lin Guizhi had been suffering from severe gastric issues, enduring without visiting the hospital to save money for Jian Hang. Jian Hang was unaware of these sacrifices. However, he firmly refused to accept living expenses from his parents. Reflecting upon it now, he feels fortunate for his past decisions. The New Year's Eve dinner still showcased Jian Hang's culinary prowess. Once the dishes were prepared, the family gathered around the dining table, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. The aroma of the delectable dishes wafted through the air. Jian Fuyo extracted a red envelope from his pocket, announcing, "Ding ding ding, son, this is a gift from your mother and me." Jian Hang glanced at the envelope, noting its substantial thickness, likely containing at least 1,000. He graciously accepted it, chuckling with delight. "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Mom." He tucked the envelope into his pocket and proceeded to serve dishes to Lin Guizhi and Jian Fuyo, saying, "Here, try this braised crab I specially prepared for you. And the fish too. May our family enjoy abundance year after year." Jian Fuyo took a bite, savoring the flavors, and exclaimed, "Your culinary skills are truly exceptional. It's a pity that once school starts again, I won't have the pleasure of enjoying your cooking." With that, he cast a wistful glance at Lin Guizhi. "Eat if you want. I can't be bothered to cook," Lin Guizhi retorted, laughter tinged with annoyance. Their playful banter resumed, and Jian Hang beamed with joy. Suddenly, curiosity struck him. "Dad, Mom, how much have you earned in the past 6 months?" Jian Fuyo set down his chopsticks, contemplating before responding, after deducting costs and shipping. "Our net profit is approximately 200,000. 200,000? Jian Hang gasped in disbelief. Given Jian Fuyo and Lin Guizhi's educational backgrounds and accumulated experience, the hardships they endured to achieve this level of success were evident. A bittersweet sensation washed over Jian Hang. "Dad, Mom, please don't overexert yourselves. Money is important, but your health is paramount." Jian Fuyo patted Jian Hang's shoulder, pride shining in his eyes. "Rest assured, your mother's health has improved significantly, and I'm making an effort to quit smoking. We must take care of ourselves, especially with such an outstanding son like you inspiring us to strive harder." Lin Guizhi chimed in, her smile radiant. "Indeed, Hang, don't worry." The family continued to relish their New Year's Eve dinner, sharing amusing anecdotes about their Taobao shop and future plans. Jian Hang felt a profound sense of contentment, convinced that all their hard work was worthwhile. After the meal, Lin Guizhi washed the dishes in the kitchen while Jian Fuyo tidied up. Jian Hang retreated to his room, picked up his phone, and discovered an unread message. He opened it to find a New Year's greeting from Qingyu. "Happy New Year." Jian Hang paused momentarily before replying. "Happy New Year. Why are you messaging me so early today? Are you celebrating at home?" However, after sending the message, he received no further response from Qingyu. Perhaps she hadn't seen it, Jian Hang thought, dismissing the matter as he returned to the living room to assist his parents in preparing for the Spring Festival Gala, a cherished ritual in the Jian household. As Jian Fuyo would say, the family must be together, not a single person can be absent. After watching the gala, the clock struck midnight. Jian Hang returned to his bedroom and glanced at his phone. Qingyu had still not replied. Zhang Chong messaged him. "Jian, Happy New Year. Do you know any beautiful girls in Hangzhou? You better confess when you return." Jian Hang replied, "Happy New Year. Just wait until you get back." Ma Fan messaged, "Jian, Happy New Year. In the new year, continue to let me ride your coattails." Jian Hang responded, "Happy New Year. I hope you grow a bit taller, so you one teen need to cling to me." Ma Fan replied instantly, "Thanks for the blessing, brother." He Yang messaged, "Happy New Year. Don't forget our friendship. Share some study tips, like your mistake notebook." Jian Hang replied, "Happy New Year. I'll give you last year's notes when I get back, but I recall you took a copy before." He Yang, sweating JPG, "Really? I'll look for it." Tang Xiaodang, "Happy New Year." Jian Hang replied, "Happy New Year." After responding to everyone, Jian Hang opened the chat window with Zhang Chong. "Jian Hang, Chongzi, what are you up to?" Zhang Chong, "What else? Just finished watching the Spring Festival Gala and getting ready for bed." "What about you?" Jian Hang, "Oh, sounds like a cozy life." Zhang Chong, "What's there to do during winter break? By the way, did Qingyu message you today?" Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. "Did she message you?" Zhang Chong replied, "No, just got messages from He Yang and Tang Xiaodang. If the school beauty were to send me New Year wishes, I'd be over the moon." "Come on, did she message you?" Jian Hang, "She did. Just a simple Happy New Year, and then nothing else." Zhang Chong, "Ah, I knew she felt differently about you." Zhang Chong realized, "Just that? Nothing more?" Jian Hang, MHM. Jian Hang, "You're overthinking it. She probably just felt polite since I helped her with her studies." Zhang Chong expressed skepticism. "Really?" Jian Hang was reluctant to entertain the question. He initially intended to ask Zhang Chong if He Yang or Tang Xiaodang mentioned anything, but reconsidered. It was likely that even they hadn't mentioned Qingyu's visit to Hangzhou, or else Zhang Chong would have been interrogating him by now. Zhang Chong inquired, "When will you come back, bro?" Jian Hang pondered. The day before school starts. Zhang Chong, playing dead JPG. Do not disturb. This kid. Jian Hang Juka Sopti. He mused that perhaps nothing significant had occurred. It was merely his overthinking. In the days leading up to the day before school started, Qingyu did not reach out to Jian Hang again. Out of concern, Jian Hang inquired once about how she was progressing with the materials they had purchased, hoping to naturally uncover what might be troubling her. But alas, Qingyu remained unresponsive. Annoyed, Jian Hang raked his fingers through his hair. If she didn't want to reply, so be it. After all, school resumed in just 2 days. Chapter 62. The transfer student, rumored to be a beauty. Jian Fuyo and Lin Guizhi insisted on accompanying Jian Hang to the airport, despite his flight being at 8:30 in the morning. Jian Hang wished for them to get more rest and declined their offer. At 6 in the morning, Jian Hang, burdened with his heavy suitcase, stood beneath their apartment building, gazing up at the window of the home they rented. After a few seconds, he turned and dragged his suitcase away. After a brief nap on the plane, Jian Hang finally arrived in South City. Upon disembarking, he was bombarded with a flurry of messages from Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, Jiangu, major news. Zhang Chong, did you know? Our class will have a transfer student coming tomorrow. Zhang Chong, I heard from Jiang Ning that she's a great beauty. Ma Fan, I wonder how she compares to Su Qingyu. Zhang Chong, of course, Su is the prettiest, right, Jinga? Jian Hang, you decide. Jian Hang rubbed his temples, opting to ignore Zhang Chong's messages. Otherwise, he would be inundated with endless gossip. Upon reaching the entrance of classroom 401, Jian Hang was the first to arrive at the dormitory. He pushed the door open, dragging his suitcase inside, wrinkling his nose at the musty odor that lingered in the room, having been unoccupied throughout the winter break. The dormitory was filled with a faint mildew scent along with an indescribable stench. Jian Hang set down his backpack and immediately opened the windows to let in some fresh air. The crisp, cool breeze rushed in, and Jian Hang took a deep breath. It was now 10 in the morning, and judging by his understanding of Zhang Chong and Ma Fan, they likely wouldn't arrive until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. With a sigh, Jian Hang snapped a photo of the classroom and sent it to Zhang Chong and Ma Fan. I can't take it anymore. I'm cleaning up first. You two owe me a feast. Zhang Chong replied almost instantly. Brother, have you reached the dormitory? Ma Fan responded, how could I possibly feel comfortable? Thank you for your hard work, brother. It's merely a grand feast, nothing to worry about. Zhang Chong added, indeed, it's a trivial matter. Ma Gu is treating us. Ma Fan teased. Here's a look for you to interpret at your leisure. Jian Hang's lips quivered slightly. It seemed he had underestimated these two gentlemen. With a sigh, he resolved to commence cleaning, fetching water to wipe down the tables and chairs, and then sweeping the floor. However, he did not expect that upon lowering his gaze, he would discover a dark, unidentifiable object lurking beneath Zhang Chong's bed. Terrified, Jian Hang leaned closer to inspect it. Nearly fainting on the spot, he recoiled abruptly, pinching his nose in revulsion as he used a broom to sweep the object out. To his astonishment, Zhang Chong had carelessly discarded a stinky sock beneath his bed, which explained the foul odor permeating the dormitory. Jian Hang prided himself on his cleanliness. He had vacated the dormitory last semester, only to find that this fellow had let himself go upon his departure. Never mind, he thought, gritting his teeth. I will give them a good scolding once they return. Enduring the unpleasant stench, Jian Hang mopped the floor twice, paying special attention to the balcony, which was heavily coated in dust. Exhausted, he had labored for 2 hours and finally completed the task. He stood with his hands on his hips, surveying the spotless floor, the tidy tables and chairs, and the gleaming windows with a sense of satisfaction. After accomplishing all this, he emptied his suitcase of clothes, neatly folded them into the wardrobe, and then tidied his bed. This time, having traveled from Hangzhou, he had brought numerous local specialties. Due to his early departure and the arduous cleaning, Jian Hang had missed lunch and collapsed onto his bed in exhaustion. In a drowsy haze, he heard the heavy footfalls echoing in the corridor, accompanied by labored breaths. Jian Hang, help me. Zhang Chong's voice grew louder. Come quickly. Jian Hang rolled out of bed and opened the door, nearly bursting into laughter. Zhang Chong was struggling, dragging a suitcase with his left hand, clutching 2 large plastic bags with his right, and sporting a bulging backpack on his back. The funniest part was that after a winter break apart, his face had noticeably rounded, complete with a double chin. Did you bring the entire supermarket with you? Jian Hang rushed forward to assist. Don't even mention it. Zhang Chong plopped down onto a chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead. My grandfather was worried I wouldn't eat well at school, so he stuffed me with a mountain of food. He paused, glancing at his own physique. Hey, have you noticed? I think I've lost weight. Jian Hang stifled a laugh. Yes, you've lost so much weight that your neck is no longer visible. Get lost. Zhang Chong mockingly tossed a cushion at him. What I have is called muscle. You wouldn't understand. During the new year, I was pestering my grandfather to run with me, fearing for his health. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow, teasing, I never imagined running could yield such impressive results. I wouldn't dare to try it myself. Just as the two were exchanging banter, the door creaked open once more. Ma Fan burst in, carrying a large woven bag, exclaiming, brothers, I miss you all so much. Jian Hang and Zhang Chong turned in unison, sharing a hearty laugh. Ma Fan was clad in a down jacket that was clearly one size too small, the zipper straining to contain his frame. Ma Fan, Zhang Chong feigned seriousness. Did you mistakenly don last year as clothing? Shut it. Ma Fan dropped the woven bag to the floor. This is what my mother insisted I wear. She was worried I'd be cold. By the way, I brought you guys some local specialties. With that, he pulled out a large bag of beef jerky. This is a special treat from my hometown. It's absolutely delicious. Zhang Chong's eyes lit up as he reached out to grab it, but suddenly hesitated, recalling something. Wait a minute. Are you trying to make us gain weight along with you? Ma Fan surveyed Zhang Chong from head to toe, unable to contain his laughter. And you have the audacity to call me out? Just look at your belly. It's almost as big as the well at your village entrance. This is muscle. Zhang Chong protested, patting his stomach. Look at its elasticity. Jian Hang laughed so hard he could hardly stand. All right, you two should cease this rivalry. To me, you both have gained weight in the most fitting manner. One resembles a joyous figure from a traditional painting, while the other looks like a lucky cat. What a perfect match. Jian, they exclaimed in unison. Jian Hang quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I won't say another word. But seriously, have you considered shedding a few pounds? Shed pounds? Zhang Chong and Ma Fan exchanged glances, responding in unison. We'll talk about that after this meal. Jian Hang retrieved a large bag of Hangzhou specialties from beneath the table. I brought a lot of tasty treats as well. Thus, the three of them settled around Jian Hang's freshly made bed, indulging in a feast. The snacks Ma Fan brought were indeed delectable. While Zhang Chong's variety was equally impressive, Jian Hang's offerings were a delightful emlang of sweet, sour, and salty flavors. After satisfying their appetites, Zhang Chong and Ma Fan both let out satisfied burps. They simultaneously glanced at their bellies, then at Jian Hang's, and quietly took a step back, distancing themselves from the remaining snacks. A restless energy began to permeate dormitory 401. Zhang Chong sat cross-legged on the bed, waving a bag of chips in the air, his words flying as he exclaimed, I heard that our class has a new transfer student, and she is stunning. Jiang Ning mentioned that a few days ago. She was called by Li Ban to help out and accidentally spotted her file on his desk. Apparently, she transferred from out of province. Ma Fan, busy organizing the wardrobe, immediately perked up at this news. Did she have any pictures? None that I know of. Zhang Chong replied mysteriously, lowering his voice. But Jiang Ning said she is quite beautiful with fair skin. Come on, Ma Fan rolled his eyes. Last time Jiang Ning said the new English teacher next door looked like Lu Yifei, and we ended up with someone bald. Jian Hang, who had been lying on the bed reading, tuned out the conversation. He had little interest in transfer students, but he couldn't help but wonder, is Jiang Ning really such a gossip? Zhang Chong grinned. I noticed this at the end of last semester, Jian. You've been so busy with this and that, it's not surprising you missed it. With that, Zhang Chong resumed the previous topic, banging his hand on the bed in excitement, emphatically declaring, this time, it's definitely true. Jiang Ning said, that girl excels academically, being the top of her class at her previous high school. Top of her class? Ma Fan turned to Jian Hang with curiosity. Doesn't that make her your biggest rival, Jian? Zhang Chong chimed in. Why aren't you reacting? Could it be that with the stunning Su Qingyu around, you've lost interest in other girls? Jian Hang paused, his hand halting in its motion. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Chong grew animated, striding over to Jian Hang's bedside, resting his hand on the headboard. It's only a matter of time, huh? While Jian Hang found their banter amusing within the confines of the dormitory, he set his book down, his gaze sharpened with seriousness. But please, do not speak of this outside. Of course, Zhang Chong turned back to chat with Ma Fan about the transfer student and various amusing incidents from the winter break. They continued their chatter until the early hours of the morning, finally burying themselves in their remaining assignments. Ma Fan was to be expected, but Jian Hang found it hard to believe that Zhang Chong, despite being a scholarship student, was performing so well academically. As the morning sun streamed through the classroom windows, Jian Hang, Zhang Chong, and Ma Fan entered to find that many classmates had already arrived. However, Su Qingyu was conspicuously absent. An air of excitement permeated the classroom, with students huddled in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Have you heard? The new transfer student is extraordinarily beautiful. Is that true? I heard she is exceptionally intelligent as well. Oh dear, how can one be both beautiful and clever? Is that even fair? In comparison to the renowned Su de Xiaohua, who is more beautiful? I cannot say for certain, but I believe the transfer student cannot possibly compare to Su Qingyu. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow as he made his way to his seat. Zhang Chong, resembling a cat that has caught the scent of fish, immediately gravitated towards He Yangyang and Tang Xiaodang upon entering the classroom. Two lovely ladies. Zhang Chong feigned an air of mystery, lowering his voice. I've heard you possess insider information regarding the transfer student. The boys had been comparing Su Qingyu with the newcomer since early morning, much to the discontent of He Yangyang and Tang Xiaodang. Zhang Chong's sudden inquiry irritated He Yangyang, who had intended to roll her eyes, but instead found herself chuckling at Zhang Chong's round, pancake-like face. Tang Xiaodang was also amused, bursting into laughter. After taking a seat, Jian Hang smiled slightly, then pulled out a historical classic to read, which piqued the interest of He Yangyang and Tang Xiaodang, who regarded him with newfound respect. At least Jian Hang was not a mindless and superficial boy. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the classroom, accompanied by hushed murmurs. Jian Hang looked up to see Su Qingyu enter. She appeared somewhat haggard, with noticeable dark circles under her eyes, and her movements were light and unsteady. With her head bowed, she hurried to her desk, offering no greeting as she tossed her backpack onto the table and buried her head in her arms. What is wrong with Su? He Yangyang whispered. Tang Xiaodang shook her head. She seems to have been quite busy lately and hasn't responded to my messages. Jian Hang felt a pang of unease in his chest. He Yangyang and Tang Xiaodang exchanged bewildered glances, hesitating over whether to inquire about her well-being. She asked the transfer student who came with Li Ban, someone announced. The classroom fell silent in an instant. Even Su Qingyu lifted her head. By the window, Li Liang approached, followed by a tall girl with an upright posture. Chapter 63. The new student schemes instantly unmasked. Li Liang stepped onto the podium, clapped his hands as if announcing momentous news. Classmates, we have a new student today. Fan Yao. Let us give her a warm welcome. No sooner had he finished speaking than the classroom erupted in a thunderous applause, as if Fan Yao were an international superstar. Indeed, Fan Yao possessed a refreshing beauty. Although she lacked the stunning allure of Su Qingyu, she was endearing and charming, especially with her two faint dimples that could melt hearts when she smiled. Hello everyone. Fan Yao's voice chimed like a wind chime. I'm Fan Yao. I look forward to getting to know you. The applause swelled once more, particularly among the boys, whose eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. One boy could not resist letting out a low whistle, though the teacher Li Liang caught him and shot him an admonishing glare. The boy promptly shrank back, looking as meek as a quail. Jian Hang remained disinterested, engrossed in his textbook, as if the arrival of the new student had no bearing on him. However, his peripheral vision involuntarily darted towards Su Qingyu, a nagging sense of something amiss gnawing at him. During the break, Li Liang assigned Jiang Ning to escort Fan Yao to the academic office for materials. As soon as they left, the classroom erupted into chatter. The new student's eyes are enormous, like talking marbles. One boy exclaimed excitedly. Yes, she is attractive too, though she can't quite match Su Qingyu. She is definitely prettier than Su Jia. Looks like our class's second beauty position is about to change. The new student seems quite agreeable. I plan to add her on QQ, another boy chimed in. Sure, but if you get her account, don't forget to share. Why don't you ask her yourself? I'm too shy. Ha ha ha, what a coward. The boys' discussion grew animated. Zhang Chong glanced around and noticed Su Jia covertly watching Jian Hang. Upon being caught, she hurriedly averted her gaze, pretending to be engrossed in her textbook. Zhang Chong smirked, thinking to himself, you were so confident before. Now you're just a relic of Jiangu's past. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a diamond-shaped light spot on his math workbook. Jian Hang was deeply engrossed in a complex geometry problem, though his thoughts were consumed with words of comfort he wished to offer. The pen glided in silver arcs at his fingertips, inadvertently brushing against the unsolved problem for the 7th time. He Yangyang and Tang Xiaodang, the two close friends, exchanged worried glances, both wearing expressions of concern, yet hesitating to inquire about Su Qingyu. Behind them, Zhang Chong casually asked Tang Xiaodang, what is wrong with Su Qingyu? Tang Xiaodang replied with a frown. It seems something has happened at home. When Xiaotang and I asked her, she was reluctant to share, and we didn't want to pry further. It seems we were right, Jian Hang thought, recalling how Su Qingyu had hurriedly left Hangcheng due to family matters. After a moment of silence, he picked up the eraser from his desk and accurately tossed it to Su Qingyu's table. Su Qingyu paused, picking up the eraser. Whose is this? He Yangyang, Zhang Chong, and Tang Xiaodang all stared at Jian Hang in astonishment. Jian Hang feigned surprise, expressing an air of apology and nonchalance. It's mine. How did it end up over there? I was just tossing it around, my apologies. Su Qingyu glanced at him and then lowered her gaze. Placing the eraser back on his desk, it's fine. You have such dark circles under your eyes. Have you been staying up late? Jian Hang inquired casually, a hint of playful teasing in his tone. You didn't by the materials, did you? Don't push yourself. Feel free to ask me. Hearing this, Su Qingyu smiled slightly and nodded, all right. Immediately, Her mood visibly brightened. Zhang Chong, Tang Xiaodang, and He Yang exchanged knowing looks. As expected, it's still you. Zhang Chong whispered, giving Jian Hang a discreet thumbs up. Tang Xiaodang, catching a hint of gossip, quietly pulled out her notebook to jot down the novel inspiration that had just struck her. The female protagonist is unhappy. The male protagonist deliberately teases her to inquire. And though she remains silent, her spirits lift due to the male protagonist's caring nature. What are you writing? He Yang leaned in curiously. Tang Xiaodang quickly tucked her notebook away. Nothing. You're so suspicious. Is there something going on? He Yang regarded her skeptically. Hee. Tang Xiaodang refused to divulge. As discussions regarding the new student grew increasingly fervent, Zhang Chong could not help but exclaim, Bro, I told you so. The new student is quite good-looking. So what? If you like her, go ahead and pursue her, Jian Hang casually replied. Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback, recovering after a moment. Am I the kind of person who falls for every pretty face? I'm not sure, Jian Hang responded earnestly, not lifting his head. Haha, serves you right. He Yang smirked, reveling in Zhang Chong's discomfort. Hey, lazy sheep, what did I do to you? Zhang Chong protested, feeling aggrieved. He Yang ignored his grumpy expression and glanced at Jian Hang with admiration. But Jian Hang is an exception. Taken aback by the sudden compliment, Jian Hang replied, Thanks. Hey, Tang Xiaodang nudged He Yang's arm, whispering, It might be too late now, but how about after the next class? We take Su for a walk on the playground to lift her spirits? Sounds good. He Yang agreed immediately. Hearing this, Jian Hang glanced at Su Qingyu's profile once more. Just then a boy shouted, Quiet, the new student has arrived. The classroom fell silent as if a pause button had been pressed. Zhang Chong curiously asked, What happened at Su's house? I don't know. She doesn't want to talk about it. Tang Xiaodang pouted, You should focus on the new student instead. Zhang Chong was left bewildered. Why should I care about the new student? Jian Hang's gaze swept over Fan Yao, then returned, inadvertently catching sight of Su Qingyu gripping her clothing tightly. Her knuckles turning white. The mathematics class proceeded. Encouraged by Tang Xiaodang, He Yang took the initiative to inquire of Su Qingyu, Su, how about we take a stroll on the playground? Without raising her gaze, Su Qingyu merely replied, No, I wish to enjoy some peace and quiet. He Yang turned, exchanging a glance with Tang Xiaodang, and with a resigned shake of his head, the two decided to remain silent for the time being. Zhang Chong, after contemplating for a while, attempted to express his concern but ultimately returned to his seat in silence. In stark contrast to the palpable stillness on this side of the classroom, the table at the back where Ma Fan sat was abuzz with excitement. As soon as Fan Yao took her seat, her classmates on either side eagerly engaged her in conversation. Fan Yao, which school did you transfer from? Z City no. One high school, she replied. A boy exclaimed, That's a prestigious school. Indeed, why did you transfer? Surrounded by her inquisitive classmates, Fan Yao smiled sweetly. Because my mom got transferred for work, I truly miss my old school. Su Wingyu Kunenchit had feasts tightly. Jian Hang, having finally solved the problem from earlier, leaned casually against the wall, spinning a pen in his fingers to clear his mind. Across from him, Fan Yao suddenly turned her head in their direction, specifically focusing on the absorbed Su Qingyu. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and boldly approached Su Qingyu. Jian Hang's gaze met Fan Yao's, and for a brief instant, she seemed taken aback before offering him a friendly nod and smile. Out of courtesy, Jian Hang returned the gesture. The classroom fell into an abrupt hush as a crowd of onlookers turned their attention toward this unexpected interaction. Is Fan Yao interested in Jian Hang? Whispered Luo Wei's deskmate. Why do women only care about looks and height? Luo Wei grumbled, feeling indignant, before shifting his thoughts to Su Qingyu, relieved that she was not as shallow as the others. You're Su Qingyu, aren't you? Fan Yao extended her right hand with a sweet smile. Hello. We'll be classmates from now on. Su Qingyu lifted her gaze, coldly retorting, Do we know each other? Oh. Fan Yao blinked in feigned surprise. You don't remember me? She hesitated, a glint of cunning flickering in her eyes, tilting her head slightly. Perhaps you've forgotten? It's common for important people to forget things. No worries. We can get acquainted from now on. Su Qingyu let out a disdainful scoff. I'm sorry, but I have absolutely no interest in you. At that moment, the entire class gasped in shock. How arrogant. However, they were accustomed to her demeanor. She had always been this way. Speculation arose among the students. Could there be some unresolved tension between Su Qingyu and Fan Yao? If so, it would indeed be thrilling. Qingyu, you must have some misunderstanding about me. Fan Yao's expression turned slightly hurt. It's all right. With that, she turned to leave, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Chapter 64. The underlying currents among girls. In just one morning, Fan Yao had effortlessly ingratiated herself with her classmates. Her sweet smile and demure demeanor seemed to bestow upon her an innate charm, inciting a flurry of excitement wherever she went. Boys surrounded her with questions, while girls displayed immense interest, as if she were the beloved newcomer of the class. At lunchtime, a few girls approached her eagerly, inviting her to join them in the cafeteria. Fan Yao, would you like to have lunch with us? We can help you get familiar with the school. Fan Yao smiled gently, revealing her trademark dimples, her tone soft yet slightly distant. Thank you, but I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps next time. The girls, slightly disappointed, turned away without further protest. However, Fan Yao's gaze shifted towards Su Qingyu's close friend, Jian Hang. She approached with a voice as sweet as honey. First addressing Su Qingyu. Qingyu, would you like to join me for lunch? I'm new here and not very familiar with the place. Could you accompany me? Su Qingyu let out a weary sigh. Although she was uncertain of Fan Yao's intentions, she understood that Fan Yao was being deliberately provocative, fully aware of her disdain towards her. Indifferent to Fan Yao's invitation, Su Qingyu turned to Jian Hang and remarked, Lazy Jian Hang, I'm hungry. Jian Hang and Tang Xiaodang had been privately speculating about the dynamics between Su Qingyu and Fan Yao. The moment Su Qingyu sought out Jian Hang for conversation, her eyes lit up with excitement. She eagerly began packing her bag. All right, let's go. Tang Xiaodang shared her enthusiasm, bustling to gather her things. This drama unfolded swiftly, leaving Zhang Chong a tad disappointed, yet relieved to see Su Qingyu returning to her usual self. Let's go together. Wait for me in Jian Hang. Jian Hang took his time packing up, his gaze meeting Su Qingyu's as she turned away. The girl bit her lip, averted her eyes, and silently left. Hey! Jian Hang felt a pang of frustration, reflecting, you weren't like this in Hangzhou. Are you trying to avoid me? The thought left him somewhat perturbed. He had been entirely forthright, harboring no ulterior motives. True, there had been something in Hangzhou, but it had been extinguished in the cradle of Su Qingyu's unilateral cessation of contact. Now, upon their reunion, her aloofness only served to awaken his sense of clarity. Friends, right? Zhang Chang's words reached Su Qingyu's ears, yet she offered no response. Jian Hang felt a twinge of annoyance, rising languidly. He playfully tapped Zhang Chong on the head, exclaiming, Why are you so eager when she didn't even invite you? Why are you acting all grumpy today? Zhang Chong grumbled, rubbing the spot Jian Hang had tapped. You're not usually this sarcastic. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow defensively. Are you looking for trouble? Not at all. Zhang Chong quickly appeased him. Only then did Jian Hang turn away. Su Qingyu bit her lip, feeling the need to clarify. I didn't mean it that way. I do want to go together. Jian Hang glanced at her, pondering for a moment. All right, since you said so. Su Qingyu lowered her gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips as she turned away, using the back of her icy hand to touch her flushed cheeks. Although she had been feeling quite downcast due to Jian Hang, her spirits lifted significantly. Yet, his teasing only deepened her embarrassment. How could she not want Jian Hang to join them? She simply hesitated to extend the invitation herself. Meanwhile, Fan Yao, who had been left out, felt a tinge of awkwardness, but she quickly caught the flash of panic in Su Qingyu's eyes, sensing her nervousness and secret delight. In an instant, Fan Yao deduced Su Qingyu's feelings for Jian Hang, finding the situation rather amusing. As the classroom buzzed with curiosity, packing their belongings while glancing at the unfolding scene, Fan Yao leaned in, feigning interest. Lazy Jian Hang? Is that a nickname? How adorable. Su Qingyu's disdain for Fan Yao did not go unnoticed by Jian Hang and Tang Xiaodang. While they were unaware of the specifics, they understood that their friend's disdain was justified, and regardless of the circumstances, they would unconditionally side with Su Qingyu. Thus, Jian Hang pretended not to hear and continued packing, deliberately ignoring Fan Yao's attempts at familiarity. The smile on Fan Yao's face visibly stiffened, but she quickly regained her composure. Maintaining a polite tone, may I join you for lunch? Jian Hang glanced at her, but offered no reply, instead turning to Tang Xiaodang to inquire if she was ready. This was a blatant display of disregard. Despite being overlooked, Zhang Chong felt that he could never maintain such composure. He gently nudged Jian Hang's back with his elbow and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. It seems our new classmate is eager to infiltrate Su's circle of friends. Little did she know she would meet with such disdain. There must be some deep-seated animosity between them. We just remain oblivious to it. Isn't that obvious? Jian Hang mused, lazily reclining against the chair, twirling a carbon pen in his fingers, a glimmer of curiosity igniting in his eyes. The more he pondered, the more intrigued he became. He resolved to find an opportunity to probe Jian Hang's thoughts. She was the worst at concealing her secrets. Zhang Chong silently calculated his next move. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Chong continued, Brother, do you think Fan Yao is being deliberate? Clearly, so many girls invited her. Yet she was rebuffed by Su and immediately sought out Jian Hang. ISN, it apparent, she targeting Su. He paused, contemplating. And Su seems off today. Although she usually exudes an air of aloofness, she isn't acting herself. How should I put it? She seems so unapproachable, leaving no room for pleasantries. Zhang Chong stroked his chin, deep in thought. Jian Hang withdrew his gaze and replied coolly, when it comes to matters of girls, it's best to keep your distance. Zhang Chong pouted, fine, I want to pry. But tell me, why do girls have so much drama? Jian Hang chose silence in response. In the midst of their quiet exchange, Fan Yao glanced over at Jian Hang, a hint of a bittersweet smile flickering in her eyes. She then turned to another girl, Zhang Ping, and engaged her in cheerful conversation. It was evident that Fan Yao possessed remarkable social skills, effortlessly eliciting laughter from Zhang Ping with just a few words. Wow, this new student is something else, Zhang Chong exclaimed. In just half a day, she's mingling with so many people. Jian Hang remained silent, noticing that while Fan Yao appeared to fit in seamlessly, her gaze often darted towards Qingyu, laden with unspoken implications. Jian shot a discontented look in their direction. What have you two been whispering about? Nothing at all, Zhang Chong replied, widening his eyes before forcing a smile. Just concerned about keeping our voices down so as not to interrupt your conversation. Jian rolled her eyes in annoyance and resumed her chat with Tang Xiaodang. Jian Hang fiddled with his pen and tossed it onto the table. Are we done yet? I'm quite hungry. Let us go. Tang Xiaodang quickly got up, motioning for Zhang Chong to follow, as she linked arms with Qingyu. Jian hurried after them. Jian Hang and Zhang Chong trailed behind the three girls. Zhang Chong's curiosity began to get the better of him. Brother, do you think Fan Yao is trying to overshadow Su? Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Overshadow? Yeah, Zhang Chong whispered, you see. Su has always been the belle of our school, and now that Fan Yao is here, all the boys' attention has shifted to her. Plus, she's south deliberately getting close to Su's friends. Isn't that a clear sign of trouble? Jian Hang chuckled softly. Do you really think Qingyu would care about such things? Zhang Chong paused, then quickly realized, true, with Su's personality. She probably wouldn't even spare her a glance. The key is, if she were to even acknowledge her, wouldn't the boys flock to her like bees to honey? What did you start sounding like a girl? Jian Hang frowned. You're being rather verbose. With that, he strode ahead. Wait for me, Zhang Chong called out, hastening to keep up. As they queued in the cafeteria, they were surprised to find Fan Yao at the adjacent line. She cast a glance at Jian Hang, a slight smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with a blend of curiosity and intrigue. Chapter 65. The scene felt oddly familiar. Jian Hang chose to ignore her, walking directly past Fan Yao. Her smile faltered briefly before returning to normal. She watched Jian Hang's retreating figure with a flicker of interest, then shot a glance at Qingyu, her gaze laden with clear provocation and challenge, before turning back to engage animatedly with Zhang Ping. They initially intended to sit together, but found no contiguous table for five. Jian Hang offered the empty four-person table to Qingyu and her friends, while he and Zhang Chong settled into a nearby corner. As soon as they sat down, Zhang Chong dove into his meal, while also gushing about the earlier scene. Brother, I'm not being tedious, but the way Fan Yao looked at you, wow. Jian Hang set his chopsticks down and shot him a disinterested glance. If you have nothing better to do, why not head back to the classroom after lunch and tackle the math problems you struggled with this morning? Zhang Chong immediately fell silent, focusing intently on his food. Jian Hang recalled Zhang Chong's later struggles with obesity leading to high blood pressure and kindly advised, haven't you noticed your weight is significantly over the limit? Zhang Chong blinked in surprise. He had already been teased by Jian at least 5 times that morning, and even a usually demure Tang Xiaodang had stifled giggles. I'll eat slower, he said, swallowing hard. What does eating slow have to do with it? Just eat less, Jian Hang remarked, picking through the dishes on his plate with a discerning eye. Having savored a plethora of delectable meals in Hangzhou, he had cultivated a discerning palate. After finishing their meal and exchanging farewells with Qingyu and her friends, Jian Hang dragged Zhang Chong back to their dorm for a nap. Otherwise, he would likely doze off in the afternoon. Ma Fan was already sprawled on his bed, though not asleep. He was eagerly scrolling through the chat records in their class group. The new student had yet to join. Upon seeing Jian Hang and Zhang Chong return, Ma Fan sat up, astonished. Can you believe it? Fan Yao has only been in our class for half a day, and the group chat is already buzzing. The boys can't stop discussing her, and even the girls are praising her personality. Ma Fan, who was on a diet, had skipped lunch, likely spurred by Jian's merciless teasing of Zhang Chong earlier, igniting his resolve to lose weight. Jian Hang kicked off his shoes and lay down, closing his eyes to rest. Zhang Chong leaned over to Ma Fan's bedside, and the two engaged in spirited conversation. It was natural to be curious about the arrival of a new, attractive girl, but Jian Hang found the incessant chatter grating. It was irrelevant to him, so he chose not to engage. Zhang Chong nodded. Fan Yao really is impressive. Ma Fan adjusted his glasses, seriousness etched on his face. I must admit, her social skills are exceptional, but I sense she's somewhat calculated. Calculated? Zhang Chong blinked. What do you mean? Ma Fan lowered his voice. I don't know. It's just a feeling. Oh, just earlier in the cafeteria, she deliberately glanced at Jian Gu. That look, wow? Zhang Chong reminisced, becoming increasingly convinced of its significance. Hearing his name mentioned, Jian Hang frowned and rolled over. Aren't you two supposed to be sleeping? Zhang Chong and Ma Fan exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Jian Hang grumbled, pulling the blanket over himself. Then I'll sleep. Keep it down. Zhang Chong and Ma Fan quickly hushed their chatter. The first class of the afternoon was physical education. The playground buzzed with excitement. The boys changed into their sports attire, preparing for basketball, while the girls clustered at the sidelines, some chatting, others watching the game. As Jian Hang stepped onto the court, he instantly drew the attention of everyone present. He was tall, agile, and executed dribbles, breakthroughs, and shots with effortless grace, as if the basketball court were his domain. Each successful basket elicited cheers from the sidelines. Fan Yao stood nearby, observing, with Zhang Ping beside her. Did you know? Zhang Ping's eyes sparkled with admiration for Jian Hang. Last semester, he led our class to victory in the school-wide basketball tournament, even against upperclassmen who were no match for him. Zhang Ping finished speaking with a sly smile, whispering, in our class, aside from Jian Hang and Zhang Chong, the other boys are rather lacking in basketball skills, particularly Luo Wei, who plays exceedingly poorly. Given such a disadvantage, Jian Hang still manages to lead us to victory. Fan Yao, observing the pride gleaming in Zhang Ping's eyes, couldn't help but express her astonishment. He's that remarkable? I heard he's the top student in our grade. Indeed, Zhang Ping replied with starry-eyed enthusiasm. Isn't he exceptional? He truly is, Fan Yao nodded, her gaze drifting to Su Qingyu not far away, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she glanced back at Jian Hang, her eyes brimming with possessiveness. Jian Hang! Jian Hang! A girl couldn't contain herself and called out his name. Zhang Chong, watching from the sidelines, felt his blood boil with excitement and shouted, Bro, you look amazing. Yet, Jian Hang remained unfazed by the commotion around him, focusing intently on the game. Every movement he made was crisp and fluid, exuding an innate confidence and composure. On the sidelines, Fan Yao stood among a group of girls, yet her gaze was persistently fixated on Jian Hang, a faint smile gracing her lips, reflecting admiration. Yao Yao, what do you think of Jian Hang? Zhang Ping asked with curiosity. Fan Yao redirected her attention, responding sweetly, he's impressive, and he looks quite handsome while playing. Such candid praise elicited a playful reaction from Zhang Ping, who teased, Wow, you must have a crush on Jian Hang. Feigning shyness, Fan Yao lowered her head. Don't say that. I merely think he plays exceptionally well. Zhang Ping chuckled. Oh, there's definitely something there. Meanwhile, Jian Yang, observing the scene from a distance, couldn't help but inquire of Su Qingyu, Su, why do you dislike Fan Yao? Su Qingyu pursed her lips, remaining silent. Tang Xiaotang nudged Jian Yang's arm, thinking to herself that his bluntness was misplaced. It was clear to anyone that Su Qingyu wished to avoid the topic of Fan Yao. Yet Jian Hang and Zhang Chong did not pry, while he boldly asked. Earlier that morning, she had even advised Jian Yang over QQ not to bring it up if Su Qingyu was unwilling to discuss it. Jian Yang chuckled innocently. Jian Hang, catch the ball. Someone shouted from the court. The attention of Jian Yang and Tang Xiaotang was drawn back to the game. They watched as Jian Hang received the ball, executed a feint to evade a defender, and leapt to make a shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing perfectly in the hoop. What a shot! Jian Yang couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. Su Qingyu raised the corners of her mouth and turned to say, I'm going back to the classroom to read. Jian Yang, surprised, replied, Hey, why not stay a bit longer? Tang Xiaotang chimed in, then I'll head to the classroom too. Feeling a bit reluctant, Jian Yang thought, I can't just stay behind alone. During the halftime break, Jian Hang noticed that Su Qingyu's small group had vanished. I want to play too. Luo Wei swaggered over with an irritating expression, adding insult to injury by declaring, but I'm not playing on Jian Hang's team. The others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat awkward. I won't play anymore. You all can. Jian Hang disregarded Luo Wei, wiping his sweat and approaching Zhang Chong, asking, Where's the water? Luo Wei, fuming, exclaimed, What do you mean, Jian Hang? Are you trying to embarrass me? Jian Hang continued to ignore him, which only fueled Luo Wei's frustration. Ma Fan timidly spoke up. I won't play either. With that, he swiftly moved to Jian Hang's side. Get away, Luo Wei shouted. I won't play either. Me too. In the end, only Luo Wei remained standing alone, his back appearing desolate and sorrowful. Zhang Chong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ma Fan, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, urged Zhang Chong to keep his voice down. Zhang Chong casually acknowledged him and turned to fetch the water that had been left on the sideline. Jian Hang, Fan Yao unexpectedly appeared before him, offering a bottle of water with a sweet smile. You play basketball exceptionally well. This is for you. The court fell silent, all eyes turning to observe them. Jian Hang politely declined. No, thank you. Fan Yao maintained her smile. No worries. I'll leave it here, and you can take it whenever you want. She placed the water on the stand beside Jian Hang, turning to leave with a slight smile. Jian Hang stared at the bottle, feeling a bit exasperated, thinking, we've only just met, is this really necessary? He picked up the bottle and tossed it to Zhang Chong, saying, Chongzi, you can have it. Zhang Chong felt a sense of DJVU from this scene. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Does Fan Yao like Jian Hang? I'm not sure what is going on. If she doesn't like him, why is she giving him water? How infuriating. First Su Jia, now Fan Yao. Jian Hang is truly a magnet for affection. Don't forget, Su Qingyu also handed him water. You're overthinking it. That time Jian Hang led everyone to victory in a basketball game. And Su Qingyu bought 2 cases of water for everyone. Isn't it normal for him to receive one? True enough. Beside them, Su Jia, overhearing the boys' chatter, glared at Fan Yao with irritation. Why is it that with Su Qingyu around, another girl like Fan Yao appears? How am I supposed to win Jian Hang over now? Su Jia felt an unwillingness to accept this, struggling to maintain a facade of indifference. Nearby, a male classmate noticed her expression of shock and quickly nudged others to keep quiet, fearful she might overhear. The voices were not soft, as if they were afraid she would catch wind of them. Su Jia's lips twitched, her demeanor stiffened as she turned, fists clenched, and walked towards the classroom. Meanwhile, the dream about Jian Hang lifting her while ignoring Su Qingyu. Was it a premonition? Chapter 66. Fan Yao's move was brilliant. The incident of Fan Yao buying water for Jian Hang rippled through the class like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, igniting a flurry of excitement among the boys as they entered the classroom, eagerly discussing the matter with tones filled with envy and jealousy. Fan Yao is being so forward. She actually bought water for Jian Hang. One boy remarked, his voice tinged with bitterness. Indeed, Jian Hang is quite fortunate. A new girl comes in and is so attentive to him, another chimed in. Do you think Fan Yao has feelings for Jian Hang? Someone couldn't resist speculating. Is that even a question? The boys' chatter grew louder, spilling over to the girls' side. Yang and Tang Xiaodang joined in the murmurs. Fan Yao's move was truly something else. Yang scoffed, her tone laced with disdain, making such a fuss on her very first day, as if she wants the whole world to notice her. Tang Xiaodang nodded in agreement, whispering, right? Isn't she being a bit too obvious? Besides, Jian Hang surely has no interest in her, yet she insists on pushing herself forward. Tang Xiaodang intentionally emphasized the word surely, hoping Su Qingyu would catch wind of it. Yang let out a cold laugh. People like her are clearly calculating. Su, wouldn't you agree? Su Qingyu sat at her desk, gripping a pen tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Noticing Su Qingyu's silence, Yang and Tang Xiaodang exchanged glances and ceased their chatter. Tang Xiaodang felt a twinge of worry. She could see that Su Qingyu was not taking this well. At that moment, the classroom door swung open. Jian Hang entered, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Zhang Chong followed closely behind him. As Jian Hang made his appearance, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an immediate hush, all eyes converging upon him. Fan Yao and Zhang Ping trailed behind, ready to join the unfolding drama. Before taking her seat, Fan Yao cast a glance at Jian Hang's back, her lips curling into a sweet smile. As Jian Hang settled down, Yang could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Jian Hang, have you drank the water that Fan Yao bought for you? Originally, Tang Xiaodang was pondering how to soothe Su Qingyu, but now, Lazy Sheep had taken the initiative to ask the person involved. This time, Tang Xiaodang couldn't help but silently commend Yang while eagerly straining to hear Jian Hang's response. Jian Hang sat down without lifting his gaze, his tone dismissive as if he were unconcerned. I gave it to Chongzi. Upon hearing this, Jian Hang inadvertently noticed a fleeting smile on Su Qingyu's lips, yet it vanished almost instantly, leaving him doubting whether he had truly seen it. Zhang Chong, oblivious as ever, happened to catch sight of Fan Yao glancing this way, scratching the back of his head and saying, sorry, Jiangu, but I drank your water. A profound silence enveloped the classroom. Fan Yao struggled to maintain her composure, laughing lightly to mask her embarrassment and anger as she replied, it's fine, it's my fault for forgetting to buy 2 bottles. Tang Xiaodang couldn't help but admire Fan Yao's ability to handle the situation with such poise. Yang disregarded Fan Yao, raising an eyebrow as she pressed Jian Hang. Why did you give it to Zhang Chong? He had good intentions towards you. Jian Hang closed his book and shot Yang an irritated glance, his tone laced with annoyance. Why do you care so much? Yang fell silent, awkwardly closing her mouth. Despite the anger and embarrassment, Fan Yao maintained a composed smile, though she tightly clutched the hem of her clothing. Jian Hang rolled his eyes at He Yangyang, signaling her to cease her inquiries. He was typically so aloof towards girls. Suddenly, Su Qingyu burst into laughter, covering her mouth to stifle her amusement, her shoulders shaking. Jian Hang, feeling vexed, remarked, "If you want to laugh, then laugh. Don't hold it in." Zhang Chong, witnessing Su Qingyu's smile, joined in the laughter. "Exactly. I find it funny too, huh?" He Yangyang shot Zhang Chong a glare. The two began bickering once more, while Tang Xiaodang covered her ears in dismay, muttering, "Calm down, calm down." Hearing Jian Hang's words, the bitterness and anger within Su Qingyu dissipated significantly. She relaxed her grip on her pen, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, a hint of a smile flickering in her eyes. Initially, Su Qingyu thought the turmoil during gym class was merely a minor episode, but unexpectedly, Fan Yao had not given up. Prior to evening study, Jian Hang arrived early at the classroom, only to find Fan Yao already there. "You're here quite early," she said, rising with a gentle tone. "Jian Hang, I apologize for my abruptness this afternoon. I only thought you must have been exerting yourself while playing basketball, and I wanted to show my concern. If you dislike this, I will be more mindful in the future." Jian Hang looked at her in surprise. "There's no need. Besides, we aren't that familiar." This statement was sincere, devoid of any underlying emotions. Fan Yao's smile faltered momentarily, yet she quickly composed herself, softly replying, "That's all right. We can gradually become acquainted." Jian Hang felt an uneasy sensation, sensing that her words could easily be misinterpreted. He took a few steps forward, feeling it necessary to clarify. He stepped back, turned to face Fan Yao, his tone serious. "Fan Yao, I believe it's important to clarify." Fan Yao, having just sat down, immediately stood up upon hearing her name, her face beaming with a smile. Jian Hang continued, "Familiarity between classmates should develop organically. Although I do not understand why you're so deliberately pursuing this, I'm not particularly fond of it." Upon hearing this, the smile on Fan Yao's face vanished entirely. Unluckily, Su Qingyu, who had just arrived at the classroom door, overheard his words. Fan Yao caught sight of the smile creeping onto Su Qingyu's lips and the challenge at her gaze, igniting her irritation. To conceal her emotions from Su Qingyu, she quickly lowered her head to regain her composure. Jian Hang had already turned away and returned to his seat. "Good to see you so early," Su Qingyu greeted sweetly. Surprised yet pleased, Jian Hang smiled back. "You've arrived quite early too. Isn't the monthly exam approaching?" Su Qingyu said, clenching her fists determinedly. "I must improve significantly." "You can do it." Jian Hang and Gao. Despite the events on the basketball court stirring speculation about Fan Yao's feelings toward Jian Hang, his demeanor towards her remained as indifferent as that of a stranger. He was even too disinterested to initiate greetings. The stark contrast between Fan Yao's eagerness and Jian Hang's aloofness led others to conclude that Fan Yao likely held no genuine feelings, as she was equally warm towards everyone. Su Qingyu paid little heed to Fan Yao's presence, her heart undisturbed, knowing that no matter how Fan Yao acted, Jian Hang would remain unresponsive. However, since Jian Hang had rebuffed Fan Yao, He Yangyang's attitude towards him had shifted dramatically. When Jian Hang asked Zhang Chong to lend him an eraser, He Yangyang promptly offered her own. When Jian Hang finished writing on a scrap of paper and began rummaging through his bag, He Yangyang instantly handed him a new notebook. In essence, she now found Jian Hang increasingly agreeable. "Are you all right?" Jian Hang inquired. "I'm fine," He Yangyang replied cheerfully. "Isn't mutual assistance among classmates the norm?" Jian Hang accepted the items. "Thank you." On one occasion, Jian Hang asked Zhang Chong to help fetch some water, and He Yangyang instinctively tried to take on the task herself, but she quickly reined herself in, even offering her own cup to Zhang Chong. "Could you bring mine too?" He Yangyang said with a bright smile. Zhang Chong, having never witnessed such kindness from her, retorted, "Don't you have legs?" He Yangyang, incensed, shot back, "Zhang Chong, are you looking for trouble?" The two resumed their playful banter, prompting Su Qingyu and Tang Xiaodang to intervene. Jian Hang shook his head in exasperation. These two are quite the characters. Chapter 67. These two have secrets. After being rejected by Jian Hang, Fan Yao felt frustrated for a few days, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. After all, throughout her life, she had always been met with smiles and attentiveness from boys, and Jian Hang's indifference was a first for her. Reflecting on this, Fan Yao found Jian Hang to be far more genuine than the others. At least he wasn't pretending. Consequently, rather than retreating, she found herself developing a greater fondness for him. The more elusive the prize, the more tantalizing it becomes. Does it not? Fan Yao resolved to approach Jian Hang through a different avenue, studying. Indeed, studying. After all, the competition among top scholars is always filled with an academic atmosphere. During each quiz, Fan Yao dedicated herself wholeheartedly. Her grades were already outstanding, and with her deliberate efforts, her scores consistently followed closely behind Jian Hang's, even pushing Zhang Chong, the perennial second place, down to third. On one occasion, they both achieved full marks. Time for first place. Li Liang stood at the podium, beaming with pride. In this test, two students achieved perfect scores, Jian Hang and Fan Yao. Everyone should learn from them. A round of applause erupted in the classroom. Fan Yao humbly smiled at her classmates. Thank you, everyone. Let us all strive together. Zhang Chong pouted and muttered under his breath. Why didn't she ask everyone to applaud when Qingyu got full marks before? Ha, double standards. The last word was uttered so softly that his expression appeared somewhat cowardly. Tang Xiaotang, overhearing him, couldn't he help but give him a thumbs up. Zhang Chong gasped in shock, quickly clamping his mouth shut and cautiously glancing around, relieved to find no one paying attention to him before exhaling in relief. Fortunately, if Su Jia, who was closest, had overheard, it would have been disastrous. The class monitor, Jiang Ning, felt relieved and patted his chest, cautioning Tang Xiaotang not to speak of it. Tang Xiaotang nonchalantly responded with an "oh" and fell silent. Jian Yang turned to Jian Hang and inquired, do you think we could change our homeroom teacher with the reorganization in the second year? Zhang Chong interjected gleefully, you should be more concerned about your grades. Otherwise, you certainly won TB in the same class as us. Jian Yang rolled his eyes, as if I wished to be in the same class as you. The applause gradually subsided. Jian Yang shot a fierce glare at Zhang Chong, promptly turning around to sit obediently. During the break, the students couldn't help but speculate who would clinch the top spot in this month's exam. Isn't it obvious? It will definitely be Jian Hang. His scores in other subjects overshadow Fan Yao's by a considerable margin, a girl remarked. Another boy disagreed, but Fan Yao's previous school was significantly inferior to ours. Once she acclimatizes, she will surely rise rapidly. Amidst the chatter, the focal point, Fan Yao, seized the opportunity while distributing materials to approach Jian Hang's desk. With a sweet smile, she said, Jian Hang, this time I finally tied for first place with you. Jian Hang did not lift his head, merely responding with a casual as a polite acknowledgement. However, Fan Yao was unfazed. She relished such challenges, finding greater interest in the more formidable obstacles. Qingyu, what score did you get? Fan Yao inquired seemingly casually, her gaze laced with provocation. Shall I help you with some extra tutoring? Su Qingyu gazed at the mathematics test paper in her hand, which bore a score of 98, and felt little dismay. She had indeed not studied earnestly before. Her foundation was relatively weak, and it was unrealistic to expect an immediate leap. Conversely, Fan Yao's remarks were rather irksome. Su Qingyu coldly raised her eyes. Do you have an abundance of time? You seem eager to tutor others. Oh, I know you're the top of the class. Su Qingyu's voice was calm, yet her presence was commanding. Although she was clearly addressing Fan Yao, Jian Hang, sharing the top rank, felt a subtle implication directed at him as well. Fan Yao was taken aback by Su Qingyu's composed yet infuriating retort. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she replied, that wasn't my intention. You've misunderstood. What exactly did I misunderstand? Su Qingyu countered. Fan Yao found herself momentarily speechless, noticing Jian Hang had also raised his head to observe them. She forced a smile. No, nothing at all. With that, Fan Yao hurriedly moved on, distributing materials to the next student. Zhang Chong couldn't resist applauding. Though I really didn't want to get involved in the girls' quarrel, I didn't expect Su's fighting spirit to be so formidable. Jian Yang spun around to retort. You finally realized? Su has always been incredibly cool. She is just very kind to her friends and family. What an honor for me, Zhang Chong chuckled. Su Qingyu bit her lip, fearing that Jian Hang might perceive her as intimidating. In truth, she turned to glance at Jian Hang, then hurriedly shifted her gaze, saying, I'm not always like this. After speaking, she quickly turned away. Jian Hang chuckled softly, thinking to himself that she was attempting to explain herself. She had been so fierce just a moment ago, but was now rather timid, which was quite endearing. During the break, Jian Yang and Tang Xiaotang invited Su Qingyu to the convenience store for snacks. Su, are you coming? Tang Xiaotang asked. No, I'm going to practice problems. Su Qingyu declined without looking up. The two exchanged surprised glances before quietly walking away hand in hand. Su Qingyu had previously spent her breaks listening to music and reading comics, but now she was so serious, which piqued Jian Hang's curiosity. He glanced at the materials on Su Qingyu's desk. She was pressing down on the mathematics practice she had bought with him in Hangxing. Judging by the degree of creases on the paper, she had likely completed 2/3 of it. However, Su Qingyu's recent mathematics exam results were, alas, rather unsatisfactory. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Jian Hang asked, Are you sure you understand all of this? Hearing this, Su Qingyu looked up. The problems you've done? Jian Hang gestured towards her desk, The key to improving your grades isn't how many problems you solve, but whether you truly grasp the solution strategies. You need to learn to synthesize the concepts. Do you understand? Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. Yes, I understand. Jian Hang suddenly felt a twinge of overstepping. Chuckling lightly, just don't mindlessly solve problems. Thank you. Su Qingyu hesitated for a moment, then added, Hang. After saying this, she calmly turned away, her heart pounding like a drum. After such a long time into the semester, she had finally called him that. Hang. Su Qingyu mouthed the words silently again, her heartbeat intensifying, feeling both giddy and exhilarated. She was now both thrilled and joyful. With familiarity comes ease. Next time, she would be able to call him that naturally. With this thought, Su Qingyu reflected on how Jian Hang had shown concern for her earlier. Though a bit fierce, he was undeniably handsome. Unaware of Su Qingyu's inner musings, Jian Hang was also momentarily stunned. He suddenly recalled that she had indeed mentioned calling him that during their time in Hangzhou. But he hadn't expected to hear it suddenly, causing his heart to race. What? Zhang Chong leaned in with a skeptical expression. Did I just mishear? Or did I actually hear? Jian Hang maintained a facade of calm, while internally he lamented. Zhang Chong's gaze bounced back and forth between Jian Hang and Su Qingyu, probing. Just now, Su called you Hang, right? Hang. Zhang Chong deliberately stretched out the pronunciation of Hang, sending chills down Jian Hang's spine. He shoved Zhang Chong away and retorted, what is the big deal? Don't you call her Su? That's not the same. For the first time, Zhang Chong felt that Jian Hang was being unreasonable. How is it different? Jian Hang rubbed his right ear, which had been too close to Zhang Chong's mouth moments ago, impatiently replying, stop bothering me. Zhang Chong simply replied, oh. But his instincts told him that there was definitely a secret between Jian Hang and Su Qingyu. Chapter 68, Jian Hang, it's so hard being a guy. In each of the class tests, Fan Yao's rank consistently followed closely behind Jian Hang. Their names were always adjacent on the ranking list. Lost in thought, Su Qingyu's mind unexpectedly conjured an image of Fan Yao holding Jian Hang's hand. Su Qingyu felt a surge of anger, especially recalling how her family was also disrupted by Fan Yao's mother, which only fueled her rage. Jian Hang was a genius, and surpassing him was impossible for anyone normal. Zhang Chong was diligent, as were others. Whether they surpassed him or not was of little consequence, but Fan Yao was an entirely different matter. Su Qingyu remained unable to accept the reality of scoring lower than Fan Yao. She began to pull all-nighters, solving problems, waking up early to memorize, even compressing her meal times to the bare minimum. What is up with Su Qingyu? She's been so driven lately. Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask. Su Jia's grades had improved somewhat, but she understood that it was far from enough. To gain Jian Hang's attention, she had to progress even more. Even Su Qingyu was working hard, wasn't she? Noticing Su Jia's silence, Jiang Ning refrained from probing further. Since Su Jia had stopped being overly dramatic about Jian Hang, Jiang Ning's gaze towards her had softened considerably. Su, why don't you take a nap for a bit? I've seen you dozing off in class. Yang suggested kindly. Yes, I've noticed your dark circles lately. While they don't detract from your beauty, you should still take care. Your body can't handle it. Tang Xiaodang expressed her concern. Jian Hang and Zhang Chong exchanged glances. Indeed, having recently observed Su's performance, I cannot help but reflect on my own indulgence, which has resulted in my fall from the second to the third position. Zhang Chong solemnly nodded, acknowledging the need to learn from Su. Isn't there a limit to this? Yang retorted with dissatisfaction. Tang Xiaodang also shot Zhang Chong a disapproving glare. Suddenly, becoming the target of collective scrutiny, Zhang Chong sheepishly fell silent. Su Qingyu and Jian Hang couldn't resist reminding her, one must balance study with rest and progress gradually. Do you understand? It's only the first year of high school. Why the rush? Although Jian Hang's words were quite blunt, Yang and Tang Xiaodang could discern his underlying concern for Su Qingyu. Yes, I understand, Su Qingyu replied. I'll take a short break then. Yang and Tang Xiaodang sighed in relief as they returned to their seats. Zhang Chong's eyes darted around, pondering, still claiming it's no big deal. It's clear that the illustrious Su is quite obedient to Jiangu's words. A sudden realization struck him like a thunderclap. Could it be that these two are already involved? Tang Xiaodang, noticing Zhang Chong's startled demeanor, cautiously leaned back. Are you all right? Zhang Chong fervently shook his head. No, I'm fine. He was exhilarated, yet frustrated by the lack of evidence, chuckling to himself. I'll continue to observe. Surely, I will uncover some clues. Tang Xiaodang watched as his expression shifted from surprise to contemplation to smugness, her heart sinking a little. Zhang Chong, she said tentatively, it's quite normal for grades to fluctuate. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Maintain a relaxed mindset, and you will surely reclaim your second place. Zhang Chong, somewhat bewildered by Tang Xiaotong's words, took a moment before secretly rejoicing, realizing that his desk mate was expressing concern for him. Don't worry, it's just a drop from second to third. I'm doing just fine and will continue to strive. Thank you, Xiaodang. I didn't expect you to care so much. I'm quite touched, Zhang Chong said with a silly grin while scratching the back of his head. This guy is getting narcissistic again, Jian Hang sighed in exasperation. Yang contemplated chiding Zhang Chong, but was genuinely worried about Su Qingyu's state. As expected, after several nights of burning the midnight oil, Su Qingyu's body protested more rapidly than her grades improved. One morning, she entered the classroom with dark circles under her eyes and immediately stifled a sneeze upon sitting down. Su, are you all right? Yang inquired with concern. Su Qingyu rubbed her sore nose, her voice hoarse. I'm fine. I probably just didn't sleep well last night. Yang frowned. Don't push yourself too hard. Your health is paramount. Su Qingyu remained silent, lowering her head to continue solving problems. Jian Hang, noticing her fingers swiftly calculating on the scratch paper, thought about finding a time to discuss her study methods, fearing they might be misguided. During the break, Jian Hang kindly fetched some cold medicine from the infirmary for her. He tossed the medication onto Su Qingyu's desk, saying, remember to take this. You cannot continue like this. Your health will deteriorate. Su Qingyu looked up, somewhat surprised. Thank you. It's just a minor cold. She pursed her lips and smiled. I'm fine, so don't worry. So stubborn, Jian Hang sighed helplessly. Luo Wei, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of jealousy and couldn't help but mock. Jian Hang, aren't you being a bit overzealous? Su Qingyu's affairs are none of your concern. Jian Hang regarded him as if he were a fool, casting a disinterested glance at Luo Wei and refusing to engage. Frustrated by Jian Hang's silence, Luo Wei scoffed. Are you perhaps harboring ulterior motives? The classroom fell silent instantly. This statement undoubtedly piqued the curiosity of the classmates, who began to observe discreetly. Jian Hang could no longer contain himself. Just as he was about to retort, Su Qingyu spoke first. Luo Wei, can you not complicate your thoughts so much? Furthermore, my matters are of no concern to you. Please refrain from meddling in my affairs for the sake of your own presence. Su Qingyu's cold words were strikingly effective. Luo Wei felt aggrieved, a wave of bitterness washing over him as he thought, I was merely worried you might be deceived by him. Su Qingyu, impatient, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and shot him a frosty glance, stating, mind your own business. She despised those who merely spoke empty words while secretly causing trouble. In contrast, Jian Hang, though few in words, demonstrated his care through actions, such as proactively purchasing cold medicine for her. Reflecting on this, Su Qingyu straightened her back, her heart brimming with joy. After all, this signified that she and Jian Hang had already established a solid friendship. One must admit, Su Qingyu's skill in retorting was truly remarkable. Had it not been for their genuine interactions in Hangzhou, Jian Hang would have doubted whether the obedient and somewhat anxious Su Qingyu was indeed the same person as the one before him. Su Qingyu turned away and tore open the medicine Jian Hang had bought, preparing to dissolve it in water. Who would have thought? Yang remarked. Jian Hang, you have such a gentle and considerate side. Zhang Chong secretly chuckled, chiming in. Do you think he treats all girls this way? Why not? Yang replied, puzzled. Tang Xiaodang was delighted, hoping for further development in their relationship, ignoring Zhang Chong and Yang's teasing or praise. Jian Hang shrugged helplessly at the furious Luo Wei and said, you see, I didn't say anything. Ha. Zhang Chong could not help but praise Jian Ge. I've discovered you have a bit of a wicked side. He quickly added, I swear, it's not an insult. It's a compliment. Jian Hang. Witnessing this scene, Fan Yao was quite taken aback. It seemed that not only did Su Qingyu care for Jian Hang, but Jian Hang also seemed to reciprocate. If she were to snatch Jian Hang away, wouldn't Su Qingyu become quite pitiful? The mere thought thrilled Fan Yao. Meanwhile, Su Jia observed everything unfolding before her with a sense of frustration. She pondered why her dreams could predict the future, but failed to provide her with more clues, at least giving her a chance to regain Jian Hang's understanding. Perhaps those dreams were entirely false. If so, why had she dedicated so much thought to Jian Hang all this time? It was utterly ridiculous. After beginning to doubt the content of her dreams, Su Jia gradually calmed down, thinking perhaps she could stop investing so much emotion into Jian Hang and merely seek an opportunity to mend their relationship. After all, she was the top student of Chongming High School. No matter how poorly things turn out in the future, it couldn't lead her to a factory to tighten screws. Su Jia was not one to give up easily, and even if there was a glimmer of hope, she would treat it with utmost seriousness. Chapter 69. This girl is quite stubborn and proud. After chemistry class, Zhou Langhua beckoned Jian Hang to the corridor and inquired, I heard you've been solving Olympiad math problems lately. Planning to compete next year? Jian Hang nodded. I do have that intention. But your class's Li Ban is in charge of the Olympiad team. She has a bias against you. Will she allow you to join? Zhou Langhua raised an eyebrow. adding, "Moreover, the fees for the Olympiad class are not insignificant. I don't plan to join the Olympiad class. I just need to register for the competition. Jian Hang Ziplit Hon Stili. Li Ban is responsible for submitting the competition roster. You can't circumvent her." Zhou Langhua sighed, "But don't worry. I'll think of a solution. By the way, would you like to join the Olympiad class early? I can help negotiate the fees. The school has a reduction policy for public welfare students." Jian Hang replied helplessly, "Teacher, you just said that Li Ban has a prejudice against me and Wen Ti let me join the Olympiad class." "Huh? Did I say that?" Zhou Langhua appeared confused, running her fingers through her hair. "Maybe I've been too busy lately. My mind is a bit scattered." She mumbled to herself before looking up and asking, "Just tell me if you want to participate or not. I'll handle the rest with Li Ban." Jian Hang hesitated for a moment. "Let me think it over." "All right, give me your answer after the monthly exam. Let us head back to the classroom for now." Zhou Langhua waved her hand and walked away. Jian Hang watched her retreating figure, silently reflecting. It's no wonder that those in the rat race become unhinged. Teacher Zhou has her struggles as well. As soon as Jian Hang sat down, Zhang Chong leaned over. "Bro, what did old Zhou want with you?" Jian Hang twirled the pen in his hand. "Nothing much." The matters concerning the math Olympiad class were far from his mind. He was wholly focused on preparing for the impending monthly exam. In contrast, Su Qingyu, having resolved to surpass Fan Yao in her grades, was akin to a person possessed. Immersed in a frenzy of writing, her desk cluttered with exercise books and notes, nearly submerged by the sea of books. "Su, are you all right?" Tang Xiaotang looked at Su Qingyu's frenzied demeanor with concern. Without lifting her head, Su Qingyu scribbled furiously on her draft paper. "Oh, I'm fine." Tian Yang and Tang Xiaotang exchanged glances, shrugging in resignation. Once Su Qingyu entered this mode of relentless study, she wouldn't even glance up if the sky were to fall. Zhang Chong whispered, "She's working so hard. It's instilling a sense of crisis in me." Jian Hang reminded him, "You entered school ranked second in the grade. Now you're barely third. Chongzi, you should inherently feel a sense of urgency, you understand?" Zhang Chong shrank his neck. "I get it. I've indeed been too lax in my studies lately." Jian Hang turned around, idly spinning his pen, glancing at Su Qingyu's back, thinking to himself, this girl is quite stubborn. However, when the monthly exam results were announced, everyone was taken aback. Jian Hang, who usually remained composed, was equally astonished. Su Qingyu's performance had plummeted. She had fallen from the top 10 of the class to beyond the 20th place. Her rank in the grade dropping to over 300. Last semester, she had been around the 100 mark. Tianyang, Zhang Chong, and Tang Xiaodang, seated behind her, dare not breathe. Jian Hang remained silent, wanting to give her time to process. Meanwhile, he continued to hold the position of first in the grade, surpassing Fan Yao by more than 40 points. In this monthly exam, Jian Hang maintained his top position, with Fan Yao following closely as the second in the grade, and Zhang Chong ranking 8th. Our class occupied 3 spots in the top 10, quite commendable. Everyone should learn from them. Li Liang stood on the podium, casting an appreciative glance at Fan Yao. During the break, Su Qingyu went to the vending machine alone. Tianyang and Tang Xiaodang attempted to follow her, but were rebuffed. Jian Hang witnessed this and thought he needed to find an opportunity to speak with Su Qingyu. Otherwise, she would get stuck in her own thoughts. Fan Yao continued to graciously receive compliments from others, but when she noticed Jian Hang's indifference, her competitive spirit surged, and Su Qingyu's silence only furthered her satisfaction. After school, the classroom gradually emptied, leaving only a few students tidying up. Qingyu asked Tianyang and Tang Xiaodang to leave first. Her tone and demeanor were as usual. Yet, Jian Hang could see that she hadn't come to terms with it. He told Zhang Chong and Ma Fan to leave, intending to stay behind for a bit. Zhang Chong, perceptive, shot him a knowing look. "Bro, we'll head out first. Good luck." "Scram," Jian Hang retorted. The students cleaning up saw Jian Hang and Su Qingyu still seated and didn't dare approach to shoo them away, merely waiting on the sidelines. Jian Hang felt a bit exasperated. He had always been the one being comforted by women and had never actively consoled a girl. "Hey," he called out with a gentle tone, "it's just one monthly exam. It's all right." Su Qingyu stirred, lifting her head, her expression one of confusion. Did she not hear what I said? Jian Hang found it amusing yet pitiful. "Aren't you heading home?" "Oh, I'm leaving now." Isu Qingyu nomni pektiabake. It seemed the blow she had received was quite significant. Jian Hang let out a helpless sigh. As he watched Su Qingyu hoist her backpack and rise with a light step, he seized the moment to suggest, "I'm going to grab something to eat at the school gate. Want to join me?" Su Qingyu looked at him in surprise, then lowered her head. "Sure." Her lowered gaze appeared inexplicably obedient, a stark contrast to her usual indifferent demeanor. The two walked out of the classroom, one after the other. "Are you really all right?" Jian Hang couldn't help but ask. Su Qingyu shook her head. "I'm fine." Jian Hang replied, "All right then," passing by a trash bin beside the playground. Su Qingyu set her backpack down and pulled out a piece of paper. Jian Hang noticed it was the score sheet handed out that day. Su Qingyu methodically crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin before walking away. Witnessing this, Jian Hang thought, could it be that she has come to terms with it? That is how it should be. He hastened to catch up with her. Su Qingyu. One exam doesn't define everything. Su Qingyu turned her head, her eyes curving into a smile. I never really cared that much anyway. How stubborn she is. Jian Hang thought, bemused. They arrived at the school gate. Jian Hang spotted the familiar black sedan. From a distance, Uncle Li rolled down the window and waved enthusiastically at the two. Jian Hang politely nodded in acknowledgement. At the school entrance, Jian Hang said, I'll be heading off first. All right, Su Qingyu nodded. However, just as he turned around, Jian Hang heard a thud behind him. He spun around to see Su Qingyu had fainted. Chapter 70. The mother-in-law's assessment of the son-in-law. Jian Hang rushed over, scooping Su Qingyu into his arms. Noticing her pale complexion and the beads of cold sweat on her forehead, his heart sank. He immediately carried her horizontally, Uncle Li, to the hospital. Uncle Li's expression turned frantic as he hastily exited the vehicle, opening the door. Once Jian Hang had placed Su Qingyu inside, Uncle Li anxiously began to dial on his phone. I need to inform the master and madam right away. First, let us get to the hospital. You can call on the way, Jian Hang said, remaining calm under pressure. The black Mercedes sped towards the city hospital. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Luo Wei and his lackeys. Luo Wei stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. The basketball in his hands thudding to the ground and rolling a few circles before coming to a halt. Was that Jian Hang? He asked his two companions. The first lackey nervously replied, Yes, it's him. The second added, He carried Su Qingyu into the car. Luo Wei's eyes were filled with astonishment, anger, and despair as he clenched his fists. Since the beginning of junior high, he had harbored feelings for Su Qingyu, though it was less of a crush and more of an overt display of affection. But Su Qingyu had always remained distant and indifferent, hardly even willing to speak to him. And Jian Hang? Wasn't he just slightly better in grades, a tad more handsome, and had a worse temperament? Yet, he effortlessly won Su Qingyu's affections. Luo Wei couldn't fathom what was so special about that arrogant pauper. What could Su Qingyu possibly see in him? Meanwhile, Uncle Li drove while notifying Su Haixing and Su He about the situation. Jian Hang cradled Su Qingyu's head in his hand to minimize her discomfort from the bumps in the car. The warmth of his palm touched her forehead. As Su Qingyu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze cleared, and she found herself staring directly into Jian Hang's eyes. He appeared quite anxious, his focus glued to the road ahead. Jian Hang's eyelashes were truly beautiful, thick and lush. His eyes were captivating, deep and dark, complemented by his prominent nose. All undeniably attractive. Su Qingyu's gaze drifted downward, ultimately resting on Jian Hang's lips. Her heart raced suddenly, pounding rapidly. Su Qingyu found the dream to be remarkably vivid, almost as if she were reliving the moment when they'd taken a ride from the library to Chongning. She tilted her head back, seeking a clearer view. Jian Hang felt a jolt in his abdomen and glanced down, only to see that Su Qingyu had awakened. A smile of delight spread across his face. You're finally awake. Initially lost in the contemplation of Jian Hang's features, Su Qingyu was abruptly met with his piercing, fervent gaze, which quickly transformed into a look of joy, relief, and perhaps a hint of reproach. The suddenness of it all stirred a tumult within her heart. What are you dawdling for? Jian Hang furrowed his brows, murmuring, Surely, you haven't knocked your head silly? In an instant, Su Qingyu regained her senses. You, she stammered, realizing that she was resting her head on Jian Hang's thigh, a flush of crimson creeping from her cheeks to the back of her ears. She hastily attempted to sit up, only to have Jian Hang gently press her back down. What do you mean you? Just lie still, he chided, his tone betraying an unmistakable blend of exasperation and concern. Do you take my words lightly? Is your academic performance truly more important than your health? Feeling somewhat guilty, Su Qingyu lacked the confidence to respond, her head unwilling to rest back down completely. Tension coursed through her body, and her neck ached. Jian Hang continued to admonish her. The more he spoke, the more ashamed she felt, mortified at having fainted at school. Her fervent desire to improve her grades had led to this unfortunate collapse. And it was not merely a minor setback. The pursuit of knowledge was truly arduous, and Jian Hang was undeniably impressive. Inside the vehicle, Uncle Li, initially anxious, felt a weight lift from his heart upon seeing Su Qingyu awake. However, when he heard Jian Hang's comment about her not being daft from the impact, he had intended to caution against such remarks. Yet, as the young lady began to speak, Uncle Li felt it unnecessary to interject, instead listening to the two youngsters converse, occasionally stealing glances in the rearview mirror, marveling at the beauty of youth. I have candies in my backpack, Su Qingyu weakly stated. Jian Hang quickly deduced that her fainting spell was a result of exhaustion compounded by low blood sugar. He rummaged through her backpack, uncovering a variety of candies nestled at the bottom. These, I find them delightful. I bought some when we left Hangzhou, Su Qingyu explained. Her gaze averted as she nervously elaborated. During their previous outing, Jian Hang had taken her to a shop where the owner claimed to sell local specialties, and he had thoughtfully purchased some for her. Su Qingyu recalled his words. Aren't you fond of sweets? I thought you might like to try some. Although the candy's taste was rather ordinary, the fact that it was Jian Hang's first gift made them extraordinarily enjoyable to her. The thought of departing prompted her to discreetly stock up a few more. Jian Hang unwrapped a piece of candy and, without a second thought, brought it to her lips. Su Qingyu hesitated before opening her mouth. The moment her tongue brushed against the candy, her heart raced wildly. The warm, soft sensation momentarily stunned Jian Hang, who quickly withdrew his hand, his heart pounding fiercely against his chest. In the midst of this awkward tension, Su Qingyu suddenly realized that Uncle Li was also present. Help! With no time to ponder further, she exclaimed, It's so sweet. Jian Hang, flustered, retrieved another candy from her backpack, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Is it really that delicious? Let me try. As soon as he spoke, a sharp, invigorating flavor surged through his senses. This is horrid. What flavor is this? At that moment, Uncle Li interjected, Miss, your father and mother have been informed of your fainting and have rushed to the hospital. Clearly unaware of the earlier exchange, Uncle Li observed as Su Qingyu sat up abruptly, only to realize the implication of his words, leading her to protest vehemently. No, I don't want to go to the hospital. I'm fine. She had no desire to confront the man she referred to as her father. Uncle Li's expression turned troubled, casting a pleading glance at Jian Hang. Su Qingyu. Jian Hang's tone was stern and brooked no argument. You are no longer a child. Can you cease this nonsense? His words fell like a cold shower, leaving Su Qingyu feeling utterly deflated. Uncle Li cast a grateful look at Jian Hang, internally marveling at the fact that the normally headstrong and proud young lady was willing to heed this young man's counsel, clearly harboring feelings for him. Though it was evident that Su Qingyu's fainting episode stemmed from exhaustion and low blood sugar, Jian Hang deemed it prudent for a physician to conduct a thorough examination. When Suhi arrived at the hospital, Jian Hang was seated on a bench outside the ward, engrossed in his phone. It was only after he had calmed down from the earlier turmoil that he noticed the elegant middle-aged woman approaching, whose features bore a resemblance to Su Qingyu's. Jian Hang promptly stood, greeting her politely. Hello, Annie. I am Jian Hang, Su Qingyu's classmate. Suhi paused momentarily before breaking into a warm smile. You are Jian Hang? I heard from Uncle Li on the way here that you brought Su to the hospital. I truly appreciate it. Jian Hang nodded slightly. No need for thanks. It was the least I could do. Suhi scrutinized Jian Hang for a moment, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. The young man before her was tall, with striking features and a composed demeanor that exuded confidence. How is Su now? She inquired, her concern evident. The doctor mentioned it was merely exhaustion coupled with low blood sugar. She should be fine after some rest, but it's best to have a full examination. She is currently in the scanning room, Jian Hang replied. Suhi exhaled in relief, remarking, This child has no idea how to take care of herself. She then realized how thoughtful Jian Hang was, her fondness for him increasing. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her gaze turned inquisitive. Jian Hang, since you're Su's classmate, you must have a close relationship, right? Jian Hang hesitated for a moment before responding, We sit together. Oh, you sit together. That must mean you're quite close, Suhi said with a satisfied smile, finding the young man increasingly likable. Unable to resist, she probed further. Jian Hang, where do you live? What do your parents do? Jian Hang felt as though he were under the scrutiny of a prospective mother-in-law. Out of courtesy, he answered, I live in a county town. My parents run a business in Hangzhou. Hangzhou. Sui's eyes widened. Could it be that Su Qingyu's peculiar behavior in Hangzhou was connected to Jian Hang? She felt a mix of excitement and curiosity, but continued questioning seemed inappropriate. Unlike Su Haisheng, who held a more conservative view on relationships, Sui did not oppose Su Qingyu dating, believing that as long as the boy had good character, it was acceptable. Getting to know him earlier would allow for a deeper understanding, which was undoubtedly beneficial. Sui couldn't help but admire Jian Hang further, thinking to herself that this young man was more than just decent. He was truly exceptional. Just as Jian Hang was growing increasingly perplexed by Su's motherly inquiries, the door to the ward finally swung open. Chapter 71. Confrontation. He withdraws. The moment the door opened, Su Qingyu felt her heart leap into her throat. She immediately spotted Su standing at the door, her heart racing with trepidation, fearing that her mother would discern her subtle affections for Jian Hang. Su Qingyu, attempting to maintain a facade of composure, spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Sui hurriedly approached and supported Su Qingyu, concern etched on her face. How are you? Are you still feeling unwell? It's nothing, just a bit fatigued, Su Qingyu replied, stealing a glance at Jian Hang, who stood a meter away. Child, while studying is important. Nothing is more crucial than your health, Su-He admonished, her tone laden with reproach, echoing precisely what she had said in the car with Jian Hang. Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled with realization. So, Jian Hang cared for her, just like Su-He did? This conclusion filled her heart with an uncontainable sweetness, prompting her to refrain from further argument. I won't do this again, she obediently nodded, murmuring softly, I'm fine. I just skipped breakfast. Skip breakfast? Su-He widened her eyes in disbelief. You truly infuriate me. Su Qingyu glanced up at Jian Hang, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jian Hang, thank you for today. You can head back to school now. No worries, Jian Hang shrugged. I informed Jiangning. I'll return once you wake up and confirm you're all right. Su-He's eyes glimmered with satisfaction upon hearing this. After all, there were few boys who were both handsome and considerate these days. Supporting Su Qingyu back to the hospital bed, Su-He noticed Jian Hang trailing behind. Uncle Li hurriedly arrived with kanji in hand. He packaged a portion for Jian Hang, saying, Young man, you should eat too. You must be hungry after a busy afternoon. Jian Hang accepted the kanji without hesitation and sat down on the edge of the empty bed across from Su Qingyu to eat. Uncle Li helped with the payment. Su Qingyu attempted to drink the kanji by herself, but Su-He insisted on feeding her like a child, one spoonful at a time. Unable to resist, Su Qingyu complied, feeling that Jian Hang must surely view her as spoiled. Su-He sat beside them, seemingly engaging in casual conversation while her gaze frequently flitted toward Jian Hang. The more she observed him, the more she found him pleasing. Jian Hang's manner of eating exuded refinement, with every gesture radiating an air of calm confidence. Very good, very good. Su-He silently nodded to herself. With her head bowed over the kanji, Su Qingyu's heart was in turmoil. She could feel Su-He's gaze scanning Jian Hang, which made her increasingly anxious. Surely, her mother wouldn't notice anything unusual? Stealing a glance at Jian Hang, she found him focused on his meal, entirely indifferent to Su-He's scrutiny. Su Qingyu sighed in relief. At that moment, Su-He suddenly spoke up. Jian Hang, you're seated next to Su-Su. You must study together quite often, right? Jian Hang set down his spoon and replied politely. We occasionally discussed problems together. In truth, they had hardly discussed anything. He had kindly suggested it once or twice, but Su Qingyu had been too absorbed in her own studies to pay attention. Clearly, her study methods were flawed, resulting in a decline in her performance during the recent monthly exams. Thinking of this, Jian Hang cast a reproachful glance at Su Qingyu. Su-He smiled, her tone tinged with a hint of probing. Then your relationship must be quite good, I presume? Su Qingyu's heart tightened, nearly choking on her kanji. Jian Hang nodded, it's all right. Su Qingyu's face flushed instantly. Mom, when did you become so nosy? All right, I want to pry. Just know that you can't continue like this, Su-He said sternly. Su Qingyu mumbled an acknowledgement, casting an apologetic glance at Jian Hang. The thought of her mother interrogating Jian Hang made her feel even guiltier. Su Haisheng rushed in, removing his black leather gloves and handing them to Uncle Li. Qingyu, I heard from Uncle Li. Thankfully, you're okay. Su-He couldn't help but scoff, her voice laced with sarcasm, from the company to hear. It should take more than half an hour, yet you arrived 2 hours later. Truly, the busy elite don't even concern themselves with their own daughter. Su Haisheng frowned slightly, responding gently, it was regarding an investment project at an amusement park. As he finished, both Jian Hang and Su Qingyu turned their attention to him. Worried that her parents would argue in front of Jian Hang, Su Qingyu called out sadly, Please don't fight. Su-He forced a smile and looked toward Jian Hang. All right, I'll step out for some fresh air. Jian Hang hadn't anticipated witnessing such a confrontation and felt it best to excuse himself. As Su Haisheng entered the room, he immediately spotted Jian Hang, recalling having seen him a few times at the school gate. It was evident that his daughter and this young man shared a close bond. Jian Hang met Su Haisheng's gaze with poise. Hello, uncle. Hello, Su Haisheng nodded. You were the one who brought my daughter to the hospital. I appreciate it. Not at all. Since Su Qingyu is fine, I'll take my leave now, Jian Hang said, preparing to depart. Uncle Li, please see him out, Su Haisheng instructed. Before Uncle Li could respond, Jian Hang declined. No need. I'll take a taxi back. Thank you, uncle. Su Qingyu quickly added, Hang, be careful on the way. Jian Hang nodded. You rest well too. Su Haisheng stood frozen, observing the two. Su Qingyu? Hang? The way they addressed each other clearly indicated a closeness on one side and formality on the other. Su Haisheng rubbed the bridge of his nose, realizing that his daughter had developed feelings for this young man, whereas he had previously assumed it was Jian Hang who was pursuing her. Su Qingyu also recognized that her father had caught on to something, but she was unperturbed. Once Jian Hang left, she immediately turned her expression cold. What brings you here? I cannot ignore my daughter being ill, Su Haisheng replied, slightly frustrated. What kind of question is that? he felt a twinge of regret. Recalling the matter of Fan Yao's transfer, he said, "Initially, the teacher didn't intend to transfer Fan Yao to your class, but she brought it up herself. Your guidance director was unaware of the specifics and agreed without much thought. Qingyu, this was a lapse in judgment on my part." Su Qingyu turned her head away, gazing out the window in silence. The father and daughter sat in a state of tension. After a long pause, Su Qingyu finally turned to her father. "Dad, you and Mom should get a divorce." "Why?" Su Haisheng was taken aback. "Didn't you say you didn't want your parents to divorce? But I would rather see you both happy." Su Qingyu averted her gaze. "Life is long. Why endure mutual torment?" Su Haisheng bowed his head, sitting at the edge of the bed, suddenly appearing much older. "Do you and your mother think I love that woman?" "It's not true. I have my reasons." "And so?" Su Qingyu turned her head, her expression indifferent as she regarded her father. "Your reasons justify my mother's and my suffering? Is there anything more important than family? Or perhaps..." Su Qingyu bit her lip. "Is Fan Yao your daughter?" "No." Su Haisheng stood up in agitation. Taking a deep breath, "I'll come to see you another day." He paused. "Also, I do not agree to divorce your mother, because I have always loved her." With that, Su Haisheng walked toward the door. He stood at the entrance, looking at him with indifference, then tugging at the corner of her mouth, her expression reminiscent of someone who had just heard the most absurd joke. Ridiculous. Chapter 72. So I was the one who misinterpreted my feelings. As the first evening study session concluded, Jian Hang hurried into the classroom. The moment he stepped inside, the previously boisterous room fell into an immediate silence, all eyes converging on him, as if his face bore some monumental secret. Jian Hang frowned, feeling a twinge of unease. Yet he maintained an air of nonchalance as he made his way to his seat. His deskmate, Yang, stood in the aisle, scrutinizing him with a frown. As Jian Hang approached her, he raised an eyebrow. "Could you move aside?" Yang reluctantly uttered a sound of acknowledgement and rose to let Jian Hang pass. She and Tang Xiaodang had already contacted Su Qingyu and learned that she was unharmed, which finally allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the more Yang observed Jian Hang, the more she found him peculiar, harboring a suspicion that he had ulterior motives regarding her dear Su. Initially intending to directly inquire once Jian Hang was seated, she was caught off guard when Zhang Chong eagerly approached first. Yang closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "I shall endure." Jian Hang glanced at Yang, feeling utterly perplexed, then turned to see Zhang Chong beaming at him, his eyes betraying a blend of gossip and excitement. It was evident that this fellow must have already learned about Su Qingyu's fainting incident earlier that afternoon. "Spit it out." Jian Hang sighed. Zhang Chong chuckled and, without any preamble, dove straight into the topic. "Jian Hang, I heard you play the hero again today, with the welcome party incident included. This marks the second time you've cradled Su, right? Come clean. Is there something going on between you two?" Jian Hang arched an eyebrow and calmly flipped open his textbook. Believe it or not, it was merely a coincidence, nothing of significance. "Oh, just a coincidence, you say?" Zhang Chong feigned surprise, covering his mouth. "But I heard that not only did you carry Su, you did so in a princess carry." Upon hearing this, Jian Hang rolled his eyes at Zhang Chong, who used to speak rather normally, but now seemed to have adopted a rather sarcastic tone, likely influenced by Yang's banter. Before Jian Hang could respond, Yang pushed Zhang Chong's head aside. "Cut the nonsense," she said, unable to contain her irritation, and looked at Jian Hang with a dubious expression. "Be honest, Jian Hang, are you?" She furrowed her brows, hesitated, sighed, and anxiously raked her fingers through her hair. After all, as a 16-year-old girl who had never experienced the stirrings of affection, she felt quite bashful regarding matters of secret crushes. "I'm anxious for you." Zhang Chong shoved Yang's arm aside and took over the questioning. His usually quiet and shy deskmate, Tang Xiaodang, was now staring intently at Jian Hang, her eyes glimmering with excitement. A low murmur of laughter filled the classroom as a few girls huddled together, whispering and occasionally glancing towards Jian Hang's seat. Jian Hang sighed in resignation. "Let me reiterate, there is nothing between us. It was sheer coincidence that she fainted, and I took her to the hospital. I couldn't possibly let her go there on her own. Could I? Would you all remain indifferent if a classmate fainted before you?" "That makes perfect sense," Zhang Chong said, deflating like a punctured ball, retreating to sit back down. Realizing there was no room for misunderstanding now. "Jian Hang, you deserve to be perpetually single with that handsome face of yours." Zhang Chong abruptly clapped a hand over his mouth. "No, wait, I meant up until now. My bad, a slip of the tongue." Yang remained unconvinced. "Then why is it that every time something happens to Su, you're the first to rush in?" Jian Hang found himself at a loss for words. "I can't be bothered to discuss this with you." "Haha, it must be because you're lazy." Zhang Chong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Jian Hang thought he had made himself clear enough. Yet Yang still looked at him with a mix of anger and sympathy, and even Tang Xiaodang seemed a bit displeased. "I'm reading," Jian Hang said, pulling out a chemistry textbook. Stop reading, Jian said, flipping the textbook shut. Lowering her head, she softly asked, Jian Hang, tell me honestly, do you have a crush on Su? Dan xiao dang, pepet the. Zhang Chong, haha. Two voices, unclear whether mocking or relishing the spectacle, echoed from behind. Jian Hang shifted slightly, shielding Jian with his body. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by Su's aloof demeanor. In matters of friendship, familial love, or romantic affection, she is a genuine girl. Don't let her misunderstand. Well then, Jian Hang turned around, amused. Are you implying that I lack discernment? No, that is not what I meant. Jian hurriedly denied. What I meant was, even if you do have a crush on Su, don't let slip. What if? What she likes me too? Jian Hang interjected, guessing her line of thought. After a 2-second pause, Jian shook her head. No, I mean, what if she doesn't like you? Wouldn't that make future encounters quite awkward? Jian Hang found himself both amused and exasperated, letting out a light laugh. So, I'm just being overly sentimental, am I? That is not what I meant. Jian shot back, her eyes raised defiantly. Zhang Chong expressed vehement objection. Jian, I don't appreciate your words. What do you mean Su might not like him? What is wrong with Jian Hang? Initially hoping to glean Jian Hang's feelings for Su through Zhang Chong and Jian's inquiries, he was taken aback by their unexpected reactions. Tang Xiaotang, resigned, sighed, everyone, please stop arguing. Jian Hang just said there's nothing going on, and if other classmates overhear, there will be misunderstandings. Even Chun Yang, who usually remained quiet and almost invisible, turned to Jian Hang with a rather unfriendly tone. I think you were spot on earlier. Don't be overly sentimental. Hey, Qingyu, you jerk! Zhang Chong shouted in exasperation. But Jian Hang restrained him. It's uncertain who is being overly sentimental here, he said nonchalantly. Qingyu, feeling slighted, turned away in displeasure. Everyone, let us put this matter to rest. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Next time, let us not create something out of nothing. I don't mind being misunderstood. But Su Qingyu is, after all, a girl with delicate feelings. Otherwise, why does she blush so easily? Jian Hang muset in wali. Meanwhile, Su Jia caught snippets of Jian and the other's conversation, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Although Jian Hang had ceased to engage with her, she was unwilling to accept the situation as it stood. Fan Yao was surprised by the rapid development between Jian Hang and Su Qingyu. The two seldom spoke in class, making it puzzling for her to think that misunderstandings could arise. However, Jian Hang's remarks hinted that Su Qingyu might be harboring feelings unilaterally. How intriguing. Even the aloof young lady has her unattainable desires. Fan Yao felt a sense of satisfaction as she flipped open her exercise book. The school bell rang, signaling the start of class. Everyone settled into their seats. Zhou Langhua spotted Jian Hang and asked, Is Su Qingyu all right? Yes, Jian Hang nodded. It was just a fainting spell due to low blood sugar. That's good to hear, Zhou Langhua said, shaking his book. So remember, while you study diligently, take care of your health too. Sparse replies echoed from the classroom. Although Su Qingyu was not seriously harmed, so he was extremely anxious, insisting that she stay in the hospital for a day to rest properly. Coincidentally, tomorrow was a day off. Judging by Jian and Tang Xiaodang's conversation, they planned to visit Su Qingyu in the morning. Why don't we go tomorrow as well? Zhang Chong thought, seizing the opportunity. He felt it was imperative to act swiftly. Jian Hang, however, was preoccupied with concerns that Su Qingyu might be internally distressed over her declining monthly exam scores, thinking that he could offer some study tips during the visit. All right, we'll go in the afternoon, Jian Hang confirmed with a nod. Afternoon sounds good. It'll be quieter then. Allowing for some privacy, Zhang Chong smirked, noticing Zhang Chong's mischievous grin as he mumbled to himself. Jian Hang knew he was spiraling into fanciful thoughts again. He casually grabbed a notepad and slapped it on Zhang Chong's head. Let us go. Old 8. Can we not dwell on my disappointments? I'll definitely make it into the top 3 next time. Zhang Chong retorted, fuming as he followed behind. Chapter 73. Not much. Just feeling unsettled. After the evening study session concluded, Tang Xiaodang and Jian strolled home side by side. The night air was slightly crisp, with lamp posts casting a gentle glow that illuminated the two figures. Tang Xiaodang clutched several books in her arms, stealing occasional glances at Jian. Hesitating to voice her thoughts. Xiaodang, you seem a bit off today. Jian finally broke the silence, tilting her head to observe her friend. Is something on your mind? Tang Xiaodang bit her lip, pondering for a moment before finally shaking her head. It's nothing, just that Su seems a bit different recently. Su? Jian raised an eyebrow, confusion flickering across her face. What is wrong with her? Is it related to Jian Hang? With a sigh, Tang Xiaodang mused that Jian wasn't entirely oblivious. She had initially intended to gently inform Jian about Su's secret admiration for Jian Hang, but reconsidered. realizing it would be better for the concerned party to disclose such matters themselves. She smiled and suggested, "Why don't you ask Susu directly?" Upon hearing this, Jian Hang's expression immediately shifted to one of intrigue. "Wow," Tang shouting, "it seems there's really something going on. You and Susu have been keeping secrets from me. How can you be so inconsiderate not to tell me? Is Jian Hang really in love with Susu?" Tang shouting sighed in exasperation and shrugged her shoulders. "I haven't said anything. Don't jump to conclusions. You start to yourself." Jian Hang sulked, her mind racing with anticipation for the opportunity to interrogate Su Qingyu the following day. Meanwhile, Ma Fan, having eaten little for dinner in an effort to lose weight, found himself weakened by hunger after the evening study session. Jian Hang and Zhang Chong each took on his arms, escorting him to the convenience store to buy instant noodles. "Jingu, Chongzi, why don't you have some?" Ma Fan asked through mouthfuls, his words muffled as he devoured his meal in the corner of the cafeteria. "Ugh," Zhang Chong grimaced, recoiling slightly. "You're spraying saliva all over my face." Jian Hang, one leg casually draped over the chair, sipped water languidly, vacating his mind of any thoughts. At this hour, the cafeteria was nearly deserted, with only a few students lingering to purchase snacks. Suddenly, a throng of boys surged in, and Jian Hang, noticing them through the glass door, recognized the lead figure as Chunyang. Behind their seating area stood a stone pillar, conveniently obstructing the view between the convenience store and their group. Thus the newcomers remained oblivious to their presence. After completing their purchases, Jian Hang heard the faint sounds of movement from behind the pillar. Instead of leaving, Chunyang and his friends opted to sit nearby. The trio was not well acquainted with them and preferred to avoid any interaction, finding solace in their mutual indifference. Unfortunately, Chunyang and his companions did not share this sentiment. "Look at Jian Hang. He really thinks highly of himself," a boy scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. Zhang Chong, incensed, attempted to rise but was restrained by Jian Hang. Another boy sneered. "What does he think he is? Just because he has decent grades and can play basketball? Does he honestly believe Su Qingyu would take a liking to him? Hey, Yanggu, do you think this is about Su Qingyu?" One boy ventured cautiously. The moment those words left his lips, Chunyang's expression darkened, and he gulped down his water, coldly retorting, "Su Qingyu? Huh. As if that frog in a well could ever be worthy of her. Does he think hugging her a couple of times will win her over? Dream on." The other boys nodded in agreement, echoing their disdain. "Exactly. Jian Hang always pretends to be aloof, but he's just a bookworm. How could Su Qingyu possibly look at him? Don't get upset, Yanggu. Su Qingyu hasn't expressed any interest in him. Jian Hang is simply not her match." Hearing these remarks brought Chunyang a modicum of comfort, yet the recollections of Jian Hang's interactions with Su Qingyu reignited his fury. Chunyang was decent-looking, and given that he had the best background in class aside from Su Qingyu, his pride swelled. Naturally, he harbored feelings for her, especially as they shared a desk, allowing him to gaze at her beauty daily. However, he had no intention of confessing his feelings during high school. The fear of rejection loomed large, and he didn't want to end up like Luo Wei, the class fool, a subject of ridicule. One of the boys, dripping with disdain, continued to flatter. "That's right, Yanggu. Your uncle runs a company. In terms of background, you're the only one in class who matches Su Qingyu." Jian smirked, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. Of course, how could Su Qingyu ever look at poor boy? Jian Hang is simply unworthy of standing beside her. Yet, Su Qingyu was notoriously difficult to please. Just look at Luo Wei, a perfect example of sycophant. "Don't associate me with that fool Luo Wei." Jian snupped, his irritation palpable. The boys nodded in agreement, and Chunyang's anger subsided slightly. As they laughed and joked, Zhang Chong's face flushed with anger, and he rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront them, but Jian Hang kept him firmly in place. "Are you done eating?" Jian Hang casually inquired of Ma Fan. Ma Fan swallowed hard, glancing at the half-eaten bowl of noodles. "Yes, I'm done." "Good. Let's go." Jian Hang stood, seizing the bowl of unfinished noodles and pouring the remaining mineral water into it. "Jiangu, what are you doing?" Ma Fan sensed impending trouble. Jian Hang, holding the bowl of noodles, approached Chunyang's group with an air of calm defiance. "What coincidence? Why, you heard everything." The boy who had been the most vocal earlier paled at the realization. "Indeed, I heard it all." Jian Hang nodded with a smile. Chunyang rose to his feet, confronting Jian Hang. "So what have you heard? What we said is merely the truth." "Not quite," Jian Hang replied, weighing the bowl of noodles in his hand, his smile fading as his gaze turned icy. With a swift motion, he hurled the bowl towards Chunyang, drenching him in broth and noodles. "So, I'm feeling quite unsettled. If I'm not comfortable, neither shall you be." Ever since Jian Hang had been awarded MVP in the basketball tournament, the other boys had become increasingly wary of him, their demeanor noticeably more subdued. Now, witnessing Jian Hang's fierce presence, they felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Qingyu clenched his fists and stepped forward, only to realize he was at a disadvantage. He couldn't team-match Jian Hang's height or build. The other boys instinctively retreated, their expressions a mix of fear and helplessness. Surely you wouldn't stoop so low as to report this to a teacher like that idiot Luo Wei? Jian Hang tantet, oha? But you did say not to associate with such fools. Qingyu gritted his teeth in fury, glaring back. From now on, I don't want to hear your incessant chatter, Jian Hang remarked, his eyes glinting coldly under the fluorescent lights, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Otherwise, it won't merely be a bowl of noodles. With that, Jian Hang slipped his hands into his pockets and departed. Zhang Chong and Ma Fan had never witnessed such an imposing side of Jian Hang before. His aura was commanding. Slowly, they regained their composure. Ma Fan hurriedly lowered his head and followed him, while Zhang Chong made a face of mockery before strutting away with pride. Yanggu, are you alright? Don't stoop to that guy's level. Should we informally ban about this? But that would make Yanggu just like Luo Wei, wouldn't it? Qingyu, unable to contain his frustration, waved his hand dismissively. Scram, you bunch of useless fools. Brother, you now reside in my heart. In terms of academics, looks, and prowess, you are unparalleled. Zhang Chong raised his thumb in admiration. I was taken aback just now, Ma Fan said, still feeling the remnants of shock as he touched his chest. But, Jiangu, you were absolutely magnificent earlier. It's astonishing that those 5 or 6 boys, including Qingyu, were intimidated by you alone, haha. Just thinking about it brings me such delight. Alright, Jian Hang turned to remind the two. Let's keep this under wraps, especially from Su Qingyu. Zhang Chong, perplexed, asked why. Jian Hang recalled the previous incident with Luo Wei's provocation, when Su Qingyu had felt ashamed believing she was the cause of the discord, and replied, just don't mention it. Otherwise, it will lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Zhang Chong and Ma Fan exchanged a glance, nodding in confusion. That night, Jian Hang's imposing actions quietly spread through the boys' circle. Although no one dared to voice it openly, everyone understood that Jian Hang was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Qingyu became the subject of private amusement among them, as being drenched with instant noodles without retaliating was indeed quite embarrassing. Chapter 74. I am secretly in love with Jian Hang and adore everything about him. On Saturday morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing the hospital room in warmth, while a delicate floral fragrance lingered in the air. Su Qingyu leaned against the headboard, holding a supplementary textbook, yet her thoughts had already drifted outside the window. The image of her and Jian Hang in the car from yesterday replayed in her mind, particularly the moment he had carried her out in a princess hug, causing her lips to curl into a secret smile. Uncle Lee had noticed her several times, but chose not to inquire, likely aware of the situation. Susu, guive daive. He Yuyang's voice called from the doorway, snapping Su Qingyu from a reverie. She lifted her gaze to see He Yuyang and Tang Xiaodang entering with a large bag of fruits and snacks. As soon as He Yuyang stepped inside, he beamed and approached Su Qingyu's bedside, his eyes sparkling as if harboring some grand news. Miss, you all chat. I'll step out for a moment. All right. It was evident that Su Qingyu was in high spirits, exchanging a knowing glance with Tang Xiaodang. Why did you come so early? She asked, somewhat surprised. Of course we came to see you. He Yuyang plopped down beside her, casually peeling an orange from the bag and offering it to Su Qingyu. We were terrified when we heard you fainted last night, but thankfully you're okay. He then teasingly added, the classroom was quite lively without you during self-study last night. We had to rush over to report the situation. Su Qingyu accepted the orange, feeling a rush of nervousness, though her face remained composed. What situation? What gossip are you indulging in? Tang Xiaodang, seated on a nearby chair, shook her head with amusement. What else could it be? Naturally, it's about Jian Hang carrying you. Su Qingyu's face flushed instantly, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the blanket as her heart raced. She lowered her head and murmured, what could possibly be between Jian Hang and me? Noticing her reaction, He Yuyang leaned closer, his eyes narrowing mischievously like a cunning fox. Susu, don't te plekoi. The entire class was abuzz discussing Jian Hang's princess hug with you last night. What? Su Qingyu's face reddened even further, her ears burning. She bit her lip, feeling both sweet and curious. Of course, she had anticipated that everyone would discuss this, but she was more interested in Jian Hang's reaction. What did Jian Hang say? Su Qingyu asked cautiously, her voice barely audible. Upon hearing this, He Yuyang perked up, thumping his chest and declaring, Jian Hang? He didn't say anything at all. However, I could tell from his demeanor that he is most likely in love with you. Tang Xiaodang face-bombed silently. Su Qingyu was taken aback, her heart swelling with shock, delight, and a hint of disbelief. In love with me? Did he actually say that? Not directly, but think about it. He Yuyang raised an eyebrow smugly. Jian Hang is usually so aloof and indifferent to everyone, yet he shows you such special concern. He carried you at the welcome party and again to the hospital. What else could that signify, if not affection. Su Qingyu's heart raced faster, nearly dropping the orange from her grasp. She lowered her head, unable to suppress a slight smile, feeling as if her heart was filled with honey, sweet to the point of overwhelming. Yet, the next moment, she recalled Jian Hang's usual demeanor towards her, caring yet always maintaining a certain distance. Did he truly like her? Or was it merely the concern of a classmate? Tang Xiaodang, unable to watch any longer, intervened. She could see that He Yuyang was about to lead Su Qingyu into a naive confession that could end in embarrassment. Though she believed Jian Hang likely harbored feelings for Su Qingyu without realizing it, this was merely speculation. Lazy sheep, don't say any more, Tang Xiaodang interrupted. Su, the truth is, we did discuss you and Jian Hang last night, but Jian Hang clarified that he was merely helping a friend. There's nothing more. Is that so? Su Qingyu lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously caressing the surface of the orange. Although she suspected this might be the case, her heart still ached with disappointment. Su Qingyu bit her lip and sniffed back her emotions. Oh, I see. He Yuyang looked bewildered. What is going on? Tang Xiaodang, worried about Su Qingyu's feelings, had deliberately replaced classmate with friend, but was taken aback by the unexpected outcome. She sighed and comforted. He said that to avoid you being misunderstood and adding to your worries. However, Jian Hang rarely gets this close to any girl, except for you. Indeed. Su Qingyu lifted her head, her eyes brightening, her spirits lifting. To be honest, having been single for over 20 years, returning to find Jian Hang more mature and introspective than in her previous life, left her uncertain about his true feelings. Oh, He Yang exclaimed incredulously, stretching out the sound. So, Su, it turns out you have a crush on Jian Hang? Wow. He Yang suddenly covered her mouth. Sorry, I shouldn't have cursed. But my brain is about to short-circuit. So, you la Gen. When did this happen? Does he know? And how come Shouting knows too? Why am I the only one left in the dark? You both are keeping secrets from me. How unfair. He Yang was overly excited, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Tang Xiaodang quickly reassured her. I found out by accident too. That's a lie. He Yang swatted Tang Xiaodang's hand away. It's true. Su Qingyu bit her lip, finally summoning the courage to meet He Yuyang's gaze. Yuyang, I have a crush on Jian Hang. I didn't tell Xiaodang. She found out on her own. You're the first person I've confided in. He Yuyang stared at Su Qingyu in stunned silence, taking a moment to process before turning to Tang Xiaodang. How did you know? Tang Xiaodang, with a hint of mischief, replied, It's probably due to my keen observational skills, which are essential for aspiring web novel authors. There were many subtle clues that you simply overlooked. He Yang scoffed and asked Su Qingyu, when did you start liking that guy? Quite a while ago. Su Qingyu's face was flushed like a ripe apple. Could it be that you fell for him at first sight when school started, or perhaps during the basketball game? He Yang asked excitedly. Su Qingyu pressed her lips together, refraining from answering. He Yang stared for a few seconds before suddenly slapping her thigh. Wow, Su, I can't believe you've been keeping this from me for so long. I thought Jian Hang liked you. Turns out it's you who likes him. Su Qingyu felt her cheeks burning hot, and she hurriedly called out to He Yuyang. Keep your voice down. Okay, but Su, He Yuyang said, lowering her head in frustration. I did something. Su Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. What did you do? Last night, Lazy Goat inquired if Jian Hang had a secret crush on you, which made Tang Xiaodang laugh uncontrollably at the mere thought. Subsequently, she earnestly cautioned Jian Hang against confessing his feelings, asserting that you would never reciprocate. Su Qingyu felt a wave of darkness wash over her as she asked He Yang, Did you truly say that? He Yang lowered his head and muttered an affirmative. And what did he say? Su Qingyu's heart raced with uncertainty. He remarked that I must be overthinking it, but I couldn't decipher his intent. Was he merely echoing He Yang's words, or was he admitting to harboring genuine feelings for you? Fearing that He Yang's words might be misinterpreted, Tang Xiaodang swiftly interjected. Did he explicitly state whether he does or does not? Su Qingyu asked, trembling with apprehension. Tang Xiaodang shook her head. Su Qingyu responded with a soft "oh," unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. The silver lining was that Jian Hang had not outright denied his feelings. Yet the thought that he might have chosen to remain silent for her sake filled her with disappointment. Su, He Yang gently perched on the edge of the bed. I simply cannot fathom what it is about Jian Hang that you find appealing. Su Qingyu lifted her gaze, and the mere mention of Jian Hang sparked a twinkle in her eyes. Well, I like Jian Hang very much, in fact. As for what exactly I like about him, she looked directly into He Yang's eyes with earnest intensity. I believe I like everything about him. Chapter 75. Wow. Su Qingyu, you're beyond saving. He Yang was momentarily speechless by Su Qingyu's declaration. Tang Xiaodang, too, was taken aback. Hearing Su Qingyu openly express her feelings for someone had unexpectedly resonated with her emotions. Unrequited love is an exceedingly private affair, tinged with sweetness and bitterness, filled with countless moments of fervent daydreaming. Unbeknownst to the one who has fallen first, a delicate web is woven within their heart, and from that moment forth, every gesture, however minor, from the object of their affection can stir tumultuous waves within their soul. Tang Xiaotong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Su Su, you are truly brave. She stepped forward and embraced Su Qingyu's shoulders. To openly express your feelings for someone, this is something I could never manage. He Yangyang interjected, Tang Xiaotong, do you also have someone you like? Tang Xiaotong paused, releasing her hold on Su Qingyu, and playfully slapped He Yangyang's arm in annoyance. I was merely speaking hypothetically. You know, hypothetically, not literally. I don't like anyone right now. He Yangyang chuckled, rubbing the back of his head, unable to suppress a smile. Su Qingyu and Tang Xiaotong soon joined in the laughter. He Yangyang couldn't help but mentally assess Jian Hang's height, appearance, academic prowess, and demeanor. Indeed, he is quite impeccable. Su Su, that lad is certainly commendable, He Yangyang nodded. Although she felt irked that Jian Hang had effortlessly captured her goddess's heart without any effort, she could not deny his superiority over other boys. But have you told him? He Yangyang asked. Su Qingyu lowered her head. No, I'm not brave enough to say it now. I'm afraid he doesn't like me back, and that I'm merely indulging in self-deception. He Yangyang felt a pang in her heart. Just yesterday, Jian Hang had teased her with similar words, and now her dear friend was caught in the same predicament. How is this even possible? He Yangyang exclaimed incredulously. Su Su, you are the belle of our school. If Jian Hang were to learn of your affections, he would surely be overjoyed. Tang Xiaotong nodded in agreement. Su Su, you must be a little braver. If you like him, pursue it boldly and avoid future regrets. A warmth enveloped Su Qingyu's heart, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She looked up at He Yangyang and Tang Xiaotong and softly said, Thank you both. I will strive to be courageous. He Yangyang beamed and patted Su Qingyu's shoulder. That's the spirit. The Su Qingyu I know is forever confident, generous, and exceptional. Is that so? Su Qingyu frowned, but aside from coming from a wealthy family, I feel I possess nothing of worth. My academic performance is dismal. Would Jian Hang really like me? He Yangyang was momentarily taken aback. Aside from being wealthy? Tang Xiaotong echoed in disbelief. Nothing of worth? Indeed, Su Qingyu replied with wide, innocent eyes. I performed poorly on this month's exam. With that, she lowered her head, anxiously tugging at the corner of the bedspread. He Yangyang exclaimed, Please, while education is important, it is not the most crucial thing for you. Tang Xiaotong added, Exactly. Besides, you could study abroad to enhance your resume and return with a solid academic background, potentially securing a place in a prestigious university, right? He Yangyang suddenly realized something, leaning in with a serious expression. Wait, you are even considering your future together? Susu, imtrui. He Yangyang bit her lip. You really like him, don't you? He wants to attend Kyoto University, and so do I, Su Qingyu weakly added. Tang Xiaotong clapped her hands in excitement. Isn't Kyoto University known for its recommendation policy? I recall you winning first place in the National Youth Piano Competition. And if you could also win an internationally recognized piano competition, such as the Chopin International Piano Competition, Tchaikovsky International Music Competition, Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, Leeds International Piano Competition, or the Queen Elizabeth International Music Competition, you could secure a recommendation to Kyoto University. What international piano competition? He Yangyang was momentarily stunned. Tang Xiaotong. How do you know so much? Tang Xiaotong smiled bashfully. I want to write a novel, so I occasionally gather some material. Impressive. He Yangyang genuinely admired her, especially remembering such difficult names. Upon hearing Tang Xiaotong's words, Su Qingyu suddenly felt enlightened. She resolved to begin preparing immediately. While studying was undeniably challenging, with diligent effort, she could achieve the scores needed for top-tier universities. Moreover, if she would earn an international piano award, she could attend the same university as Jian Hang. Back in middle school, she had already won first place in the national piano competition. She should be capable of winning at an international level as well. Having been sheltered from hardships and lacking a clear plan for her future, Su Qingyu had never considered excelling in academics or her special talents. But unexpectedly, Jian Hang had given her a newfound sense of purpose. The feeling was truly extraordinary. Just the thought of getting closer to the one she cherished filled her with vigor. Su Qingyu declared, throwing off the covers, I need to be discharged from the hospital immediately and start preparing. He Yangyang and Tang Xiaotong exchanged alarmed glances, quickly guiding her back to bed. No need to rush, Tang Xiaotong chuckled. Did you not say you still need to get in for this afternoon? You'll be discharged by evening, so why the urgency? He Yangyang, feeling a bit exasperated, remarked, Jian Hang is quite the charmer, isn't he? He has a way of captivating people. Su Qingyu blushed. What nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly, she remembered that Jian Hang, Zhang Chong, and Ma Fan were coming over this afternoon. In a flurry, Su Qingyu retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow and checked the time. Jian Hang would arrive in just a few minutes. I need to fix my hair, she stammered, pointing towards the bathroom before hastily getting out of bed and shuffling towards it in her slippers. Be careful, Tang Xiaodong called out, moving to support her. I'm fine. I'm all set, Su Qingyu replied, running her fingers through her hair. It was a peculiar feeling. Before she had confessed her feelings, she had managed to conceal her emotions effortlessly, but now, with her feelings laid bare, a sense of turmoil gripped her heart. For her, the affection she harbored for Jian Hang was no longer a mere secret. Rather, it had become a widely acknowledged truth. It was peculiar. Yang propped her chin on her right hand, genuinely perplexed. Usually, she was not so concerned with her appearance. Could it be? Yang pondered. Is Jian Hang coming over soon? A sudden epiphany struck her, and she helplessly shook her head. Su, you are truly beyond salvation. Before the half-length mirror, Su Qingyu stared blankly at her own reflection, her cheeks flushed and burning. Her heart raced uncontrollably, pounding as if it were on the verge of bursting forth. This was unbearable. Her heart seemed ready to leap from her chest at any moment. In a flurry of anxiety, Su Qingyu fumbled for her phone, hastily composing a message to Jian Hang.